Hello everyone and happy Valentine Day. Being single isn't easy, but who knows? Maybe this Valentine's Day will change that. They say love finds you when you least expect it. Well, I'm expecting it now. Who's ready to change my single status? Chapter 1, The Eve of Hunter's Trial. Whale Island. Hey, okay. Gone, as long as you can catch the swamp kingfish, I will allow you to participate in the hunter test. Aunt Mito sighed. Catch the big fish king? I can definitely do it. When Gon heard Aunt Mito's words, he looked excited and eager to try. Li Mu, if you want to participate in the hunter test with Gon, it's not impossible, you just need to be able to defeat the master of usse, Morad. Aunt Mito said to Li Mu next to Gon. Li Mu was not originally from this hunter world. He came to Whale Island through travel, and he was adopted by Aunt Mito and became Gon's childhood playmate. Aunt Mito, the owner of usse, is the strongest man on Whale Island. Gon reminded aside. What? Are you afraid? If you are, then give up the hunter experiment as soon as possible, you are too young. Aunt Mito said with a chuckle after hearing Gon's words. Although the pavilion owner Morad is very strong, I believe that Li Mu can defeat the pavilion owner Morad. Gon said firmly. When Aunt Mito heard Gon's words, the smile on the corner of her mouth suddenly froze. Gon, thank you for your trust, I will do my best. I also believe that you can catch the big fish king. Li Mu stretched out his right palm and placed it on Gon's shoulder. With his current strength, it is still a little difficult to defeat the master of usse, Morad, but he will not give up this opportunity to participate in the hunter test. He does not want to stay on Whale Island for the rest of his life. Some face. Then let's work together. Gon looked at Li Mu with a firm look. Goodbye Aunt Mito. Goodbye Li Mu, I'm going to the fishing king. After Gon finished speaking, he directly picked up the fishing rod, opened the door and headed towards the swamp lake. Gon, go after lunch? Aunt Mito shouted when she saw Gon running out in high spirits. No, I have snacks in my backpack. Gon waved his hand and rejected Aunt Mito's proposal. In the eyes of Gon at the moment, nothing is more important than dropping the big fish king. This child. Aunt Mito looked at Gon who was running far away, and couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. Li Mu, I'll pack a meal later, and after we finish eating, you can deliver it to Gon. Aunt Mito said to Li Mu. Okay. Li Mu nodded, and then started eating with Aunt Mito and Grandma thanked. Aunt Mito, your sushi is delicious. Li Mu praised. It suits your taste. Aunt Mito showed a smile on her sad face, then picked up a piece of sushi and placed it in Li Mu's bowl. After a warm lunch, Li Mu went to the swamp lake with a big lunchbox and saw Gon, the fishing king, who was concentrating on the big tree growing in the lake. Li Mu bowed and jumped, dragged the branches and swayed up the branches of the big tree, and then jumped to Gon's side. Eat, snacks are nutritious, and you will have more strength to fish when you are full. Li Mu took out the lunchbox and opened it, then handed it to Gon's side and continued, Aunt Mito's sushi is still so delicious. Then I'll start. Gon took the lunchbox. There were few snacks in his backpack. He wasn't full. He was indeed hungry. Really delicious. Gon, who had finished eating, burped and showed a satisfied expression. Since you're full, then I won't bother you fishing. I'll go to the open space of the lake for training. If something happens, just shout over there. Li Mu got up, patted the fallen leaves on his body, and said to Gon. Well, Li Mu, come on too, we made an appointment to participate in the hunter test together. Gon looked at Li Mu and said. Let's take part in the hunter test together. After Li Mu finished speaking, he grabbed a branch of a big tree, swayed violently, and landed on the open space beside the lake. With his current strength, it is impossible to win against the strongest man in Whale Island, usse Master Morad, so he has to continue training and enhance his strength. 1081. 1082. 2999. 3000. When Li Mu finished 3000 push UPS, his sweat had soaked through his white-inch shirt, and his strong figure was also revealed under the sweat-soaked shirt that was close to his body. 3000 sets of loops. After doing 3000 push UPS, Li Mu started doing sit UPS again. During the exercise, time flies so fast, and before you know it, it's already evening. After finishing training, Li Mu and Gon were lying on the branch of a huge tree trunk together. Some normal-sized fish were dropped today. The big fish king bit the hook once, but got off the hook. Gon was lying on the branch of the tree and said with a long leaf in the corner of his mouth. It's already very good. It's the first time to drop a big fish king. I have no experience. When you are familiar with it, you can definitely catch it. Li Mu encouraged by the side. Li Mu, how's your training going, do you have the confidence to defeat Uncle Morad? Gon asked. No. Li Mu shook his head. He could feel that he was not the opponent of the pavilion owner Morad. After all, he had played in the pavilion before and knew Morad's strength. Li Mu, what do you think the world outside of Whale Island is like? Gon asked, looking up at the sky, looking at the white clouds in the sky. Although I haven't been to the world outside Whale Island, I heard that there are monsters, rare beasts, countless treasures, strange secret realms, very dangerous demon realms, and the outside world is very exciting. Li Mu covered his mouth and yawned. Li Mu, why do you want to be a hunter? Gon continued to ask. Whoever doesn't want to be a hunter in this world can survive better in this world and live a wonderful life only by becoming a hunter. Li Mu continued. He didn't want to live an ordinary life. Since God let him come to this hunter world, he would have to live a wonderful life, and let everyone in the hunter world remember his name. It's getting late, it's time to go home, or it's too late to go back, and Aunt Mito will be scolded. After Li Mu finished speaking, he stood up directly, rippling along the branches on the shore, then picked up a small bag of fish and looked at it. Gon, do you want to eat grilled fish? I'll cook it for you, Aunt Mito and Feng when I go back. Grandma eat. After dinner, Li Mu tossed and turned in bed. There are still about 5 days left, and the big ship heading for the hunter test is about to arrive. In these short 5 days, his strength has been improved to the point where he can defeat Morad, the master of usse and gym. He can't do it. But he couldn't miss this hunter trial. Detect the host's strong desire to win, and the 1 Yuan spike system is officially opened. A mechanically cold voice resounded in Li Mu's mind. 1 Yuan spike system. Isn't this a plug-in when I played web games in my previous life? Li Mu thought to himself. He is very familiar with this system. The system is opened for the first time, and 2 chances of 1 Yuan spike will be awarded. At the same time as the sound of the system resounded in Li Mu's mind again, the commodities that could be killed for 1 Yuan in seconds also appeared on a virtual panel in front of Li Mu, which only Li Mu could see. Item 1, Frozen Fruit. Introduction, a natural devil fruit from the world of pirates. After eating, it can turn the body into ice and create a frozen gas. After being elementalized, it is immune to physical attacks. Original price, 3 billion ringgits. Current price, 1 ring. Item 2, Super Soldier Serum. Introduction, a super genetic medicine from the Marvel Universe that can enhance the body and mind. Original price, 100 million ringni. Current price, 1 ring. Item 3, 100 Detonating Charms. Original price, 100,000 ringtones. Current price, 1 ring. Since the host is in the hunter world, the price is automatically converted to the hunter world currency, Renee. Asterisk. Chapter 2. 3 products, 2 opportunities for 1 Yuan spike. Without hesitation, Li Mu spent the 2 ninjas in his pocket to kill Frozen Devil Fruit and Super Soldier Serum. The $1 kill must go to useful and expensive products. Successful instant kill. After these 4 characters appeared on the virtual panel in front of Li Mu that only he could see, a fruit full of patterns and a tube of blue serum appeared beside Li Mu. It is said that the taste of devil fruit is very unpalatable. How unpalatable is it? Li Mu picked up the frozen fruit, ready to try how unpalatable it was. Vomit. Li Mu, who ate the frozen fruit, couldn't stop retching, the taste was really strong. After gargling dozens of times in the bathroom, Li Mu felt that the indescribable taste in his mouth was much lighter. The frozen fruit ability is finally available. Li Mu looked at the spitting faucet, and fiddled with his index finger lightly, and the water from the faucet that was gushing out instantly turned into a popsicle. Not bad. Li Mu said with a slight satisfaction, the frozen fruit ability seemed to be tailor-made for him, and he used it with ease. With the frozen fruit ability, I can easily defeat Morad, the master of usse and gym. Li Mu thought to himself. Name, Li Mu. Constitution, 22. Spirit, 15. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Devil Fruit ability, Frozen Fruit, Awakening level 10%. Item, Super Soldier Serum. Li Mu looked at the virtual panel in front of him, which was exactly the same as the web game he was playing at the time. The fusion of the frozen fruit has improved his physique by 5 points each. I need to take advantage of the heat to strike iron, and then it's time to take the Super Soldier Serum. Li Mu took out the blue Super Soldier Serum from his trouser pocket, took a deep breath, and poured the Super Soldier Serum into his mouth in one breath. After the Super Soldier Serum was ingested, a violent energy exploded in Li Mu's body. So hot! Li Mu felt his body temperature rise from the inside out. This X version of the Super Soldier Serum can be taken orally, but the medicinal effect is also particularly violent. Frozen. Li Mu activated the ability of Frozen Devil Fruit to cool down his body, which is why he chose to take the ability of Frozen Fruit first. With the activation of the freezing ability, the body temperature that had exploded on the watch was gradually decreasing. In less than 2 seconds, Li Mu's body temperature returned to normal body temperature. After an hour, Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. The Super Soldier Serum's transformation of his body was finally completed. Name, Li Mu. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 18. Strength, 22. Agility, 20. Devil Fruit ability, Frozen Fruit, Awakening level 15%. Taking the Super Soldier has improved Li Mu's physical fitness a lot again, not only physical fitness, but also the awakening of his frozen fruit ability has improved by 5 progress. Li Mu looked at the system panel, although he knew that his strength had improved, but the specific improvement needed to be tested by battle. The idea of wanting to fight came into Li Mu's mind, and he couldn't stop it. He needs a tool to play against him, and Gon can serve as that tool very well. Hey, Gon, are you asleep? Li Mu came to Gon's door, knocked on the door and asked. Nope. After Gon heard Li Mu's voice, he jumped out of bed and opened the door for Li Mu. Li Mu, do you have anything to do with me? Gon asked. It's nothing, I just want to talk to you and see how much my strength has improved. Li Mu replied. Okay, let's go to the open space outside the house. When Gon heard the sparring, he instantly became excited. My strength has improved a lot recently, and this time I must defeat you. Let's go out quietly, so as not to be discovered by Aunt Mito and Grandma Fanged. Seeing Gon agree, Li Mu whispered. If Aunt Mito and the others knew that the two of them were going out to fight at night, they would definitely nag them. Okay. Gon understood, quietly closed the door, and prepared to sneak out quietly. Obviously it was not the first time he had done this with Li Mu. After closing the door of the house, Li Mu and Gon breathed a sigh of relief. They did not disturb Aunt Mito. Green clearing. Li Mu and Gon stood opposite each other. Old rule, the loser goes to the overtime in front to buy a drink. Asterisk. Chapter 3. The fight begins. Gon bowed his legs and jumped up, then punched Li Mu in the face. Li Mu stood still, waiting for Gon's fist to come. When Gon's fist was about to hit him in the face, he dodged Gon's attack. The great increase in mental strength allows me to easily perceive the movement of Gon's fist, and the great increase in agility allows me to react quickly and easily avoid the fist that is about to fall on my face. Li Mu assessed his physical strength after dodging Gon's move. After Li Mu easily dodged his punch, Gon also knew that Li Mu's strength had improved a lot, so he stopped hiding and picked up the fishing rod that was put aside. Li Mu, just let you see my recent progress in my practice with fishing rods. After Gon finished speaking, he directly waved the fishing rod and attacked Li Mu. Success. Gon saw that the hook was about to hit Li Mu's collar with a hint of joy on his face, but before he could continue to be happy, his hook was empty, and the reason why he was empty was that Li Mu disappeared out of thin air. Only a piece of ice remains. The speed of elementalization is still a bit slow in my opinion. If only I could dodge within the first 0.5 seconds of the Gon hook in my collar. Li Mu looked at the broken thread on the collar and said dissatisfiedly. In fact, Li Mu can make his body elemental in 0.5 seconds just after eating the natural fruit. It is unprecedented. At least those who eat the natural devil fruit in the pirate world are also practicing. It took a while to reach 0.5 seconds or even less. Li Mu, what kind of ability do you have? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Gon saw Li Mu recondensed from the ice slag, his head raised a few hellos, and he asked a little curiously. This is the ability I just acquired not long ago, and that's why I asked you for a test. This ability of mine can elementize my body and become an iceman. Li Mu explained. Your ability is so fun and strong. There was a little star in Gon's eyes. This ability is indeed very strong. I just wanted to temporarily test this ability. Otherwise, I don't need this ability, let's continue to fight. Li Mu said. Frozen fruit is too powerful, even 100 Gon can't beat him. Well, your ability is so perverted that you can disappear out of thin air. Gon nodded, and he also thought that Li Mu's ability could not win with his current strength. But even without the ability of frozen fruit, Li Mu, who has taken the super soldier serum to greatly improve his physique, is not something Gon can handle. Boom. It took only 3 layers of force for Li Mu to blast Gon 5 meters away. It hurts. Gon grinned and rubbed his lower abdomen continuously. Gon, I'm sorry, my strength has suddenly increased, but I still haven't controlled my strength. Li Mu stepped forward with an apologetic look and helped Gon up. He originally thought that the power of the 3rd floor would only hit Gon at most, but he miscalculated his own power. Li Mu, your strength has also improved too fast. Although I lost to you a week ago, I was not as fast as today, so I was completely crushed. Gon said with a smile on his face. Although Li Mu has improved more than him, he is sincerely happy for Li Mu. It's great that your strength has suddenly improved, so that you can defeat Uncle Morad, complete the agreement with Aunt Mito, and then we can go out to sea to participate in the hunter test together. Gon said excitedly. I'm sure I can beat Morad, the master of Yuxin Gym. Gon, you've got to do your best to catch the big fish before the ship that's here to take us to the hunter trial. Li Mu encouraged. He knew that in the original plot, Gon would eventually catch the big fish and take part in the hunter trial. But with him breaking into Gon's life, I don't know if there will be instability in catching the big fish king. After all, fishing the big fish king also has a certain element of luck. If the big fish king doesn't bite the hook, even if you work hard can't catch it. If Gon hadn't caught the big fish king due to his influence when the last day came, he'd help Gon. Li Mu, don't worry, I will definitely catch the big fish king. Gon affirmed. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Day 2. Li Mu accompanies Gon to catch the Big Fish King. He can challenge the pavilion owner Morid to win at any time, but Gon may not be able to catch the Big Fish King, so Li Mu plans to accompany Gon to catch the Big Fish King first. Go challenge Morid. Unfortunately, I didn't catch it the next day. Day 3. Li Mu encouraged Gon and went with Gon to catch the Big Fish King again, but this time he still didn't catch it. On the 4th day, still no catch. On the 5th day, the day before the ship that came to receive Hunter's experiment, Gon secretly got up at 3 in the morning and went to the swamp lake to go fishing. It was obvious that Gon was in a hurry. Gon, let's continue fishing after breakfast. Li Mu brought Aunt Mito's carefully prepared breakfast to the swamp lake in the morning and handed it to Gon. He continued, when you are full, you will be motivated to continue fishing. Gon nodded, then said to Li Mu while eating, Li Mu, today is the last day, I have to catch the Big Fish King today. I know, I have confidence in you. Li Mu responded. If he is not affected by his crossing and develops normally, Gon will definitely be able to catch the Big Fish King. Just after Li Mu responded, the fish float in the middle of the water was suddenly pulled into the water. Gon watched the moment the fish float was pulled into the water, and his spirit suddenly came up, and then he hurriedly lifted the rod. It's the Big Fish King, Li Mu, it's the Big Fish King who has taken the hook. Gon said very excitedly. Gon, don't be careless, don't let this Big Fish King get off the hook again. Li Mu reminded aside. This time off the hook, I am afraid it will be more difficult to catch. Okay, I'll be careful. After Gon finished speaking, he suddenly jumped around the tree and wrapped the fishing line around the tree. Because the big tree that I was fishing for this time looked a bit like a blooming flower, Gon could jump around the tree for a week, and then Gon suddenly fell, relying on the acceleration of gravity to catch the Big Fish King in the water. Li Mu, I did it, I caught the Big Fish King. Gon said happily. Well, you did it, and I'm so happy for you. Li Mu nodded, he could actually use his abilities to help Gon catch the Fish King early, but doing so would make Gon unhappy, and he would feel sorry for it, so it is the best outcome for Gon to catch the Big Fish King by himself. Gon, you go to see Aunt Mito with the Big Fish King, I won't accompany you, I'll go challenge and defeat Yuxin Gym Master Morat. After Li Mu finished speaking, he jumped off the big tree and walked towards Yuxin Gym. Come on Li Mu. Gon dragged the Big Fish King to the shore, then looked at the back of Li Mu who was far away, and gave a thumbs up. Early morning fishing. Aunt Mito is working hard. Mito, it's been almost 5 days, and your Gon is still catching the Big Fish King. That Big Fish King can't be caught by 4 or 5 of us big men. You let Gon go fishing, it's a clear sign that you don't want him to participate in the hunter test. An unshaven middle-aged man on the side joked. Mito was slightly embarrassed to hear the man joking. I also heard that Mito asked Li Mu to challenge Morid, the owner of Yuxin Gym. This is even more impossible. The owner of Morid is much more powerful than the Fish King. It seems that Aunt Mito is afraid that he is more powerful than Gon. Li Mu caught the big fish, so it set a tougher challenge. A middle-aged man with a bald head and a scar at the corner of his eye added. The death rate of the hunter test is extremely high. I don't let them go, it's good for them. Aunt Mito countered. Have you forgotten that Gon's father Jin caught the Big Fish King at Gon's age? There are no dogs. How do I think Gon can catch the Big Fish King? A man with thick eyebrows and big eyes answered. I also think it is possible for Gon to catch the Fish King, but Li Mu defeats Yuxin Gym Master Morid, which is basically impossible. Look, Gon is here. It seems like the Big Fish King is dragging behind him. As expected of Jin's son, he has really caught a Big Fish King who couldn't catch a few big men together. Mito, it looks like you failed in preventing Gon from joining the hunter plan. Mito looked at Big Fish King and Gon. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Gon created a miracle to catch the Big Fish King, maybe Li Mu can also defeat the owner of Morid. A little girl who admired Li Mu whispered. In her heart Li Mu is omnipotent. Little Nizai, if Li Mu beats Morid, he will leave Whale Island to participate in the hunter test, maybe he won't come back for a few years like Kim, you really hope he can beat Morid the owner. An old mother joked aside. Asterisk. Chapter 5. One Heart Gym. Li Mu looked at the students in the gym and said, where's the master of the gym, Morid, I want to challenge him. Li Mu, if you can't beat the owner of the pavilion, give it up and save yourself a beating. Solomon said to Li Mu in the gym. He knew that Li Mu came to challenge the gym master for the hunter test, but he also knew that Li Mu couldn't beat the gym master Morid, and that the gym master Morid would not deliberately lose to Li Mu for the sake of the gym's reputation. How do you know you can't beat him if you don't try it? Go and call out the owner of the Morid pavilion. I have to challenge the pavilion owner Morid today and defeat him. Li Mu responded. Hey, why don't you listen to the persuasion? Why don't you do this? You fight me first. If you can beat me, I'll go and call the owner of the pavilion. If you can't beat me, you'll still be sullen. Go back. Solomon, the master of Yuxin Gym, stood up from the state of sitting cross-legged, came directly opposite Li Mu and continued, last time we opened 5-5, but I have received a lot of teaching from the master these days. This time, let's open the 3-7, you are 3 and I are 7. This time it's 0-10. Li Mu thought to himself. With the ability of frozen fruit and the transformation of the body by the super soldier serum, Li Mu can defeat Solomon with one move, so it is 0-10. Senior brother Solomon will win. The students sitting cross-legged saw that senior brother Solomon was going to compete with Li Mu, and they cheered for Solomon, but there was one exception among these students, that is Na Yuling. Na Yuling is the daughter of the pavilion owner Morad. Although the pavilion owner Morad is very rough, Na Yuling has perfectly avoided the roughness of her father Morad and inherited the beautiful appearance of her mother. The reason why Na Yuling cheers for Li Mu is because she has a crush on Li Mu. If Li Mu wants her to confess, she will definitely agree, but unfortunately Li Mu is an idiot. After the cheering sound is over, it is accompanied by a bang. Solomon slammed into the wooden door on the side and smashed the wooden door. Senior brother Solomon. Several of Solomon's little fans saw that Solomon was punched against the wooden door, and hurriedly stepped forward to check, showing their concern. After confirming that Solomon was all right, he stared at Li Mu with a pair of angry eyes. After Na Yuling defeated Solomon with one punch from Li Mu, she was first surprised and then happy. As expected, the man she liked was amazing. Cough cough. Help me get up, I'll go to the inner courtyard and call the master out. Solomon coughed twice. After Na Yuling heard Solomon's words, a struggle flashed between her brows. Li Mu competed with senior brother Solomon. She stood on Li Mu's side, but when Li Mu competed with her father, she had a hard time deciding. Brother Li Mu, I will intercede for you in front of my father later. If he dares to hurt you, I will pull his beard. After Na Yuling finished saying this, the sad expression between her brows slowly relaxed. Yuling, thank you for interceding for me, but it may be your father who is injured today, and I will try to keep it. Li Mu nodded at Na Yuling. You really came to challenge me in order to participate in the hunter test? You never came. I thought you knew you couldn't beat me, so you gave up. I didn't expect you to come anyway. The owner of the gym, Morad, walked into the gym from the inner courtyard, surrounded by the students, and continued to Li Mu, don't cry when you lose, thief ha ha ha. Dad. After Na Yuling heard her father Morad's words, she couldn't help pulling Morad's arm and shaking it. Got it, father remembers what you said a few days ago, I tried my best to defeat Li Mu without hurting him. Morad looked at his daughter dotingly and whispered. In fact, he also admired Li Mu very much. If not, he would not object to his daughter's crush on Li Mu. Master, this time I came prepared, you should lose to me. Li Mu thought about it for a while, and then said. Saying this in advance gave the owner of the museum Morad a mental preparation, so that he would not be able to accept it after losing to Li Mu. Come prepared, thief ha ha ha, okay, let me see what your kid has prepared to challenge me. After Morad finished speaking, he asked the disciples to step aside, and then stood face to face with Li Mu. You attack first, and I will let you make 3 moves with both hands on my back. Come on, attack. Morad patted the dust on his body. Although he admires Li Mu very much, he also has his own pride, and it is right for him to be challenged by a young boy like Li Mu to make 2 or 3 moves. It is good. Li Mu raised his fist and punched it quickly and accurately on Morad's abdomen. He only used 20% of his strength. Wow! Morad's cheeks bulged, and his eyes couldn't stop blinking. Good boy, let you do 3 tricks, you even come out to beat me with the strength of breastfeeding, let's see how I will deal with you later. Morad thought to himself. He didn't even escape just now. Although he has already suffered a punch, Morad is still holding on for the sake of face. Since he said that there are 3 moves, then 3 moves. Boy, your punches are quite strong, but to me, it's still like a tickling. After Monad exhaled, he immediately hardened his breath. Yes. Li Mu punched again. He was afraid that he would hurt Morad by hitting him too hard. Since Morad felt that his fist was tickling, he would use more force. Boom. Morad was knocked to the ground with a punch. Father. Master. The students in the gym hurriedly helped the master of Morad up. You kid, don't talk about martial arts, I didn't call the start of the second move, and your second punch came in a sneak attack. Since you don't talk about martial arts, I won't let you in the third move. Morad is serious. In fact, Morad already felt that Li Mu was very strong. He was knocked down by a punch without reacting just now, so he couldn't let it go. If he did a move, he would probably be beaten by Li Mu's fist. He fell to the ground again and even suffered some minor injuries. Chapter 6. Morad Museum Owner, why did you come to the fresh market? We just heard from Gon that Li Mu is going to challenge you. Did you beat up this stinky boy Li Mu? The owner of a fish stall in the fresh market asked directly after seeing the owner of the Morad pavilion. After hearing the words of the owner of the fish stall, Morad's cheeks couldn't help blushing. He didn't beat Li Mu, but was defeated by Li Mu, and in his serious state, he was defeated by Li Mu in 2 moves. My family, Li Mu, has caused trouble for the owner of the museum. Seeing that Morad did not refute the words of the fish stall owner, Aunt Mito thought that Li Mu lost to Morad. Mito, your Li Mu is very promising. After Morad finished saying these words, he hurriedly fled away as if sullen. Home. Gon and Li Mu extended their right fists to each other. This is the tacit understanding that they passed through Aunt Mito's agreement together. Li Mu, can you tell us how you defeated the pavilion owner Morad? Gon asked expectantly. He was not able to watch the fight between Li Mu and the owner because he was going to take Big Fish King to the morning market to tell Aunt Mito. Well, I told you, the pavilion owner Morad is very powerful. He pulled out 2 prop wooden swords at the beginning of the fight, and then used the double sword Flo Yanhui, 1 meter long. The swallow shape slashed towards me along the wooden sword. I felt a huge threat in the face of this slash, and then activated the ability of frozen fruit, and instantly fired 2 ice spears to cut off the owner of the Morad pavilion. Slash, and then. Li Mu's mouth turned up. Wow, is it such a wonderful fight? Gon was very excited to hear it. Of course it's fake. How can Morad Tree know swordsmanship? Why do you still trust people so easily? You believe everything I say. Li Mu laughed twice. Fake. But Gon didn't care that Li Mu lied and teased him. I trust you, Li Mu, because you are my best friend. After Li Mu heard Gon's words, he stopped teasing Gon. He knew that Gon had a sincere and pure heart, which is why he and Gon became best friends. Gon, how much pocket money do you have now, can you lend me some? Li Mu said to Gon. He has a 1 Yuan instant kill system. When the system releases a task and he completes the task, he has the opportunity to have a 1 Yuan instant kill. At other times, the products in the system mall are at the original price. Not much, about 100,000 monks. Gon took out 80,000 ringgits from his small green skull bag, which he earned from selling the Big Fish King not long ago. Then Gon ran to the room, took out a pink porcelain pig, and smashed it into pieces. The 20,000 rennies that were saved were instantly revealed. I need 90,000 GNI, keep the remaining 10,000. Li Mu put away the 90,000 Juni, then picked up the remaining 10,000 Juni on the ground and handed it to Gon's hand. He also has some savings and Gon's 90,000 GNI can just buy something that is not too expensive and practical in the system mall. Bathroom. Li Mu called up the virtual panel, and then recharged Jenny into it. Are you sure you want to buy substitute? A large line of characters appears on the virtual panel. Buy. Li Mu chose to buy it without hesitation. Successful purchase. Following Li Mu's successful purchase, an ascension scroll appeared in front of Li Mu. Do you want to learn avatars? Study. As Li Mu chose to study, the scroll of ascension disappeared instantly, and a strange energy and memory formed in Li Mu's body. Gon, try to punch me in the chest. Li Mu pushed open the bathroom door and said to Gon. It is good. Gon believed Li Mu's words very much and punched Li Mu, but he only used 50% of his strength. He knew that Li Mu should be trying to experiment. Boom. The moment Gon hit Li Mu's left chest, Li Mu suddenly turned into a plume of white smoke, and then a piece of wood fell to the ground. The effect of the avatar technique is good, even Gon, who has a sensitive brain, didn't find it. Li Mu walked out of the bathroom with a little satisfaction. Wow, it's so cool, Li Mu, what move is this, can you teach me? There were little stars in Gon's eyes. Of course I can learn the avatar technique also thanks to you. Li Mu nodded, he just learned everything about the avatar when he fused the avatar scroll, it shouldn't be a problem to teach Gon. But I can't give it to you now. When you master the power of mind, I will teach you. Li Mu continued. Substitute requires special energy to trigger chakra in Hokage, and can also be activated in Hunter's world. This is an optimization given by the system mall. Li Mu can use the substitute because the fusion scroll is fused in the body at the same time. A special energy, this energy not only allowed him to use the substitute technique, but also improved his physique again. Name, Li Mu. Constitution, 31. Spirit, 19. Strength, 23. Agility, 21. Devil Fruit ability, Frozen Fruit, Awakening level 15%. Ninjutsu, Substitution Jutsu. Li Mu called up the attribute panel, and the strange energy that poured into his body when he fused the avatar scroll increased his physique, mental strength and agility by a single point. Mind power? What is mind power? Gon asked Li Mu curiously. Chapter 7. Nen is an ability to manipulate life energy, freely manipulate the life energy aura emitted by the body, and the power used in attack or defense is called mind. Li Mu thought for a while and said. He only remembered it roughly. Oh, where can I learn mind power? Li Mu, do you know mind power? Gon continued to ask. I don't know how to nen. After we participate in the hunter test and become hunters, we will have a place to learn the ability to read. Li Mu said. Nen, who studied with the help of the Hunter Society, was more systematic. Well, listening to you, let's do our best and become hunter together. Gon nodded, learning Nen was another goal of his becoming a hunter. Noon. Aunt Mito came back from work in the morning after work. Gon, didn't you say you want to participate in the hunter's trial with Li Mu? If Li Mu can't go to the hunter's trial, are you still going? Aunt Mito asked Gon, who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks and watching TV. Gon has already caught the Big Fish King through her request, and she can't go back, so she hopes to keep Gon from Li Mu. Why can't Li Mu go to the hunter trial? We have already made an appointment to go together. Gon looked at Li Mu, who was making Van's tofu in the kitchen, looked at Li Mu, and asked in confusion. He lost to the museum owner Morad. According to my agreement with him, he cannot participate in the hunter trial. Aunt Mito glanced at Li Mu, who was cutting tofu, and said to Gon. Losing to the owner of the museum Morad? Aunt Mito, did you make a mistake? Li Mu challenged the owner of the museum Morad not long ago and won. Gon scratched his head and continued, I see, Aunt Mito didn't want me to participate in the hunter trial, so she deliberately told the lie that Li Mu lost to the museum owner Morad. Li Mu won. Aunt Mito's voice suddenly improved a lot. Aunt Mito, I won. After hearing Aunt Mito's words, Li Mu nodded affirmatively. Impossible, I also met the museum owner Morad in the morning, and he tacitly agreed. Aunt Mito said in a weak voice. Uncle Morad is a person who loves face. Of course he won't admit it to his face. Why don't I make a phone call? While Li Mu was talking, he washed his hands, then came to the landline phone and dialed the number of Yuxin Jim. Hey, Uncle Morad, Aunt Mito wants to know if I beat you, tell my Aunt Mito. After Li Mu handed the receiver to Aunt Mito, he walked straight into the kitchen. After Morad heard Li Mu's words, his face jumped a few times, this brat. M.O. Morad Pavilion Master, you really lost to Li Mu? Aunt Mito asked in a low voice. That I was thinking of using 50% of my strength to fight against Li Mu, but I didn't expect that Li Mu was quite strong. He defeated me who showed 50% of my strength, thief, haha. Morad wanted to smile to show himself, but he laughed so hard that he felt awkward. You're also true, knowing that I don't want Li Mu to participate in the hunter trial with a very high mortality rate, you still let Li Mu win. After Mito heard Morad admit it, he couldn't help complaining to Morad. Hey. Mito, you don't have to. It's not a problem if you let the child be under your wing, and the eagle has to learn to fly by itself. It's not necessarily a bad thing for you to let them go out. I remember when I left Whale Island with Jin and went to Yanbian City to explore. Morad recalled. He once took the hunter exam with Jin, but Jin passed the hunter's trial and he was brushed off. But Mito was interrupted by Morad before he could finish. My daughter called me to lunch, hang up. Morad said. Dad, the meal isn't ready yet. After Na Yuling heard her father's words, she responded. Morad. Hey. Aunt Mito sighed softly after Morad hung up the phone, and then hung up the phone voluntarily. Gone, Li Mu, you know that the mortality rate of the hunter trial is extremely high. I don't want you to participate because I am afraid of losing you. If you are 2 years old, I will not stop you from going. Aunt Mito looked at Li Mu who was cooking and Gon who was watching TV series. Aunt Mito, I want to be a hunter like my father. Gon looked at Aunt Mito firmly, showing his determination. Aunt Mito, I can even defeat the strongest pavilion owner on the island, Morad. There will be no problem with going to the hunter trial. I will take good care of Gon. Li Mu brought out a plate of poached chicken and put it on the dinner table and said to Aunt Mito. When the children are old, let them go out and try. Grandma Fang walked out of the room. She was actually very reluctant to part with Li Mu and Gon, but she would not keep Li Mu and Gon by her side forever because of her reluctance to part. Grandma thanked, Aunt Mito, come and try this white-cut chicken, because I'm about to leave, this is a big meal I specially prepared for you. Li Mu took a piece of white-cut chicken and handed it to Grandma Fang's mouth. Delicious. What my baby makes is delicious. Grandma Fang had a look of reluctance in her eyes after tasting the white-cut chicken. Li Mu, your dishes are delicious too. Gon also picked up his chopsticks and praised loudly with a piece of white-cut chicken. Yeah, it's delicious, but unfortunately I won't be able to eat it for a while. Aunt Mito opened her mouth and took advantage of the white-cut chicken that Li Mu fed, feeling a little sour in her heart. Asterisk. Chapter 8. The next day. I will definitely be admitted to a professional hunter. When we become hunters, we will come back to see Aunt Mito, you and Grandma Fanged. Gon said to Aunt Mito. Aunt Mito, when we come back next time, I will bring you a lot of delicious and fun things. Li Mu smiled lightly, showing his white teeth. You must come back to visit us, this is our agreement. Aunt Mito stretched out her hands to draw the hooks. Gon and Li Mu looked at each other and stretched out a hand to pull the hook with Aunt Mito. The promised seal. The 4 thumbs are stamped together. Promise me, you must come back safely. Aunt Mito directly reported Li Mu and Gon to her heart after the appointment, and there were tears in her eyes again. Mito, won't you go to the port to see you off? Grandma Font asked Mito. If you don't go, if you go, I'm afraid I can't hold back my tears. Mito rubbed his red and swollen eyes and looked at the distant Gon and Li Mu and whispered. On the way to the port. Li Mu and Gon were blocked. Li Mu, this is for you. A girl with a ponytail handed a purse to Li Mu's hand. There is a peace talisman in it. I asked for it at the temple. I hope it will keep you safe. Xiaoan, you are too kind, thank you. Li Mu took the purse and put it in the backpack behind him, thanking him. When the young girl Xiaoan heard Li Mu complimenting her, her face turned red all of a sudden. Xiaoan, don't worry, Li Mu and I will pass the hunter license safely. Gon glanced at the girl Xiaoan and said. After hearing Gon's words, Xiaoan couldn't help but give Gon a blank look. Light bulb. Xiaoan, Gon and I are leaving first. If we go late, we will miss the boat. Li Mu waved at Xiaoan, then took Gon's hand and walked away quickly. Two idiots. The girl Xiaoan stomped her feet in anger. Port. Smelly Li Mu, you didn't even say hello to me before you left. Na Yuling, the daughter of Morad, the owner of Yuxin Gym, said something in a ruthless mouth. Sorry. I forgot. Li Mu couldn't help scratching the back of his head and said. Give. Na Yuling carefully took out a purse from her pocket and handed it to Li Mu. This is the peace charm I asked for you at the temple on the mountain yesterday, you have brought it. Na Yuling handed the purse to Li Mu's hands. It's a peace talisman again, just now. Gon blurted out after hearing Na Yuling's words, but before Gon finished speaking, Li Mu covered his mouth. Again? Gon, do you mean that Li Mu received a purse just now? Na Yuling's cheeks puffed out angrily. Ah, haha, it's because Aunt Mito gave one and you came to give it again, so Gon said again, but I like the peace charm you gave me. Thank you. Li Mu blinked at Gon as he spoke. It's getting late, it's time for us to board the ship. After Li Mu finished speaking, he directly dragged Gon and jumped onto the big boat ahead. Li Mu, you must come back safely. Na Yuling looked at Li Mu who jumped onto the boat and shouted loudly. Gon, Li Mu, you must get your hunter license and come back. The neighbors and acquaintances at the port looked at Li Mu and Gon on the boat and said. Well, I will definitely become the world's #1 hunter. Gon waved to the neighbors and acquaintances in the port and said. Since Gon is going to become the world's #1 hunter, I won't fight with you. My goal is President Hunter. I'm the man who wants to become President Hunter. Just wait and see. Li Mu also waved his hands and said goodbye to his neighbors and acquaintances. Goodbye Aunt Mito, Grandma Fangt, Na Yuling, Xiaoan, and everyone who likes the two of us. Humph, just two little brats, they actually made a lot of nonsense, one wants to become the world's #1 hunter, and the other wants to become the leader of the world's hunter. A young man with a headscarf snorted coldly, looked at Li Mu and Gon and said. Yeah, the little devils have not grown all their hairs now, they all came to participate in the hunter trial. I really don't know how to write the word death. A young man with a fruit knife slicing a green apple followed and sneered. You'd better keep your mouth clean, otherwise. Li Mu said to the two young people, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gon. Li Mu, forget it, Aunt Mito told us to go out and not cause trouble. Gon took Li Mu's hand and said. Stinky brat, who do you think is lucky? Are you looking for a fight? After hearing Li Mu's words, the man with the hood directly stood up from his seated state, and walked towards Li Mu with steps that he did not recognize. Hey dude, you're stepping on my shoes, please apologize. Leorio, who was sitting on the deck, pushed the black sunglasses and said to the hooded youth. Hey, with sunglasses, are you trying to pick something up? Didn't you just touch your shoes? Are you looking for a fight? The hooded youth glanced at Leorio, and anger flashed in his eyes. Leorio, get out of the way, this person is mine. Li Mu stepped forward and said with an unquestionable tone. How did you know my name was Leorio when you first got on the boat? And please call me Mr. Leorio, be more respectful to me. Leorio stood up from the sitting state with one hand on the deck, looking at Li Mu with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Hey, you little bastards are giving me a little peace on the boat, don't cause any fatalities. Captain Red Nose came out of the cabin and said. He didn't mind the fight between the newcomers who were going to participate in the hunter's trial, but at least on his ship, no life could be caused. The storm is coming. Gon sniffed the sea breeze with his nose and said softly. A storm is coming. Captain Red Nose was startled when he heard Gon's words. Well, the storm is coming soon. Gon jumped on the mast, stood on the observation deck, pinched his nose, glanced at the seagulls circling in the sky, then pointed to the seagulls and said to the captain, they told me. The red-nosed captain glanced at the clouds in the distant sky, and his face became solemn. Huh? The look in this little brother's eyes, could it be that he is the son of Jin? Sure enough, there is no dog. Captain Red Nose thought to himself. The storm was as Gon said, and it didn't take long to come. These newcomers who took the boat to the hunter trial were all driven into the cabin by Captain Red Nose. Next, is the main event, little ones, we're going to play. Red Nose looked at the waves that rolled in front of him to a height of 3 meters and said to some of his crew members. After half an hour, under the precise steering of Captain Red Nose, the boat rolled over several waves. The rain has stopped for a while, let's see how the newcomers who participated in the hunter trial are doing. As soon as the red-nosed captain turned around, he saw one of his crew members vomited uncontrollably. Hey, it's too weak. The red-nosed captain shook his head. Obviously he was not very satisfied with his crew. I don't know what happened to the crew in the cabin who want to participate in the hunter test. If they are like this, then I will put them in the official screen them all before participating in the hunter trial. Captain Red-Nose opened cabin number 1 and saw that the newcomers who were preparing to participate in the hunter trial were all stumbling, dizzy and vomiting, and couldn't help shaking his head. It's really too weak. Such a newcomer is better than letting him participate in the official hunter trial. If they were killed, I might as well eliminate them first and let them survive. I don't know what happened to the little brother who may be the son of Jin. Has he survived the test of the storm? Captain Red-Nose walked to the door of the second cabin and opened it. When the red-nosed captain saw Gon taking care of the seasick newcomers, Leorio eating a sour green apple, Kurapika lying on the bed reading a book, Li Mu sitting on the side with push UPS, and one of his weak-looking crew members, his eyes couldn't help showing a look of approval. You four come with me. Captain Red-Nose pointed at Li Mu, Gon, and Leorio Kurapika, then turned back to the operation room. This old man told us that what we were doing in the past wouldn't be conspiracy, right? Leorio couldn't help but speak after Captain Red-Nose left. Do you have money? Li Mu asked. No. Leorio shook his head. Are you handsome? Leorio stroked his hair just as he was about to answer handsomely, but was interrupted by Gon. Mr. Leorio looks very masculine. Leorio strikes a masculine look. You look masculine but not handsome, have no money, and have many shortcomings? What can Captain Red-Nose covet from you? Li Mu said after the last push-up. Although he can rely on the Yuan instant kill system to improve his strength, he also needs to strengthen his training. He also needs to be hard on himself. If Li Mu's physical fitness was not good enough, he might not be able to withstand the powerful medicinal power of the super genetic medicine. I'm much more handsome than you, so shut up if you can't speak. Leorio looked at Li Mu and said with some dissatisfaction. Let's go see Captain Red-Nose. He asked us to go over. He probably wanted to announce 10 to us. Kurapika guessed after closing the book. The four came to the operating room together and stood opposite Captain Red-Nose. What's your name? Asked the red-nosed captain, taking a puff of his cigarette. My name is Gon. Li Mu. Leorio. Kurapika. Record it. Captain Red-Nose said to the crew on the side. Why do you four want to be hunters? My dad is hunter, and I wanted to know what the hunter job that fascinated my dad was like. So I left Whale Island. Gon replied. Sure enough, he is the son of Jin. Captain Red-Nose's eyes narrowed after hearing Gon's introduction. What's the fun of not being a hunter in a world where hunters rule? So I want to be a hunter, even the leader of the hunter, and the president of the hunter. Li Mu replied. Good ambition. I'm optimistic about you, kid. Captain Red-Nose nodded, then looked at Leorio. You're not a hunter examiner, why are you asking us these questions? Leorio said dissatisfiedly. K as I, since Mr. Leorio is unwilling to answer, then cross out his name. Although I am not the official examiner of Hunter's Trial, I am a temporary examiner hired by the Hunter Association. Hunter's Trial is all over the world. There are too many people from all over the world, and the Hunter Association simply can't select so many people for assessment, so we hired us to screen out a group of people first. The red-nosed captain exhaled a smoke ring and said. Task, participate in the official Hunter assessment. Mission reward, a chance to kill. Second kill products, fireball technique, transformation technique, detonating talisman. The system's voice sounded in Li Mu's mind. The official hunter assessment should start from the monkey-like instructor Sato's underground. That is to say, when I get there, even if I complete the task, I have a chance of a $1 instant kill. Li Mu thought to himself. Chaos, didn't you hear him cross out his name? The red-nosed captain glanced at the thin crew member Chaos, beside him, and said. Begging for everything. I answer, don't cross out my name. I became a hunter for money, power, power. Leorio replied. I am a survivor of the Kuluta clan, and I want to be a hunter to hunt down the thieves group that killed all my compatriots, the Phantom Troop. Kurapika's eyes quickly turned red when he mentioned the Phantom Troop, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. Asterisk. Chapter 10. You want to be a bounty hunter. Phantom Troop is a Class A wanted criminal, and even the hunter elites don't dare to take it lightly. You will only die in vain. Captain Red-Nose said. Hunters in the Hunter Association are also divided into many types. The most common is the bounty hunter. In addition to the bounty hunter, there are relic hunter, ocean hunter, food hunter, demon hunter. The Phantom Troop will not be destroyed for a day. I feel uneasy. I must walk on the road of destroying the Phantom Troop, because I am afraid that once I stop, I will let myself forget the hatred. Time can make people forget everything. Kurapika was red-eyed, his eyes were bright and beautiful. The hatred of the whole family is on you alone, and it is not easy for you. Captain Red-Nose sighed. The hunter world is a world where power is respected, and there are not a few criminals like Phantom Troop who have killed the entire family and are still at large. Why does revenge have to be a hunter? Leorio snorted aside. Leorio, don't you know that after becoming a hunter, you can enter some areas that ordinary people can't enter, and inquire about some special information? Kurapika said. Call me Mr. Leorio, you filthy bloodline survivor of the only surviving Kuluda clan. Leorio resents how Kurapika addressed him. Leorio, please take back that sentence. After Kurapika heard Leorio's words, there was a trace of anger in her heart. Call me Leorio again. It doesn't seem to teach you a lesson. You don't have a long memory. Come out with me and we will duel. Leorio pointed at Kurapika's head with his right index finger. Then the two walked out of the cabin. There's a good show to watch, let's go to the duel, hope we won't be disturbed by the waterspout. Lemieux put his hands behind his head, and Usse followed him out. Hey, you three stinky bastards, come back to me. I haven't finished speaking yet. Captain Red Nose was slightly dissatisfied. Let them go, Aunt Mito said that if you want to understand a person, you need to understand why that person is angry. So it's better for them to deal with it themselves. On deck. Kurapika pulled out his dagger with a wooden case, and Leorio posed as a boxer. Interesting, is Leorio stronger or Kurapika stronger at this time? It should be Kurapika stronger. Lemieux thought to himself. The waterspout is coming, everyone, get into the cabin. Gon's voice came from the operating room. Waterspout. Lemieux looked to the rear right, and sure enough, a huge waterspout like a dragon absorbing water appeared in the sky not far away. I don't want the waterspout to disturb my play. After Lemieux finished speaking, he jumped from the deck with his legs bowed. Lemieux, little devil, what are you doing? Are you dying? That's a waterspout, are you going to die? The red-nosed captain in the operating room couldn't help shouting when he saw Lemieux jumping towards the waterspout. Captain, Lemieux jumped towards the waterspout, which shows that he has the ability to fight the waterspout. We have to have confidence in him. Gon, who had just rushed to the deck, said to the red-nosed captain in the operating room. Gon remembers that Lemieux showed the frozen fruit ability in a deserted lake after he obtained the ability, and directly froze the deserted lake, so Gon trusts Lemieux's strength very much. This is a waterspout created by nature. How can you fight against it? While talking, Captain Red Nose hurriedly turned the rudder to the left, trying to avoid the incoming waterspout. He couldn't care less about saving Lemieux. I see time. Lemieux, who was briefly stagnant in the air, stretched out 2 popsicles in his palms. When the popsicles touched the waterspout, Lemieux activated the ability to freeze the devil fruit. With the activation of the ability of the frozen devil fruit, the tyrannical waterspout suddenly stopped in place and instantly turned into an ice sculpture. This little devil has frozen the waterspout by himself. The red-nosed captain who was at the helm looked at the stationary ice sculpture waterspout through the window, and was shocked that all the pipes in the air fell to the ground. Little monster, with such perverted abilities at such an age, what a little monster. Captain Red Nose couldn't help but exclaim. It is rumored that the secret realm hunter brought a rippled golden fruit when he returned from the secret realm. After eating the fruit, he will have some superpowers. It seems that this little monster should also have acquired the ability from a secret realm in the world. Captain Red Nose thought to himself. FCK, this Lemieux actually froze the extremely destructive waterspout. Leorio looked at the waterspout that was blocked by ice not far away, and was very horrified. I asked him to call me Mr. Leorio honorably when he first got on the boat. Will he hold revenge on me? Looking at Lemieux who fell on the deck, Leorio couldn't help but groan in his heart. Lemieux, you are really strong, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with you in a short time. Gon walked over to Lemieux and said. Although these are some dejected words, Gon is not discouraged at all, on the contrary, he is very motivated. In the past, he used his father Jin as a goal, but now he has another goal, that is to catch up with Lemieux's footsteps and even strength more than Lemieux. This kid named Lemieux is so strong. We offended him just now. Will he trouble us? The hooded youth and the man who cut green apples who had offended Lemieux before looked at the still huge ice sculpture of a waterspout not far away, and their double eyelids couldn't help beating. Ross, why don't we take the initiative to apologize? Maybe we take the initiative to apologize, he will forgive us a lot. The hooded youth said to Ross, who was holding a fruit knife beside him. I think so too, let's apologize. The two of them came to Lemieux's side voluntarily. What are you doing here? Lemieux's brows furrowed when he looked at the man who said before that he and Gon were brats without even hair. Ah! Your Excellency Lemieux, don't get me wrong, we are here to apologize for your rudeness before. Lord Lemieux, you are magnanimous and broad-minded. I hope you don't care about us two villains. Ross and Deus apologized in panic. That is it. Lemieux's voice sank, and he slightly raised his cold hand. Seeing Lemieux raising his hand, Ross and Deus fell to the ground in fright. Lord Lemieux, is our fault, please don't remember the villain, forgive us. Lemieux, they have already apologized, just let them go, these two are also pathetic. Gon said aside. Get out. Li Mu said solemnly. Ross and Days were ready to leave as if they were amnesty. And many more. Li Mu's sudden voice made Ross and Dais's feet tremble. You have to thank Gon, or else. Li Mu continued. When Ross and Dais heard Li Mu's words, they breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly said to Gon, Thank you, Gon, you are such a good person. Not far away, Leorio, who did not fight Kurapika, was in a tangle. He also asked Li Mu to address him with honorifics before, which was considered to have offended Li Mu. Should he apologize? But if he apologizes, his reputation will be ruined. Does Leorio lose face? Finally, Leorio has a decision in his heart. Chapter 11. Karika, I'm sorry, I take back what I said to you just now. Actually, I'm not older than you. You can call me Leorio if you want. Leorio touched the back of his head and said. He said these words not only to Kurapika, but also to Li Mu in disguise. It doesn't matter, in fact, I was also at fault. I shouldn't have called you Leorio when you insisted on calling you Mr. Leorio. Kurapika responded by putting away the 2 knives in her hand. You settled it peacefully like this. Li Mu looked at Leorio and Kurapika and asked. He also wanted to see the battle between Leorio and Kurapika and evaluate the strength of the two. It seems that there is no chance. Li Mu, it's great that the 2 of them can resolve the conflict. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Gon said aside. That's what your Aunt Mito taught you too. Captain Red Nose looked at Gon and asked. It wasn't taught by Aunt Mito, it was my inner thoughts. Gon looked at Captain Red Nose and said. It's too similar, too much like the Jin who just went to sea at that time. Captain Red Nose sighed involuntarily. However, this hunter trial will be much more difficult than the previous ones. Except for Li Mu, who can freeze a water spout, the other 3 may be eliminated. Captain Red Nose knew some inside information, so he knew that this time the assessor was very unique. The ship still has an hour to dock, you go to prepare, get ready to disembark. After the red-nosed captain finished speaking, he patted the water droplets on his clothes and returned to the operating room to start speeding up, trying to leave this stormy area quickly. After an hour, the ship arrived at the port smoothly. Little brothers, get off the boat. Captain Red Nose stood on the bow, looking at the 4 people on the deck who had passed his screening. Uncle Red Nose, how did the road to the top of the mountain come? When disembarking, Li Mu could stay last and asked Captain Red Nose. Huh? How did you know I was going to guide you to that huge cedar on the top of the mountain? Captain Red Nose asked in surprise, did I accidentally reveal it when I was drunk before? Grumbling. Captain Red Nose picked up the bottle and took 2 gulps. He originally planned to get off the boat and tell Gon, and then let Gon tell the other 3, but since Li Mu asked, he told Li Mu the same. After all, Li Mu and Gon are partners. You can keep walking in that direction. Captain Red Nose pointed to a small alley to the right and said. Well, thank you, Uncle Red Nose. After Li Mu finished speaking, he put on his skull bag and bowed his legs and jumped off the boat. I asked Captain Red Nose. If we move in that direction, we will have a chance to reach the official site of the hunter trial. Li Mu said to Gon and Kurapika and Leorio who were standing together. What? Captain Red Nose said so, but the notice I received was clearly to go to the bus stop, take the bus. Leorio said suspiciously. I have already said how to go to the hunter trial site. As for whether you want to join us or not, it is up to you. Gon, let's go. Li Mu said while walking after tidying up his backpack. I believe Li Mu, since he said that he can finally reach the hunter's trial site by taking this road, he will definitely achieve it. After Gon said this to Leorio and Kurapika, he trotted to catch up with Li Mu. You also received the hunter trial news that you should take the big bus in front of you. How do you choose? Leorio looked at Kurapika and asked. Since Captain Red Nose is a temporary assessor, what he said is very credible, so I believe that Captain Red Nose also believes in Li Mu and Gon. After Kurapika finished speaking, she turned around and ran after Li Mu and Gon. The 3 fools have already notified the bus to go, and they still believe the words of the big-nosed captain. The big-nosed captain has a big red nose. At first glance, he is not a good person. Leorio glanced at the map of the platform while muttering in a low voice, then walked in the direction of the big bus designated to carry them to the hunter trial site. After walking about 100 paces, Leorio heard a conversation in a small alley, and his original appearance of strolling in the courtyard immediately changed color. In the alley, the 2 young people were chatting in a low voice. Taking a bus to the hunter's trial site is really a trap. I heard that no half or 2 buses can reach the trial site in the Saba area. This group of rookies who came to participate in the hunter's trial is too much. What a fool, I'm going to be eliminated here. Okay. A high-pitched cry came out of Leorio's mouth. Please, Gon, Li Mu, Kurapika, you 3 wait for me. Leorio ran desperately towards the alley that Li Mu pointed to. In fact, not only Leorio, but also a person who was preparing to participate in the hunter trial who had overheard Li Mu and Captain Red Nose communicating at the port also secretly followed behind the 3 of Gon Li Mu. Hi, I'm so tired, I finally caught up with you guys. After catching up with Li Mu, Gon, and Karapika, Leorio couldn't help but gasped and continued, the three of you can't help it. You three look lonely, so I will accompany you for a ride. Obviously, Leorio was trying to hide his embarrassment with such a lame excuse. Well, since you've followed along, I'll tell you what I said to Gon and Karapika just now. Don't talk to the three of you in the next level, and I'll solve it all. Li Mu looked at Leorio and said. If he remembered it well, the first question was to ask and answer his mother-in-law. If there were no accidents, Gon and Karapika would be able to pass the test safely. The only unstable factor was Leorio. The next level? Why won't the level below let me speak? What right do you have? Leorio had just finished speaking, but when he saw Li Mu's sinking face, he hurriedly sneered, I listen to you, can't I listen to you? Well, remember what you said. After Li Mu once again warned Leorio about the unstable factor, he continued to lead the three of Gon forward. Walked about 500 meters. The four of Li Mu came to an alley with some dilapidated old houses. The four of them had just walked into the alley, when the door of the wooden house on the side suddenly opened, and an old woman, surrounded by a group of people wearing masks, sat down on the wooden platform and blocked the way of the four. Nervous. Stimulate. Choose one of two, exciting and nervous. The old woman stared at her eyes and shouted loudly. Chapter 12. You guys are heading towards the fir trees on the top of the mountain, right? If you want to go there, you have to go through this town alley. Next, I will ask a question. You have 5 seconds to answer. If the answer is correct, I will let you go. The old woman supported her head with her hands beside the wooden platform and said. Hey, why is it so sudden, we are not prepared. Leorio said dissatisfiedly. Leorio, don't talk, leave it to me next, and I will take you through this test. Li Mu said to the slightly irritable Leorio. You want to take the three of them to pass my test? My test is very difficult. The old woman said calmly. Hey, you four little devils, if you don't answer the question, let me come. Not far away, a young man with a pair of knives on his back walked slowly over. This young man was the one who overheard Li Mu and Captain Red Nose talking before. Step aside. The youth with 2 knives on his back pushed Li Mu, who was blocking his way, with his hand and said. You annoy me. Li Mu glanced at the young man with 2 knives on his back who pushed him and said. There are so many people who are unhappy with me, what can you do to me as a little devil? Before the man with the 2 knives could finish speaking, Li Mu punched him to the ground. Hey, this is not the place for you to fight. The old woman patted the wooden platform in front of her and said. You stinky brat dares to hit me, see if I won't hit you. Before the man with the 2 knives could finish speaking, he was knocked to the ground again by Li Mu's right hook. You just said I was a kid. Leorio picked up a long wooden stick from the side of the house, then dragged the stick to the side of the man with 2 knives, and hit the man with 2 knives on the leg. Click. The stick broke in 2. Gon, Karapika, aren't you coming to beat him? He just called us brats. Leorio pointed at Gon and Karapika, pointing to the man with 2 knives on his back. Not interested in. Karapika shook his head and said. Gon also shook his head, he always remembered that Li Mu said that he should not speak at this level, so he didn't speak, just shook his head. Hey, if you continue to make trouble, I will disqualify you from participating in the hunter trial. Seeing that these 5 people were ignoring her existence, the old woman was slightly dissatisfied. But, if it wasn't for this old woman begging for mercy, I'd have to break your leg. Leorio snorted after pushing the man with 2 knives on his back and taking a sip. Next, who of you will answer the question first? The old woman asked. I go first. The man with the 2 knives on his back hurriedly raised his right hand and said it first. Hey, haven't you been beaten enough? Seeing that the man was going to take the lead, Leorio squatted down and took the half of the wooden stick he just broke into his hand again. Quiet. Since he decides to answer the question first, let's start with him. The old woman glanced at Li Mu and Leorio and said. Let him answer the question, he can't get through anyway. Li Mu stopped Leorio, who was about to swing a stick at the man with 2 knives on his back. It's in our favor if he answers first, let him explore the way first. Karapika followed suit. After Karapika said the same thing, Leorio threw the stick on the ground and pushed his glasses against the wall not far away. Are you ready? You only have 5 seconds to answer the question. If you don't answer or the answer is vague in these 5 seconds, your answer will be judged wrong. The old woman asked. At the same time as she asked, a wooden platform for the defense was carried by a masked subordinate behind the old woman to the side of the man with 2 knives on his back. You're ready, let's ask the question. The man with the 2 knives on his back touched his cheek and stood up from the ground. Please listen to the question. Your mother and your lover were caught by bad guys at the same time. And you can only save one. Option 1, mother. Option 2, lovers. Please answer within 5 seconds. If you exceed the answering time, you will fail to answer. The old woman looked at the man with the double sword and said calmly. 5 seconds, you don't need that much time, I choose one, mother. The man with the 2 knives answered. Why? The old woman asked after the man answered. It's very simple, only one mother is irreplaceable, and a lover is just looking for one. A man with 2 swords in his self-confidence. What? Leorio didn't expect the man to explain this. Go over. After hearing the man's explanation, the old woman motioned for his men to make way for him to pass. What kind of answer is this, why let him go? Leorio said a little restlessly. Little devil, don't you understand? As long as you answer the questions to suit this old woman's taste, you can easily pass the level. The man with the 2 knives sneered and looked at Leorio mockingly. If the person who asked the question is a young and beautiful girl, then choose 2, lover. I'll go first, I'll be waiting for you in front. The man with the 2 knives on his back said a little bit. After that, he dragged his injured leg and trotted away. After running away, the man with the 2 knives looked back at the 4 of them, Limu and Leorio, and said gloomily, wait, I will design a lot of traps in front of you, waiting for your arrival. It's your turn to answer the questions. After the man with the 2 knives walked away, the old woman said to the 4 of Limu. Okay, next, I'll answer the question. Leorio, Kurapika, remember the promise I made with you. Limu reminded. Kurapika nodded to Limu, agreeing. If you answer wrong, am I going to be unlucky? Leorio just wanted to refuse, but when he thought of Limu's confident words before, he couldn't help but hold it in his stomach and didn't say it, and then followed Kurapika's back. Facing Limu, he nodded. Are you ready? The old woman looked at Limu and asked. Ready, you ask. Limu shook his neck and moved his muscles and said. Please listen to the question. Your son and daughter fell into the water at the same time, but you can only save one. Option 1, son. Option 2, daughter. Please answer in 5 seconds. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Limu, answer quickly. Seeing that Limu didn't answer the old woman's question, Leorio was a little anxious. While he was a little anxious in his heart, there was still anger in his heart. What kind of question is this? How can people answer such a dilemma? Damn old woman. Leorio cursed inwardly, then picked up the wooden stick that he had broken again. If the old woman doesn't let us pass, I'll beat her up. Leorio thought in his mind. 3, 2, 1. As the old woman's countdown ended, Limu still stood there lazily without answering. Leorio saw that the answering time had passed and Limu still didn't answer. He was a little dissatisfied with Limu, but he couldn't beat Limu. He couldn't vent his anger on Limu, so he could only vent on the old woman with a stick. Looking at how confident you are, why did you choose to be silent? The old woman stared at Limu and asked. Limu stepped forward to stop Leorio, and then said to the old woman, silence is the answer, so I am very confident. What? Silence is the answer? Then why did the man's answer just now pass the test? Leorio's face full of black question marks. There is no correct answer to this question, but you can only choose 2 options 1 and 2, so the best answer is silence. Kurapika thought for a while after hearing the conversation. Kurapika is right. Limu nodded. No, I want to explode my head, but I still can't think of the correct answer. Gon, who was immersed in his own world, murmured softly. With a murmur from Gon, Limu, Kurapika and Leorio laughed out pigs. Gon, we passed. Leorio put his arms around Gon's neck and said, there is no correct answer to this question, just choose silence. That's right. Gon was taken aback. Who said you passed? Little brother, you confidently chose silence to answer the question just now. It should be given to you by a veteran who passed through me before. If that's the case, then answer me a question. The old woman begins when Gon and Leorio are happy for passing the level. I didn't ask a veteran to buy information. Limu shook his head. It's just your one-sided words. Harry, Roland Bulletin, the 2 of you take a step forward. One of these 2 people is my grandson. You can only ask one of them to determine which is my grandson. One of these 2 people only told the truth when you asked, and the other only told the lie. Please identify which is my grandson within half a minute. If you answer incorrectly or not, you will be judged as a failure. The old woman looked at Limu and said. Hey, old lady, are you asking for a beating? Obviously we've already passed the border, and you come out again. This is unreasonable. Since you are unreasonable, don't blame me for being unreasonable. Leorio bent down and picked up the stick he had broken again. Leorio, don't be impulsive. Kurapika said in front of Leorio. Hi, fortunately it is this question, I will know this question. Limu thought to himself. He thought that the old woman would ask some difficult question to make things difficult for him, but he didn't expect this question to be asked. He had read a similar answer to this question in a book in the library. Limu walked over to Harry and asked softly, if I asked Roland Bulletin, are you the grandson of an old woman? How would he answer this question? He would answer, yes. Harry replied. Well, I know the answer, thank you. After asking, Li Mu said to the old woman, Harry is your grandson. Looks like you're really smart. The old woman was slightly surprised, and then showed a look of approval. What's going on? Li Mu, what did you ask? How can you tell that Harry is the grandson of the old woman, the old woman? Lioreo scratched his head. With his ingenuity, he still hadn't come up with an answer, but Li Mu actually got it right after asking a question quietly. I said to Harry, if I asked Roland are you the grandson of an old woman, he would answer that question. Li Mu said to Lioreo. I see. After Karapika heard Li Mu's words, she understood everything. If Harry is the one who tells the truth, then he must know that Roland Bouletin will answer yes, and he can only tell the truth. He will tell the truth that Roland Bouletin will say yes, so Harry himself he is the grandson of the old woman. If Harry is a liar, then he must know that Roland Bouletin, the truth-teller, will answer no, and he can only tell lies, and he can only say that Roland Bouletin will answer yes. Karapika explained. Anyway, the answer is the opposite. Li Mu concluded. Ah, haha, so that's the case, Li Mu, you are really smart. Lioreo scratched his head slightly embarrassed and said to Li Mu, he is the dumbest here. No, there is someone stupider than me. While Lioreo thought to himself, he glanced at Gon, who was a little confused and unresponsive. So this is Gon's frowning eyebrows, who had been slow to respond, suddenly stretched out, Li Mu, you are so smart. You can leave the fir trees that head to the top of the mountain. While speaking, the old woman motioned her subordinates to open the door of the wooden house next to her. Go in through this door, walk up for 2 hours, and you will reach the huge cedar on the top of the mountain. Just after the old woman finished speaking, a scream suddenly came from the jungle in the distance. In the dense forest, the man with 2 knives on his back who was released by the old woman from the alley was being slapped on the ground by a 5-meter-tall giant panda-shaped creature. Those who answered the question incorrectly, I will let them go up the forest with many beasts in front, and those who answered correctly can take a shortcut and enter through the back door, and will not be disturbed by the beasts before arriving. After hearing the screams of the man who passed by, the old woman explained to Li Mu and Gon. There are fierce beasts. Lioreo secretly rejoices in his heart that his partner, Li Mu, is so powerful. Asterisk. Chapter 14. There is a couple living in the cabin under the huge cedar on the top of the mountain. They are the pilots. As long as you pass their test, they will take you to the official hunter trial venue. The old woman said to the 4 Li Mu. Ah, there's still a test. After hearing the old woman's words, Lioreo was a little speechless. Before they officially participated in the hunter trial, they had to go through so many tests and screening, which made him a little speechless. After 2 hours, the 4 of them arrived at the cabin under the huge cedar on the top of the mountain without the harassment of demon beasts. Is anyone here? Lioreo stepped forward and knocked on the door of the cabin. No one answered. No one should be at home. Gon said aside. The door doesn't seem to be locked. Lioreo pushed the door and continued, let's take a look at the situation first. Excuse me. Lioreo pushed open the door of the wooden house. After Lioreo pushed open the door of the wooden house, he couldn't help showing his alert state, it's a monster. The ferocious fox that transforms the beast, he can transform into a human being, and is a beast with a high IQ. Karapika took out the wooden-handled knife from the lower waist and made a defensive state. This is the same as what Li Mu described when he went up the mountain. Hey, stop acting, the young man in the end is your son, the hostage in your hand is your daughter, stop playing some boring tricks, and take us directly to the hunter trial venue. Li Mu said to the tall ferocious fox in front of him. Okay. After hearing Li Mu's words, the tall ferocious fox was stunned for a moment, and then relieved, since you have discovered it, we will no longer pretend, you 4, today will be our meal. As the ferocious fox spoke, the young man who had fallen to the ground also stood up and turned into a ferocious fox together with the girl who pretended to be kidnapped. How did you see through our disguise? Outside the house, another ferocious fox appeared, and this ferocious fox blocked the escape of the 4 of Li Mu. Actually, we know that the 4 of you are the pilots, so let me single out the 4 of you. If I win against you, you can take us to the hunter trial venue. Li Mu took a step forward and said to the 4 ferocious foxes. FK the kid, how does he know that we are the pilots? The taller ferocious fox in front of him said. Knowing that we are ferocious monsters and ferocious foxes, we even have to single out the 4 of us. The child's father, I heard it right, haha. The ferocious fox in the back continued, little brother, you must have underestimated our ferocious fox. Go together. The 4 ferocious foxes attacked Li Mu together. Boom. 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 4 sounds of body contact with the ground sounded, and all 4 ferocious foxes were knocked to the ground. Is the younger brother so strong now? The ferocious father fox looked at Li Mu with a trace of fear in his eyes. Yeah, this little brother is so strong, facing the attack of the 4 of us at the same time, he actually defeated the 4 of us with one move. The ferocious mother fox patted the dust on her body and stood up from the ground and said. With your strength, you should have a 60% chance to pass the hunter trial. The fierce fox father said to Li Mu. Thank you for your praise, we will definitely pass the hunter trial. Li Mu affirmed. Okay, since you defeated the 4 of us by yourself, then even if the 4 of you passed the test of our pilot. The fierce fox father continued. Passed, fortunately there is you Li Mu, without you, I would not be able to beat this ferocious fox and be eliminated. Lioreo thought to himself. He just evaluated the ferocious fox in terms of strength and speed, and found that he is not as good as these ferocious foxes. You can defeat 4 ferocious foxes in one move without using that freezing ability, Li Mu, how strong are you? Lioreo glanced at Li Mu with envy. Do you want us to take you to the hunter trial venue now or have dinner first? The fierce fox father asked warmly. Grumble. When it comes to eating, Gon and Leorio's stomachs can't help but growl, obviously both of them are hungry. Then I'll disturb you, let's have dinner with you, it should be too late to go after dinner, right? Li Mu asked. He was also a little hungry. As long as he had time to go to the official trial, it would be a good choice to have a meal. Don't worry about it. My son, I'm going to cook your best meal, and serve some of our little guests. Daddy Fox said to his partner. Your name is Li Mu, right? My mother-in-law introduced you to me. Can you help me cook together? The ferocious mother said to Li Mu. Okay. Li Mu frowned slightly. Li Mu's cooking is delicious. I like Li Mu's cooking the most. Gon said aside. Wow, I didn't expect you to be a master chef, Li Mu. If that's the case, then you can accompany Aunt Fox to cook. I also want to taste your cooking skills that Gon has boasted about. Is it really that delicious? Leorio swallowed and said. Okay, since you want to eat, then I'll show you both, take care of yourselves. Li Mu said meaningfully. He felt that the ferocious fox family wanted to leave him on purpose. It seems that these 4 ferocious foxes thought that I passed their test alone, so I wanted to test Gon, Leorio and Kurapika. Li Mu thought to himself. Well, I'll take care of Gon and Leorio. Kurapika nodded at Li Mu, obviously he saw it too. What are you talking about, Kurapika? I still need you to take care of me, Uncle Leorio. While Leorio was talking, he picked up the teacup on the seat, drank it, and let out a sigh of relief. Kitchen. Li Mu, your knife skills are too good, you can cut beef so thin. The fox mother praised. At the same time as his praise, there was the sound of ping-pong fighting in the main house. Li Mu heard the sound and was about to go out to take a look, but was blocked by the ferocious mother. Li Mu, you can protect them for a while, but not for a lifetime, right? They have to walk on their own. Okay, anyway, they can handle this test. Li Mu nodded, and then continued, have you ever eaten boiled chicken? I will make a dish of boiled chicken for you to try. Asterisk. Chapter 15. It's dinner time. The fox mother and Li Mu came out of the kitchen with the prepared meals. Is the meal finally ready? Leorio rubbed his swollen right eye and said. His swollen right eye was beaten by the fist of the fierce fox father. Fortunately, although he received a few punches, he successfully passed the test of the fierce fox father. Wow, white cut chicken, I like it very much. Gon, who just stared at Li Mu as he brought it to the table, swallowed a mouthful of water. Good to eat. Leorio complimented after tasting Li Mu's white cut chicken. After eating and drinking, the ferocious fox family brought the 4 of Li Mu to the open space ahead. The 4 of you have passed our test, and we'll take you to the hunter's test site. Actually, every time the hunter trial site is constantly changing, it is difficult to find that place on your own, so we pilots are responsible for sending those of you who have passed the screening there. While speaking, Father Fox opened his arm. His arm was like a bat. When it was opened, 2 pairs of wings were automatically derived from the side of the arm. Grab our feet, and I'll take you to the hunter trial venue. Fierce Fox Dad said. Exactly 4, one of us. While Leorio was talking, he grabbed the feet of the flying fox's son, Shen. 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 Leorio, you are so heavy. How come? Don't talk nonsense. Leorio looked to the right and whistled. Catch it, take off. The fierce fox father took Li Mu and flew into the sky. Saba City. Li Mu Gon and his party arrived at the location of the trial venue under the leadership of the navigator, the Fox family. Wow, is this the trial venue? This theater is so big and gorgeous. Leorio continued to praise from the side, it is indeed the world-famous Hunter Association, it is so high-end. I finally came to the trial site. I can feel the excitement when my father participated in the hunter trial. Gon followed. Yeah, this is where the world's strong men who want to become hunters gather. Kurapika answered. Hey, what are you 3 looking at, come here. Standing behind the fox son in human form, Li Mu spoke to Gon and Kurapika and Leorio. No way, Hunter is trying out in this small restaurant. Leorio said disappointedly at the back of the line. In the restaurant, the fox son in human form and the owner of the restaurant exchanged the code, and then brought the 4 of Li Mu to the innermost box of the restaurant. My mission is over, just wait in your room. The fox son said goodbye to the 4 Li Mu. Goodbye, thank you for bringing us here. Gon sincerely thanked him. It doesn't matter, I will take the test again next year, and I will still bring you here. The fox's son said after glancing at Gon and Leorio and Kurapika from the corner of his eye. In his opinion, there is a high probability that these three people will not pass the hunter's trial. Only Li Mu, who defeated their family with one move, has a great chance to pass the hunter's trial. As the son of the ferocious fox was about to go out and close the box door, the box suddenly vibrated and then kept descending. This should be an elevator disguised as a box, and this elevator should be the tool leading to Hunter's official venue. Kurapika analyzed from the side. The elevator took a while to finally reach the bottom floor. The moment Li Mu stepped out of the elevator, the sound of the system sounded in Li Mu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and officially participating in the Hunter trial. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to a 1 Yuan spike. Commodity 1, the Art of Fireball. Introduction, the fire escape ninjutsu from the Naruto world, when activated, can spit out a huge and hot fireball from the mouth. Original price, 4 million ringtones. Current price, 1 ring ni. Product 2, Transformation Technique. Introduction, ninjutsu developed by a lustful ninja. You can transform into something you have seen. Original price, 5 million ringtones. Current price, 1 ring ni. Commodity 3, Detonation Charm. Original price. Current price, 1 ring ni. When Li Mu saw these three instant kill products, he had already made up his mind. He spent a ring of ninja to kill the transformation technique in seconds. Although the transformation technique is not an attack type of ninjutsu, it is more practical. If it is obtained by a lecherous person, it is estimated that it will transform into a women's bathhouse to peep. It seems a little weird here. Leorio looked at the gloomy underground passage and said solemnly. The candidates here are significantly different from the candidates encountered in ports and towns. These people have specialized strengths. Kurapika looked at the examinee in front of him wearing odd-shaped clothes and carrying various weapons and analyzed. Welcome the four of you to the training ground. I'm the temporary host of Domian. This is the number plate of the four of you. Please take it well. In order to avoid losing the number plate, please be sure to hang the number plate on your chest. After handing out the number plates, the bean noodles man turned around and left. Hey, how are you, the newcomers? Sitting on the side of the pipe, Tonpa, who was slightly fat, greeted the four of Li Mu. I am an old man who has participated in 35 hunter trials. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Tonpa jumped down from the pipe, came to Li Mu and Gon and said. If you don't want to be beaten, get out of the way. I advise you not to make bad ideas about the four of us. Li Mu said unceremoniously. He knew about Tonpa. This person was a person who specially made fun of newcomers. He couldn't pass the hunter test himself, so he had a deformed heart, and he didn't want the newcomers who came to pass. Yo! Are all the newcomers so rude now? It's arrogant to let me, an old man who has participated in 35 hunter trials, go away. Since this newcomer doesn't know the rules, then I'll let him have some rules. Tonpa raised his voice a little on purpose. He originally wanted to slowly harm this group of newcomers, but this newcomer who made him go away was too ignorant to praise. Speaking like a fly is annoying. Li Mu slapped it and slapped Tonpa, who was speaking triumphantly, directly into the pipe on the edge of the passage. Sorry, I was wrong. Tonpa rubbed his waist, hurriedly walked to Li Mu's side and bowed. This. Leorio looked dumbfounded at Tonpa's strange operation. This is too embarrassing. I thought he was a silver, but he was a black iron player. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Hey, Mr. Tonpa, do you still have the drink you gave me just now, because I'm thirsty again? Killua with white hair came over to Tonpa with a smile after seeing Tonpa bowing and apologizing. Yes, I still have a lot here. How many cans do you want? Tonpa took 3 bottles of drinks from his satchel and handed them to Killua with a sinister look in his eyes. Although there are many stubborn stubble in this group of newcomers, more of them are innocent newcomers like this white-haired little brother Killua. Mr. Tonpa, I'm also a little thirsty because of my nervousness, can you give me a jar too? Gon walked over to Tonpa and said. Li Mu didn't stop looking at Gon's actions, he knew that Gon's nose and mouth were very sensitive and could tell if the drink Tonpa gave was laxative or not. Good, good. I have a lot more here. Tonpa took out a can and handed it to Gon. Thank you Mr. Tonpa. Gon took the drink, opened it, took a sip, and suddenly spit out the drink in his mouth. Mr. Tonpa, the drink you gave has expired. Gon was a little naive. Ah, haha, has it expired? It seems that I have encountered a black-hearted merchant. Tonpa pretended to explain. Impossible, the laxative I gave is colorless and odorless, why can this brat find out just after drinking it? Tonpa thought gloomily. Mr. Tonpa, your face is very ugly. Killua opened the can and said gudu and took a few gulps. This Killua drank a bottle before, why hasn't the effect of the medicine started yet? Tonpa's face was cloudy and uncertain. Could it be that the fake he bought was a laxative? Worried about the drink's expiration date? Don't worry, I have practiced it before, and the poison is ineffective for me. Killua said after taking 2 sips again. In the Zaldik family, he was trained to resist poison, and those poisons were many times stronger than this bad drink. This year's newcomers are so perverted. Tonpa glanced at Li Mu and glanced at the newcomers such as Gon and Killua, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Hey, fatty, you're blocking my way. A man with a poker suit engraved on his rocket's cheek spoke condescendingly to Tonpa. Are you kind of saying it again? Tonpa just had nowhere to vent the suffocation in his heart. Now there is someone who provokes him. He wants to vent it properly, but when he looks up and sees Hisoka speaking to him, he hurriedly moves out of the way. I'm sorry, Hisoka-san, I didn't mean to block your way, I'm really sorry. Tonpa stepped aside and made a kneeling gesture to apologize to Hisoka. While apologizing, Tonpa was still observing Hisoka's expression to see if Hisoka was angry because of his obstruction, but when he saw that Hisoka ignored him and continued to move forward, the big rock he was worried about finally dropped. Escape. Tonpa took a deep breath and thought to himself. He knows the ruthless character of Hisoka. He remembers the last hunter trial. Hisoka almost killed the examiner because he was unhappy with the examiner. It is for this reason that Hisoka did not pass the hunter trial last time. This kind of pervert that can kill Hunter's assessment officer with a single word of disagreement is not something he can provoke. Hey, how did you walk? You bumped into me, and quickly apologized to the Lord. A fierce-looking man yelled immediately after Hisoka bumped into him. After hearing the man's words, Hisoka's complexion quickly turned gloomy. What? The fierce man suddenly let out a scream, and his feet turned into a cloud of blood and disappeared out of thin air. I didn't do it. His hand disappeared by himself. Maybe this is art. Hisoka spread his hands and explained. While explaining, the corner of his mouth hung an imperceptible arc. Squeak squeak. A man with nails in his head and even his body shook his head, came to Hisoka's side like a robot shaking his head, and said softly, Hisoka, you have a good trick. Each other. Hisoka glanced at the contestant Gitaraker and said. The name Gitaraker sounds weird, but it's actually a random name given by a man with a special pin on his head. His real name is Ilmi Zaldik, from the killer family Zaldik and Killua's brother. It's just that he inserted a special needle into his head and changed his face, so Killua didn't recognize this brother now. 2 perverted and uncomfortable guys, I'd better stay away from them. Tonpa looked at Hisoka and Gitaraker not far away, and took a few steps back subconsciously. But when he turned to face Li Mu directly, he jumped half a meter to the right in fright. The man who slapped him fiercely also left a trace of shadow in his heart. Jingle bell! Jingle bell! A series of bells rang suddenly, the closed door of the passage in front suddenly opened, and a man with light purple short hair and curly beard that looked like a monkey appeared at the other end of the door. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. The registration period for this hunter exam is officially over. Then next, I will lead you to the hunter assessment trial. The examiner Satos, who is a relic hunter, said to the group of students who came to participate in the hunter assessment. Chapter 17. The first test was an aimless long run. As long as you could follow the examiner's footsteps and reach the finish line, you would be considered a success. A lot of good seedlings have come from this hunter trial. After the examiner Satos was about to run out of the underground passage, he looked back at Li Mu, Hisoka, Hanzo, Gon, Killua, and others with approving eyes. Killua, I'm coming to the finish line first, you want to invite me to dinner? Gon said to Killua. The two met during the run just now, and they made an agreement that whoever ran out of the channel first, who would win, and whoever lost would invite them to dinner. Obviously it's me first. Killua retorted. Li Mu, who did you say arrived first? Gon asked Li Mu beside him. You arrived together, in no particular order. Li Mu replied. I see, then Killua, let's invite each other to dinner. Gon said with a smile. 10 minutes later. At the exit of the passage, a gate is lowered to close the passage, but anyone who does not exit the passage will be treated as a failure of the assessment. Finally passed. Leorio wiped the shout from his forehead and gasped. You haven't passed the test. We have only walked 1/3 of the way, and we are still far away. Satos glanced at Leorio said. Just as Satos finished speaking, a scream suddenly came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a slightly masculine man walked over from the side with 2 anthropomorphic apes in his hands. I am the examiner of this hunter trial. The one in front of you is a fake examiner, and a few students next to him are also fake. This slightly masculine man threw the 2 people in his hands to the ground, allowing everyone to distinguish. You see that the anthropomorphic ape is exactly the same as this curly-bearded instructor. Is he really fake? Look at the other one's appearance, it seems to be the same as that kid. This kid is also a human-faced ape mixed in. Tonpa pointed at Li Mu and said. Li Mu is real, not an ape, I believe in Li Mu. Gon stood beside Li Mu and said. We both also believe that the Li Mu in front of us is real. Karapik and Leorio also stood by Li Mu's side one after another. They went through the test together with Li Mu and finally came to the trial site, so they both believed in Li Mu very much. You three guys are talking for this guy who is pretending to be a man-faced ape, the three of you should also be man-faced apes, right? Tonpa sneered aside. Tonpa, you're talking nonsense, let's see how the young master cleans you up. When Leorio heard Tonpa's words, his tantrums came up instantly. Tonpa, come over here. Li Mu calmly waved to Tonpa who was not far away. As you can see, this little devil disguised as a man-faced ape wants to deceive me and then shoot at me. Tonpa instinctively took 2 steps back. But he hadn't retreated very far when his feet were suddenly frozen, and the freezing quickly spread throughout Tonpa's body, turning him into an ice man. The strength of this newcomer is very strange and strong. Sato's commented in his heart after seeing Li Mu activate his ability to freeze Tonpa. This hunter assessment, I found a good fruit, but this fruit doesn't seem to be ripe yet, I really hope he will ripen soon, and then be picked by me. Hisoka stared at Li Mu with burning eyes, obviously Hisoka was interested in Li Mu at this time. East, Tonpa was killed without any precaution. On the side, Imori, the third brother of the 3 Amorite brothers, who was closer to Tonpa, showed fear on his face. What? Then there were a few more screams. It turned out that the man-faced ape who came out from the side and said that the trial examiner was a fake and pretended to be Li Mu was pierced by Li Mu's ice spear and died. Quack. After the death of these apes, the vultures in the sky flew down instantly and began to tear the corpses of the apes. Everyone, look, this dead man is really a man-faced ape, with thick hair growing on his body. A student suddenly spoke up. Isn't there a fool who thinks that the examiner and I are disguised as apes? Li Mu said indifferently. Ah, haha. How could it be? Not far away, the bald Hanzo tried to hide his embarrassment with an embarrassing smile. The forest in front is also called the Trickster's Den. There are many strange species like this man-faced ape in the forest of the Trickster's Nest. You must follow my footsteps, don't lose, if you follow me it's easy to get lost in the forest and even get killed. After Sato's finished speaking, he took another step forward and ran straight into the forest. As he went deeper into the wetland forest of the Deceptionist's Nest, the fog inside became denser, and the distance between his eyes was only a few meters away. On the way, Li Mu encountered the strawberry turtle, lazy frog, mind mushroom, hypnosis butterfly and bull crow and finally got separated from Gon Karapika and others. I just thought these fraudulent creatures were very interesting, so I played with these creatures for a while, and I didn't expect to be left behind, hey. Li Mu looked at the mist ahead and sighed softly. But it doesn't matter if I fall behind. Fortunately, I caught a Dalmatian dog who speaks human words and can smell a few miles away. As long as he asks Gon's smell, he can take me there. Li Mu took out a glove and let the Dalmatian smell it. Do you remember the other breath on it? Take me towards this breath and chase after it. This uncle will not be your dog. Dalmatians yelled. I got lost just because I wanted to catch you, take me in the direction of Gon, or I'll castrate you. Li Mu tugged at the dog's leash and laughed wickedly. You dare. Although Dalmatians said this, their hind legs suddenly clamped, and obviously it was afraid that Li Mu would give it to really castrate it. It doesn't want to be a gelding dog. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Deep in the misty forest. Hisoka waved the playing cards in his hand, and with each wave a head fell to the ground. Such a massacre is no fun at all. Hisoka licked the blood-stained card in his hand, and the killing did not satisfy him. Huh? It seems that another prey is coming. Hisoka turned his head and looked to the rear right. What a murderous aura! After feeling the murderous aura in front of him, Dalmatians turned around and trotted behind Li Mu, holding Li Mu's right leg and secretly showing half of his head to check. If I remember correctly, your name is Li Mu, right? Hisoka fiddled with the cards in his hand and said. I'm so lucky to have you remember my name, Hisoka. While Li Mu was talking, he tied the dog leash to the tree next to him and continued to the Dalmatians, if you dare to escape, I will find you even if I walk all over the deceiver's lair, and castrate you. After Dalmatians heard Li Mu's words, he jumped away, there are always bad people trying to harm me. I am so difficult. Dalmatians originally wanted to see if there was a suitable opportunity to escape, but after hearing Li Mu's words, they temporarily gave up this plan. You are the fruit I like. Of course I want to remember you, but unfortunately you are not ripe yet, otherwise I will pick you. Come on, let me test the maturity of your fruit first. Hisoka's face suddenly became distorted, then disappeared from the spot, suddenly appeared on Li Mu's side, and punched Li Mu's face. So fast. Facing Hisoka's attack, Li Mu hurriedly squatted down, only to escape Hisoka's punch. When Hisoka saw Li Mu dodging his attack, instead of frowning, he became even more excited. Coming and not being indecent, you also take a punch from me. Li Mu hits Hisoka's chin with a left hook from the bottom up. Call out. Sound. Hisoka simply disappeared in place and appeared on the grass a few meters away. Don't you have the ability to freeze people? Show it off. Hisoka took out 2 decks of playing cards and threw them in the air. Have you ever seen snowflakes of cards? As Hisoka's voice ended, all the cards in the sky turned around and shot towards Li Mu. With such a dense array of cards, it should be difficult for me to dodge it. It seems that I can only use the frozen fruit ability. Li Mu looked at the card like a knife, directly activated the frozen fruit ability, elementalized his body, and perfectly avoided Hisoka's card attack. Your ability is not mind power. An interesting ability. After Hisoka looked at Li Mu who had reformed in the distance, the excitement in his eyes became more intense. Yuan from Stretching Love is fun too. Li Mu's mouth let out a breath of cold air and continued, it looks gorgeous by sticking sticky mind power like bubblegum on the cards to attack. Oh? You actually saw mine. After hearing Li Mu's words, Hisoka's eyes became more excited, and it seemed that the fruit was more mature than he thought. Since you know my mind power characteristics, you should be able to avoid this trick. While Hisoka thought to himself, he activated Nen to pull back the cards scattered on the ground. Click. Li Mu was cut into pieces. Died. Hisoka frowned. I'm not that weak. This trick is called a substitute technique. Li Mu's voice sounded from Hisoka's back, and the cut pieces in front of him turned into wood pieces. Ice knife cut. Li Mu, who appeared out of nowhere behind Hisoka, condensed an ice blade in his hand and slashed towards Hisoka's back. Stretching Love. Hisoka defended with his hands in the posture of rubbing his back with a towel in the bath, and a thick layer of sticky mind force was spread by his hands. Boom. Hisoka was ejected and fell to the ground. Immediately after, Hisoka stood up from the ground, with a hint of madness flashing in his eyes, and killing intent came out from his body. This fruit is almost ripe, it seems to be picking soon. If he just wanted to test Li Mu's strength just now he plans to pick the fruit of Li Mu. No, I can't pick it, he's not really mature yet, picking it now will be a lot less fun. There was a sudden hesitation in Hisoka's eyes. He could see that Li Mu would not know Nen, and a person who could not even know Nen was not mature enough in Hisoka's opinion. But I really want to pick it. Hisoka's face twisted again. Although Hisoka is very strong, it's okay. It didn't exceed my expectations. With the ability of frozen fruit, I can still fight or even kill. Li Mu stared at Hisoka, thinking how to defeat Hisoka. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Hisoka's special cell phone rang at this moment. Hey, Hisoka, we have arrived at the second trial site. If you don't want to be eliminated, come over quickly, I have sent you the location. On the other end of the phone, Ilmi Zaldik, who goes by the pseudonym Jitaleku, said to Hisoka. Asterisk. Chapter 19. After receiving the call from Ilmi, Hisoka paused for a while, then ran towards the direction of the phone's location. The next decisive battle is when I pick you. Seeing Hisoka leave, Li Mu didn't catch up, I have to catch up with Gon and the others. Guzi, I know you didn't run away. I count 3 times. If you don't come out, I'll pull you out and castrate. 3. 2. Li Mu counted down. Humph, besides threatening people, what else would you do? The Dalmatians were slightly dissatisfied and came out from behind a big tree hiding not far away. I just said casually, to test if you are nearby, you are really hooked. Li Mu said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Dalmatian Olodi. Unexpectedly, the dignified Dog King also has a day when he is a quilt. Don't wait, follow the smell and follow Gon. Li Mu came to Dalmatians and slapped Dalmatians on the head. You hit Uncle Ben on the head again, do you believe that Uncle Ben turned his face with you? Dalmatians are very dissatisfied with Li Mu's behavior of patting him on the head. Come on. Li Mu raised his right hand again. Do not fight. Can't this uncle chase after him? The Dalmatians took a step forward with his nose, and then sniffed the surrounding scent. Sorry, I didn't smell Gon, so I couldn't track it. Yes. Li Mu's right hand condensed an ice blade holder around the Dalmatian's neck and asked. Going to the right, I suddenly smelled it again. Dalmatians looked slightly flustered at the knife on his neck. Then why don't you chase? Li Mu slipped on the dog leash and said. The second trial site. Gon asked Leorio anxiously, Leorio, did you meet Li Mu on the road? He said he went to catch the Dalmatians and separated from me, and he hasn't come yet. No. He can't be lost, can he? Leorio asked slightly surprised. We're waiting, maybe Li Mu will come after a while. Kurapika comforted from the side. 5 minutes passed. Hisoka jumped out of the jungle and passed Gon. I smell Li Mu on Hisoka. Gon pinched his nose and took another breath, frowning. After hearing Gon's words, Leorio turned and pointed at Hisoka. Hey, why do you smell Li Mu on your body? You should have met Li Mu, where did you meet? After hearing Leorio's question, Hisoka suddenly turned his head and stared at Leorio with a murderous look. After Leorio was restrained by the murderous pressure released by Hisoka, a trace of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he resisted and pretended to be calm and said, if you don't say it, why do you look like you're going to kill someone? He'll be here soon. Hisoka suddenly withdrew his killing intent, whispered a word and continued walking. This is also an interesting fruit that is not ripe. Although it is weaker than that fruit, when it matures, it can also be used for my entertainment. Hisoka thought to himself. As Hisoka said, within a few minutes, Li Mu was walking the Dalmatians as the first trial time was coming to an end, and finally arrived. Li Mu, you are finally here. After Gon saw Li Mu, he rushed up to give Li Mu a hug. Hey, kid, you're stepping on Uncle Ben's tail. Dalmatians patted Gon's calf with his front paws. Wow, such a cute dog can actually speak human words. Gon crouched down and reached out to take the Dalmatians into his arms. Let go of this uncle. Don't rub your face against my head. Dalmatians pushed Gon's face with his front paws. Does this puppy Li Mu have a name? Let's give it a name. Gon asked, stroking the Dalmatian's back with his left hand. Of course this uncle has a name, it's called Olodi. Dalmatians said. You are the dog's name, and I'll give you a personal name, Dog Left. Li Mu said while pinching the Dalmatian's ears. Dog Left. Dalmatians have blue veins on his forehead. It's such a happy decision, you are called the Dog Left. Li Mu didn't give Dalmatians a chance to refute. God Left, go. Pick up the stone for me. Leorio picked up a stone and threw it into the distance and said to the Dalmatians. MMP, are you playing me like a monkey? Dalmatians gestured to scratch Leorio's face with their paws. Asterisk. Chapter 20. The second trial site. Examiner Menchi and Examiner Boera shouted from the courtyard in the castle, the second trial has officially begun. The content of the trial is to cook a meal that will satisfy Boera and me. Menchi said while sitting on a chair with Erlang's legs crossed. I will come up with the ingredients for the assessment. The ingredients are pork, and the types of pork are not limited. You can find food in the jungle ahead. Boera announced. What are you kidding? We're here to test for the hunter license, not to cook food for you. What kind of test question is this? An obese candidate said slightly dissatisfied. If you don't want to accept this test, please leave automatically. We are food hunters. Is there any problem with this kind of test? Menchi patted his big white legs angrily. Haha, it turned out to be a food hunter. I want to become a powerful bounty hunter, not a gourmet hunter. The fat student in front of him sneered again. Boera. Menchi glanced at his partner and said softly. Boera understood and stretched directly, you look down on food hunter. I didn't say it, you said it yourself. While speaking, the obese examinee could not help laughing out loud. Let's go. The really fat Boera slapped the trainee who mocked him and Menchi for being a food hunter without saying a word. This slap directly sent the obese candidate flying into the sky, piercing the clouds like a meteor. A verbal attack on the examiner, elimination. Boera withdrew his right hand and glanced around at the candidates who came to participate in the trial. Now the second hunter trial has officially started. You need to make food that satisfies us within 3 hours according to our requirements, otherwise you will be eliminated. Menchi watched a test taker present, and dared to look down on their gourmet hunters. In order to find the ultimate ingredients, their gourmet hunters had to fight sea beasts in the deep sea, and beasts in the jungle. Their combat effectiveness was not at all. Not weaker than other kinds of hunter. As Menchi's voice ended, the test candidates present ran towards the forest one after another, looking for pigs that could be used as ingredients. Hey, Li Mu, slow down, you BD trying to drag me to death. The Dalmatians behind him couldn't keep up with Li Mu's pace, so he was dragged by Li Mu's leash. Don't pretend to be innocent, you obviously don't want to follow me into the forest. Li Mu cast a glance at the Dalmatian Dog Left and said. Brother, do you know that there is only one type of pig in this forest, the horse-nosed pig? This horned mad pig is a carnivorous pig and is very ferocious. Back then, the uncle accidentally met this group of pigs, and they had a close relationship with them. It takes 3 days and 3 nights to decide the winner. Dalmatian's Dog Left said. Guji, why do you have a guilty expression on your face when you say this? Leorio dismantled the platform and said. What I want to express is that this pig is very cruel, it's better that we don't provoke it. The Dalmatian's Dog Left lie was exposed and said with a little guilty conscience. Humph. Humph. At this time, there was a continuous sound of pigs not far away. This pig is eating people. Leorio's pupils shrank slightly after watching a few wild-nosed porcupines not far away eating the body of a trial academy. This dead student, I have met, he was attacked by the stinger of a psychedelic bee in the forest before, so I knocked him unconscious. I didn't expect. Karapika's voice hesitated. Karika, you don't need to blame yourself. He died under the mouth of a mad-nosed porcupine. It can only be said that his strength is not good. Killua spoke from the side. For someone like Killua, who was born in a killer family, seeing people being eaten by animals makes me feel nothing in my heart. No, these pigs found us and attacked us. Leorio looked at the man-eating long-nosed porcupine who was running towards them, and took a few steps back in fear. The Dalmatians turned their heads and strode on their 4 short legs to try to escape, but because Li Mu was holding onto the rope, no matter how hard it tried, it was like a classmate's swimmer's paddling in place. Damn Li Mu, quickly put the rope, let go, This uncle doesn't want to be pushed to the sky by these stupid pigs. The nose of this kind of pig is very hard, and if it is arched by the pig's nose, it will indeed be thrown into the sky, but the fatal weakness of this kind of pig is the forehead. Its forehead is very important. It can stun or even kill such a pig. While Li Mu explained, he bowed his legs and jumped up, and then punched a wild-nosed porcupine on the forehead. Ow! The sound of slaughtering pigs sounded. The crazy-nosed porcupine who was hit by Li Mu's fist on the forehead instantly turned white, and lay on the ground with stiff limbs. It turns out that this group of pigs turned out to be called crazy-nosed porcupines, and their weakness turned out to be their foreheads. Not far away, Hanzo, who was hiding in the bushes like a ninja, observed the crazy-nosed porcupine. After hearing the conversations of Li Mu and others, he jumped up from the bushes, and then threw 3 ninja darts to hit the madman with precision. On the forehead of the nosed porcupine. It turns out that the weakness of these pigs is here. Not far away, after seeing Li Mu and Hanzo attack the forehead to stun this crazy-nosed porcupine, they followed suit. Within 10 minutes, all the students who participated in the second trial returned to the second trial venue carrying a wild-nosed porcupine. The crazy-nosed porcupine was captured by them, and it was time to cook. And cooking is Li Mu's forte. Asterisk. Chapter 21. A group of vulgar people who don't know how to cook, they put the whole pig on the fire to grill. Menchi toured the arena and was a little dissatisfied with the practices of many students. Hey, beautiful sister Menchi, do you have pepper powder, red chili oil, special sturgeon caviar, do you have any seasonings for these ingredients? Li Mu asked Menchi. Little brother, your mouth is so sweet, do you want these ingredients and seasonings for pork dishes? Assessor Menchi heard Li Mu compliment her on her beauty, her serious face softened instantly. Yes. The existing materials are not enough for me to develop my cooking skills. Li Mu bought a mo while talking. The seasonings and other things on the spot are really too few. Little brother, are you so confident in your cooking skills? Menchi asked. Li Mu's dishes are delicious. His cooking skills are better than Aunt Mito, and he even taught Aunt Mito how to cook many dishes. Gon spoke on the side, but unfortunately, his own cooking skills were not very good, so this time he could only skewer the whole porcupine like the other candidates and grill it. Li Mu's cooking skills are really top-notch. The white-cut chicken cooked by the Fox family is really delicious. Leorio flipped the porcupine he was leaning against and complimented. No, the pork is burnt. Killua suddenly made a noise at this time. It turned out that his roast pig was burnt to an indescribable part of the pig because the fire was too strong. The fire below you is so big, can you not burn it? Menchi taught. She originally thought that this little brother with white hair looked cool, but she didn't expect that the level of roasting pigs was not very good. This white-haired little brother is already in the ranks of her trainees. Sister Menchi, do you have those ingredients and seasonings I mentioned? Li Mu asked again. Hearing Li Mu's words, Menchi thought for 2 seconds and said, if you can make food that satisfies me, it's okay to give you these ingredients and seasonings. That's great. Then trouble sister Menchi. Li Mu was slightly happy. Some of the ingredients and seasonings he mentioned were not available in Whale Island. If Menchi could bring them out, he would be able to make a lot of dishes, and he would be able to enjoy himself. Boera, come here. Menchi instructed Boera, who was watching a group of students roasting porcupines and streaming scallops not far away. Menchi, I can't wait to start eating. Boera said as he walked towards Menchi. He is the king of big stomachs, as long as he has food all the time, he is very happy. Take out some of the ingredients and seasonings we have collected and give them to this little brother. He needs sturgeon caviar. Give him the ingredients and seasonings that he said you have stored in your store. Menchi said to Boera. Okay. Boera took a very small mini iron box from his pocket. All the ingredients you want are here. While talking, Boera placed the iron box in front of Li Mu and opened it. The tiny iron box that was originally very small suddenly became huge the moment Boera opened it. It's about space Nen. Li Mu was a little shocked. In terms of space, Nen is still very strong in Li Mu's view. He remembered that Xiao, the leader of the Yin beast dispatched by the Mafia 10 Lautu at the Yukixin city auction, possessed such a space ability. Xiao's space ability was a magical furoshiki. The materialized furoshiki has the ability to shrink the object, and it can wrap things in it, shrink, capture, and return to its original state afterward. Phantom Troops member Shizuku also embodied the interior space of a vacuum cleaner's convex fisheye, which is also about space Nen. Both of them are professional hunter-level powerhouses. Don't be shocked, little brother, this is Boera's Nen. If you can become a professional hunter, you can also learn Nen. Menchi explained to Li Mu with a smile. Mind power. I'm also looking forward to what kind of system my Nen will be. Li Mu thought to himself. Okay, little brother, all the ingredients and seasonings you want are ready for you. If you can't make delicious food for my sister, I will beat your A. Menchi said half-jokingly. I didn't expect sister Menchi to have such a hobby. Li Mu whispered softly. But his muttering was overheard by Menchi. Menchi's face flushed instantly, and he wanted to explain but he didn't want to say anything. Li Mu, the Menchi examiner heard what you said. You see her face is red, ahaha. Lioreo laughed aside. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly, can you say it again? While questioning, Menchi directly punched Lioreo's eyes and asked. Lioreo's swollen eyes swelled up again. I said, Sister Menchi, you are beautiful. Lioreo said, covering his aching eyes. Boom. Another punch. Lioreo's other eye also swelled up quickly, very symmetrical, just like a panda's eye. Sister Menchi is also your name. Menchi's pink fist raised again. He, Menchi still can't change his hot temper. Bolera snickered while covering his mouth. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Smell good. This younger brother's cooking skills look really good. Menchi sniffed, and for the fragrance in color and fragrance, Li Mu passed the test for her. What's the practice? Cut pork tenderloin into slices, coat them with egg flour, put them in a frying pan, and fry them until golden brown. Menchi looked surprised. This dish is called pot-wrapped pork. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It tastes. While explaining, Li Mu fished out the fried pot-wrapped meat, and then added it to the pot to stir-fry to thicken it. This is pork trotters with sauce, its taste. This is braised pork. This is dongpo pork. It's Milky Way pasta. In just over an hour, Li Mu cooked a variety of dishes with a wild-nosed porcupine. FK, this galaxy spaghetti is too delicious. This uncle has never eaten something so delicious. Eating the first bite of galaxy spaghetti with pork reminded me of my first love, when I nearly died grabbing food from a tiger for my first love, but when I found my first love, it but snuggled in the arms of a black dog, woohoo. There was a tear in the corner of Dalmatian's dog left eyes unconsciously. Dead dog, who told you to steal it? Menchi kicked the Dalmatians away with one foot. She, the assessor, hasn't eaten yet, but this dead dog actually stole it, and still eats it by sticking its head into the bowl of noodles. Sister Menchi, don't be angry, I'll serve you another bowl. Li Mu persuaded from the side. There is a lot of food he cooks, because it's almost time for dinner, and he cooks so many meals for Gon Lioreo and the others. Wow, finally everything is done? I'm going to start. Bolera picked up the knife and fork to start eating, but before he could move the knife and fork, Menchi was dragged aside by the collar from behind. If you eat it first, I'm afraid there won't be even a piece of vegetable residue left, you will eat it later. Menchi said, looking at the skeletons of the wild-nosed porcupine piled high behind him. The crazy-nosed porcupines made by other students couldn't pass the test, but Bolera ate all the roasted porcupines made by these students. Menchi, just let me eat, I'll take a sip of every dish. Bolera prayed with the flow of Heraze. No. I don't know your virtue yet? Like a pig, you can't stop once you eat it. Menchi refused. While refusing, Menchi picked up a piece of pot-wrapped meat with his hand. This tastes really good. Just relying on this pot-packed meat with all the colors and flavors, you will pass the assessment with me. Menchi looked at Li Mu with approval and said. She originally thought that these students would be wiped out by her picky choices, but she didn't expect that there would be a student who could satisfy her picky taste. Thank you, Sister Menchi. Li Mu was slightly happy when he heard Menchi say that he passed the level. It's up to me. It's up to me, Menchi, you've already eaten it, it's up to me to eat it. Bolero looked at Menchi and said. Well, but wait until I repackage your portion for you. Menchi picked up the empty plate next to him and divided half of the dishes on the seat into the empty plate. This half is yours. Menchi did this because he was afraid that Bolero would just pour plate after plate into her mouth, so she wouldn't have to eat. Okay, I'll only eat this half. Bolero nodded at his fat little head, and took the half-pan of pork beside him and poured it directly into his mouth. Ha 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 ha. It's so delicious, I haven't eaten such delicious pork in a long time. In less than 2 minutes, Bolera ate all the half of the dishes assigned to Bolera. Pass, you pass. Thanks. Li Mu thanked Bolera. I should thank you for letting me eat such delicious food made of mad-nosed porcupines. Bolera waved his hands. Li Mu, do you want to be a food hunter? If you want, I can accept you as a disciple. Menchi stared at Li Mu and said. Menchi, I want to take him as a disciple too, you give him to me. Bolera also stared at Li Mu with burning eyes, as if staring at something important. Bolera, you robbed my apprentice. Menchi stared at Bolera slightly dissatisfied. Where am I robbing you? We are fair competition. Bolera said without showing weakness. In order to eat, he has sacrificed. Okay, fair competition. Li Mu, whose apprentice do you want to be? Menchi asked. Sorry Menchi sister, sorry Bolera. I have no plans to make food hunter yet. Li Mu said slightly apologetically. Fool, what a fool. If he apprentices, it would not be easy to pass the hunter's trial. What a fool. A bald student beside him whispered mockingly. Inspector Menchi, I have admired you for a long time. Can I worship you as my teacher? I am very hardworking and willing to be a cow and a horse for you. The bald students want to take advantage of this time, give it a try, and see if they can pick up the slack. Roll. With your cooking skills, this bald man is also worthy of being my Menchi's apprentice. Menchi outright refused. Bald man. If you refuse, you will refuse. How can you still attack personally? Asterisk. Chapter 23. Satos, who was quietly hiding not far away, felt a little helpless when he heard Menchi announce that only Li Mu passed the test. It was almost as he expected, the only difference was that he passed a Li Mu. He thought Menchi would eliminate all the students. Hey, President Netero, I have something to report to you. Menchi's assessment really had an accident. Her bad habits still haven't changed. She changed the assessment criteria privately. At present, only one handsome boy has passed. Satos picked up the phone and said to President Netero on the other end of the phone. It looks like I'm going to come over in person, I'll be there soon. President Netero stood up from his seat and said. A few minutes later, a hot air balloon spacecraft appeared above the second test site. Netero jumped from the hot air balloon ship, smashing the ground into a deep depression. Hey! Menchi, you should judge them unqualified when you think they have a problem with their attitude when you test whether they have challenged the unknown. President Netero asked knowingly. No. No, the president. It was because the candidates made comments that slandered Food Hunter, which made me even more harsh. Menchi replied. President. This old man turned out to be the president of the Hunter Association. Leorio looked shocked. That means you know you're unfair to the test, right? Netero continued to ask Menchi. Yes, I admit that I am unfair, and I am willing to remove the status of the assessment officer this time. Menchi said apologetically to Netero. It's more troublesome to find other examiners now, so you can continue to serve. Well, this time the test is not counted, you are still serving as the examiner, but you will also participate in the next new test, and set an example for them. Netero thought for a moment and said. No problem, President. Then the new trial is to harvest blood Roland. Menchi thought about it and said. She had just thought about letting these students steal the eggs of the grape spider, but she suddenly thought of another interesting trial, snake cave picking blood Roland. She hadn't eaten blood Roland nectar for a long time. It would be good to take advantage of this trial to relieve the taste. Blood Roland. Is that the blood Roland that grew up on the rock wall of the snake cave? The student who spoke couldn't help but gasped. Why not? Menchi said coldly. Blood Roland is a strange plant that only grows on the rock wall of the snake cave. Is there another place where there is blood Roland? President, please use your spaceship to take us to the 10,000 snake caves. Menchi pleaded with President Netero. No problem. The chairman beckoned to the spaceship in the sky, and the bean noodles man on the spaceship directly landed the spaceship. 10,000 snake cave. Didn't the president say that the previous test doesn't count? Why doesn't Li Mu have to participate in this test? The bald student confronted Menchi. You are biased. What's wrong with the old lady? When Menchi heard the test taker's words, he pinched his waist with his hands and looked like he was going to freak out. Hey, bald, you said bad things about me in the previous test, and now you say it again, are you against me? While Li Mu was talking, he moved his muscles and walked towards the bald practitioner. What do you want? Don't come here. This is where Hunter's trials take place. The president and the examiner are all there. I advise you not to go wild. When the bald practitioner saw Li Mu walking towards him, he could not help but take a few steps back and stumbled on a stone and fell to the ground. Li Mu, hurry up and beat him up. This kind of person doesn't look good to others, he just needs to be beaten. Leorio fanned the flames aside. Boom. A crisp sound. Li Mu's fist hit the bald student's chest. President, save me. The bald students clutched their chests and cried out to President Netero for help. Little friend, it's trial time after all. President Netero was interrupted by Li Mu before he could finish speaking. I only punched 2 punches. If he can take 2 punches from me, the grievance between me and him will be wiped out. I already punched 1 punch just now. Li Mu said. After President Netero heard Li Mu's words, he thought for a while, then nodded, yes. Heartbreaker palm. The bald man even attacked Li Mu directly when Li Mu was negotiating with President Netero. Good come. After Li Mu noticed the palm of the bald head attacking, he punched again. Click. The bald student's arm was shattered instantly, and the bald body flew out at the same time, and fell straight into the 10,000 snake cave. Ah! Help me! The bald student let out bursts of screams. At this time, he was entangled by the 5-meter-long snake in the snake cave and couldn't move. He would suffocate and die in a short time. A minute later, the bald student's screams stopped, and his body was also strangled by the snake's body. Everyone has also seen the horror of the snakes in this snake cave. It's too late for you to quit at this time. Menchi turned and asked the students behind him. I quit. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Apart from number 83 and number 89, are there any exits? Menchi looked at the group of students and said, if not, the trial will officially begin, and I will give you a demonstration first. After Menchi finished speaking, he jumped straight down. Look well, study hard. President Netero warned the students when Menchi jumped off. I saw that Menchi took out the short knife from his waist while jumping down, and then pushed it hard on the rock wall. Tsitsize. There was a huge friction between the short knife and the rock wall. Under the action of frictional resistance, Menchi stopped the tendency to fall, and then Menchi held the dagger in one hand and the other hand and took out a dagger from his waist again. Daggers are used as rock climbing tools. A few minutes later, Menchi came to the rock wall covered with blood Roland, then reached out to pick a few flowers and held them in his mouth, then climbed the rock with a dagger and returned to the flat above the snake cave. This is the blood Roland that I picked purely by physical ability, you can follow me too. Menchi fed blood Roland into his mouth and said. She is considering that these students basically don't know Nen, so she didn't use Nen to pick the blood Roland. If she used Nen, it would be easier for her to pick the blood Roland. I haven't eaten blood Roland for a long time, and I really want to eat it. I'll go down and show you guys. After Bolero finished speaking, he jumped directly into the snake cave. Then, a roar came out. Bolero landed directly at the lowest end of the snake cave, crushing the head of an 8-meter-long snake. It's a pity not to eat snake gallbladder. Bolero patted the dust on his body, then tore the snake's skin apart with great force, and took out the snake's gall and fed it into his mouth. Why didn't the big snake in the snake cave attack Instructor Menchi when Instructor Menchi was picking blood Roland? Instructor Bolero jumped to the bottom of the snake cave and crushed a large snake, and the other large snakes didn't attack Instructor Bolero. The student Bakur asked the question in his heart. Because the snakes in these snake caves have good intelligence, they know that Menchi instructors and Bolero instructors are dangerous existences to them, so they dare not attack, and the big snake in the bald student number 56 in the snake cave seems to have no threatened, so I ate it directly. Karapika explained on the sidelines. Doesn't that mean that we will be in danger if we go down? Student number 77 said. No. Don't add the word us, I'm not the same as you. Hanzo walked out of the students and said. As a ninja, Choo Snake Cave can't stop me. Hanzo in his confident way. Just when Hanzo was about to go down to pick up the blood Roland, Gon took out the fishing rod and swung it. The hook that was thrown out directly hooked the rhizome of a blood Roland flower. After Gon caught the rhizome of the blood Roland, he pulled it hard, and the blood Roland was caught by him with the branches and leaves. Yet. I picked violets. Gon took the bloody Roland from the hook, then stretched out his right index and middle fingers in a victory gesture. Damn it, I'm still worried about how to go down and pick up the blood Roland without being eaten by the big snake. Gon, you caught the blood Roland. Awesome, Gon. Gon, can you lend me your fishing rod? Leorio scratched the back of his head and continued talking to Gon. This method of hooking violets with a fishing rod is really suitable for him. President, does this count as cheating? Menchi turned to Netero for instructions. You didn't say just now that this method is not allowed. President Netero replied. Obviously, he acquiesced to this method to obtain the blood Roland. He wanted the final result, and the process in the middle was not important. Oh, I'm so pd off, why is it so difficult? Obviously Gon caught blood Roland in one go. Leorio swung a few times, but the hooks all hit the rock wall of the snake cave, and did not hook the blood Roland on the opposite rock wall at all. Leorio, your fishing skills are terrible. Killua sneered aside. Are you okay? Would you like to come? Leorio handed the fishing rod beside Killua and said. Okay, then I'll show you how. Killua took the fishing rod and then swung the rod. The fishing line with the hook was thrown into the snake cave by him, and hung precisely on the rhizome of a blood Roland. Is it difficult? After Killua caught the blood Roland, he said to Leorio indifferently. Leorio looked at the blood Roland in Killua's hand and his mocking words, his eyebrows trembled unconsciously, he was slapped in the face alive. Leorio, let me teach you how to fish. Gon took the rod that Killua handed him and came to Leorio's side and said. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Leorio said a little embarrassedly. Karika, come and learn too, I'll lend you the fishing rod later. Gon said to Li Mu and Karapika. Thank you, Gon. Karapika walked over and thanked him. Li Mu, aren't you coming to study? Karapika glanced at Li Mu next to him and asked. Li Mu's fishing skills are similar to mine. Li Mu and I often compete in fishing on Whale Island. Gon answered for Li Mu on the side. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Congratulations to the 42 candidates who passed the second hunter test. Menchi announced reluctantly. Because many of the students who passed were blood Roland who fished with fishing rods borrowed from Gon, which was not in line with her original intention of letting the students try, but again and again, she couldn't ask the students to carry out an additional test. Let's practice. Yet. We passed. Leorio jumped up with joy, fearing that the fickle Menchi instructor might think their opportunistic behavior was okay. Isn't it necessary to be so happy just to pass a trial? A newcomer is a newcomer who has never seen the world. Not far away, the three Amorite brothers whispered mockingly. At this moment, a strong and long neigh suddenly came from the snake cave. What's going on? Why are these big snakes raising their heads and neighing? The three Amorite brothers looked at the snake in the snake cave with its head raised and neighing, and their hearts were a little worried. The dangerous Warcraft Orokai King is here. Menchi looked at the dense forest in the distance. I saw that the trees in an area in the dense forest were rapidly collapsing and advancing. The snake gall of the big snake king is a big tonic. Bolera watched the serpent king in the distance keep the haraze. FK, such a big snake, this is the first time I've seen this big snake in my life. Liorio's face turned pale. Damn Li Mu, let go of the dog leash, this uncle is about to escape, if this 100-meter-long snake king comes over, we will all die, I don't want to be buried with you. The Dalmatian dog left wanted to escape, but Li Mu held the leash holding him firmly in his hands. You are so timid, you can just call it a timid puppy. Don't be afraid, I have everything. Don't worry, the sky is falling and there is a tall man on it, isn't the president here? Student Bakur glanced at Dalmatians and leaned towards President Netero's side, trying to get President Netero's shelter. Small human, you trespassed on my territory, are you courting death? I just ate a few humans a while ago, and the taste is still as delicious as ever. My stomach is cheering because it's going to be full today. The dangerous beast Orokai King quickly crawled towards Li Mu and the others, spitting out words. Snake people, listen to my call and attack this group of humans. The Serpent King calls the snake people of the snake cave. Fizz. The snakes in the snake cave followed the rock wall in fear. Originally, they were still afraid of the strong among these humans, but now they are supported by the big snake king, and their courage has also grown. But as soon as they climbed out, they were stopped by three people, and they were not allowed to enter. The three are Menchi and Boerera and Satos. Hey, big worm, these students are covered by me. If you are sensible, get out of the way. President Netero stood in front of the students on the clogs, and said from the top of the mountain overlooking the big snake king in the forest. It's ridiculous, an old man dares to show his prestige in front of me. I can see that you have so much ability, but it's not enough in front of me, the king of the snake race. Since you jumped out like a clown, then I'll beat you, an old BD, to the teeth first. The Orokai King finally approached, and then raised its snake body. With the height of the snake soaring, the Orokai King's head actually stretched out to the top of the mountain. The Orokai King, who was on the same level as the top of the hill, stared at Netero with contempt and said, "It's over, we're dead." The three Amorite brothers looked at the Serpent King whose head was several times larger than theirs, and a trace of despair flashed in their eyes. "Big worm, I really don't want to kill you, because your big Snake King clan is about to become extinct, it is a rare species, kill one less." Netero said with a yawn. "Old ghost, who are you calling the big worm?" "I'm the big Snake King, do you know the big Snake King?" A trace of killing intent flashed in the Snake King's vertical pupils. "Since you don't know each other, then I can only..." While talking, Netero released his nin, and a huge 100-style Avalakai Tesvara appeared behind him. FK. The Orokai King uttered a foul language he learned from the memory of the humans he ate, then turned his head and ran into the distance without looking back. After the old man used the 100-style Avalakai Tesvara, he felt the great danger to his life, so he turned his head and ran away without hesitation. Chapter 26. The second hunter trial was officially over after the Orokai was scared away by President Netero's 100-style Avalakai Tesvara. Next, I will use the spaceship to lead you to the third trial site. During the trip to the third trial site, you can rest and eat on the spacecraft. Let's go. President Netero said to the remaining 42 students. Killua, Li Mu, let's explore the spaceship together. Gon said to Li Mu and Killua with a childlike innocence. Killua nodded. Also, it's the first time I've seen this kind of hot air balloon spaceship, and I want to see the specifics of this kind of spaceship. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Hot air balloons existed in the world before him, but the world of large hot air balloons was not developed much. What a bunch of energetic kids. Netero looked at Li Mu, Gon, and the Killua trio who were far away, and said with a smile. Conference hall. Satos got together with Menchi and Boera. This year's hunter trial, there are some interesting students. Menchi took a mouthful of blood, said Roland. Indeed, there are indeed a few of this year's students that I admire very much. Satos nods in approval. I think Li Mu is very good, I'm optimistic about him. Boera added on the sidelines. I think you are not optimistic about his people, but about the food he makes. Menchi tapped aside. No Menchi, although I am optimistic about the food made by Li Mu, I am very optimistic about Li Mu's way of life, his aura, and personal strength. Boera said with a piece of cake in his mouth. Actually, I'm also very optimistic about Li Mu, but it's a pity that he doesn't want to become a bounty hunter with me as a teacher. It's a pity. Menchi agrees with Boera. Did you notice that student number 44 Hisoka with an uncomfortable poker face when you were doing the trial? Satos asked with a solemn expression. Number 44 exudes the same breath as us, and the murderous aura he unleashes is terrifying. Boera felt his scalp go numb when he remembered being stared at by Hisoka like he was examining his prey. Hanzo on number 294, Killua on number 99, these are pretty good too. Sato's named the students he thought were good. This hunter trial should be much more exciting than the previous ones. Menchi said in anticipation. Hey, what's the matter with you three brats, this is the kitchen, get out for me. In the kitchen of the spaceship, after the chef pushed Li Mu, Gon, and Killua out of the door, he closed the door with force. That dish made by Blood Roland is delicious. Gon wiped the Blood Roland juice from the corner of his mouth with his hand. It's really delicious, the sweetness of the Blood Roland combined with the sourness of the lemon juice. This combination reminds me of my other girlfriend dog. The Dalmatian dog leftover was held in Li Mu's arms and said. I didn't expect you to be a big radish dog, and I forgot more than one girlfriend dog. Li Mu tapped the Dalmatian dog's head with a lightly clenched fist and said. Although I have experienced many girls and dogs, I am still a good dog. While the Dalmatians were talking, Li Mu's arms struggled for a while. Seeing that he couldn't let go of the struggle, he gave Li Mu a dissatisfied look, this is using it as a pillow. Hey, little brothers, if you are idle, you are idle. Do you want to have a ball game? Not far away, Netero walked slowly from the passage and said. So fast, just now he was clearly at the fork in the front right, and he appeared behind us in an instant. Killua was shocked. Ball game? Not interested. Killua refused outright, he didn't want to play such a boring game. A ball game? Great, I want to play. Gon nodded quickly, looking forward to the upcoming ball game. Are you robbing the president? Li Mu asked. Why not? President Netero chuckled. Well, I'm participating too. Li Mu nodded in agreement. This kind of opportunity to learn from the president of the Hunter Association is rare. Li Mu also wants to see how far he is from the president of Netero in terms of physical skills alone. Little brother number 99, both of your friends have decided to play the ball game. Are you sure you don't? President Netero seduced from the side. Killua, let's play together. Playing with friends is a great feeling. Gon took Killua's hand and said. Friend. After Killua heard President Netero's two of your friends, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He has no friends in the Zaldik killer family, and his relatives in the family don't allow him to have friends. In the eyes of his relatives, being a killer does not deserve friends. Gon, are we really friends? Killua asked. Of course you are my friend. Gon nodded affirmatively. Then, Killua looked at Li Mu again. You are my friend too. Li Mu also nodded. He was very comfortable with Killua, so he regarded Killua as a friend. Chapter 27. The training room inside the ship. The volleyball on Netero's index finger kept spinning. From now on, as long as you can grab the volleyball from me, I will lose. Netero emphasized it again. Come on, let me see how the three of you who have passed the two trials are level. Netero held the ball firmly in his right hand, thinking to himself. As long as you grab the ball, then I'll go first. Killua took the hand out of her pocket and said. It doesn't matter which of you goes first, I can do it. President Netero said that he didn't mind at all. Damn old man, how dare you underestimate me. Seeing Netero's unconcerned expression, Killua felt a sense of competitiveness in her heart. I saw Killua started to move around Netero, and after a while, figures formed around Netero. Wow, Killua turned into several. Gon was surprised. This is a method of assassination techniques, limb bending, which uses the speed of footsteps to create countless illusions, thereby confounding opponents. Netero secretly admired, but this level of assassination techniques is for me. Invalid. This is the chance. Killua saw Netero staring at a clone to his right and hurried to take advantage of the opportunity. Children, if you want to grab the ball with this trick, it's still a long way off. Netero threw the ball into the air, then pressed Killua's head with his left hand. Damn, I almost got it. Killua secretly said a pity. Killua then made several attempts, but still ended in failure. Let me go next. Gon squeezed his forefinger with a click, and came to the front of President Netero with a little excitement, I'm going to start a snatch. After Gon finished speaking, he immediately rushed to Netero's side, and then grabbed the volleyball on Netero's left hand with his left hand. However, Netero was already prepared and moved his body sideways to avoid Gon's attack. Come again. President Netero tossed the volleyball in his hand and said to Gon. After Gon heard Netero's provocation, he attacked President Netero again, but was avoided by President Netero. 10 minutes later, Gon sat on the ground panting, no, I still can't grab the volleyball in the hands of the president. Gon, you're already great. Li Mu encouraged by the side. Li Mu, why don't you go next, maybe you can grab the volleyball from President Netero. Gon stared at Li Mu with a gleam in his eyes and said. Well, let me try it. Li Mu nodded. The two of them failed one after another. You are the last hope of the three. If you can't do it, the three of you will go together. Netero said to Li Mu with a smile. Let me feel the strength of the president's physique. After Li Mu finished speaking, he immediately disappeared from the spot. This kid is so fast. A look of surprise flashed in Netero's eyes as he landed on one leg. I saw Li Mu suddenly appear behind Netero to the right, ready to grab the volleyball from President Netero's field of vision, and he is about to grab it. Boom. Sound. Netero stretched out his right hand to open Li Mu's hand. I didn't expect you to let me use my right hand. Netero was slightly surprised. He originally wanted to bind one hand and one foot to play with the three children, but one of the children forced him to use his right hand at the beginning. My purpose is to grab the volleyball in your hand. Li Mu said softly. Children, it's good to have confidence, but blind confidence is conceited. Netero's eyes narrowed slightly, ready to be a little more serious. 10 minutes later. Li Mu sighed, on the basis of physical skills, I am not the opponent of President Netero. Even with the super gene potion bonus, there is still some gap between me and the physical skills of the world's top combat power. Maybe I still minor, when I'm an adult my body matures. Don't sigh, you are already great, forcing me to use both hands and feet, and forcing me to the absolute a few times, almost snatching the volleyball from my hand. Netero encouraged by the side. If the three of you play together, you should have a chance to steal the volleyball from me. Netero smiled reassuringly. Yes. Gon looked eager to try. Fake. President Netero suddenly burst out laughing. Hey, your name is Li Mu, right? After laughing, Netero looked at Li Mu very seriously and asked. Okay. Li Mu nodded. Would you like to be my teacher? Netero sent an invitation to Li Mu's apprenticeship very seriously. Asterisk. Chapter 28. I do. After thinking for a moment, Li Mu nodded. Netero is the top human being in this world, and he is also the president of the Hunter Association. It is not bad for Li Mu to learn Netero's apprenticeship. On the contrary, there are many benefits. Well, from today you are my apprentice. I accept you as a disciple because your martial arts talent is very strong, and it is very suitable to be my successor. Netero explains the reason for accepting Li Mu as an apprentice. Over the years, he has also been looking for his successor, and now he has finally found the most suitable one. President Netero. Li Mu was interrupted by Netero as soon as he spoke. Also called the president. Netero's voice rose a little. Master, I want to learn mind power. Li Mu spoke directly. He was very longing for Nen in his previous life, so he could not wait to learn Nen as soon as he became a teacher. Don't worry, it's still in the hunter's trial. When you pass the hunter's trial, I will naturally teach you. Seeing Li Mu's eagerness, Netero couldn't help but chuckle. The third trial is about to start, and even if he wants to teach it, it's too late. What's more, he also wanted to see if Li Mu could pass the hunter assessment in the end. If he couldn't pass, his evaluation of Li Mu would drop a few points. Okay, when I pass the hunter trial and become a hunter, I will learn from you, master. Li Mu nodded. He also knew that he was a little too excited just now. Li Mu, congratulations on your successful apprenticeship. Gon congratulated from the side. Don't worry, my master is your master, and it is the same for anyone who is a teacher. Li Mu patted Gon on the shoulder and said. After hearing Li Mu's words, Netero couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Can master share it with others too? But he thinks about his friends all the time, and he thinks of sharing good things with friends. I like it very much. Netero's gaze at Li Mu could not help softening a lot. Lounge. Is it true? Did Li Mu really take Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, as his teacher? Leorio said in disbelief. He just fell asleep because he was too tired, but he didn't expect to hear the news of the explosion as soon as he woke up. Of course it's true, if you don't believe me, you can ask Li Mu yourself. Gon said with a smile. Well, indeed. Li Mu nodded. He wanted to keep a low profile, but Gon's mouth didn't close the door. Damn it, Li Mu, you kid can do it. I thought it was all chickens, but I didn't expect you to fly up the branches and become a phoenix. Leorio patted Li Mu's shoulder carelessly and said. Li Mu, congratulations on your apprenticeship. Kurapika thanked him from the side. What? This little devil was actually accepted as an apprentice by President Netero. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the student Bakuer who passed by. Just a lucky kid. The eldest of the three Amorite brothers had a strong feeling of jealousy in his heart. The news of Li Mu's apprenticeship with President Netero was overheard by many people, and then it was passed on from 10 to 15, and even the ant who was sweeping the floor knew about it. Apprentice. That's fine, the green fruit can accelerate the catalysis. When Hisoka heard Li Mu apprentice to Netero, an imperceptible anticipation flashed in his eyes. Damn, why is it that stinky brat, not me? One of the trainees who had participated in 5 hunter trials was very jealous. This little BD, I want to accept him as a disciple. He refused directly. The president accepted him as a disciple. He agreed without hesitation. Does this show that he looks down on our food hunter? Menchi was a little angry and dissatisfied after hearing the news that Li Mu was apprenticing to President Netero. No, it's not that he looks down on Food Hunter, but he looks down on you, thinking that you are not qualified to be his master. Satos calmly took a sip of coffee and said. Dog Satos, what did you say? Believe it or not, the old lady chopped you up. As soon as Menchi's fiery temper came up, he directly took out the short knife from his waist, and stabbed Satos in a pretentious manner. FKU. Satos saw Menchi raising a knife to cut him, so he got up and ran. Menchi, you are enough, if you are chasing, I will be welcome. Menchi, if you have the ability to put down the knife, we will face off against Taishu. Menchi, is it okay if I'm wrong, can you stop pulling my ears, why are girls fighting so unreasonably? Satos said helplessly. Actually, you're right, my strength is indeed much worse than the president. Menchi sighed, then dropped his ear-pulling hand. Then you still cut me with a knife. Satos complained dissatisfiedly. Although he knew that Menchi wouldn't actually slash him, he was still dissatisfied. I have nowhere to vent my anger, and you just hit the muzzle of the gun. If you don't cut it, who will you cut? Menchi said, smoothing her slightly sloping braid. Satos. It's best not to provoke women, especially those who are neurotic and in a state of anger, Satos quotes. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Early morning. The spaceship came to the third trial site of the Hunter trial. All candidates, this is the third trial venue. This is the top of the tower called the Dimension Trap Tower. The qualified condition is to reach the ground from the top of the tower. 72 hours when limited time. Then the assessment officially begins. I wish everyone a smooth pass. The host Bean Noodle Man explained to the students. After the explanation was completed, I took the spaceship and left directly. This trap tower is too high. Ordinary people will be smashed into flesh if they fall from here. Leorio stood on the edge of the cylindrical trap tower with a flash of apprehension. Cut, although this trap tower is towering, for rock climbing experts, you can climb directly from the rock wall of the trap tower. While speaking, a young black-haired student with gloves came directly to the edge of the tower and began to climb down the rock. Look, it's that simple. After climbing down more than 10 meters, the student laughed proudly at Leorio and the others at the top of the tower. Look, what kind of bird is that? Leorio is stuck between you and the big, baby-faced bird with wings in the distance, a flash of shock in his eyes, the first time he's seen such an odd bird. This is a bird of paradise, a carnivorous bird, especially likes to eat people, it is a very violent monster. Kurapika explained to Leorio staring at the bird of paradise flying in the direction of the trap tower. FK, eat people? Kurapika, don't scare me. Leorio was already a little scared of this big humanoid bird, and when he heard Kurapika say this, he was even more scared. What? Help me. The rock climbing student who had already climbed half of the trap tower was bitten in the mouth by a diving bird of paradise. After the student was bitten off half of his body, he desperately called for help. You deserve it, let him show it off in front of us just now. The second child of the three Amorite brothers sneered. No, these birds of paradise are attacking us. When student Bakur watched the birds of paradise swooping straight towards the top of the trap tower in groups of 3s and 2s in the sky, there was a deep sense of fear in his eyes. What? Another scream, a student at the top of the tower was bitten by the bird of paradise, and then swallowed it. Leorio, watch out. Gon suddenly threw Leorio down, dodging a bird of paradise attack. Click. One sound. This bird of paradise, who wanted to attack Leorio and Gon again, was directly twisted by Li Mu's neck. It seems that if we want to go on, we must first solve these hungry birds of paradise. The student martial artist Baudello kicked a bird of paradise in the face and said. There seems to be a secret door here to go down from the top of the tower. A student stepped on an empty stone slab at the top of a tower, and after discovering the secret door, he said to one of his good friends. It turned out to be letting us go down through the secret door and go to the bottom of the tower. After Bakur eavesdropped on the conversation, he looked astonished. Damn Bakur, who told you to be so loud, you said so that everyone on the top of the tower heard it. The three Amorai brothers originally wanted to sneak behind them, but when they heard Bakur tell the secret, they stared at Bakur coldly and said. The discovered secret door can only allow one person to go down. It is impossible for the second person to go down through this secret door, because the secret door has been serviced once and automatically closed. A student not far away originally wanted to speculate and followed the other students in, but found that the secret door closed automatically after entering a student. Li Mu, Killua, Kurapika, Leorio, there are 5 secret doors here, come here. Gon spoke to Li Mu and Killua and Leorio Kurapika. You go first, and I will help you stop these hungry birds of paradise. Li Mu said to Kurapika and Leorio and Killua after smashing another bird of paradise in one punch. Li Mu, you have to come quickly. Leorio said to Li Mu while running towards Gon. Just when Gon, Kurapika and Leorio Killua were standing at the corresponding secret door, waiting for Li Mu to enter the corresponding secret door together, a figure suddenly occupied the secret door reserved for Li Mu, and then got in. A hole. Leorio and Gon want to stop, but are still a step behind. Forget it, this secret door is occupied, it doesn't matter, I'll be looking for one myself later, you go in first. Li Mu said to Gon and Leorio after killing a bird of paradise again. But my conscience can't handle it like this. Leorio said slightly hesitantly. There's still a secret passage here. Gon tapped a fishing rod on a slate not far away and said. Hey, it's alright to have a secret channel, so that my conscience won't be overwhelmed. Leorio breathed a sigh of relief. I'm coming here. Li Mu kicked a bird of paradise and came to the secret door designated by Gon's fishing rod. I count 1, 2, 3, let's all enter together. Li Mu said. 1, 2, 3. After Li Mu's shouting ended, Li Mu, Gon and others entered the secret door one after another. The underground passage under the secret door. Leorio pointed to a student not far away and said, this guy robbed Li Mu of the secret door. Blow him. Following Leorio's order, he and Killua took the lead in greeting the student with their fists. A few minutes later, the student curled up in the corner, looking at Leorio with trembling eyes. He just robbed a secret door, and these people beat him to death. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Inside the tower. Li Mu looked at the empty passage, a little disappointed. It seemed that he was isolated from Gon and the others. In another passage from the top of the tower, Leorio sat on the back of the speculative student. It seems that the four of us are separated, and Li Mu is alone in the other passage. Yes, if this trial student doesn't grab Li Mu's secret door, maybe the 5 of us will be together. Kurapika said. Although there are many secret doors at the top of the tower, adjacent secret doors may lead to the same passage. When I mention him, I get angry. He made Li Mu separate from us. No, I have to continue to beat him, otherwise the anger in my heart will not dissipate. Leorio stood up from the human seat and kicked the smuggled student again. It's a foregone conclusion, let's consider how to get down from the top of the tower to the bottom of the tower within 72 hours. I think we will meet the corresponding assessment when we still reach the bottom of the tower. Kurapika analyzed. Just after he finished the analysis, the sound of a loudspeaker came from a corner not far away. You are right in your analysis, and then I will arrange a corresponding assessment to test you. Another channel. Li Mu said to the loudspeaker, just follow this passage and go straight down. Yes, as long as you go down this passage and complete the assessment I customized for you, you will pass. The examiner responded to Li Mu through a loudspeaker. It is good. While answering, Li Mu walked down the passage. This is the new apprentice of the president, do you really want to do this? In the monitoring room, the third hunter trial officer and trap tower warden Liber said to the man with 2 scars in the eyes on the green algae head on his face. Because this kid is apprenticing to President Netero, we have to test the qualifications of this kid for the president, right? Wait a minute, I'll go and have a few tricks with him in person, and then go to Hisoka for revenge. The pain of the scar he caused me in the last trial, I still feel ashamed. I'm going to kill Hisoka this time. Maybe you will be killed by Hisoka. Liber murmured in his heart, but didn't say it. He had heard Satos, Menchi, and others mention that Hisoka among these students was in existence that even their scalps felt numb. Li Mu walked down the passage, and finally a room blocked his way. Open the door and go in. The loudspeaker next to the channel rang again in Li Mu's mind. Li Mu glanced at the horn, did not answer, but went straight forward and opened the door of the room that was blocking the way. You will compete with these 3 prisoners one by one, only the alive can leave this room. The voice of the trial officer Liber came from the loudspeaker in the room. Although the strength of these 3 prisoners was not particularly strong, they were all different from ordinary people. It's a kid who came in, come on. A man with a robe covering his cheek laughed loudly, it seems that God wants me to get out of this prison alive. These 3 people on the opposite side are the assessments you will face. The questions will be written by them. You only need to pass them one by one. The loudspeaker in the room came again with the voice of the assessor Liber. Little devil, after you die, I will knock out your teeth. I like to collect the teeth of the people I killed. A bald man took off his cape and glanced at Li Mu, the prey, with impunity. This bald man, named Wolf Lawrence, killed 21 people. The teeth of these 21 people were made into necklaces and bracelets, and he was caught in the trap tower. The prison was sentenced to 210 years in prison. If there were no accidents, he would die of old age in this dark trap tower prison. I want his eyes. A woman next to Wolf Lawrence took off her cape and said. This woman is a female magician. She organized a group of thieves who stole all the money of a bank and killed the bank's president. She was caught in the trap tower and sentenced to 120 years in prison. She is an eyeball collector and once wanted to spend a lot of money to buy the unique flaming red eyes of the Kuluta people. I want to eat his heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney. I want to eat his chin and tongue. A man with sunken eye sockets and a face full of madness like a desperate face pointed at Li Mu and said. This man's name is Akasan Martin. He is an ogre. He once ate people alive and boiled them. After being caught in the trap tower, he still ate several prisoners. He was sentenced to 15,000 for 132 years, his whole life will be in the dark trap tower prison, and he will be punished by different torture tools every day. Let's enjoy this killing feast next. This is our only chance to let us kill people in the trap tower without being punished, but we'll have a reduced sentence. The eyes of the three prisoners staring at Li Mu were so hot and crazy. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Death Fight. Li Mu looked at the first prisoner, Wolf Lawrence, and asked. Of course, but in a death match, the only restriction is that weapons cannot be used. Wolf Lawrence emphasized. No problem. Let's start. Li Mu nodded in agreement, he didn't have any weapons anyway. GGG. Look at the fist. Wolf Lawrence jumped up without giving Li Mu a chance to prepare, and then punched Li Mu's face from top to bottom. His arms were already mechanically prosthetic, and his fists were made of special steel. This punch can directly blow the head of ordinary people. It's a pity that Li Mu is not an ordinary person. Facing the fist that slammed into the door, Li Mu dodged slightly to the right, then stretched out his right hand to grab Wolf Lawrence's neck. That's it. Cough cough. Let me go. Wolf Lawrence was about to be suffocated, so he beat Li Mu frantically with his fist, but before his fist knocked down Li Mu, he was hit by a disc-shaped ice shield that appeared in front of Li Mu. Block it, at most, hammer down some ice chips. Crack. Li Mu twisted Wolf Lawrence's neck with force. Next person. After killing Wolf Lawrence, Li Mu said to the two remaining prisoners. Humph, a useless thing is killed in one face-to-face. I still have to let the old lady go out in person. The magician Elliot Eve put on her robes again and walked out of the two-person line. What's next? Li Mu asked nonchalantly. The next step is to be ruthless. We both dug out the same parts from our own bodies. I dug out my eyes, and you have to dug out my eyes. You do me once, and whoever admits it will lose, and the loser will be punished. Elliot Eve sneered at the corner of his mouth. She is the pinnacle of magicians, and she is best at magic such as gouging out her eyes and cutting off her body, as long as she deceives the other party. I agree. Li Mu agreed directly, without any hesitation. When I heard my self-inflicted bodies by Yuan, I agreed directly. It's not supposed to be panicked after hearing what I said, and then. Elliot Eve made up her mind, but she was interrupted by Li Mu before she had finished. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry, should you dig first or me? Li Mu urged. Little brother, shouldn't you be a masochist? GGG. But that's fine. If you're here, I'll feel bored instead. I'll come first dig an eye to liven up the atmosphere. While speaking, Elliot Eve buttoned his right eyeball, played with the eyeball in his hand, and said to Li Mu, it's your turn. It is good. Li Mu also buttoned his right eye with his hand without hesitation, and his right eye was directly buttoned by him. This kid actually has his eyeballs buttoned down without even frowning. Elliot Eve's left eye was full of shock. Her right eye was originally blind, and her right eyeball was a fake, so the first self-mutilation was actually fake. It's time for me to dig first. I'll put aside my abdomen first, dig out my heart, take out my small intestine, and pierce my stomach. It's your turn, hurry up. Li Mu urged with the heart in his hand. He was able to do this because he used a substitute technique, and even if he maintained his full strength in such a state of self-mutilation, he could only last for about a minute. I said hurry up, didn't you hear me? Li Mu urged with cold eyes. You madman! Madman! There was a trace of fear in Elliot Eve's eyes. She was digging flesh by self-mutilation, but what she prepared was to dig her eyes and short legs, but she didn't have all the props such as internal organs. If she digs like this kid, then she must die. What? Don't you dare! Then do I win this game? Li Mu asked in a deep voice. I don't want to kill myself like you. Elliot Eve replied. I admit defeat, you win. Elliot Eve pretended to be lost. But what if you win? You open up your abdomen, take out your heart and liver, and pull out your small intestine. You won't be able to live for a minute. You are dead, the winner of this competition still belongs to me. GGG. A grim smile appeared on Elliot Eve's face. Who said I was bound to die? Li Mu's voice sounded in the front right corner. I saw that the ice cube in the front right corner suddenly became more and more tall and turned into a human shape, and the body that had just self-mutilated and held the liver organ directly turned into a rotten shoe. You are cheating. Elliot Eve's expression was contorted, and his voice was shrill. Your right eye is fake, do you think I don't know? Li Mu sneered. I just wanted to perform a trick. The trick is over, it's time for me to injure myself, right? Li Mu asked sarcastically. Yes, you dig your eyes, quickly dig. Elliot F. Fawn stared at Li Mu and said. Li Mu stretched out his right hand and landed on his right eye, but did not start. It is impossible to dig. When you're done digging your eyes, it's my turn to dig, but before I'm ready to dig your eyes, you admit defeat, and mark it. Asterisk. Chapter 32. You wanna die. As a great magician, Elliot Eve has always been her deceiver, but now she is the one who is deceived in the field she is good at. Iceland Dragon Thorn. Li Mu stomped his feet, and a slender thorn protruded from the ground, piercing Elliot Eve's chest. It's funny how you look so angry. Li Mu said slightly contemptuously. You have to die, you. Before Elliot Eve could finish speaking, his head drooped and his limbs slumped to death. Both of them are dead. It's your turn. What are you and me? Li Mu turned to look at the last prisoner who was going to try him. These two idiots died in your hands because they were too stupid and too naive, and they are considered to be worthless. We still gamble our lives next, but I will customize the rules. Ogre Akasan Martin said, sticking out his tongue and licking his upper lip. Oh, the last 2 rounds, isn't it the rules you set? Don't talk nonsense, what kind of gambling are you going to play? I will follow. Li Mu said in a cold voice. Okay, I like a brave young man like you. Ogre Akasan Martin clapped his hands in praise, but continued after clapping his hands, young and energetic meat should be delicious. How to gamble your life, you say, don't say that there are some. Li Mu said impatiently. Gamble your life, better than guessing. Akasan Martin replied. Mora. There is a big question mark on Li Mu's head. Yes, it's guessing. Every time the one who loses in guessing fists has to cut off a piece of meat no less than a tail for the other side to eat. Akasan Martin swallowed and couldn't wait to eat Li Mu's meat. Eat meat? Sorry, I'm not a pervert. Li Mu refused. Anyway, the person who loses in guessing will cut a piece or 2 of meat for the other party, and it's up to you to eat it or not. Akasan Martin said indifferently. By the way, there is one more thing. Once the boxing starts, it will continue. If you admit defeat, you will kill yourself. Akasan Martin added. In this way, no matter what, he can kill the young man on the opposite side, and then enjoy the delicious food. It's just guessing, it's easy for me. Li Mu nodded and agreed, can we start? Wait a minute, sign a contract before guessing your life. Akasan Martin mobilized his psychic power and spit out a psychic scroll from his mouth. We will sign an oath on it together. Before the oath is completed, if anyone breaks the pact, this scroll of my psychic power will release a man-eating snake-shaped psychic beast to punish those who kill the blasphemous oath. Akasan Martin said this because he was also afraid that Li Mu would cheat like the second game and use a fake body instead of himself to cut the flesh for him. I never give my life to others, this contract is ridiculous. Li Mu slashed with the condensed ice blade in his hand, directly slicing the contract scroll in half. You wanna die? Ogre Akasan Martin's face became even paler when his contract scroll was cut in half. When his mind power contract scroll was linked to his soul, when the contract scroll was cut off, his soul would also suffer. Scroll, I can't sign, love is not comparable, if you continue to ink, I will kill you. Li Mu's body exudes a strong murderous aura. Although killing the Ogre Akasan Martin directly may result in a foul and lower the score of this assessment, he will not be eliminated. The training condition is 72 hours to reach the bottom of the trap tower to pass. Then let's get started. I'll tell you a secret. In fact, I'm a micro-expression master who can read minds. I can determine what punch you're going to throw next. The Ogre Akasan Martin continued with strong hatred, I will win. After I win, I will eat your face first. Panic, kid. You must be nervous about what to do next when I say I'm a psychologist and can predict your predictions. In a tense state, people will subconsciously avoid the tendency to make opening movements, so you will subconsciously come out of stones. I count 3, 2, 1 and start punching. 3, 2, 1. Okay. You, how did you come up with scissors? The Ogre Akasan Martin looked at the cloth that he had produced, and the scissors that Li Mu had produced, and had some doubts about life. Because I prejudged your prejudgment. The corners of Li Mu's mouth turned up, revealing a triumphant smile. In boxing, he has never lost to anyone, and he even won the boxing competition held on Whale Island before. Asterisk. Chapter 33. On a ring in the upper middle of the trap tower. Leorio is also in a boxing match with a woman. Questing is easy, why does Leorio feel nervous and afraid of losing? Gon looked puzzled. He and Li Mu participated in the boxing competition on Whale Island, he was the runner-up and Li Mu was the champion. And the reason why the two of them were able to pass the game in the guessing match was because they mastered a secret of guessing the boxing. The secret was told by an uncle. When guessing the boxing, the opponent's hand will be raised from the punching state, and at the moment of swinging down, there is a good chance that the shape of the punch that you want will appear, that is to say, as long as you can see it. Clear the opponent's hand whether to maintain a fist or change the gesture, and then use a stronger hand than his. Of course, this secret requires amazing observation and the sensitivity of the palm, both of which are indispensable. Many people want to rely on this secret to win, but because the fingers are insensitive and the gestures are slow, they are discovered by the other party and regarded as cheating. You lose. Keep cutting the meat. Li Mu said with a flat face. I don't play anymore, I don't play anymore. The ogre dragged his bloody legs back 2 steps in fear. You don't play, does that mean I won? Li Mu asked. You won, you passed my level. The Ogre Akasan Martin's body was bleeding everywhere, and he said with some fear. He was a ruthless man who cut off his own flesh to eat when he was about to starve to death, but he was also a person who was afraid of death, otherwise he would not eat his own flesh to survive. Now that he doesn't have a piece of good meat on his body, he can't afford to gamble anymore. If he continues to gamble, he will cut lean meat or even bones and internal organs, and then die. I remember you said that the loser will kill himself. Li Mu touched his chin and said. If this prisoner hadn't bet his life with him as soon as he came up, and wanted to kill him, maybe Li Mu could still consider whether to let the prisoner go. Please spare my life, I'm really afraid of death, I don't want to die. Ogre Akasan Martin pleaded in horror. At this moment, he realized the desperation of those who were killed and eaten by him begging him for mercy when facing death. You don't want to die, your life is precious, right? Why didn't you consider whether others wanted to die when you wanted to kill them? But you still killed those who begged you for mercy. Li Mu walked slowly towards the Ogre Akasan Martin with the ice blade in hand, and waved the ice blade when he walked to Akasan Martin's side. When the hand rises and the knife falls, the head also falls. Tester, congratulations on passing the assessment on this floor, the secret door has been opened for you, you just need to go down. The third hunter examiner, Lieber, pushed his glasses and said through the microphone. Are you using the hands of our trainees to deal with these prisoners? Li Mu looked at the loudspeaker not far away and asked. Oh, if I wanted to deal with it, I would have killed myself. After all, the mistakes these prisoners made are enough for them to die 100 times. Libo said with a stern expression. He is the warden here. It is easy to kill these prisoners who deserve to die. He let these practitioners face the prisoners, just to let these prisoners use their last value and residual heat. Li Mu continued to walk down the secret door. After walking down 2 floors, he met 3 trial students who were confronting a middle-aged man with a lizard tail. Another kid. Let me tell you the rules too. I have to see a dead person every hour. If I don't see it, I will kill one myself. The man with the lizard tail said slowly. How did you grow a lizard's tail? After hearing the rules, Li Mu did not ask about the specifics of the rules, but asked him the question that puzzled him. Because I was born from a combination of an illusory beast and a human, I carry both human and beast genes. The lizard man narrowed his eyes and replied. When Li Mu heard the answer from the lizard man, he knew in his heart that the ferocious fox, the pilot he had met before, could turn into a human body. An hour has passed, and there are still the last 10 minutes. If I can't see the dead, I will kill one of the 4 of you. Only one of you can pass the level alive from me. The lizard man glanced at the timer next to him and said. He's trying to make us mess with each other, how should we break the game, we're all friends, how can we do it? One of the students remembered thinking about the ants on the hot pot. Did he really want him to kill his friends to win? Why don't we kill Li Mu first? Another student whispered to his companion. Kill Li Mu, the apprentice hired by President Netero, and buy them some time first. They obviously felt that it was much easier to kill Li Mu than the lizard man, because they had fought against the lizard man before, and they were defeated and almost killed in one move. Do you look like you're whispering? I've heard you say you're going to kill me. Li Mu was a little speechless. He spoke ill of people behind his back. Could he keep his voice down? He felt a little uncomfortable when he heard these words. Since you are going to kill me, don't blame me for being rude. What can you do if you're welcome? It's 3-on-1 now. Do you think you can beat us? One of the 3 people in the group said to Li Mu in a dignified manner. But just after he finished speaking, Li Mu pierced his chest with a long-range attack of Iceland Dragon Thorn. How about 3? Originally, I was still thinking of killing the lizard man. You 3 bastards can also follow this level, but the whispers you said made me very uncomfortable. People who want to kill me, I will never be soft. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Congratulations. You're over. As expected of President Netero's fancy, he really has a few brushes. Lizardman said after Li Mu killed the 3 students who wanted to misbehave. You are also a prisoner here? Li Mu asked. He only asked this question when he saw that the lizardman was wearing something special in the last sentence he said. No. I'm the jailer here. The lizard man took a jug from his waist and took a sip of wine, reminding him, you still have the last test, so you can pass the 3rd test. There is a guy who doesn't like seeing you because of your apprenticeship with President Netero, he wants to come and meet you in person. To put it bluntly, I'm just jealous of my apprenticeship. He'll come after me, and he'll be done. Li Mu said confidently. So confident? Tell you quietly, that person is a bounty hunter, he served as an examiner in the last hunter trial, and he once wanted to apprentice to President Netero. The lizard man was watching Li Mu while he was talking, but he found that even after he said that the examiner in the next level was a hunter, Li Mu still showed confidence on his face, so he couldn't help but look at Li Mu a little higher. Come on, I hope you can get a good grade. After the jailer lizard man finished speaking, he directly pressed the remote control button in his hand, and the secret door beside it was opened. Well, with your auspicious words, I will get a good grade. Li Mu stepped through the secret door and continued to walk down. The next road, Li Mu has been unobstructed, and when he was about to reach the ground floor, a man sitting on the ground in front blocked Li Mu's way. You are very good, you can come here in such a short time. The green algae-headed man who was sitting crossed raised his head and said to Li Mu. You don't need to tell me, I also know that I'm very good. Li Mu twisted his hair, he is a very confident person. Haha, praise you 2 words, you still believe it. The green algae-headed man stood up from the cross-legged state and said with a hint of mockery in his eyes. You should be jealous of my apprenticeship, President Netero, so you will replace my assessment of this level. Come and meet me for a while. Li Mu said. Che, would I be jealous of you? The green algae-headed man did not cut his way. The elder brother of the jailer has told me just now that you wanted to apprentice to President Netero, but no matter how much you requested, President Netero still did not accept you as his apprentice. Last year, when you were an examiner, because of your arrogance, you angered the Hisoka students who came to participate in the hunter trial and was almost killed by Hisoka. Li Mu said. Shut up. The reason I applied to assist in the assessment this time is to kill Hisoka to avenge my humiliation last year. You're turning over my old shame like this, making me embarrassed. Originally I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but now I'm going to beat you to death and let the president know that I'm stronger than you and more suitable to be him. Apprentice. The green algae head looked a little violent. You've been stunned for apprenticeship. Li Mu shook his head and said. You said to teach me a lesson, are you sure you are my opponent? Li Mu said nothing. Haha, you're crazy when you think you're apprenticing to Netero. Green algae head took out the double knives at his waist while speaking. I'm mad because I have mad capital, and my madness varies from person to person. At the same time as Li Mu was talking, he condensed a red tassel spear on his right hand. Have you heard that a little handmang arrives first, and then the gun shoots like a dragon? Since this green algae head said that Li Mu was crazy, then Li Mu was crazy to show him. Asterisk. Chapter 35. The cold light suddenly appeared, and the spear was like a dragon, directly stabbing the chest of Hunter, the head of green algae. As far as your marksmanship is concerned, it's too bad. You shoot like a dragon. You are like a long worm. Green algae head Hunter said mockingly after jumping off Li Mu's ice red tassel with the scimitar in his right hand. Really? Then why is your belly bleeding? Li Mu put the ice red tassel spear upright on the ground and chuckled. He has learned martial arts in his previous life and is good at spear art. With the amazing physique of the current little monster, he can indeed achieve rapid robbing, forming countless gun shadows, and then shooting like a dragon. Damn! 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 Green algae head Hunter cursed 3 times in a row, and tore off a piece of cloth with his right hand to wrap the wound on his abdomen. My name is, and everyone calls me a machete. After the green algae head Hunter dealt with the wound, he put away a slight contempt and said to Li Mu. Scimitar? Your knife is indeed a machete. This title is very worthy of you, but it's not compelling. Li Mu joked. Have you heard of the infinite 4-knife flow? I originally reserved this trick to deal with Hisoka, you are very lucky to see it. While talking, the green algae head Hunter held the 2 knives drawn from his waist in the palm of his hand, and then threw the knives into the air like a circus juggler throwing apples. Spin up. I'm going. The green algae head Hunter had a look of confidence on his face, and shot the spinning knife at Li Mu. Call out. Sound. The spinning knife cut through the air and slashed towards Li Mu's neck. Li Mu sideways dodged the attack of the spinning knife from the green algae head. It's not over yet. Green algae head Hunter, instead of being disappointed, turned his mouth up after Li Mu dodged his spinning knife attack. Turn around. The thrown spinning knife attacked Li Mu twice like a boomerang. Tear it. A slit was cut in the sleeve of Li Mu's right arm. I admit you have 2 brushes, but you PD me off at the same time. Li Mu's face became serious after he glanced at the blood flowing out of the sleeve where his right arm was cut off. After all, this green algae head is a hunter of the Hunter Association, and he should take it a little more seriously. 2 brushes? I only have 1 knife and you can't stand it. If I take off with 4 knives, can you survive under my knife? Green algae head Hunter laughed. Obviously not as strong as him, but still pretending to be here. Who gave the courage? You didn't do your best, why didn't I? Even I just had the mentality of playing with you, but you hurt me. Li Mu took a step forward, and the temperature in the tunnel dropped suddenly. Broken ice 1000 ren. Countless ice arrows formed in front of Li Mu, and the arrows were aimed at the green algae head Hunter. You are not as good as me than the number. Go. Countless ice arrows were shot at the green algae-headed man under the control of Li Mu. Bang bang bang. Green algae head Hunter looked at the countless ice arrows shot, picked up the machete in his hand and slashed desperately to resist, but his fists were no match for the 4 hands, not to mention the arrows from countless hands. Green algae head Hunter resisted tenaciously for half a minute, and his strength gradually declined, and he was hit by an arrow. A minute later, the green algae-headed man was full of ice arrows. Had it not been for the protection of Ninjo, the green algae head man might have been shot directly to death. Jo, one of the 4 elements of mind power, can attach mind power to the body or object to increase the hardness of the object. You still want to challenge Hisoka with your strength? I advise you to give up. If you go, you will be killed by Hisoka with a few tricks. What's your name? Forget it, you don't deserve to let me remember your name, you have embarrassed the Hunter Association. Li Mu patted the ice slag on his body and continued to walk towards the next floor. Number 1, Li Mu number 406, it took 4 hours and 3 minutes. After Li Mu reached the bottom of the trap tower, the loudspeaker next to him broadcasted the channel. Li Mu, you can pass the test of the trap tower first, no wonder you will be apprenticed by President Netero, you do have this capital. You are very good, even better than some people who have passed the Hunter trial before. The examiner of the third Hunter trial, Lieber, spoke again through the loudspeaker. Also, that guy has already died in the battle with Hisoka. Lieber thought for a moment and said. The obsession in Hunter's heart forced him to have an understanding with Hisoka, so even if he was injured by Li Mu, he still found Hisoka, but this time Hisoka did not save his life like last time, but directly cut him under the green algae head Hunter's head. Second place, Hisoka number 44, it took 5 hours and 15 minutes. After about an hour, Hisoka walked out of the secret door and came to the bottom of the trap tower. When Hisoka saw Li Mu, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. But after being surprised, Hisoka stuck out his tongue and licked his upper lip excitedly. The fruit ripened faster than he expected. Third place, 301 Gitaracker, 12 hours and 2 minutes. Ilmi Zaldik, disguised as Gitaracker, looked at Li Mu next to him and then at Hisoka. I should have thought that Hisoka would pass the level before me, but this kid actually passed the level before me. Ilmi fell into contemplation and reassessed Li Mu. Chapter 36. 72 hours later. The third Hunter trial is officially over. A total of 25 students passed the test. First of all, congratulations to your 25 students for passing the third Hunter trial. The trial officer Lieber pushed his glasses and said to the students who passed the test. Next, you will have a lottery to decide who is the prey and who is the hunter. Lieber continued. A game of prey and hunter. Hanzo listened to Lieber's words and said aside. Yes, this student is right, it's the hunter game, every student present can become a hunter, and may also become the prey of others. While Lieber was talking, he asked his assistant to bring up a box. Start the lottery. The number of the lottery you draw is the number of the object you want to hunt this time. Lieber ordered his assistant to make a copy of the number plates of the students who passed the test and put them in the box to draw lots. Gon, you said that if the number plate of the lottery I drew is the same as the number plate on your chest, would you become my prey? Leorio looked at Gon and continued, if the number card I drew was yours, I wouldn't keep it. Me too. Gon squinted and smiled and said with white teeth. The order of drawing lots is in the order of passing the third trial, the first Li Mu. Examiner Lieber announced. Don't get me. Don't get me. When Leorio approached Li Mu to draw the lottery, he kept reciting the scriptures to bless him. He didn't want to be drawn by some powerful people. Is it blank? Li Mu glanced at the drawn number plate and asked Lieber. In order to prevent peeping, the number side of the number plate is covered with special paper. You only need to tear the paper to see who your hunting target is. Next, Hisoka. Lieber replied. Hey, Li Mu, the prey you smoked can't be me, right? Seeing that Li Mu had been looking in his direction, Leorio stepped forward and asked cautiously. You guess. Li Mu said slightly playful. It shouldn't be you that Li Mu drew. He just looked at the number plate on the student in the direction behind you, and he should be searching for a hunting target. If his prey is you, he doesn't need to look at someone else's number plate. Kurapika analyzed from the side. Huh? Look at the number plate to find a hunting target. Leorio hurriedly took off the number plate on his chest and put it in his pocket. Not only Leorio, but others who heard Kurapika's analysis also took off the number plate on their chest and put them in their pockets. Li Mu, won't you take off the number plate? Leorio asked Li Mu. I was the first to pass the third level. The students impressed me the most. They should have all memorized the numbers on my chest number plate. There is no difference between picking it and not picking it. Yes, you are the first to clear the level, everyone remembers you. Leorio scratched the back of his head and responded slightly slower. The lottery ended in 10 minutes, and the students got their number plate numbers for the prey they wanted to hunt. Now let me talk about the rules. The original number plate on each of you counts as 3 points. The number card on the body of the hunting target you draw is also 3 points, provided that you can get it. If the number plate that is not your hunting target is robbed by you, it will be counted as a point. At the end of the trial, 6 or more points are accumulated to pass the test. Additionally, this time hunting and being hunted, you can kill each other. This trial is still only about the final result. Lieber had a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth when he added. Isn't it forbidden to kill? Hisoka licked the corner of his mouth, he liked the rules. The fourth trial site is on a small island not far away, and the examiner of the fourth trial will lead the students by boat. Hello everyone, I'm Carla, the assessor of your fourth trial. It takes about 2 hours for us to go to Bilu Island from here. During this period, everyone can freely rest on the ship, or you can consult me about the rules. The problem. The red-haired and short-haired assessor Kara said to everyone on the boat. Miss Kara, I want to go to the toilet, where is the toilet on the boat? Li Mu asked aloud. He is a little anxious. Go straight in this direction and turn right, then go down to the cabin. Carla raised her eyebrows and pointed the way. Thank you Miss Kara, you are so kind. After Li Mu finished speaking, he left in the direction he pointed. This little brother is exactly what Menchi said, with a sweet mouth, but the dog he keeps has a smell in the mouth which is annoying. Carla got angry when she thought of the Dalmatian she beat on the spaceship, why the gentle little brother kept such a hateful puppy. Hey, Gon, what number did you draw? Corner of the deck Killua walked up to Gon and sat next to Gon. Killua, why are you saying this? Gon seemed hesitant to speak. Why is this, you can make it clear. Killua was a little puzzled by Gon's words, why don't we open the hunt together, my target is this. Killua showed the number plate of his hunting target, not any of Leorio Li Mu. Yours turned out to be. Killua stared at the number plate Gon took out. Because Gon's hunting number plate turned out to be Li Mu. Asterisk. Chapter 37. What? Gon, your hunting target is me. When Li Mu heard Gon's words, he couldn't believe it. Li Mu, although the two of us are good friends, I won't keep your hands on you. I'll grab your number card on the island. Gon said to Li Mu with a smile. Don't worry, I won't let you, just come. Li Mu didn't mind what Gon said at all, Gon was that personality. Li Mu, if you don't let Gon, then Gon will be eliminated. Leorio said with a bit of pity. Not necessarily, Gon can also snatch other people's number plates and collect 6 points. Kurapika analyzed. But in this way, you have to hunt 3 students to make your points reach 6 points, which is also very difficult. Leorio replied. You don't have to worry about me, the big deal is that I'll come back next year, and I won't necessarily fail this time. Gon patted Leorio on the shoulder and forced a smile. Gon, we made an appointment to become hunter together, how can you be eliminated? Li Mu said confidently. It is impossible for him to eliminate Gon. Since he participates together, he must pass the hunter assessment with Gon and become a hunter. So, you changed your mind and are going to give your number plate to Gon? Leorio asked. If I handed the number plate to Gon now, Gon wouldn't want it either. Li Mu glanced at Gon, he knew Gon's personality well. Won't? Gon outright refused. Li Mu, who is your hunting target, can you tell me? Leorio asked again. He was curious as to whose number was drawn by Li Mu, who was the first to draw. Leorio, it's rude to ask someone else's hunt like this. Kurapika rolled his eyes at Leorio. How could such a question be answered? It's Amorite. Li Mu took out the number of cards he had drawn. Amory, the eldest of the 3 Amorite brothers. Leorio couldn't help but envy when he saw the number card drawn by Li Mu, you're lucky too. Li Mu and Gon Killua have both made public, then I will no longer hide, and I will show you my hunting targets. Leorio took out the number plate he had drawn, number 403. Isn't number 403 the monkey man? Killua recalled a little and said. Yes, it's the monkey trick. My Leorio is finally possessed by the European Emperor. Leorio laughed, his hunt was relatively weak among the students. Karika, who did you draw? We've all shown it, it's your turn to show it. Why do you look ugly? Could it be that the number card you drew is one of us? Seeing that Kurapika hadn't taken out the number card he had drawn, Leorio asked. My draw is number 44 Hisoka. Kurapika said solemnly. What? Hisoka? Karika, you're just as unlucky as Gon. Leorio held his forehead in silence for Kurapika. So I've given up on taking the number plate from Hisoka. Kurapika shook her head. He clearly knows that his strength is not comparable to Hisoka, and if he faces Hisoka, he will only be killed in seconds. Then you can only grab the number cards from other people, but in this way, you have to grab 3 number cards. Leorio could not help but take a moment of silence for Kurapika. 2 hours later, the ship arrived at the trial island smoothly. All students, please gather, we have arrived at the trial site. Next, I will read the name according to the ranking of the last trial, and the students who read the name can get off the boat and enter this island first. I say my name every 2 minutes, so you disembark every 2 minutes. Number 1, Li Mu, you can get off the boat. Carol looked at Li Mu who was standing in the front row and said. 2 minutes later Kara called Hisoka's name, number 2, Hisoka. 3 RD place Gitaracker. Number 4 Hanzo. 21 Gon. 22nd Kurapika. After nearly an hour of roll call, all the students finally boarded Bilu Island, which was shaped like black sunglasses. The 4th hunter trial has officially begun. Whether hunting or being hunted, only students with strong personal overall strength will have a better chance to pass the test. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Li Mu's hunting object was the eldest of the three Amorite brothers, so after the first disembarkation, Li Mu did not go far, but found a place to hide, and then waited for Amory to disembark. After waiting for dozens of minutes, Amory finally got off the boat. Amory was very cautious, and when he got off the boat, he went into the woods next to him, because he knew that when he got off the boat at the back, he had passively become someone else's hunting target. Amory was running deep into the dense forest, and then jumped to a big tree to observe. Except for a bird, he didn't find anyone following, and some big stones fell in his heart. Maybe the one who drew my number, the person who knows the number of the card, didn't remember the number of my chest number card before. Amorite was about to jump off the tree when a voice sounded not far from him. Hey, your name is Amory, right? Li Mu jumped up the big tree and came directly across from Amoria. I just probed behind me, but there was no trace of anyone following me. How did you get here? Amoria was a little flustered. That bird just now is me. Li Mu explained. In fact, he didn't need to explain, but in order to make Amory understand, he explained a little. How could you be the bird just now? Amorite did not believe Li Mu's words. How can a man become a bird? You do not believe. Li Mu turned into a red-crowned bird with a transformation technique, and then changed back to a human form. Now believe it. Why are you stalking me? Are you hunting me? Amory continued to ask. You're an idiot with this question. Actually, even if my hunting target is not you, I plan to kill you. Before you were on the hot air balloon ship, you told me that I would be my teacher and speak ill of me everywhere. There was no grievance or hatred, but you deliberately smeared me because you were jealous of me, which made me very uncomfortable. While Li Mu was talking, he condensed an ice blade in his hand. Of course, these are not enough to make me want to kill you. What made me want to kill you is that you brought it to us on the boat that came to this island. A few cups of coffee. Unfortunately your coffee cup gone took a sip of wine and vomited, saying that the coffee you gave was bad. In fact, the coffee was not bad, but because you took medicine, if we drank your coffee, then the effect of the medicine will strike after we go to the island, and the three of you brothers will take advantage of the fishermen, right? I brought you coffee out of good intentions, I didn't prescribe it. Amorite hurriedly defended in order to gain a chance to live. Hehe, do you think I will believe what you say? Okay, stop talking nonsense with you, remember that it was me who killed you on Huangquan Road. Li Mu swung a huge ice blade and cut off Amory's head before Amory could react. After cutting off Amorite's head, Li Mu stretched out his hand and groped in Amorite's pocket and found Amorite's own number plate. This Amory is Li Mu's hunting target, and Amory's number card is in hand, which means that Li Mu gets 3 points. Adding the 3 points of his own number card, he has 6 points. Which means that he only needs to find a place to hide and wait until the end of the 7-day trial, and he can pass the level safely. But Li Mu didn't plan to hide, he was going to kill the second and third of the three Amorite brothers. By a small river. Leorio fell to the ground convulsingly. Unfortunately, you are not my exclusive prey. You can only get 1 point for hunting. Greta came out of the bushes where she was hiding, and fumbled around the twitching Leorio to find the number plate that belonged to Leorio. You and number 405 player Gon are friends, right? My hunting target is him. Can you contact Gon? As long as you can help me find him, I can return your number plate to you. Greta continued. He only needs to accumulate 6 points, and if he wins the exclusive prey of Gon, he can directly get 3 points, and the total points reach 6. Are you asking me to betray my friend? How could my dignified uncle Leorio do such a bottomless thing? Leorio replied aloud while drawing out the poisoned body. Yes. But if you don't attract Gon, my hunting target, you will have no value, and if you have no use value, I should kill you. Are you sure you won't betray your friends in exchange for your chance to live? Greta took a dagger from her waist and threw it across Leorio's neck threateningly. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Whale Island. Aunt Mito looked at the white-cut chicken, mapo tofu, inari sushi on the table. These dishes were all taught to her by Li Mu, but unfortunately the person who taught her to cook is no longer at home. I don't know if Li Mu and Gon are in trouble and whether they have been admitted to Hunter. Aunt Mito propped her chin with her right hand. Although she cooked a lot of food, her appetite was not very good. Mito, eat more, come. This white-cut chicken was your favorite before, eat more. Grandma Fang put a piece of chicken thigh in Aunt Mito's bowl and continued, I know you miss those two children, why don't I? But you don't have to think about eating and drinking. If you lose weight because of hunger, Gon and Li when Mu comes back and sees your appearance, he will feel distressed. Hunter's trial is so dangerous, and he may lose his life at any time, how can I not worry about them? I'm really afraid. Mito was interrupted by Grandma Font just as he was about to speak. What inauspicious words are said, these two children are as good as Jin, and they will pass the Hunter's trial safely. Although Grandma Fang said this, she was also a little worried, the two children are also, and they don't call back after going out for so long, even if they send a letter back. Hey, Mito, are you at home? There's a letter from your house. An acquaintance courier from Whale Island suddenly knocked on Mito's door and said, it was sent by Li Mu and gone. After Aunt Mito heard the words of the acquaintance postman, she hurriedly put down her chopsticks and rushed to the door to open the door and snatched the letter from the postman. Aunt Mito, I'm Li Mu, when you received this news, we had passed many trials and were about to become hunters. Aunt Mito, I'm gone. I miss Aunt Mito a little bit. Aunt Mito, let me tell you that I made a lot of friends in this hunter trial. The hot air balloon is about to go to the next level of testing, and that's all I have to write. Always love you and Grandma Fonts Li Mu. I also love Aunt Mito and Grandma Font forever and ever, gone. Mito looked at the letter in his hand, tears dripping from his eyes, wetting the letter. Budokan. Na Yuling also received a letter from the postman. At the market. Xiaoan, who happened to meet the postman's purity like a lily, also received a letter from Li Mu. Bilu Island shaped like black sunglasses. Gretel looked at Gon who came out of the grass, with a glimmer of imperceptible joy in his eyes. His prey was delivered to the door for no reason. Don't you need my number plate? As long as you put Leorio on, I'll give you my number plate. Gon took a step forward, and a layer of cold, imperceptible white mist instantly condensed next to the grass under his feet. Gon, why did you suddenly appear here? Run, don't be fooled. This man has murderous aura. After he gets your number card, he will definitely kill you, and then kill me too. Leorio was relatively close to Greta, and he sensed the flash of murderous aura on Greta's body. Leorio, you idiot, shut up. Gon scolded, then continued, as long as you put Leorio first, I'll give you the number plate. Huh? Why do you think Gon is a little obedient? He called me an idiot. Given his personality, he shouldn't say so, but let me. He didn't have a fishing rod on him. Before Leorio could think any further, Greta picked him up by his sleeve. What if you run away with him after I let him go? Why don't you throw your number plate over first? Greta said the plan she just thought of. What if I give you the number plate and you kill Leorio with your backhand and escape into the forest? Gon reached into his pocket as if he was about to take out his number plate. I, Greta, have always kept my word. As long as you give me the number plate, the knife in my hand will not pierce Leorio's body. I will give Leorio to you, I swear. Greta said. But while he was talking, he glanced at the wound that Leorio had shot before. He had poisoned a needle in the wound. If Leorio didn't get the antidote from him within an hour, he would die in pain. I said I wouldn't stab him with a knife, but he died from the poisonous needle I used before, so you can't blame me. Greta said with a sneer on her face, secretly thinking in her heart. But the expression on your face betrayed you. Gon took a few steps toward Greta again. Don't come here, I'll kill him if you come again. Greta hurriedly threatened. I don't know why he felt the threat of death on this kid. Strange, why didn't the previous trials feel such oppression and suffocation when contacting this kid? Enough, this distance is enough. Gon said. What distance is enough? Greta asked subconsciously. Kill your distance. This sentence is finished. Gon, who was close to Greta, suddenly changed his appearance. You're not Gon, you're Li Mu. Greta's pupils dilated, and she wanted to retreat with Leorio, the hostage. Late. When I slowly walked into you, 3 meters away from you, it was too late. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Pillar of Ice. As Li Mu activated the freezing ability, a huge icicle suddenly condensed on the ground, and both Greta and Leorio were frozen in the huge icicle 10 meters high at the same time. Greta and Leorio in the icicle maintain the posture before being frozen. The only thing they do in the icicle is to think, and as time goes by, their thinking will slowly disappear and eventually fall asleep. Li Mu took a few steps forward, came to the side of the pillar of ice, and put his hand on it. With the activation of the freezing ability, the ice that had frozen Leorio was quickly dissipating. Got. I'm saved. Leorio lay on the ground, twitching and shaking, his teeth chattering constantly. Okay, it's so cold, ah hey. I've taken the cold away from you. You still feel cold because of your body's self-protection mechanism. Li Mu said with an open mouth on Leorio's forehead. Li Mu's yet. Thank you, if you didn't arrive, I'd be dead this time. Leorio took a breath and said. You've been poisoned, and you're still on the verge of death. While speaking, Li Mu put his hand into the icicle he made, and groped for a bottle of red pills and 2 number plates from Greta's body. Take this medicine and see if you can get rid of your poison. Li Mu poured a pill between his fingers from the china bottle, then flicked the pill into Leorio's half-open mouth. Gudong. Leorio swallowed the pill in his mouth. After 10 minutes, Leorio's complexion improved. This pill is the antidote. Hey, I'm alive again. Leorio lay flat on the lawn, looking like he'd survived the catastrophe. Take it. Li Mu returned Leorio's number plate, which Greta robbed, to Leorio. Thank you, Li Mu. Leorio took his number plate and thanked him again. No thanks, it should be between friends. Li Mu crouched down and patted Leorio on the shoulder. Li Mu, why don't we team up? I want to team up with you. Liurio shared his decision when he was detoxifying. I have hunted the number plate of my prey. Li Mu took out his number plate for hunting Amory and said softly. That's it. Liurio was a little lost. Li Mu got the number plate of his prey, and Greta's number plate has already got 7 points. There is really no need to form a team with him, and it is normal to refuse. After all, this assessment can hunt each other. The danger is still high. Then form a team. Li Mu continued, after forming a team, I will help you hunt your prey, but the rest of the number cards you get will belong to me. After all, I can't let Gon fail in this level. No problem, as long as I can hunt my exclusive prey to pass the level. Liurio agreed without hesitation. It is still profitable for him to form a team like this, after all, Li Mu's strength is so powerful. Li Mu, you are really good to Gon. Liurio said with some envy. No way, we wore the same pair of trousers after an hour, got scolded by Aunt Mito together, fought together, and thought in a different position. If Gon has the strength to help me, he will definitely do his best. The most important thing is that I already think of him as one of the closest people in the world to me. When Li Mu mentioned Gon, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but put on a smile. Gon is really happy. When Liurio heard Li Mu's memories, he became even more envious. He once had such a friend, but that friend eventually died because he had no money for treatment. By the way, what are you going to do with this Greta? Liurio asked Li Mu tentatively, do you want to kill it? Liurio made a motion to wipe his neck. Although he sometimes had some virgins, and he didn't even kill anyone, but after a visit to the gate of hell just now, his heart became a little harder. Don't kill it and keep it for the new year. He didn't just want to kill you just now, he also wanted to kill Gon. Based on these 2 points, he must die. After Li Mu finished speaking, he stood up from a squatting position, then slowly walked towards the huge icicle, and then punched the icicle. Click! The icicle quickly shattered under the bombardment of Li Mu's fist, and the Greta inside also shattered into countless pieces with the icicle. FK, FK. It's too bloody, I can't do it. Liurio saw the corpse and ran away, wanting to vomit. The broken body is the same as being divided, and Liurio's fragile heart can't bear it. Without a trace of blood flowing, how can you say bloody? Li Mu said to Liurio teasingly. Since taking the super genetic medicine to enhance his mental strength, his heart has also been sublimated. When he saw someone die, he couldn't stir up any waves in his heart, and he didn't feel any fear of not being used to it. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Big brother, he was killed. Omori, the second eldest of the 3 Amorite brothers, said to his younger brother Imori. They agreed on a meeting place, but Amory saw the body of his elder brother Amory on the way to the appointed place. Who killed the big brother? I must kill him to avenge the elder brother. The hatred in the heart of the younger brother Imori was hard to restrain. I found some ice slags that haven't melted next to my eldest brother's body, and the only one who can use the ice ability among us students is that kid Li Mu. The second child, Morley, recalled the scene when Li Mu froze the Tonpa when he entered the deceiver's lair, so he was very impressed with Li Mu. Ah! Who is talking bad about me behind my back? Li Mu rubbed his nose. Liurio, are you scolding me? Li Mu looked at Liurio and joked deliberately. I do not have. Liurio looked up at the sky and whistled. In fact, he complained to Li Mu in his heart just now, but he would not admit it. Li Mu, I caught this pheasant, why do you eat chicken wings and give me chicken pies? Liurio simply put his complaints on the bright side. I baked the pheasant. Li Mu said after taking a bite of chicken wings. It's true that you roasted it, but it can't be divided like this, your chicken wings, my chicken butt, your chicken thighs, my cock's comb, your chicken breast, my chicken neck. Liurio pursed his lips and said a little aggrieved. I saved you before. Li Mu spat out a chicken wing bone and said. Liurio. After all this was brought out, he wouldn't be able to refute it anymore. Actually let you eat these parts, you don't understand. You don't sleep honestly at night, you always stick your feet in my face, I'm very upset. If I hadn't tied you up behind me, I would have been hit in the face by your feet when I fell asleep, but even if I wasn't hit in the face, the smell of your feet filled that small cave, forcing me to come out to breathe. While Li Mu spoke, he lightly kicked Liurio. It was hard to find a half-sized cave to rest, but he was constantly being smoked by poison gas bombs, and it was difficult for Li Mu to get angry. Ahaha, you can't blame me for this. After exercising all day, my feet sweat a lot, so my feet stink. Liurio scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Li Mu, why don't your feet stink? You shouldn't. Liurio was a little puzzled. It was also a day of exercise, why didn't Li Mu's feet smell bad? My physique doesn't sweat easily. Li Mu briefly explained it. Under the action of super genetic medicine, his metabolism has also evolved, so his feet sweat very little, no sweat, and his feet naturally don't stink. Here's another drumstick for you to eat. Lest you tell others that I mistreat you in the future. Li Mu handed the chicken leg to Liurio and said. I knew Li Mu you wouldn't eat alone. Liurio picked up the drumstick and devoured it. Someone. Li Mu's eyes narrowed. Who? Why didn't I find out? Liorio's hand holding the drumstick stopped suddenly. Come out, I have found you. Li Mu stood up from sitting and glanced at the bushes. After being confirmed to be found in the bushes, Omori and Emery simply stopped hiding. You stole my eldest brother's number plate, why did you kill my eldest brother? Omori and Emery came out of the bushes not far away, staring at Li Mu with hatred. However, Li Mu ignored it and turned his head to look behind the big tree in front of the left. You don't have to hide the guy behind the big tree, I found you too. Have you been found? Are you nice? A man with nails on his head in a punk outfit came out from behind the tree. Il fan. Li Mu looked at Ilmi, who came out from behind the big tree under the pseudonym Jitaleku, and his expression became solemn. Among the students in the hunter trial, the only one he feared was Hisoka. Ilmi. You actually know my real name. It seems that in order not to let my identity leak out, all of you are going to die. Ilmi slowly walked towards Li Mu and said. As he walked towards Li Mu, he removed the nails from his head with his hands. After the nails were taken off, Ilmi's face changed dramatically, becoming his own. Shhhhhhhhh. Ilmi shot the 4 nails in his right hand in 4 directions. Omori and Emery were shot directly between the eyebrows, and they lay on the ground and died no longer. The long nails shot at Li Mu and Liorio were caught by Li Mu with both hands. Are you going to fight to the death? I will accompany you. Li Mu threw the nail in his hand on the ground, and half of his face was covered with frost. Asterisk. Chapter 42. The battle begins instantly. Ilmi attacked Li Mu at close range, every move was a killing technique. Iceland Dragon Thorn. Li Mu stomped his feet, and a series of ground dragon thorns protruded from the lawn and shot directly at Ilmi. Facing the raised ground dragon thorn, Ilmi jumped in the air, and then walked quickly on the ground dragon thorn with both feet. Click. A crisp sound. Omori and Emery, who had been killed before, suddenly stood up, their bodies twisted into a strange angle. Is this your Emidernan? Li Mu looked at the Omori brothers who had been killed in the distance but were able to stand up and shot 2 ice arrows directly. But the ice arrows shot by Li Mu hadn't shot far, and the 2 brothers Omori disappeared directly in place and attacked Li Mu from left to right. Freeze fast. Li Mu grabbed the hands of the 2 Omori brothers, and then activated the freezing ability. In an instant, the 2 Omori brothers were frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture. If you continue to control the 2 of them with your mind power, they will shatter into ice slag. Li Mu said to Ilmi who was standing on the huge ice thorn. Yes. So what? Yafan urged Nan again to control the Omoris, and the Omori brothers shattered into ice slag as Li Mu said. Your freezing ability is really tricky. Ilmi moved her neck and chuckled, you can be ruthless with these 2, but what about your friend? Ilmi clapped his hands, and Liorio, who was shot in the shoulder, stood up from the bushes not far away. Li Mu, my own body is out of control. Liorio said in a panic. You are being controlled by him. Li Mu said in a deep voice. Ilmi manipulates Liorio in order to make him a bit of a bully. Ilmi, as a killer, do you only use such vulgar methods? Li Mu deliberately provoked his words. I'm a killer hiding in the dark, this kind of behavior is normal to me. IL fans didn't mind Li Mu's ridicule at all, and even had some pride in his identity as a killer. Li Mu, run away. Uncontrollably, Liorio took out a dagger from his pocket and pointed it at Li Mu, so he could not help shouting for Li Mu to leave. He didn't want his dagger to point at his friend. Escape. If I run away, you will die. Li Mu exhaled a white breath. It's better to die alone than to die together. Obviously Liorio also saw that Ilmi was very powerful, so powerful that he couldn't resist at all. Get out of the way. Liorio said with a little panic when he ran uncontrollably to approach Li Mu and stabbed Li Mu with a dagger. It came just right. Li Mu knocked off the dagger held by Liorio with a hand knife, then touched the ground with one hand, activated the ability of frozen fruit, and a huge ice cage wrapped Liorio. In the ice prison, Liorio's body was bound by the chains of ice. Go. Li Mu picked up the huge spherical ice cap with both hands and threw it into the distance, and the spherical ice cap was embedded in the small hill. Now is the time for me and you to fight alone. Li Mu condensed an ice blade in his hand and pointed at Ilmi with the ice blade. After Ilmi heard Li Mu's words, her long loose hair suddenly stood on end, and a huge murderous aura rose to the sky. You are honored to experience the killing skills of our Zaldik family before you die. In the jungle. This is the murderous aura of Ilmi. It's really interesting who forced Ilmi to come out with her real skills to hunt and kill. Hisoka felt the murderous aura from the northeast, and there was a strange light in his eyes. He was very excited. Killua, what's wrong with you? Kurapika saw that Killua suddenly became unnatural after feeling the murderous aura in the distance, so she asked. He actually came. Killua whispered. He's here? Who the hell are you talking about? Kurapika asked. My brother Ilmi. That murderous aura was released by Ilmi, and I am very familiar with his murderous aura. Killua's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Why does the murderous aura on the other side feel familiar? Killua fell silent. Not only Hisoka Killua, but other students and Kara on the island also felt the too chilling killing intense. There's a good show to watch. Kara came out of the cabin, jumped onto the observation deck on the mast, picked up the telescope, and looked at the place where the murderousness was released. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Hello, President Netero. There were some surprises in the fourth trial on Bilu Island. A stocky man with glasses picked up the phone and reported. The man with glasses is also the examiner of this trial. There is a hidden examiner behind every student in this trial to evaluate the records of the students. Accident. What kind of accident can happen when so many assessors are present in the fourth assessment? Netero put down his glass and frowned. Your apprentice Li Mu and number 301 are in a showdown. The duel between the two has turned the originally densely forested Bilu Island into a devastated, frozen forest, and other students have no way to conduct the trial smoothly. The chubby glasses male examiner Mashita glanced at the forest that had turned into an ice age and continued reporting to Netero from the top of the tree. Is Li Mu all right? Netero asked with concern after Mazerta mentioned Li Mu. It's all right, the two of them are currently killing each other, and some students were killed because they were affected by their fight. Their battle has affected the original intention of this trial. Mion said with a sigh. If that's the case, then won't you stop them? Netero calmed down a lot after hearing that Mashita said Li Mu was okay. I stopped it. We also tried to stop it after their battle affected other students' normal trials, but they were already red-eyed, and we didn't listen to our persuasion. Maserati was a little embarrassed. If you don't listen to dissuasion, won't you use force to stop it? Netero is dissatisfied. Isn't this easy to solve? We have also tried to stop it, but we are not the opponents of these two, and we can't stop it at all. Masta said with a bit of shame. Those of them who have already become hunters can't even beat the two newcomers who have come to participate in the hunter trials. Can't even stop you. Netero stood up from his seat. It seems that the apprentice I hired this time was still looking out for it. It's really a little monster. President, do you want to terminate the trial early and let the students return to the ship for refuge? Maserati asked. There is no need to terminate, the assessment will continue. I'll come over to investigate the situation later, and if necessary, I'll stop these two from fighting. After Netero finished speaking, he hung up the phone and informed the pilot of the spaceship to fly towards the island of the fourth trial. Bilu Island. Yamai stabbed a thought nail into the acupuncture point. With the piercing of the thought nail, Yamai's figure was making a huge change, and every muscle in the body was expanding and getting bigger. The second hunting form, wolf hunting. You are the second person who has seen my form. You can force me to use this form, and your strength has been recognized by me. Ilmi became like a hunting wolf on all fours and said to Li Mu. The first person to see him in this form has already taken off his head and handed it over to the person who spent 2 billion yuan to hire him. You pierce the acupuncture point with the narration nail to change the body structure and become the most suitable form for fighting. I have to say, you are a genius. Li Mu exclaimed. This kind of means that can have several changes in form. He is somewhat envious. However, your transformation has also given me a lot of inspiration. Li Mu said, wiping off a trace of blood oozing from the blood on his face. This bloodstain is that Li Mu was attacked by Ilmi in the first form just now, causing his face to be scratched by the narration nail, which made him realize that as long as the opponent's speed is fast enough, he will not have time to elementalize, or that he will be elementalized not fast enough. Of course, Li Mu can always maintain the elemental state so that the opponent can't attack him, but this will cause a lot of consumption of physical strength and spirit, and can't support long-term battles. Ice armor. Li Mu took a deep breath and used the ability to shape ice. In less than a second, a huge ice armor similar to an armored warrior covered Li Mu's body. His move was not only inspired by the changing shape of Ilmi, but also inspired by the transformation of Pika into a huge rock giant in the pirates, but the ice armor of becoming a giant consumes too much energy and is not flexible enough to move, so Li Mu will choose small-scale ice armor. After Li Mu became an ice armor warrior, his frozen fruit awakening panel suddenly changed from 17% to 25%. It took a long time for his frozen fruit ability to awaken from 15% to 17%, but from 17% to 25% in just a moment. Fighting is the best teacher. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Every collision between Ilmi in wolf hunting form and Li Mu in ice armor creates a huge air shock wave. Ice cannon. After pulling away, Li Mu launched a long-range attack. Frozen cannonballs shot out of Li Mu's chest armor vortex and shot directly at Ilmi. The snake is alive. Ilmi used the assassination technique, making her arms as flexible as snakes, and severing all the ice cannonballs fired by Li Mu. Dark step. Ilmi suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then suddenly appeared behind Li Mu. I caught you. Wolf hunt. Ilmi put her hands together in the appearance of a wolf's paw and bit towards Li Mu's head. Boom. Li Mu's head with armor was directly fitted by Ilmi's hands, and then pinched. Whispering sound. The moment Ilmi pinched Li Mu's head, he let out a mockery from his mouth, and he knew that this kid wouldn't last long in his second form, Wolf Hunt. Bang! Li Mu, who was in the state of the armor with his head crushed, turned directly into a broken log, and Li Mu suddenly appeared beside Yamai and punched Yamai in the face. Yamai instantly it flew out and smashed many frozen trees. On the small hill in the distance, Killua was a little sluggish when he saw this scene. The big brother who was impossible to beat in his mind was actually kicked away by Li Mu in his strongest state. Nice job! Hanzo cheered from the side. For some reason he didn't like number 301, who liked to have pins on his body. I can't bear it anymore, the fruit is more delicious than I expected, I have to restrain myself, the fruit is not fully ripe yet, I can't enjoy the best moment of picking it now. Hisoka was excited all over, but he forcibly suppressed this excitement. He was afraid that he couldn't help picking the fruits that were not fully ripe in advance. Ha 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 ha. As expected of my disciple, he was able to unleash the full firepower of the direct line members of the killer family Zaldik and blow them away with one punch. There was a hearty laugh in the sky. A huge 100-hand guanyin landed on the ground from the sky. I think when you were drinking with your grandfather, one of those two little kids playing in the mud should have been you. Netero stood on one foot and folded his hands, facing Ilmi. Your battle has affected the normal holding of the fourth hunter trial, so give the old man a face, and this battle will end. Netero continued with a smile in his eyes, if you guys don't have a good time, this old man can accompany you. While Netero was talking, the arms of the tall guanyin behind him spread out like a goddess scattered flowers. After hearing Netero's words, Ilmi narrowed his eyes slightly, if I fight you, what are my chances of winning against you? The probability is 0. Netero replied. This is the confidence of his martial arts. In my opinion, there should be 7 or 3 between us. Although I don't want to admit it, I'm not your opponent. Ilmi said after pulling out a large part of the nails pierced into the acupoints and returning to normal form. Is it 7 or 3? Maybe I'm my old man. You young people don't look down on us old guys. Netero smiled slightly teasingly. Li Mu, what do you mean? Are you going to continue to fight Yamai? Netero asked Li Mu. Just now, Yamai pulled out the thought nail that pierced her body and turned into a normal state of mind, which means that Yamai no longer wants to continue fighting. After President Netero arrives, continuing to fight will not benefit Yamai at all. Since Master, you came forward to stop it, Master's face still has to be given. Li Mu replied by dismantling the recondensed ice armor. Since you both agree with me, then one of you will go south and one will go north, and the hunter trial will continue. Netero took back his 100 styles of Avalokitesvara and said with a kind smile. The battle between Ilmi and Li Mu was terminated under the forced intervention of Netero. Although it is now terminated, sooner or later, the two will complete this unfinished battle. After all, the seeds of each other were planted in their hearts. After this seed is raised, it is time for the two to confront each other again. 7 days passed in a flash. Influenced by the battle between Li Mu and Ilmi this time, only 9 people actually passed. They are Li Mu, Gon, Kurapika, Hanzo, Hisoka, Q, Gitarakar, Leorio, and Bodro. Where's Killua? Why didn't you see Killua? Gon searched all over the ship and couldn't find Killua. He was very puzzled. In his opinion, Killua should be able to pass this test. Killua is back in his family. Kurapika said, looking at Gon. Player 301 found Killua and had a few words with Killua alone. Killua gave up the trial and left. How so? Gon was reluctant to believe the result. Your name is Gon, right? Killua asked me to give you a message. He said that your friendship is over, and you won't meet again in the future. Ilmi, who goes by the pseudonym Gitarakar, came over and said to Gon. Impossible, Killua would never say such a thing, I don't believe it. Gon said with a very excited expression. Believe it or not, by the way, if you still want to be friends with Killua, I will kill you. Ilmi suddenly exuded a terrifying murderous aura. If you shoot at Gon, I will kill you first. Li Mu stood in front of Gon with determination in his eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 45. All students who have passed, please gather on the deck. Kara's voice resounded on the ship. After Ilmi heard the assembly's words, she put down her raised hand and walked towards the center of the deck. Hello, students, first of all, I want to congratulate you, congratulations on passing the 4th hunter trial. There is one last trial next. As long as you pass the test, you can become a professional hunter and get a hunter license. Kara announced. What is the last trial test? The student exploded the library and asked directly. This is kept secret for now. You need to take the spaceship on the spaceship first, and the president will evaluate you and then decide the way of the last trial. Kara pointed to the spacecraft that was slowly descending in the sky. The method of the 5th trial has not yet been finalized, and Kara doesn't know much about it, so she prevaricates it with secrecy. Hopefully the last trial won't be as dangerous as the first trial. Leorio thought to himself. If the 4th hunter trial had not been rescued repeatedly by Li Mu, he would have been a corpse. Everyone, please board the spaceship. After the spacecraft landed, Kara said to the crowd. As a group of students boarded the hot air balloon spacecraft, the hot air balloon spacecraft began to lift off slowly towards the Hunter Association headquarters. Master President, how are you going to conduct the fifth Hunter trial? Menchi asked after a bite of steak on the ship. Currently I want them to have a special duel. President Netero already has a rough plan in mind. A special duel? Sato's looked at President Netero and asked. I want to talk to the 9 of them first, and then announce it. Netero pretends to be mysterious. After an hour, the broadcast of the spaceship sounded. Please note that candidates on the spaceship, the president will hold a meeting with you in person. Candidates whose names are called should go to the reception room on the second floor to have an interview with the president. The first one, Li Mu. Li Mu stood up from his seat in the lounge and walked towards the reception room on the second floor. Reception room. President Netero sat cross-legged at a small desk and looked at Li Mu in front of him. Sit down first. After Li Mu sat down, President Netero continued to ask, first of all, Li Mu, why do you want to be a hunter? Because becoming a hunter will bring more excitement to my life, and I want to set foot on the top of this world. Li Mu returned to the road. He has answered such questions before. Of course, when you come to the hunter world, you must become a hunter and stand on the top of the hunter's apex. On top of the world. I have to say that you have great ambitions. If there is a duel next, who do you want to duel with the other 8 students? Gone. Li Mu said without any hesitation. Why? Netero picked up the brush and started recording, then asked. Because we are good friends who have played together since childhood. Li Mu's answer is straightforward. There are not many people in this world close to him, and Gon is one of them. Among the other students, who would you most like to duel with? President Netero continued to ask. The tower is suffering. Li Mu still answered without any hesitation. Why? Although President Netero made a guess, he still asked in a routine manner. Because of the never-ending battle on Bilu Island. That battle ended with Netero's forced intervention, which backfired. Well, I see, you go out first. President Netero bit the tip of the brush with his mouth and recorded it on the paper. Next, Hisoka. After Li Mu went out, Netero shouted with the microphone. After 2 minutes, Hisoka opened the door of the reception room and walked in, sitting directly on the futon. Is this the final assessment? Hisoka asked President Netero. No, but this conversation is related to the arrangement of the last hunter assessment. Hisoka, why do you want to be a hunter? Netero looked at Hisoka and asked. Actually, I don't want to be a hunter that much. The reason why I came to test a hunter is that with a hunter license, many things will be very convenient. Hisoka said indifferently. Can you give me an example? Netero pressed. He knew that a hunter license could indeed bring many conveniences, but what kind of convenience did Hisoka need? For example, if I kill someone, I can be exempted in most cases. Hisoka leaned back slightly, resting on the floor with one hand. I see. If there is a duel next time, who would you least want to duel among the remaining students? Netero asked after making a note on a piece of paper. Number 405. Hisoka replied, Number 405 is my favorite fruit, but this one is still too green. By the way, the person I want to duel most is you, the president. Hisoka's face darkened instantly when he said this. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Thank you for your hard work, you can go out. President Netero scratched his head with his fingers and looked at the record on the paper and said to Hisoka. On the corridor. Hisoka walked forward with a blank face. This old man is really difficult to deal with. After continuing to walk a few steps forward, Hisoka suddenly turned his head and looked at the reception room. Even though he is very strong, he is showing a flawed appearance, and he has no intention of confronting me at all, so I am not in the mood. Hisoka is looking forward to fighting Netero, but is not a Netero when he has no intention of fighting, and there are too many people on the ship getting in the way, and it is not suitable for him to fight Netero. Next, Gon. The horns on the ship continued to broadcast the channel. It's my turn. After Gon ate the cake in his hand, he trotted all the way towards the reception room. Gon, why do you want to be a hunter? After Gon came to the reception room, President Netero asked. Because my father is hunter, as long as I become hunter, I will have the opportunity to meet my father. Gon replied. Well, you are very nice. Netero recorded it and continued to ask. There is a duel next. Who do you least want to duel with the other students? Netero asked. Li Mu. Gon said it without hesitation. Is it because of friendship? Netero asked. Yes, Li Mu is my best friend. Gon is exactly the same as Li Mu's answer before. Li Mu regards Gon as the closest person, why is Gon not? Actually Kurapika and Leorio, I don't want to play against them either. Gon scratched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. Among the other students, who would you most like to play against? Netero stared at Gon and asked. Hanzo. Gon replied. Why? Netero asked while recording. Because he's a ninja, I think ninjas are a cool profession. They can do a lot of different ninjutsu, and they can fly away, so I want to fight him. Gon smirked. Haven't you considered that you are not Hanzo's opponent at all? Netero pressed. Yet. I don't seem to be Hanzo's opponent, which is very annoying. Gon held his chin with his right hand and thought. Netero. Sure enough, it's the same as his father back then. Looking at Gon, Netero couldn't help but think of the time when Jin participated in the hunter's trial before. Okay, Gon, you can go out. Next, 301 Gitaracker. After more than half an hour of unilateral interviews and talks, Netero finally had a specific trial plan. I have already arranged the battle combination for this final trial. Netero took out a battle table and said to Satos, Menchi, and Boera, several other judges who had tried before. Boera looked at the battle table, looked at President Netero in disbelief and asked, Such a battle table? President, are you serious? Hey, I'm super serious. Netero chuckled lightly. You don't look serious at all. Lieber was a little helpless. In his opinion, President Netero was still as willful as ever. As long as you win the duel, you can get the hunter license and become a professional hunter, this time only one person will be eliminated in the end. President Netero continued. The next day. A special hotel run by the Hunter Society Review Board. Students, did you rest well last night? Wait later, you will have the fifth trial, which is also the final trial. There will be a one-on-one duel. The winning party will directly qualify for the hunter, while the loser will have a duel with the next one. Until the last two students have the final duel, the loser will be considered eliminated and lose the hunter qualification, which means that you can be promoted to hunter as long as you win one victory. After President Netero finished speaking, he flashed the battle table. The battle table is divided into two groups. The order of the first group of duels is, Li Mu, Hanzo, Ji Tereku, Leorio. The order of the second set of duels is, Gon, Hisoka, Kurapika, Baldlo, and Bakuer. The order of the final battles is based on the order of the group names. When both groups of duels are left with the last loser, the two losers will fight again to decide who will be eliminated in the end. What is this rule? Why do I hear it in a fog? Leorio's head didn't turn the corner for a while. It's like this, if our 9 students are arranged according to number 1 to number 9, number 1 and number 2 will be the first to duel, the winner will be promoted directly, the loser will play against number 3, and so on, until the duel with number 9. The final matchup of number 1 will decide who will be eliminated in the end. After Leorio looked at the battle table and heard Kurapika's analysis, he was very dissatisfied. Why is this uncle taking the last place in the first group? It's not fair. In this order, doesn't it mean that he only has one chance to duel, and if the duel fails, he will be eliminated and lose this opportunity to become a hunter? It's really unfair to those of us who are behind. Why does the first one have many chances to fail, and if we lose, we will be eliminated? Bakuer also said loudly with dissatisfaction. I made this arrangement. One is to refer to the comprehensive evaluation of your previous customs clearance, and the other is to refer to the arrangement made by the second article on the basis of the first meeting I had with you yesterday. Although this arrangement is not the most ideal state, it can only be this way. President Netero replied. This is the battle table he thought of drinking red wine yesterday. Is that right? Leorio sighed. His performance in the first few hunter trials was really unsatisfactory. One last thing to add, when you duel, you have to make the opponent surrender without killing each other to win, instead of knocking the opponent to the ground to win. No matter what the reason for killing the opponent in the duel, you will be deprived of the trial qualification, directly eliminated. The fifth trial officially begins. Asterisk. Chapter 47. The first match, Li Mu vs Hanzo. You two, please come forward. The fifth trial examiner announced the Mashida with black sunglasses. When Li Mu and Hanzo walked towards the center of the competition venue respectively, Mashida continued, I am Mashida, the referee in charge of the final trial this time, please give me more advice. After Hanzo heard Masta's words, he greeted Masta, Hi. Long time no see, you will be by my side when the fourth hunter trial starts, right? So you found out from the beginning. Mashida was stunned. He thought he was hiding well at first, but it seemed that he still underestimated the student Hanzo. But I still thank you very much, because of your follow-up record judgment, I can rank so high in this competition. Hanzo thanked him. After Hanzo finished speaking, Li Mu, who was beside him, scratched his head embarrassedly. The fourth hunter trial caused you a lot of trouble, sorry. Li Mu said apologetically to Masta. During the fourth hunter trial, he fought against Yamai, and the following examiners tried to stop them, but at that time neither Yamai nor Li Mu paid any attention to these examiners. Forget the past, don't mention it. Mion was slightly embarrassed. Their group of assessment officers went up, but they couldn't control the battle between the two rookie students. It was indeed a shame. The strength of these two people is unfathomable. I think this fight should be very exciting. Mastaka thought to himself. Not only Mashida thinks that this fight will be very exciting, but Sato's Menchi and others including Chairman Netero think it will be an exciting match. Judge Ma Shitao, I want to ask again, is it true that this fight will not stop even if one side is in a coma, and one side must voluntarily admit defeat? Hanzhou asked. Yes. As you said. This assessment will test the student's personal strength and the spirit of never admit defeat. Mion nodded. Are you both ready? Master looked at Li Mu and Hanzhou and made a final question. Okay. Li Mu and Hanzhou nodded. Game start. Li Mu and Hanzhou clashed several times in an instant as Mastad announced the start of the match. A few minutes later, the two of them won't decide whether to win or lose based on physical skills alone. Li Mu, I have to admit that you are really strong, it's very difficult for me to defeat you with ninjutsu alone. Hanzhou and Li Mu collided violently again and then continued, I am a descendant of a secret organization known as Ninja. In order to learn the special techniques of ninja, I have been given all kinds of rigorous training from the moment I was born. For the next 18 years, I have been exercising my physical fitness and honing my skills until now. I thought that among my peers, I was already the strongest in ninjutsu, but I did not expect that I would meet someone older than me when I participated in the hunter trial. Little you. In terms of ninjutsu, you are indeed very strong. If I don't have a special opportunity, I am not as good as you. Li Mu answered honestly. He doesn't have such a strong capital as the Hanzhou Ninja organization to receive special training on Whale Island. If there is no super genetic medicine to transform and increase his body, he is indeed inferior to Hanzhou in physical skills. Opportunity is also a part of strength. To be honest, at your age, I should be hanged by you. Hanzhou responded. Hey! Are you two still fighting? Why don't you just hang out here and chat? Menchi, who was on the side, pinched his waist with one hand and pointed in the direction of Hanzhou and Li Mu with the other. Shut up! Li Mu and Hanzhou scolded Menchi at the same time. This reprimand made Menchi angry. Menchi rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward, but was stopped by Mashita. Menchi, please don't interfere with the players' games. Masta dodged to Menchi's side and stopped Menchi from speaking. Humph, these two stinky boys, if I hadn't been stopped, I'd have to rip off your skin, and dared to scold me to shut up. Menchi cursed. Proving ground. The duel between Li Mu and Hanzhou continues. You're using a ninja avatar. When Hanzhou saw Li Mu evade his secret attack with a double duty technique, there was a hint of frenzy in his eyes. It seems that Li Mu, you are also a ninja. Since you are a ninja, let's start a ninja duel. Hanzhou didn't give Li Mu a chance to answer, jumped back instantly, found a corner and sat down. The fourth ninja secret technique, clone technique. I saw Hanzhou who was sitting cross-legged suddenly closed his eyes, and a soul body separated from Hanzhou's body and stood up. Create a clone exactly like yourself with mind power, and then transfer your consciousness to your clone. Netero murmured softly after seeing Hanzhou's clone. When he was young, he had also met the jonin of the Yin-style school who performed such ninjutsu. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Hanzhou, who was in the state of being cloned, took out a red cloth to cover his body. When using the mind clone technique, as long as his body is touched or spoken to, the mind clone will be released, so he covered it with this special cloth, in an attempt to make Li Mu ignore his body and hide his ears. Li Mu, I'm serious next time, I hope your strength doesn't disappoint me so much. After Hanzhou finished speaking in the state of mind clone, he sank directly to the floor. This behavior was similar to the Earth Escape technique, but this was not the Earth Escape technique, but because his mind avatar could be virtual or physical, and could be moved at will. Space. Seriously? It's over. Li Mu stroked the ground with one hand, and the ice spread along the floor to Hanzhou's body, and then a huge ice spear protruded directly from the floor, directly piercing Hanzhou's body's abdomen. I see the weakness of your body that you think you are casting. Can't you come out? Cough. You, how did you discover the weakness of my ability? Hanzhou's mind clone dissipated because his body was stabbed, and his meaning returned to his original body. I know a shadow avatar technique that can act together with the body and the avatar, but your move just now intentionally hides your body, so. Li Mu explained. Although the mind clone is very strong, it also has a fatal weakness, that is, the body will fall into a deep sleep because of the consciousness entering the mind clone, which is extremely fragile. Is that so? Cough, I lost. Hanzhou coughed out a mouthful of blood. Now that his stomach has suffered a heavy blow, he is no longer Li Mu's opponent, and he will still lose if the fight goes on, so he concedes defeat strategically. Admit defeat. It's not interesting at all. Menchi pursed her lips. She thought that after Hanzhou cast his mind clone, the two sides would fight more intensely, but she didn't expect the battle to end like this. Li Mu's observation skills are excellent. If you were you, would you immediately think of attacking Hanzhou's main body? You should be in a hard fight with his clone. Chairman Netero said. Menchi's face blushed when he heard President Netero's words. The fifth trial, the first match, Hanzhou conceded, Li Mu won. Masta announced. Li Mu, I knew you would win. Gon was sincerely happy for Li Mu after hearing that Li Mu won. Li Mu is good, as expected of you. Liurio also gave Li Mu a thumbs up. Hanzo's defeat is very wrong. His mind clone was defeated in this way before he showed his power, and it seems that the mind clone is not Hanzo's best ninjutsu secret. Kurapika analyzed. Hey, Kurapika, why are you turning your elbows out, is Li Mu your friend or Hanzo? Liurio was slightly dissatisfied when he heard Kurapika's analysis. But even if Hanzo uses all his secret ninjutsu skills, he should not be Li Mu's opponent. After all, in the fourth trial, Li Mu showed the ability to destroy an island when he fought Gitaraker. Kurapika continued. Hey, Kurapika, next time, can you talk all at once, you're embarrassing me, you know. Liurio looked at Kurapika speechlessly and said. Hanzo had his abdomen pierced and was being treated by the medical team, so the second game was gone from the second group against Hisoka. Gone, Hisoka, please step forward. The referee Mashita said to the two. Are you ready? Mastad continued to ask. Well, I'm ready. Gon nodded and replied. Hisoka, how about you? Mastad saw that Hisoka did not answer, so he asked. But when Hisoka heard Masta's questioning, he turned to look at Masta, and the eyes staring at Masta suddenly became sharp. Since the two of you are ready, let's start the game. Masta's scalp tingled by Hisoka's stare. Out of intuition, he directly announced the start of the game. I'm going. After Gon finished speaking to Hisoka, he jumped up and kicked Hisoka's face with his foot, but before his leg could hit Hisoka's face, he was caught by Hisoka's outstretched hand, and then fell hard to the ground. Bang! Gon hit the ground hard, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Gon! Liurio and Li Mu and Kurapika changed their faces at the same time. I'm fine, I can continue. Gon fought back the pain and stood up from the floor. Boom! Hisoka smashed Gon's face with his fist, knocking Gon out again. What are you three kiddos doing? If you go up, Gon will be eliminated directly. Sato saw Li Mu and Liurio and Kurapika about to rush forward, so he reminded him. I'm really fine, don't come up. Gon stood up tremblingly again and said. Boom! Gon, who had just stood up, was kicked in the abdomen by one of Hisoka's whip legs and flew out again. It's really tenacious. Hisoka stuck out his tongue and licked his upper lip and continued, I'm standing here with my legs still, if you let me move, you win. The fruit is too green, and he can't have much interest in fighting when such a fruit has not really grown. I'll let you move, and I'll knock you out. Gon stood up from the floor again and spat out the blood in his mouth. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Gon bowed and jumped again and kicked Hisoka's face, but this time it was blocked by Hisoka's right arm and bounced off. It's still early. Gon stood up from the floor, patted the dust on his body and jumped up again, this time it's still kicking you in the face. Boom! Gon was blocked by Hisoka's arm again and sent flying. Gon, change your moves quickly, don't be so stubborn. Liurio was worried for Gon, but he was too busy. Cough, I kicked you in the face this time. 5 or 6 times in a row, Gon had been bruised, but Gon resisted the sting and jumped up again and kicked towards Hisoka's face. Hisoka subconsciously blocked it with his right hand. You've been fooled. When Hisoka stretched out his right hand to block the leg he kicked out, Gon's eyes flashed a hint of slyness. Gon kicked out his half-off shoe with his foot and printed it on Hisoka's face, while Gon was covering Hisoka's silk thread in the shoe. At the same time, the foot moves down and kicks Hisoka's chest. Boom! Gon's kicked foot was blocked by Hisoka's palm, but Hisoka took 2 steps back due to inertia. You took 2 steps back and slapped you in the face. I did too. I won. Yay! A triumphant smile appeared on Gon's face. But as soon as he laughed out loud, Hisoka punched him in the face and flew out. Hisoka, are you cheating? Don't you admit the loss? Liurio, who was not far away, said angrily. However, Hisoka ignored Liurio, and covered her face with her hands and smiled. I keep using the same move, let me relax my vigilance, and then verbally imply to me that you still use the same move, so that I subconsciously use the same move. Defense, and at this moment, you suddenly changed your offensive, first covered my sight with the shoes you kicked out, and then changed your moves to kick my chest, and you won with one move, which is really unexpected. Hisoka was not only not angry at being played, but was very excited at this time, and his green fruit exceeded his expectations. Gon is so good, he came up with such a way to win. Liurio praised after hearing Hisoka's analysis. Actually, I didn't think of this method alone. It was inspired by Li Mu. Li Mu told me a movie plot a few months ago. He Jinyan in the movie defeated Billy Joe in this way. Gon said. What's the name of the movie? Liurio asked subconsciously. Call the King of Destruction. Gon said. When I'm free, I'll go watch this movie too. Liurio murmured softly. After hearing Liorio's whispers, Li Mu thought to himself, I'm afraid you'll never see it, because this was shot by my favorite comedian Zhou Xing in my previous life, and the hunter world doesn't exist. Gon fights with Hisoka conceding, Gon wins. Next, Hisoka vs Kurapika. Referee Mashita continued to announce. Come on Kurapika, beat this poker face Hisoka. As soon as Leorio finished speaking, he saw Hisoka suddenly stare at him deathly, and hurriedly took 2 steps back, not speaking. Come on Kurapika. Gon followed suit and cheered Kurapika. I will. Kurapika took off her coat, ready to give it a go. After Kurapika and Hisoka fought for a while, after Hisoka suddenly said a few words in Kurapika's ear, Kurapika directly offered to admit defeat. Kurapika, who lost, has to continue the fight and face the next Baudrillard. Baldlo is not as strong as Kurapika, but after being defeated by Kurapika, he refused to admit defeat, so Kurapika twisted his right hand. After recounting the genocide hatred of the Kulutas and why he had to get a hunter license, Baldero voluntarily conceded defeat. Baldlo lost to Kurapika, so he will fight with the next Bakuer. Because Baldro's right hand was twisted and his strength was greatly damaged, he finally lost after fighting Bakuer for half an hour. Maybe he had already conceded defeat once, so after being defeated by Bakuer, Bordeaux voluntarily conceded defeat. Baldlo lost to Bakuer, which means he is the last in the second group. Next, he will have a final battle with the last in the first group to decide the one who is eliminated in this final trial. Who is it? Hanzo, are you sure your injury is not serious? Can you continue the duel? The referee Mashita asked as usual. If I don't continue fighting, will I be eliminated? Hanzo asked. Theoretically so. Mion nodded. In that case, for the hunter license, I'm going to continue playing. Hanzo stood up from the floor covering the bandaged wound on his abdomen and said. Since you, as a contestant, did not give up the game, let's continue the game, this time, Hanzo vs Gitaracker. Asterisk. Chapter 50. I surrender. Hanzo conceded defeat when Masta announced the start of the game. He is definitely not a match for Gitaracker with a serious abdominal injury. Since he can't win, he might as well just give up. Hanzo admits defeat, Ilmi wins. Masta announced. You made a wise choice. Gitaracker glanced at Hanzo and returned to the viewing area. Next game, Hanzo vs Leorio. Masta announced after Gitaracker left the field. Leorio, right? I advise you to admit defeat, or I will severely torture you in actual combat. Hanzo looked at Leorio who was standing opposite him and said. You conceded defeat in the face of Gitaracker, and you fought against me, but you said harshly, are you looking down on my combat power? Leorio said angrily. Sorry, Mr. Leorio, I don't look down on you, but the difference in strength between us is indeed like a moat. I gave up fighting Gitaracker, but I want to fight you because I can easily defeat you. Hanzo is slightly superior. That's not the same thing, you just look down on this uncle. Since you look down on this uncle, I will show you some real skills to show you. Leorio put on a grandmaster fighting style, but before he could attack, he was suddenly surrounded by Hanzo and knocked to the ground with a hand knife. It's too late for you to lose now, or I'll stab you in the back of your head with my sleeve sword. Anyway, I don't want to lose anymore. If it's a big deal, I'll kill you, and everyone will be eliminated together. Hanzo pressed his sleeve sword against the back of Leorio's head and cut a shallow opening in the back of Leorio's head. After being threatened with life, Leorio's heart was shaken, and he was once again close to death. You have 3 seconds to think. After 3 seconds, if I don't get the answer I want, I will pierce your head with a sleeve sword. It's easy for me to kill someone. Hanzo continued to threaten. 3, 2, 1. Hanzo sighed in his heart and was about to withdraw his shuriken, but Leorio suddenly said, I admit defeat, I don't want to die yet, I still have a lot of things to do. Haha. I finally won. Hanzo let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Hey, you're saved. Leorio lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Leorio fights Hanzo, Leorio concedes defeat, and Hanzo wins. Leorio vs Baldlo next. The referee Mashita announced. The final showdown of the last losers of the 2 groups is about to begin, and whoever loses will be eliminated completely, thus losing this chance to become a hunter. Both of us have no way out. If we lose, we will be eliminated, so I will not lose this time. Baldlo said to Leorio. I won't lose either, I must get a hunter license and become a hunter. Leorio didn't give in either. After finally reaching the final trial, no one wants to be the one who is finally eliminated. Let the horses come. With his right hand wrapped in a bandage, Baldlo assumed a one-handed parry. Come here and see if I can't kill you old guy. Leorio scolded and threw his fist at Baldlo, but even the one-handed Baldello was still not weak. Leorio quickly got up after falling to the ground, and then took out a dagger from his waist. I originally wanted to beat you with my fists, but you forced me to use weapons. Leorio swapped his left hand for his right hand, and threw his right hand for his left, like a hooligan. Watch out! Leorio stabbed the dagger into Baldlo's right arm. You are despicable, you know that my right hand is injured, you still stab here, you don't talk about martial arts. After avoiding the dagger that Leorio stabbed, the aged martial artist Baldro scolded. Master, this is not a martial arts exchange competition. Do you need to talk about the rules of martial arts? Here is only the final result. Leorio stabbed Baldello again as he spoke. Hand knife. Baldello first knocked off the dagger held by Leorio's right hand with a hand knife, then grabbed Leorio's arm and threw Leorio over his shoulder, knocking Leorio to the ground. Grip her. Baldello fell on Leorio and fell to the ground, sat directly on Leorio's waist, and broke Leorio's legs with his uninjured left hand. Do you admit defeat? What? Leorio's leg was broken, and he couldn't help screaming, but he couldn't admit defeat, no. While not admitting defeat, Leorio rolled over and gave himself a chance to get up. After Leorio got up, he punched Baldello on the back, grabbed Baldello's hands from behind, and pressed his knees against Baldello's back. I locked you now, you can't shoot surrender. If it wasn't for the old man who twisted his right arm and went through 2 consecutive games, leaving himself scarred, would you have a chance? Bordeaux said somewhat unconvinced. Don't make excuses for losing, you admit defeat. Leorio pushed his legs against Baldello's back a little harder. Even if you kill me this time, I won't recognize it. There was a desire to die in Baldello's eyes, and he never wanted to be eliminated. If he was eliminated, he would face the person he promised to get the hunter license without words. 10 minutes later. The two were still in this position, and Leorio was still trying to make Baudrillard surrender. An hour later, still the same. 3 hours later, still the same. 5 hours later. How long are these two going to last? I'm tired of watching. Menchi yawned, then looked at President Netero and said, if they're stuck like this until tomorrow, or even the day after, wouldn't this trial never end? Menchi has some truth in what he said. I agree with their spirit of never admit defeat, but I have already said that at least one person will be eliminated in the final trial. Otherwise, guess what? Whoever loses will be eliminated. Netero touched his chin with his right hand and said as if thinking. Master President, guessing the boxing is too child's play. Lieber groaned. A child's play? I'm super serious. Netero laughed cynically. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Mora. Leorio laughed heartily when he heard that the winner was decided by boxing. During the third trial, he had a boxing match with the female prisoner. Although he lost, he learned from the experience. This time I will imitate the female prisoner and use the female prisoner's moves to win. Leorio thought to himself. Guess the boxing? I'm sure to win. Leorio pretended to be confident and continued, I'm a micro-expression master mind reading expert. I can clearly know what you're thinking in your mind. What's going to happen next? You're sure to lose. Are you a micro-expression expert? When Bordello heard Leorio's words, he raised his eyebrows and clenched his hands. Haha, Bordeaux started to panic, he started to raise his eyebrows nervously, and was thinking about how to deal with my ability to read minds. Leorio had a hint of pride in his heart that he could also master the rhythm of his opponent just like the female prisoner. When people are nervous, they will deliberately avoid the opening action, so they won't play cloth. I will be stable and not lose as long as I shoot a stone. Leorio was already fantasizing about his victory. You say you can read my mind? Baldello asked aloud. Of course, otherwise, how can this uncle be a mind-reading expert? You can't hide your little thoughts from me. Leorio makes a confident and arrogant look. While I was talking just now, I was cursing you fiercely in my heart. Baldello said. Leorio. Scolding him behind his back? What a sinister villain. I scolded you. If you read your mind, you should be very angry and scolded back angrily, but you didn't. Baldello stared at Leorio and continued. Humph. That's because I have a lot of adults, and I don't want to have the same knowledge as an old guy like you. Leorio snorted coldly. What's the point of scolding people? It's better than guessing. Actually, I didn't scold you in my heart just now, but I deliberately said that I was scolding you. Looking at your reaction, it seems that your mind-reading skills are fake. Baldello analyzed. In his eyes, the young man in front of him is still too tender, and even trying to use this method to trick him is still a long way off. It turned out to be a routine for me, this old guy is so difficult to deal with. Leorio raised his eyebrows, and a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Since the method of pretending to be a mind-reading master is not good, what method should he use to win? It's all my fault, if only I told Leorio about the tricks of guessing after the third trial. Gon said with a little remorse in his heart. In the third trial, Gon once said that boxing is easy, but Leorio Karapika and others didn't care, and they didn't ask Gon later, so Gon didn't take the initiative to reveal the secret skills of boxing. Oops, I'm nervous now. Leorio realized that he was caught in the rhythm of the other party and had entered a state of tension, and secretly said that it was not good. After half a minute, Leorio bit his lip. When people are nervous, they subconsciously avoid the opening action, but I know this point, so I have to give out the cloth. I decided, I will give out the cloth. Leorio's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped thinking about what to do. Instead, he directly came up with a cloth to break people's normal practices. Hey, it's just a guess, are you still deadlocked? Menchi's dissatisfaction came up again. These two seem like a drag on Menchi. I count 3, and after 3, you must guess the boxing. The referee Ma Shi announced aloud, direct coercion, just guessing, how long did you think about it? 3. 2. He must have been very nervous when the referee was counting down, and subconsciously avoided the opening action, so I won't lose in this game, at least. Bordeaux smirked inwardly. He had also read some books in his heart, sure enough, reading more books can benefit people for life. The final winner is me after all. 1. After the referee Ma Shida called out the number 1, Baudello and Leorio waved their arms respectively. Hey? Why did this kid come out with cloth? Baldlo was stunned. Didn't the book I Am a Professional in Psychology say that people avoid opening when they are nervous, so they will subconsciously avoid the cloth when guessing fists? He couldn't accept the fact that he lost. Sorry, I predicted your prediction. Leorio crossed his arms in front of his chest and said a little arrogantly. Predicted my prediction? How is this possible? When Bordello heard Leorio's words, he lost his soul. I already told you that I'm a micro-expression expert mind-reading master. Could it be that I, Leorio, would lie to an old man like you? I, Leorio, never bothered to lie to old people. Leorio looked condescendingly at Baldlo and tried his best to pretend to be arrogant. Does Leorio know psychology? Then why did he lose to the female prisoner in the trap tower? Gon was a little puzzled. Leorio is hitting on Baldlo, saying that on purpose, if he knew psychology, he wouldn't be led by the nose of the female prisoner. Karapika explained. To put it bluntly, Leorio is pretending. Lemieux whispered to Gon. Asterisk. Chapter 52. Baudreau, don't be discouraged, you can still come to test your hunter license next year, and your performance this year will be recorded in the file. Massdog consoled Baldlo after declaring Leorio the victory. Next year? Maybe I won't be here next year. Bordeaux sighed softly. On the other hand, Leorio wrapped his arms around Lemieux, Gon, and Karapika's shoulders with great excitement. Yeah, I passed the hunter's trial. Hunter came all the way through the trial, and he was so sad, all of them were on the verge of being eliminated. Congratulations to the 8 of you who passed the hunter trial and became professional hunters. I will order your hunter licenses to be customized and send them to you tomorrow. Netero walked forward, clapped and congratulated the 8 passers. Then you can rest here, wait until tomorrow I will explain to you what you should pay attention to as a hunter, and now you can move freely. After Netero announced, he waved to Lemieux, and when Lemieux got close, he said to Lemieux, Lemieux, come to my room, I have something to tell you. Teacher, I'll explain to Gon and the others first, and I'll be here soon. Lemieux walked to Leorio, Karapika and Gon who were thinking about how to celebrate not far away. I'm happy to get my hunter license today, I'm treating myself to you, Lemieux, do you want anything to eat? Leorio asked with a smile on his face. I'm free. Mr. Netero asked me to go to his place, so the 3 of you should go get some food first. Lemieux responded. Then Lemieux, you have to hurry up, it's late, you don't have to eat. Leorio teased. It's okay, if you don't have to eat, I'll beat you up to vent your emotions. Lemieux raised his fist at Leorio, then turned around and followed Mr. Netero who was slowly walking away. Classically decorated, a huge calligraphic art word heart hangs inside the room. Netero sat cross-legged on the futon and looked at Lemieux and said, I'm going to attend the Allied Powers Conference in a week, this conference should be a tug-of-war, I don't have time to teach you during the conference, so I'm ready to go when I leave. Before attending the Allied Powers Conference, I will teach you the basics of recitation. Do you know what Nian is? Asked President Netero. The power of human thought. Lemieux replied. Yes, it is the power of the mind, also known as a special life energy or aura in the human body. As long as this energy is used, it can produce unexpected effects. For example, while talking, Netero pulled down a white beard, and then activated mind, the originally curved and soft white beard instantly became straight, go. The white beard in his hand was invested by Netero and shot at a samurai sword not far away. Clang. A crisp sound. The blade of the samurai sword was actually penetrated by this white beard. Want to learn? After performing to Lemieux, President Netero asked Lemieux. Want to learn? I've always been yearning for the power of thought. Lemieux nodded. Okay, then I'll give you a hunter license tomorrow, and after explaining some rules, you can follow me to learn mind power for a week. Netero nodded. Can't I teach now? Lemieux couldn't wait. Ahem, I'm going to meet an important person, so I'm just having a brief chat with you now. Netero coughed. Okay, tomorrow will be tomorrow, anyway, I've waited for so many years, it's okay to wait another day. Lemieux suppressed the excitement in his heart and said. Lemieux, what kind of hunter do you want to be? President Netero asked suddenly and earnestly. There is no particular type of hunter I want to be. If I'm greedy, I'll look for delicious food, such as air water at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, eggs of grape spiders in cliffs, bubble fish in the deep sea. If I'm short of money or bored, I'll take the bounty quest like a bounty hunter. If I encounter a creature like dragon, I may become a new demon's hunter. Li Mu said slowly. You sure? Generally, after becoming a hunter, you will choose a type of hunter, and then work hard. People's energy is limited. With so many types, if you want to take care of all of them, and then achieve a certain achievement, it is basically impossible. Netero taught patiently. He didn't want his new apprentice to be half-baked in the future, and everything was half a bucket of water. I am sure. Li Mu nodded and continued. I've seen a lot of new hunters answering like you, but over time, they all choose a category they love, and so will you, and you'll make your own choice after more experience. If Netero has a deep meaning. Just as Netero was about to say something, his phone rang. Hey, President, when are you coming over? A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Coming soon, I'll explain to you, how are you doing? Netero asked. Fortunately, the mission was successfully completed. One-star ocean hunter Mo Lao answered while smoking the huge pipe in his hand. Asterisk. Chapter 53. After leaving Netero, Li Mu was just walking down the street when she saw Menchi kick the Dalmatian dog that annoyed her. Sister Menchi, or I'll give you this dog. Li Mu said after thinking for a while. He suddenly didn't want this dog. Don't give me to her. During the few days you were away, she often locked me in a cage and often punched me, please Li Mu. There were tears in the eyes of the Dalmatian's dog left. Stinky dog, what do you mean? Dislike me? You'll die for me. Menchi saw Dalmatians say she was slightly carried, and when he went up, he kicked the Dalmatian's dog left directly to Li Mu's side. Mother, I won't wait for you, dead dog. Li Mu squatted down and held the dog's leash and said, thank you, Sister Menchi, for taking care of the dog for me. If I have time another day, I will invite Sister Menchi to have a meal. Menchi didn't want Li Mu's dog, and Li Mu didn't ask for it either. Sister, I have a great appetite. I might eat hundreds of thousands of jelly beans at a time. Sister, I'm a little hungry now, don't change another day, or go eat now. Menchi swallowed and said. I suddenly remembered that I still have things to deal with, or next time, please see me, Sister Menchi. Li Mu took the dog and ran away directly. His wallet is now deflated, how can there be a million ringtones? He can't afford this meal for the time being. Bring me back. Menchi looked at Li Mu who was dragging the dog and ran away, stomping his feet angrily. It's only 100,000 rennies. Is that so? Hundreds of thousands of yuan may not be much for an old professional hunter like Menchi, but it is too expensive for the current Li Mu, mainly because he does not have much money now. Seeing that Menchi didn't catch up, Li Mu, who had run far away, breathed a sigh of relief. When I earn enough money, I'll go ask again, I really can't afford it now. Li Mu picked up his wallet and looked at it, then sighed, I want to make money. Hey, Li Mu, come this way. Leorio came out of a barbecue restaurant and waved to Li Mu. He originally planned to go back and call Li Mu over, but he didn't expect Li Mu to find it here. Leorio, do you know how to make money quickly? Li Mu asked after following Leorio into the kebab shop. Become a bounty hunter and get money fast. Leorio replied. Going to the Sky Arena to participate in the competition can also make quick money. Karapika added. He has never been to this place, he has only heard about it. Li Mu, if you are short of money, I have some here. Gon took out the ringworm that Aunt Mito had given to them when they left, and handed it to Li Mu. Gon, take your money back, if I really need it, I'll ask you for it. Li Mu didn't take the money that Gon handed over. He was very moved by Gon's intention. Take it, we are not separated from each other. Gon still didn't stop, obviously Li Mu wouldn't stop if he didn't take Junai. Okay, I'll keep this money first, and I'll give it to you when you need it. Li Mu knew that Gon was stubborn, so he simply accepted Jenny. Li Mu, I'm going to go to Killua as soon as I get my hunter license tomorrow, and Leorio and Karapika are going to follow. Do you want to go? Gon asked Li Mu slightly expectantly. If only you had said it earlier, I promised Mr. Netero to study with him for a week of reading. Li Mu sighed. To be honest, he also wanted to meet the killer family's Aldeek. Is that so? Then let's go to Killua's family first, and then make a phone call. Leorio said. No cell phone, no contact. Li Mu shook his head. Is there any underground black boxing in this city? Why don't I go play a few games and get some money to buy a mobile phone for me and Gon? Li Mu's head flashed, and he thought of this way to make a little money. Yes, on Terryland Street. Karapika said with a small handed to him by a man on the street just now. That's great, we'll go take a look after we finish eating, and by the way, I'll go up and play a few games. Li Mu smiled. It is really inconvenient to go out without a mobile phone as a contact tool. After eating and drinking, Li Mu and his party came to the phone booth, and after throwing a few steel rods, they dialed the contact number of the underground black boxing market. Mozamoxi, this is the Black Fist Consulting Center. Would you like to place a bet or sign up for the competition? There was a very magnetic man's voice on the other end of the phone. Sign up for the competition. Li Mu replied. The main race is full, are you willing to participate in the next human-beast duel? The man on the other end of the phone continued to ask. Human and beast fighting? How to fight? How much does it cost to fight? Li Mu pressed. You can get 5 million rennies in one game, but you have to sign a life and death certificate. Only one human-beast fight can survive. Even so, are you still willing to participate? The man on the other end of the phone finally confirmed. Willing. Time, place, tell me, I'll come and sign up. Li Mu agreed without hesitation. It's just a fight between humans and beasts, which is easy for Li Mu's current strength. Asterisk. Chapter 54. Professional Hunter. You turned out to be a professional hunter. The man in overalls was a little shocked after checking the form that Li Mu filled out. I just passed the assessment, and I will get the hunter license tomorrow. Li Mu replied. Just after the assessment, we will use this gimmick as a publicity. After 3 hours, come back and we will arrange a duel for you. The man in the overalls was a lot more polite to Li Mu. A young professional hunter fought against the bear of the World of Warcraft, which was a gimmick. About 3 hours. Li Mu and Gon returned to the underground black boxing arena. 10 minutes later, you enter through the iron gate on the right. The man in uniform explained, pointing to a huge cage made of steel. Can I bet on my win? Li Mu asked suddenly. Generally, the black boxing market prohibits contestants from betting, but he is no longer playing black boxing, but fighting beasts. Can. Because the Earth Bear's intelligence is relatively low, it won't secretly communicate with people, so you can bet on yourself to win. Of course, you can only buy one option to win by yourself, because the people who come to participate in the final beast fight are all holding on to death. Determination, so buying oneself and losing is not allowed. The staff in overalls explained to Li Mu. I will be rewarded with 5 million yuan for participating in this beast fight, whether I live or die, right? I put all 5 million to win, is that okay? Li Mu asked. Can. Do you need me to help you with the betting? The staff asked. Go and do it. After placing your bet, just give the voucher to the Gon next to me. Li Mu pointed to Gon on the side and said to the staff. Okay, just a second. The staff member turned to leave. A few minutes after the staff left, Li Mu was brought to the iron cage by another staff member, who opened the door of the cage and let Li Mu walk in. Hello everyone, I'm Jimmy, the host this time, and I'm very happy to host the last game of today's beasts. The host held on to the huge iron cage with one hand and explained to the surrounding audience. Are you looking forward to it? As this sentence was asked, there was a fierce echo from the audience. We haven't held a beast fight for a month, why? Because the Earth Bear is too powerful, all the people who came to participate were slapped into flesh by the Earth Bear and then ate it. The Earth Bear has become famous in the underground world of our city, and no such fool is willing to die again. Today we welcomed a young beast fighter, Li Mu. He is very young, but he has just passed this year's hunter assessment and has become a professional hunter. Can such a person defeat the common people we have here? What about General Victory Bear of the Earth? Today, the underground world will bring you a very exciting human-beast fight. As a human player, Li Mu has already entered the cage first. Next, let's invite the monster Earth Bear. As a large iron gate was opened, the Earth Bear supported the ground with both palms and roared loudly. Roar! The roar was deafening. The Bear of the Earth has already defeated this little devil with his momentum. It seems that I bet on the Bear of the Earth to win. Come on the Bear of the Earth, shoot him to death. What happened to this year's hunter assessment? Can this kid pass? A group of people who bet on the Bear of the Earth to win were shouting excitedly, and their emotions were aroused by the roar of the Bear of the Earth. These people really have no vision, and they all bet on the Bear of the Earth to win. Leorio in the viewing seat was indignant. Come on Li Mu will win. Since no one cheered Li Mu, Gon took the initiative to stand up from his seat and cheered for Li Mu. Gon's shout had a penetrating power, and instantly attracted the attention of the audience in the viewing seat. It seems that our bets are not very one-sided, and there are still some people who are lucky enough to bet on the human Li Mu to win. But who will be killed in the end? Let's start today's game. Unchain the Bear of the Earth. With the end of the host's lively atmosphere, the human-beast fight officially started. Roar! After the chains were opened, the Earth Bear let out a roaring roar again, then lifted the solace of his feet off the ground, opened the half-opened iron gate and came to the iron cage. Close the iron gate. After the Earth Bear successfully entered the cage, the staff on the side hurriedly pushed the lever together to reclose the several-ton iron gate. Roar! The Earth Bear actually stood upright and walked to Li Mu's side, opened its huge jaws and roared again at Li Mu's head. Li Mu's hair was messed up by the roar of the Earth Bear, but this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Li Mu smelled the stench of the Earth Bear's mouth. How many days have you not brushed your teeth? It stinks me. By the way, you kind of monsters shouldn't know how to brush your teeth. Li Mu squeezed his nose with one hand. Although the Bear of the Earth could not understand Li Mu's words, he knew that Li Mu was insulting and mocking him, so he raised his right palm angrily, preparing to slap the person who insulted it to death. The bear of the earth is about to take action, its signature stunt exploding palm. With this palm, this challenger named Li Mu should be. No. He will definitely be photographed into meat sauce. The host explained loudly. And his commentary was also recognized by the audience in the audience. It's another trick in a second, so boring. We are not here to watch the game, we are here to win money. The two spectators at the back of the seats said. Those who are not rich are here to win. Many wealthy people are looking for excitement in order to appreciate the beast fighting game, and of course they will also make huge bets. Tear. The palm of the earth bear slashed through the air, making the sound of the palm rubbing against the air. Boom. A loud bang. The battle is over. The earth bear fell in a pool of blood. How can it be? This kid actually condensed an ice blade in an instant to cut the bear of the earth from the palm of his hand and then cut the bear of the earth in half. The audience in the auditorium was stunned. The ending they expected was not like this, so it was difficult for them to accept it for a while. My God, a miracle happened. The bear of the earth, who was invincible in everyone's heart, was cut in half by a knife and fell into a pool of blood. Is this the strength that a half-sized child should have? This is too awesome. As expected of the hunter who passed this year's hunter test, let's cheer for today's uncrowned King Li Mu. Asterisk. Chapter 55. Wow, 20 million GNI. Liorio's eyes lit up when he looked at the two large black suitcases that Li Mu was holding. A few hours ago, Li Mu was more than 10 times poorer than him, but now Li Mu is more than 100 times richer than him. I've won money today, I'm very happy, and I'll equip each of you with a mobile phone later. Li Mu smiled happily. Now he's a little rich enough to afford Menchi a big meal. Gon, this box of money is for you. Li Mu took out a box and gave it to Gon. When Gon was eating, he could give Li Mu all the money he had left, so Li Mu would not feel bad if he shared some of the money with Gon after winning. After all, although they are not brothers, their childhood sweetheart friendship is closer than that of brothers. If one day Li Mu is besieged by countless strong men, Gon will definitely be the one who will save Li Mu regardless of his own life. I do not want. Gon shook his head. Gon, are you stupid? This box is 10 million junny, you don't want it. Liorio stared at the cash box, only money in his eyes. I have to rely on my own ability to earn, and can't we get the hunter license tomorrow? After getting the hunter license and becoming a hunter, it is not difficult for us to make money. Gon's eyes were very pure and clear, and he was not tempted by money at all. Well, I'll get you a bank card later, and I'll save you 1,000,000 yen for your daily expenses. You can't refuse this. If you refuse again, you're not treating me as a friend. Li Mu said in an unquestionable tone. Gon wanted to refuse, but after hearing the second half of Li Mu's words, he hesitated for a moment and nodded. He could also understand what Li Mu meant. It was all about it, and he didn't want to make Li Mu sad. Li Mu, why don't you also get me a card and deposit 1 million for me? Liorio said flatteringly. Roll. First, your flattering look is disgusting. Second, our relationship isn't that close yet. Li Mu directly refused. Li Mu, what you said really hurts my heart. Hey, yes, after all, Gon and you grew up wearing a pair of pants. You two can't share anything except female tickets. Liorio sighed, it seems he still can't get some money from Li Mu. Liorio, if you need money, I have a plan. Li Mu said. Come on. What's the plan? I want to make money and become a rich man. Liorio fantasized about the happiness that money brought him. Tomorrow you get the hunter license and sell the hunter license, so that you can get at least 100 million yuan. Li Mu quipped. He also heard from the boss who held the black boxing competition just now. If you want to sell it, you can sell it to me, and I can pay 110 million yuan to buy it. The boss who held the black boxing competition limped towards Li Mu and the others with his arms around an enchanting woman. Not for sale. I won't buy the hunter license I finally got admitted to, and the hunter license can't be re-examined. After I sell it, I don't have it. Liorio refused. The convenience and long-term benefits of a hunter license are far greater than a sale. That's a pity, but if you want to sell hunter licenses in the future, you can contact me at any time. The boss who held the black boxing competition handed business cards to Li Mu and Liorio respectively. While the hunter license is as branded as some national ID cards, it is still of great use to those in their underworld. Li Mu, are you really unwilling to be our special guest? As long as you become our special guest, we will only arrange one beast fight for you every month, and the price of participating in a beast fight is 6 million ringtones. The boss who held the black boxing match bewitched Li Mu. Such a good way to make money, he couldn't figure out why Li Mu would refuse. This is not my home court. Even if I go to the Sky Arena, I can earn no less than 200 million yen if I hit the 200th floor. Li Mu refused again. I understand, it turns out that you don't look down on me here, and you dislike me here. Miao Xiaorong can't help you. But have you considered whether you can reach the 200th floor when you go to the Sky Arena? Above the 190th floor of the Sky Arena are monster-like existences. You, a young boy who just passed the hunter's trial who can't even think, are delusional about going to the 200th floor. The boss who held the underground black boxing competition began to get angry. Back then, he also went to the Sky Arena with pride and ambition, but when he climbed to the 190th floor, he met a terrifying man with Nin, who unloaded his right leg on the 190th floor. Down. It's only 200 floors, what's so difficult? Li Mu opened his palms, and a biting cold surrounded the entire underground boxing ring, and a huge pool for feeding piranhas beside the boxing ring was instantly frozen. You, how did you do it? A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the boss who held the black boxing competition. To be honest, the moment Li Mu opened his hand just now, he felt a strong death threat. Can the strength I'm showing now make it to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena? Li Mu chuckled. Today I've lost sight of it. Little brother, I was offended just now, sorry. If the boss of Black Fist had been educating Li Mu just now, now he has a low attitude. After all, the hunter world is a world where the strong are respected, and only the strong can receive corresponding respect. Asterisk. Chapter 56. After leaving the underground black boxing arena, Li Mu and the others went directly to the mobile phone store to buy mobile phones. Thank you for your phone. Leorio quickly thanked him after he got his phone. This mobile phone is the latest beetle-shaped mobile phone, which is universal in the world. It also comes with translations in 200 national languages, which is very suitable for hunters who travel in and out of the world. Leorio, you are too good at bargaining, you see that the boss's face is green. Li Mu laughed softly. Of course, I'm number 2 in bargaining, no one dares to be number 1. Leorio raised his head proudly. Yeah, I have a cell phone, this is my first cell phone, I'm going to call Aunt Mito to tell her we passed the hunter exam. There was a happy smile on Gon's face. Give us the phone card, we will install it ourselves. Li Mu said to the stall owner. There is a one-stop service for buying mobile phone numbers here, and this special black phone card does not require real name registration. Hey, is that Aunt Mito? After Gon installed the SIM card, he made a direct call to the landline at home. Gon, you guys finally called back. Aren't you and Li Mu in danger? You must have been working very hard these days. Have you passed the hunter trial? Aunt Mito asked a lot of caring words, which made Gon a little bit at a loss. Aunt Mito, we are all safe, we passed the hunter's trial and became a hunter. After Aunt Mito stopped asking, Gon answered one by one. A few minutes later, Aunt Mito said, where's Li Mu? I want to talk to him. Aunt Mito, I haven't seen you for so long, I miss you. Li Mu answered the phone and said. If you want me, then come back to see me. That stinky boy Gon is unwilling to come back, saying that he will come back after seeing his father. I am really pd off, what he said is like his father's excuse for not coming back. Mito complained. Ahaha, Aunt Mito, I shouldn't be able to come back anytime soon. I worshipped a teacher and wanted to practice with him. Li Mu explained. Aren't you coming back? Don't you want to come back and see me? After another half an hour, the call between Li Mu and Aunt Mito ended. Your Aunt Mito is really nagging like my mother. Leorio complained. Women, that's all. Li Mu responded with a smile. Let's go to the international bank to deposit money. Li Mu said to the three of Gon. International banks have branches in various countries, and they can also withdraw money from other countries in the world. International Bank Building. Li Mu first made a card for Gon and deposited 1 million yuan, and then he also made a card and deposited all the remaining money into it. It's done, from today onwards, I'll be considered a rich man. Li Mu held the black card in his hand with a smile on his face. There is a huge gap between the rich and the poor in Hunter's world. The rich sing and dance, and the poor freeze to death on the side of the road. There are many poor people who have been abandoned and starved to death in Meteor Street. It's okay to save tens of millions of nuns, but if you encounter some unpredictable troubles, it's not enough. Leorio sighed. It's not enough for his best friend to spend all his money because of an illness, saying he likes money and why he wants to be a doctor. It's really not enough, 10 million ringtones are still too little for me. Li Mu also lamented. If there is no system task, he will not have a chance to kill 1 yuan in seconds. He can only use the original price to buy the things in the system wall, and 10 million yuan is a drop in the bucket for many products in the system wall. For example, the Pangu axe needs 1000 Yi trillion GNI, super commodities like Pangu axe and Supreme Bone, he can only buy them with a 1 yuan spike. However, 10 million yuan is enough for me to buy some cheap system products. Li Mu remembered that there was a low-level contract scroll in his system store that only cost 1 million knives. After depositing the money, Li Mu and his party went back to their exclusive residences. Li Mu sat in the chair and looked at the Dalmatians go left and said seriously, go left, if you want me to treat you sincerely, just sign this contract scroll. This contract scroll can make you my master and servant. Relation. The Dalmatian dog leftover sat cross-legged and listened to Li Mu's explanation. To be honest, after I came to live in the city, I found that the city is much better than the forest village. Dalmatian's dog left side. Don't talk about those who don't have it, you just said you signed the contract or not? Li Mu asked again. After signing a master-servant contract with you and becoming your dog, can you let me eat spicy food? Can. Then can my human name not be called Gozu? Of course, or I'll call you Happy by another human name. Happy? Why do you look at me strangely when you named me this human name, but Happy does sound much better than the dog, and my human name will be called Happy from now on. Li Mu promised a lot of dog leftovers, oh no. It should be called Harpy. Li Mu agreed to some of Harpy's conditions, but also rejected some, and finally contracted Harpy with a low-level contract scroll with the agreement of Dalmatian Harpy. There is no way that a low-level contract scroll wants to conclude a contract without resistance from the heart of the contract creature, so Li Mu will agree to some conditions for Happy. Asterisk. Chapter 57. The next morning. The 8 students who passed the hunter trial came to the conference room on time. Satos, hand out the hunter license. On the podium in the conference room, President Netero handed the hunter license to Satos and said, "Here, I would like to first congratulate everyone on getting the hunter license and becoming a professional hunter." Netero was the first to clap and congratulate. Everyone has obtained the hunter license, but some of you may not know the specific function of the hunter license. Here I will explain to you about the hunter license first. First, with the hunter license, you can enter the prohibited area, 90% of the countries that are generally prohibited from entering the country, and 75% of the restricted area. Second, you can use public facilities for free, you can use 95% of public facilities for free, and you can use some computer web pages that require money without spending a dime. Third, it can be used as a guarantee or sold. It can be used as a guarantee to obtain a high-value loan, or it can be sold. The high-value money obtained from the sale can make future generations no worries about food and clothing. Fourth, it can be used as an identity certificate. The hunter license has been processed for anti-counterfeiting. Through various anti-counterfeiting processes, counterfeit products cannot be copied. Fifth, hunter licenses cannot be reissued. 20% of those who pass the test in these years will lose their licenses within 1 year, but they will not be reissued. Netero explained to the 8 new hunters in the audience. Master President, if my hunter license is stolen, can't I reissue it? Bakugo asked. No, because professional hunters have used various excuses to reissue hunter licenses before, and then sell hunter licenses in batches, so after the Hunter Association discussed it, it was decided that hunter licenses must be issued. Netero replied. Do you have any questions about the hunter license? I'll answer them all here. As this sentence was asked, several more people began to ask questions, and President Netero answered them one by one. After 10 minutes of answering, President Netero took out a bunch of printed rules and let Satos distribute them. Since everyone has nothing to ask about the hunter license, then I will tell you about the rules of the Hunter Association. Actually, the Hunter Association doesn't have any special rules to abide by. You just need to fulfill the Hunter 10 commandments recorded on the paper I sent you. Hunter 10 articles. First, hunter must have a hunting target. Second, hunter must have a minimum knowledge of martial arts. Third, the license will not be revoked for anyone with a hunter license for any reason. At the same time, the hunter license will not be issued for any reason. Fourth, hunters do not regard fellow hunters as prey, but hunters who commit heinous crimes will not be protected by this article. Fifth, 1 star is awarded to a hunter who has made achievements in a specific field. Sixth, when the senior hunter who satisfies the 5th rule and serves as a high-ranking official, and the junior hunter he cultivates receives honors, he will be awarded 2 stars. Seventh, hunter, who satisfies the 6th rule and has made great achievements in multiple fields, grants it 3 stars. Eighth, hunter's highest responsible person must obtain a minimum amount of trust to be eligible for this position. The minimum amount of trust is more than half of the support rate. When the seat of the chairman is vacant, the next chairman must be quickly elected. Before the decision of a president, the authorization of the president shall be handed over to the vice president. Ninth, the decision of the method for the selection of new compatriots to join the membership is under the control of the chairman, but when the trial method is greatly changed, the trust of more than half of the compatriots is required before the method can be implemented. 10th, all matters not recorded here shall be voted by the chairman, the vice chairman and the staff committee through the meeting, and the selection of the deputy chairman and the staff committee shall be in charge of the chairman. After reading the 10 articles of Hunter, do you have any doubts and want to ask? President Netero asked after everyone read the rules of the precepts. Master President, grant Hunter 1 star, 2 stars are these achievements. Bakura raised his hand and asked. It's achievements and honors, but many hunters regard this as a level in their hearts, and this is indeed the case. High-star hunters are generally stronger, and only a few are exceptions. Netero replied. Master President, what is the second minimum martial artist experience? Bakuga continued to ask. I'll sell this for the time being. In fact, the fact that you passed the hunter test to get the hunter license is just an internship hunter, and the real hunter test has just begun. There was a hint of slyness in Netero's eyes. The martial artist's experience refers to mind power. Next, Netero will arrange relevant personnel to teach these new hunters who do not have mind power. After this test, they can be regarded as real hunters, and hunters who do not disgrace the Hunter Association. Chapter 58. After President Netero's speech, the three of Gon bought the spaceship tickets and went to the Zaldik family to find Killua. I promised Mr. Netero to practice with him, so I can't go to see Killua with you. After you meet Killua in the Zaldik family, say hello to him for me. At the entrance of the hot air balloon, Li Mu said to the three of Gon. I will tell Killua. Kurapika nodded. After we meet Killua and take him out of the family, I will apply for a professional bodyguard and use the mafia to search for the Spider Brigade. Everything he did was for revenge. I'm going to continue my unfinished studies and become a doctor. Leorio followed behind and told his future plans. Becoming a doctor was his only dream after the death of his best friend. How about you, Gon? What are your plans when you find Killua? Kurapika asked. I don't know, I haven't figured it out yet. Gon scratched the back of his head, he just wanted to go to Killua, but he didn't think about the follow-up. Go to the Sky Arena. Gon, after you find Killua, take him to the Sky Arena. After I practice with the president, I will go to the Sky Arena to find you. Li Mu said. Going to the Sky Arena can not only make money, but also improve your strength through actual combat. Okay, we agreed to go to the Sky Arena, where I'm going to become stronger, then go find Hisoka, and return the punches he punched me in the face. Gon nodded after hearing Li Mu's words. Gon is actually a very arrogant person. In the last Hunter trial, Hisoka beat Gon and deliberately conceded defeat, which made Gon very unhappy. Gon wants to win by his own strength, not others. Let him. Goodbye, I wish you a smooth journey. Li Mu waved goodbye to the three of Gon. Li Mu only left the waiting room after the spaceship took off. Training room. There are two ways to practice awakening Nin. The first is to take the time to cultivate and practice, and naturally cultivate and awaken. The second is to accept the forced learning of Fa. That is to say, with the help of outsiders, the mind power sent out by Fa helps them open the aura nodes of the whole body. After the aura nodes are opened, the practitioner can feel the radiance emitted by the body. Energy, this is the mind. At your age, and your development is not yet complete, I suggest you choose the first cultivation method to awaken naturally, because the second method is not small for you who are not yet fully developed, and damage the foundation. President Netero spoke to Li Mu. The first natural awakening, how long does it take to awaken? Li Mu asked. If the first method can be done quickly, then he chooses the first method. It took me a week to wake up naturally. Netero said. A week is too long. Li Mu shook his head. A week later, just after he woke up, teacher Netero was going to attend the meeting, and no one would teach him to practice after his awakening. A week is still long? A week is still because of your teacher and my excellent qualifications. If the qualifications are ordinary, I am afraid it will take a few months or even longer. Netero is a little speechless, is it really like learning mind power? In that case, Mr. Netero, please help me open the aura nodes in my whole body, and help me awaken my mind. Li Mu said to Netero. I refuse. This will damage your foundation. Can't you wait for a week? I only teach you the method of normal awakening, and will not teach you wild ways. Netero said with a slightly serious face. He is doing good for Li Mu. A person's foundation is damaged and it is difficult to make up for it. But I really want to wake up now. Li Mu still wanted to fight for it. Hey, you child, why don't you do this? If you can't wake up normally within 5 days, then I'll wake you up. Netero pretended to give in. In fact, he felt that Li Mu would be able to wake up in 5 days. After all, at Li Mu's age, he was far inferior to Li Mu in terms of strength and physique, and Li Mu was better than him. Okay, 5 days, 5 days, I also know that you are doing this for my own good teacher. Li Mu nodded. I will teach you how to cultivate in a week, because I will go to the United Nations conference in a week, so in a week, you will go to the Sky Arena to find Yung, and he will help you cultivate. President Netero suddenly remembered that he was going to attend the meeting of the Allied Powers in a week to discuss some international terms. This time, there will definitely be many Allied nations arguing, so it will be a tug of war. He probably won't have time to teach Li for a while. Mu has. Well, time is running out, then now, teacher, teach me the cultivation method of natural awakening. Li Mu couldn't wait. Okay, I'll teach you now. The so-called mind power is actually a kind of power or a kind of qi hidden in each person's body. But this kind of energy cannot flow out normally due to the blockage of aura nodes in the human body. The advantage of this blockage of aura nodes is that this energy is sealed in the body, making people's spirit and energy last for a long time. If this kind of blockage is one time if you get through, and this person can't control this energy, then this person will quickly become lethargic, weak, and even in severe cases, his life will be in danger in a short period of time. And what I want to teach you is to feel your qi through meditation and zen. Only after you actually experience that your qi fills the whole body can you open the aura nodes one by one. Come, sit down with me, then follow my meditation guide and start meditating. Asterisk. Chapter 59. You managed to open all the aura nodes of your body in less than a minute. Netero used Nian's application technique condensation to gather qi in his eyes, and he could clearly see that Li Mu's aura nodes were all open. He originally thought that a genius like Li Mu would take at least a few days to achieve the aura nodes that naturally awaken and open his body, but he did not expect Li Mu to do it in just 1 minute. It's so warm, like a sauna. Li Mu could feel his body being surrounded by the air coming out of aura nodes, very comfortable. Next, you try to close the aura nodes with your mind. If you don't close the aura nodes, you will end up in a state of suspended animation due to the exhaustion of your life energy. Netero said, you now focus your mind on one point, stare at yourself, set goals, force yourself to close the aura nodes at this point with intense willpower, you. Very good, you are doing well. Next, you try to close the aura nodes all over the body so that the natural ability in the body which is the qi is not escaping. The introduction of Li Mu's follower Netero quickly completed this series of operations. Li Mu, I have to say that you are a one-of-a-kind genius. Netero praised without hesitation. To be able to awaken mind power within a minute without the help of external forces is a genius among geniuses. Thank you teacher for the compliment. Li Mu responded. In fact, Li Mu knows he is a genius, but he is not so evil. The performance of such a monster should be because of the foreshadowing that he took with the super gene potion. Ordinary people are much taller. Genius should be praised. Since you have awakened to Nen, then I will teach you the basics of Nen 4 elements. After that, I will test for you what Nen is. Netero continued. The 4 elements of reciting are entanglement, absolute, refinement and fat. Tangling is a technique to keep qi stably around the body. By this method, the body can become strong and youth can be maintained forever. Quiet is a technique to completely cut off the qi emitted by the mind, which has the effect of eliminating one's own qi and fatigue. Practice is a technique that can increase the qi emitted by the mind, and it is an indispensable element if you want to make yourself stronger. Fresh is a technique that can send out thoughts that have been enhanced with practice. The way to cultivate is to focus your mind and stare at yourself. After explaining it for a while, President Netero said to Li Mu, you practice Tang first, and when you learn to tangle, I will teach you the remaining 3. After a minute, Netero looked at Li Mu like a monster, you are really a genius in cultivating Nen. Next is absolute. Next is practice. Next is fa. 10 minutes later, Netero was numb from shock, and gradually became accustomed to it, thinking that Li Mu should be so good. But this is just the most basic 4 elements to read. It's really easy to learn. Don't let this make you slack in your practice. Actually, some people who don't practice Nen can unwittingly burst out with 1 or 2 of the 4 major elements, such as murderous aura. When the killing intent towards a person is accumulated to the extreme, an endless murderous aura will erupt, and those who have no awakening will burst out. It can also release the special energy aura in the body when the mind reaches the extreme. Or on the news, the mother lifted the car with her bare hands in order to save her son who was crushed under the car. The mother's idea of saving her son reached the climax, and the aura nodes of her body opened, the energy of the thought qi flowed out, and used it unconsciously. The ultimate mind controls this air to wrap the whole body. Netero said this to Li Mu, just hope that Li Mu would not be too proud and gradually become conceited. Well, the 4 major lines are indeed very simple, you can learn it once you learn it. Li Mu nodded and said. But when Li Mu said this, Netero couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Is it really that simple? It took him more than 10 days to learn the 4 major lines at the beginning. Ahaha, it's really simple, I think I knew it right away. Netero chimed in. He said this to prevent Li Mu from being arrogant and to not embarrass himself. After all, he is a master and cannot be compared by his apprentices. Next, I'll take you to test which system your Nen is. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to what kind of mind system your little monster has. Netero poured water into the white coffee cup while talking, then picked a green leaf from a potted plant beside him and placed it in the coffee cup half filled with water. To be honest, I'm also looking forward to what system my mind power is. Li Mu is also looking forward to it. The 6 major systems of recitation are Enhancer, Transmutter, Conjurer, Emitter, Manipulator, and Trait System. Asterisk. Chapter 60. Enhancer, can enhance the original function or power of matter. Transmutter, it can still maintain its power even after the energy is released, and it can be sent to a long distance. Emitter, capable of manipulating matter or creatures. Manipulator, which can turn gas into physical substances. Conjurer, can change the nature of qi. Trait system, which is different from the above 5 types, does not belong to any category, special attributes of qi. From these 6 types, you can find your own suitable mind power system to cultivate, and then you can grow quickly in the way that is most suitable for you. The above 6 systems are arranged in the order of a hexagon. The system of the mind power of the adjacent system you measured is easy to cultivate, and the system that forms a diagonal angle is the most difficult to cultivate. If you are a trait-based mind force and you have to forcefully focus on enhancer, your path of cultivation will be extremely bumpy. Netero explained to Li Mu. Well, that means that a person can major in one system and learn other systems at the same time, but the effect will be much slower than that of majoring. Li Mu nodded. He originally thought that what kind of system was detected, he could only cultivate what kind of system. Mr. Netero, you should have used manipulator and emitter for your mind, 100 styles of Avalokitesvara. Li Mu asked. It's not just these two, it's just that you can feel it intuitively. President Netero shook his head. His idea, the zero form of the 100-style Guanyin, the shock wave formed from the air of Guanyin was added with transmutter. As expected of a teacher, he has cultivated several systems of mind power. Li Mu praised. Of course, your teacher, I am very good. Netero's eyebrows rose a little after being complimented. Li Mu, you put your hands on the coffee cup and activate your mind power. Netero said to Li Mu. If Li Mu activates Nan and can make the water overflow or the cup shatter, it is the most suitable for training enhancer. If the green leaf in the cup moves, it is the most suitable for practicing emitter. If the properties of the water in the cup change, sweet or sour, etc., it is the most suitable for practicing conjurer. If the color of the water changes, it is the most suitable for practicing transmutter. If there is something in the crystals in the water, it is the most suitable for practicing manipulator. The trait system will make the water or green leaves in the cup or the cup unexpectedly. Huh? The water is actually layered, and a small water polo bubble is formed in each layer. Netero looked at the water in the water, lost in thought. Mr. Netero, I should be a traitman in this situation. Li Mu asked. Well, this performance is indeed a trait, but the follow-up development of your traitman can only depend on you. Netero nodded. Idiosyncratic power is generally an individualist, with a natural leadership temperament. It seems that God wants Li Mu to take my class. Netero thought to himself. Teacher Netero, I'm suitable for cultivating psychic power, so how should I cultivate and develop my psychic power? Li Mu asked. From the moment you activate the ability to make the water layer and the water droplets in each layer, your cultivation direction should be spatial, such as space storage or space reduction and enlargement. Netero thought for a while and replied, actually, this depends on your own creativity, and of course your creativity should be more in line with the way you let the water layer show today. In terms of space. Although I like the ability of space, I remember that manipulator can also make space-type props. If my traits are not special, it's meaningless. Li Mu fell into contemplation. Since he had the talent to cultivate the trait, he couldn't make the trait that he should have normalized. The development direction I propose to you in terms of space is only a reference. In the end, it depends on your creative design and the performance of the water layer you have made today, so that your ability will be handy. Netero explained. He remembered that he seemed to have met a boy named Hua Shi Dulang. That boy was obviously not good at manipulator, but mainly manipulator and emitter as a supplement. Although he cultivated into a mind clone, he needed to concentrate more mentally to operate the clone. Consumes more spiritual thoughts. This kid is practicing in the wrong direction. I'll send you a copy of the training materials for the various departments of the Nan body and the training advice I gave you in a moment. I hope you can find your own training method for the trait system after reading these things. Netero took out his computer and started rummaging on it. I will, since mine is a trait, then I will definitely make it different. Li Mu made up his mind secretly. Asterisk. Chapter 61. Li Mu returned to the room, carefully checked the materials and suggestions sent to him by Mr. Netero, then closed his eyes and thought about how he should design his own traitman. The space ability of the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye with the soil in the Naruto. Or the spatial ability of Trafalgar Law's surgical fruit in Pirates. Or is it Elsa's special space dressing magic ability in Fairy Tale? Li Mu thought about many possibilities. When a person is faced with countless possibilities and countless choices, it is really difficult to choose. Li Mu sat at the desk, closing his eyes and thinking. 1 hour. 2 hours. 10 hours. Field. Li Mu's eyes suddenly opened. He finally found the trait system that he wanted to develop. 1 layer of domain and 1 layer of world correspond to the water layer during the test, and various things in the domain are small water droplets. Hokage Satsuki Kagaya's blood is extremely powerful in fields such as the Yanquan Hirazaka or the Sword Realm in the fantasy world. And the field can also have the ability of the spherical space opened by the fruit of Trafalgar Law's operation, or the ability of the different space brought by the kaleidoscope with soil. Li Mu exhaled slowly, his expression was much more relaxed, and he finally found his Nin, who was psychic. There are many kinds of fields, including fire field, gravity field, sword realm and space field. But what Li Mu is currently developing is the frozen field, because he has the advantage of freezing ability. The combination of the frozen fruits ability and the trait system's psychic power creates his unique frozen domain. Now that the method has been thought of, the next step is to implement it. Li Mu opened the training materials sent to him by teacher Netero, and then began to try to cultivate, trying to combine the freezing ability with the trait-related psychic power to form a realm. An hour has passed and the fusion failed. 2 hours later, the fusion still fails. 20 hours later, an aura spread from Li Mu's body, and a 3-meter square frozen field of thought was formed. I succeeded. Li Mu looked at the frozen field in front of him, and the corner of his mouth showed a long-lost smile. Ice Dragon. Li Mu had a thought, and a small ice dragon formed in an instant. In the past, his freezing ability needed to be triggered by his body, but now he has the freezing field, and he can activate it with a single thought. With the frozen field, I can instantly cast all ice magic in the field. Li Mu thought to himself. Soldier of Ice. Li Mu created an ice soldier in the field. Then use the mind to control the ice soldier to move. I haven't learned the mind power command yet. If I can issue the command, then these soldiers can move freely without my mind power control. Li Mu sighed inwardly, his frozen field is still not perfect, and he needs to continue to strengthen it. The first layer domain is the frozen domain, so what's so good about the second layer domain? Li Mu was lost in thought. Second layer of gravity field. Li Mu remembered that he had a gravity devil fruit in the system mall, so he went to the system mall to check. Damn, this is too expensive, 10 billion yuan. The host can get the opportunity to 1 yuan spike gravity fruit by doing tasks. The system's voice sounded in Li Mu's mind. Mission, assassinate Carrie Eden, one of the 10 leaders, and successfully obtain a chance to kill the gravity fruit in seconds. Assassinate the 10 heads to get the gravity fruit. I've accepted this mission. Li Mu agreed to come down. Although each of the 10 bosses is a big boss in the mafia world, and also has the protection of Yuan beasts, in order to obtain the gravity fruit, Li Mu must kill the top 10 Carrie Eden. However, although Li Mu accepted this task, he was not ready to leave immediately. He had to continue to study mind power with Mr. Netero until Mr. Netero went to attend the UN conference. Li Mu, the use of psychic power, beast chanting, oath restriction, etc., are still too early for you. You should first design the development direction of your psychic power and then consider these. Netero said bitterly to Li Mu. Teacher Netero, I have already found the direction of the development of my trait system, and I have successfully created my exclusive trait system and according to the training materials you sent me. Li Mu responded. Pfft. What? You said you've developed your own unique trait, Nen. Netero spit out a swig of coffee. It took him 5 months to complete the creation and completion of Mindfulness, 100 Styles of Avalokitesvara. Li Mu, why didn't you directly say when you came here that you have created your own special trait Nen? Netero said slightly dissatisfied. If Li Mu told him in advance, he would not make a fool of himself and spit the coffee out of his mouth. Mr. Netero, you didn't even ask. Li Mu giggled. He originally wanted to surprise Mr. Netero by pretending it first, so he didn't say it right away. Asterisk. Chapter 62. Over the next few days, Netero explained to Li Mu how to create a mind beast, how to make a vow restriction, and how to practice the extended skills of the 4 elements of mindfulness. Because he was going to the United Nations conference, he would first hand over this knowledge to Li Mu. Master, the journey is smooth sailing. Li Mu watched teacher Netero get on the hot air balloon, and then returned to his room to start packing. Li Mu, I practiced my exclusive Nen last night, and mine is whale swallow. The Dalmatian Happy said to Li Mu. A few days ago, after seeing Li Mu practicing his mind power, hubby also begged Li Mu to take him to practice, and after practicing with Li Mu, in addition to his extraordinary aptitude, he has to say that he is also a monster genius level in the dog clan. Whale swallowing. Is it swallowing? Li Mu asked. It can be swallowed, and items can also be stored. Dalmatian Happy replied slightly arrogantly. That's great, I don't need to be luggage when I go out to perform tasks in the future, just put the luggage in your stomach. Li Mu is very satisfied with the ability of the Dalmatian Happy. You treat me as a tool dog. Hubby said with some dissatisfaction. Why not? Hurry up and eat this luggage. We will take the airship to Yukiksen later. It's too inconvenient to carry luggage. Li Mu threw the suitcase to the mouth of the Dalmatian Happy. The reason why he went to Yukiksen City was because Li Mu took advantage of his identity as a hunter to find out that the 10-headed Carrie Eden was there, and he wanted to hunt Carrie Eden to get a chance to kill the gravity fruit with 1 yuan. Interesting, after you wrap the suitcase with your mind, the suitcase will automatically shrink. Li Mu said after seeing the process of Habitan's suitcase. He didn't expect his dog's Nen to be spatial. Whale swallowing does not mean that the mouth becomes as big as a whale, but that the swallowed thing becomes smaller. After throwing all the luggage into the mouth of the Dalmatians, Li Mu took the Dalmatians to the airship airport in front of him. Buy a spaceship ticket to Yukeksen. Li Mu handed the bag of loose money Jenny to the conductor. Because the spaceship allows pets, Li Mu successfully boarded the spaceship with the Happy. Li Mu just boarded the spaceship and met an unexpected person, Shizuku of Phantom Troop. Hey, beauty, are you going to Yukiksen City too? Li Mu sat down beside Shizuku and asked. No, I will get off the spaceship in the city halfway. Shizuku pushed his glasses and replied. Beauty, you are beautiful, can you give me your contact information? My name is Li Mu. Li Mu continued to ask. With Shizuku's contact information, he even has an indirect connection with Phantom Troop. If one day a system task asks him to kill someone in Phantom Troop, he can also use Shizuku to find the target to hunt and be prepared. I don't know you. Shizuku refused with a flat expression. I don't know. After you become friends, you will know each other? Why don't we have a wrestling match? If I win you, you can tell me your mobile phone number. Li Mu still didn't give up asking for the phone number. What if you lose? Shizuku was obviously interested in the wrench that Li Mu said. If I lose, it's up to you. Li Mu said calmly. It is good. Shizuku stretched out his right hand and placed it on the table, in a wrench wrist gesture. Refreshing, I like how straightforward you are. Li Mu also stretched out his right hand and clasped it with Shizuku's. I'll count down to 3, 2, 1 and start. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Shizuku's arm was directly pushed down on the table by Li Mu. You lose. Li Mu said with a little interest. Well, this is my mobile phone number, and I like you very much. Would you like to join our brigade? Shizuku extended his right hand and invited Li Mu. Isn't the number of members in your brigade fixed, and new members will only join after the members die? Li Mu asked in confusion. Yes, how could I forget this condition? Shizuku is a bit silly. But why do you know the condition that the number of our brigade will not change? While talking, Shizuku embodied the bulge-eyed fish, and then pointed the bulge-eyed fish at Li Mu. She suspects that Li Mu is approaching her intentionally and has a bad heart with the brigade. Asterisk. Chapter 63. Hisoka told me while participating in the hunter's trial. Li Mu made a random excuse. Hisoka? That's okay, Hisoka might have said something like that. Shizuku sat back in his seat and scattered his nin. She just watched Li Mu with her mind condensed in her eyes, and she didn't feel the slightest killing intent in Li Mu, so she was not hostile. And she heard that Hisoka was indeed participating in the hunter trial, so she felt that Li Mu should not lie to her. Have a cup of coffee, and I apologize for being disrespectful to you just now. Shizuku ordered a cup of coffee specially for Li Mu. They are in the common area of the ship, which is a small restaurant with a good variety, so coffee can be ordered. Shizuku, do you have a boyfriend? Li Mu picked up the coffee brought by the waiter, took a sip and asked. After Shizuku heard Li Mu's question, his cheeks were flushed. No. No. It's great not to have a boyfriend. How about letting me, handsome happy, be your boyfriend? Hubby suddenly interjected. To be honest, it looks at the beauty of the girl in front of her. Don't want. Shizuku refused without hesitation. Why does a dog talk? Are you a dog monster? Seeing that the Dalmatians beside him could talk, Shizuku suddenly became interested. My happy is so handsome, why don't you? You are the first human to refuse my confession. Hubby said sadly. Happy, you're really good. You didn't play with B, and started to play with human girls. Li Mu stared at Hubby. I don't allow you to play with human girls. Why? Hubby retorted in dissatisfaction. Because you don't deserve it. Because my values do not allow it, although I admire Su Zian Ri Snake, Ning Ketichin Sun Xiao Qian, Luo Shii Caterpillar, but they are all from a human perspective, and from a human perspective I do not allow you to harm human girls, you'd better find your female dog. Li Mu said irrefutably. Of course, if Hubby wasn't his dog, he wouldn't ask for it, but who's to call Hubby his dog? You are restricting my freedom, I protest. Hubby said with dissatisfaction. The protest is ineffective, and you stay there. Didn't you see that I was flirting with Shizuka because I liked it? You dare to say such a thing, are you courting death? Li Mu kicked Hubby in the belly and kicked Hubby several meters away. Shizuka's cheeks blushed after hearing Li Mu's words. I'm teasing her, this was the first time she'd been teased like this. He is undoubtedly a sea king. He deliberately let the woman hear the words want to flirt with her and like her. He has another spare fish in his fish pond. After being kicked away, Hubby rolled up and stood up, secretly contemptuous in his heart. In Hubby's eyes, Menchi was already half a fish in Li Mu's pond. Do you really like me? Shizuku asked with a blushing face. Of course I like a beautiful girl like you. Li Mu nodded. To be honest, he likes some pretty and cute girls. But you're still so young. Shizuku said a little confused. Where am I young? Li Mu said dissatisfiedly. I mean your age. Shizuku blushed. She didn't know why she also had a special affection for Li Mu, maybe it was love at first sight. Oh, that's okay, I'll talk about it later when I'm older. Li Mu pretended to be pity. What a cute and beautiful girl, why did you join the Phantom Troop? Maybe we will have different positions in the future. Li Mu sighed inwardly. If there is such a day, he may be able to destroy flowers. Of course not necessarily, see the future development. Inside the hot air balloon cabin. A gang of 10 gathered. They are the Bloodthirsty Brigade. Although their brigade is not as famous as the Phantom Troop, it is also a B-level bandit brigade. This is the 4th time we robbed the spaceship. Remember that the last time we robbed the spaceship in Bardo country was a year ago. Andrew Lewis, head of the Bloodthirsty Brigade, recalled with emotion. Every time they robbed the spaceship, they would go to another country to hide, and then wait for the money to be spent almost, and come to the spaceship again to pay a lot of money, and those who can sit on such a high-level spaceship will not be poor. Yeah, I haven't done a big vote for a year, I'm excited just thinking about it. A punk red-haired woman had kinky excitement on her face. I have to kill it this time, damn it, these rich people deserve to die. A skinny dwarf with bulging eyes bit out blood from his lower lip. When he thought of killing someone, he shuddered involuntarily with joy. He hated these rich people. This time, we still start the robbery from the VIP box. 10 minutes later, the hunting feast officially begins. The head of the regiment, Andrew Lewis, sat on a chair and took a sip of the red wine, his eyes full of bloodthirsty restlessness. Asterisk. Chapter 64. Please don't kill me. In the VIP box of the spaceship, a plump woman knelt beside Andrew Lewis, the head of the Bloodthirsty Brigade, and begged for mercy while holding Andrew Lewis' thigh with both hands. I killed your husband just now, don't you hate me? Andrew Lewis lowered his body, then raised the plump woman's chin with his right hand and asked. After the plump woman heard Andrew Lewis' words, her pupils shrank. To be honest, she hated, but she was more afraid of death than hatred. Okay, you don't have to answer me, I already got the answer from your eyes. I saw that Andrew Lewis used his right hand to compare the shape of a pistol, read the bullet. A voluptuous bullet was fired from Andrew Lewis' index finger and pierced through the plump woman's eyebrows. In another box. The dwarf took out a POS machine, take out your bank card and swipe it. As long as you swipe all the money, I will spare your life. Why do we believe? Just as one of the middle-aged men in the private room was halfway through his words, his head was crushed by the demon right hand that the dwarf man turned into with his thoughts. I'm not discussing with you, don't be so shameless. Only death can make people feel the most fearful. Because of the shock of the middle-aged man's head being crushed, the rest of the people took out their bank cards and started to swipe money on the POS machine provided by the dwarf man. You guys are really rich, and you have spent more than 200 million GNI together. The dwarf man looked at the text message on his mobile phone and showed a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. In order to thank you for the more than 200 million monks you gave me, I will personally send you to see your ancestors. The dwarf man used the demon right hand to smash all the rich people in the room into flesh. Ah, the smell of fresh flesh is so fragrant. The dwarf man's nose sniffed hard, revealing intoxication. The garbage in the private room has been cleaned up, it's time to go to the hall to clean up. The dwarf man reluctantly left the private room full of flesh and blood and walked towards the public area hall of the spacecraft. Spaceship public area lobby. Li Mu and Shizuku looked at the corridor at the same time. In the corridor, an old man with his legs cut off was dragging his body and struggling to climb to the public hall. Whoever of you dares to stand up to save her, I will kill whoever. The dwarf man punched a huge hole in the wall of the corridor with a huge demon right hand turned into his mind power. Because of the dwarf's deterrence, several young people who wanted to stand up for this old grandmother were all counseled. A bunch of cowards. The dwarf man couldn't help but sneered. Judging from your performance just now, you should be an. A sturdy young man finally couldn't help but stand up from the crowd and said, I am also an. Can you give me face and let this old lady go? Face. You have the face of a chicken. If you dare to come up to save people, I will kill you. The dwarf man said nonchalantly, kicked the old man out with one kick while he was talking, and at the same time he kicked the old man into the air. The strong man angrily attacked the dwarf. The dwarf looked at the sturdy man who was attacking and directly waved his devil right hand, slapped the sturdy man to the ground with a slap. Want to be a hero even at this level? A novice like you who just learned the power of mind, I will kill him. No less than 10. Next, let's make a game called Only One Person Alive. Every 2 minutes, I want to kill a person, and this person is chosen by you. If you don't choose, I will kill one person at random, until only the last person is killed, and the last person can survive from my hands. The dwarf explains the killing show he plays every time he robs his spaceship. He's already grabbed enough money, and next is his solo entertainment time. The words of the dwarf man immediately caused a strong riot in the public area. After all, no one wants to die. 2 minutes have passed. You didn't recommend one to die. It seems that I chose it myself. That kid on the leash, I decided to kill him. The dwarf pointed to Li Mu who was standing with Shizuku, and walked slowly towards Li Mu while talking. Little devil, why didn't you run away? The dwarf looked unhappy as he walked towards the kid. Generally, those he chose either ran away or knelt down and begged for mercy. Why was the kid still standing stupidly? Escape. Why should I run away? Can't I just kill you? Li Mu met the only one live killing game trial in the trap tower, and his first thought was to kill the person who asked the question. Chapter 65. You're going to kill me. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. There were tears in the dwarf man's eyes. It's just a little kid, and he even uttered wild words. Is what I said funny? Li Mu gently stomped his feet while asking, and a huge ice dragon thorn directly penetrated the dwarf's abdomen. Puff! The dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Mu, who was close to him, twisted his head off. Li Mu, your ability doesn't seem to be mind power. Shizuku gathered his thoughts in his eyes, but he didn't see the slightest wave of thoughts from Li Mu's freezing ability. It's not mind power, but it's not worse than mine nen. Li Mu replied. There are still a few strands of nen on this spaceship, which should be the dwarf's accomplice. While speaking, Shizuku manifested her own convex fisheye. Apparently she was also preparing to join the battlefield. Archer. The bloodthirsty brigade leader Andrew Lewis came to the public hall to see the dwarf archer being pierced in the stomach and twisting his neck, and the anger in his eyes suddenly reached its peak. Who among you killed my team members? I want you all to be buried with my brother. Andrew Lewis straightened his arms and pointed his 10 fingers at the people in the public hall. 10-finger shots, submachine gun. Psychic bullets shot out from Andrew Lewis' fingers and shot at the surrounding crowd. Ice wall. A thick ice wall rose in an instant, blocking all of Andrew Lewis's bullets, and at the top of the ice wall, Li Mu and Shizuku stood on it. I killed the dwarf. Li Mu replied calmly, as if killing dwarfs was completely insignificant in Li Mu's view. Very good, since you have admitted it, then I will use your head to pay homage to my dead members. Andrew Lewis pointed 10 fingers at Li Mu, and countless psychic bullets shot at Li Mu. In an instant, Li Mu was beaten into a hornet's nest. Archer, I avenged you. Andrew Lewis said after thinking he shot Li Mu. Avenge him? Is your strength still far behind? Li Mu appeared behind Andrew Lewis and pierced Andrew Lewis' chest with a skate. You were obviously beaten into a hornet's nest by my stun bomb, why are you still alive? Andrew Lewis spit out a large mouthful of blood and turned his head to look behind him. Substitute, what you shot into a hornet's nest is just the cushion of a single chair. While Li Mu was talking, he turned the ice blade and shattered Andrew Lewis' heart. What is surrogacy? Shizuku jumped off the ice wall and came to Li Mu's side and asked. She feels that Li Mu is getting more and more interesting, and interesting abilities emerge in an endless stream. Didn't you see it just now? You can turn other objects into my stand-ins. Li Mu explained simply. Oh. Shizuku nodded, but quickly shook her head again. She couldn't figure out how to make the foreign object a double. Shizuku, you clean up the battlefield, and I'll clean up the rest of the two people's remnants. Li Mu said to Shizuku. He knew that Shizuku's Nanbunpai could clean up dead bodies. Okay, go kill it, I'll take care of the aftermath. Shizuku aimed her vacuum cleaner bulge-eyed fish with eyes, teeth, and a sore tongue at Andrew Lewis, and then activated the ability, and Andrew Lewis was directly inhaled into it. The rest of the bloodthirsty brigade were equally vulnerable to Li Mu. In less than 10 minutes, Li Mu wiped out the bloodthirsty brigade. This time, the annihilation of the bloodthirsty brigade also earned several 100 million yuan. Li Mu looked at the black bank cards in his hand with a satisfied smile in his eyes. The deposit and password in the bank's black card Li Mu had already asked when he killed the remaining members of the bloodthirsty brigade, and the passwords were all the same. In addition to the bad ship robbery, the ship stopped in a town ahead. Li Mu, my destination has arrived, I hope to see you again. Shizuku said to Li Mu as he got off the spaceship. Well, see you next time. Li Mu waved goodbye to him. This hot air balloon will not take off for the time being due to the robbery incident, so Li Mu can only transfer to the airship to continue to Yukiksen. After a 3-hour flight in a hot air balloon, Li Mu finally arrived at the prosperous and rotten city of Yukiksen. Asterisk. Chapter 66. Yukiksen City. Li Mu rented an apartment near the auction. The reason why he rented it here is because the 10 boss he was going to assassinate would send a treasure to the auction 3 days later, and at that time he would hunt it down. On the sofa in the apartment, Li Mu was answering Gon's call. We brought Killua out of the family, have you gone to the Sky Arena? Gon said happily to Li Mu on the other end of the phone. You guys go to the Sky Arena first, I still have something to deal with, and I'll be there later. After he kills Carrie Eden, one of the 10 chiefs, he will take a spaceship to the Sky Arena. Okay, Killua and I will be waiting for you there. Gon replied. Kurapika is going to apply for the bodyguard of the underworld boss, and Leorio is going to continue his studies, so only Killua accompanies Gon to the Sky Arena. After hanging up the phone, Li Mu stood up from the sofa. Since he came to the prosperous and corrupt city of Yukiksen, he took advantage of the target to experience the prosperity of the city before he showed up. Bar Street. Li Mu saw a lot of dead fish appear on the roadside, and these dead fish were picked up by some men who were entangled in the dead fish. Little brother, the Bar Street is not the place you should come, you are too young. A drunk and slightly dissolute woman looked at Li Mu's lower body while talking to Li Mu. How do you know that I'm young if you haven't tried it? Maybe I'm not necessarily big. Li Mu countered teasingly. Then are you willing to let my sister try it? The dissolute woman stared at Li Mu's eyes with light. Next time definitely. Li Mu refused. Although he is not an innocent boy, he does not want to send the first time in such a corrupt place. Wait, why do I feel familiar to you? Li Mu frowned, he felt that this woman was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Big sister, can you tell me your name? Li Mu asked. He hoped the name would help him remember who the drunken ST was in front of him. Little brother, are you flirting with me? But your flirting skills are immature. For the sake of your handsomeness, I will tell you my name. The drunken NSY woman threw a wink and continued said, Sister, my name is Fei Ji. Fei Ji. After Li Mu heard the name, he tried to recall it, but he still couldn't remember it. Just when Li Mu shook his head and was about to give up thinking about whether Fei Ji was someone he knew, 3 thugs came to Fei Ji's side. Sister, can I sleep with my brother tonight? Money is not a problem. While talking, a gangster with yellow hair stretched out his right hand to hug Fei Ji's waist. Brothers are very strong, satisfy your desires. Go away, you look so ugly and you come out to chat up and flirt with girls, don't go out and look in the mirror first. Fei Ji slapped the yellow-haired BD's face with a slap. You BCH dare to hit me, I won't kill you. After Huang Mao was slapped, he was instantly exposed and took out the dagger in his trousers pocket. Just when he was about to stab Fei Ji actually took the lead and kissed Huang Mao's cheek with both hands. So soft. So sweet. The hand that Huang Mao poked out stopped. A second later, Huang Mao actually knelt down on his knees, licking Fei Ji's high heels with love in his eyes. From today you are my dog. Fei Ji raised her high heels and stepped on Huang Mao's face proudly. Okay, I'll be your faithful licking dog from today. After Huang Mao said this, he also learned to bark a few times. Get rid of your companions, I'll be annoyed when I see them. Fei Ji kicked the yellow hair and ordered. Huang Mao received the order to punch directly at his companion. Li Mu watched Fei Ji activate Nen, and finally remembered this character. He was very impressed with this ability, because after this ability is activated, the opponent can become his own slave, and this ability looks very Gan. He remembered that this Fei Ji would enter Nisla's house in the future as a bodyguard for the Nian who has the ability to predict. Little brother, do you want to try my sister's ability? The drunk Fei Ji turned her head to look at Li Mu and teased. Asterisk. Chapter 67. Fei Ji was going to continue flirting with Li Mu, but her phone rang, and it was her employer who called. Fei Ji, where are you? I've encountered some trouble here, come here quickly, the location will be sent to your cell phone. It's gone. Okay, I'll be right over here. Fei Ji responded. Little brother, sister, I have something to deal with, bye. Fei Ji stopped a taxi and waved goodbye to Li Mu when she opened the door. Goodbye. Li Mu responded politely. After Fei Ji left in the car, Li Mu continued to wander around. When he was passing by a cafe, he met a girl with blue hair. Hey, why are you blocking my way? The blue-haired girl looked at Li Mu with dissatisfaction. When she said this, 2 strong men stood in front of the girl and said to Li Mu, in 3 seconds, don't let go, I'll treat you as trying to kidnap our young lady. Hey, don't you two be rough with others, maybe he didn't block my way on purpose. The blue-haired girl exclaimed. The 2 bodyguards her father had equipped him with were too neurotic to make such a little trouble so much. Your name is Nian, right? Li Mu did not step aside but asked aloud. How do you know my name? Nian said something strange. She didn't know the boy in front of her. You are famous for your divination, and I know your name is normal. Can you give me a divination? Li Mu asked. Since he had met so fortunately, he still wanted this girl to help him fortune-telling about the future. Okay, I'm bored now anyway. Nian agreed. Miss, the master said that you will not be allowed to divination for others at will. In the dark corner, a tall and thin man came out and said. He is Nen, a bodyguard who secretly protects Miss Nen. Oh, it's just this one time, it doesn't matter. While Nian spoke, she activated her ability Angel's automatic note, and sat on the bench beside her. This kind of divination ability was awakened suddenly by Nen, and she herself has not actively cultivated Nen at all. Therefore, under certain circumstances, some people can awaken their own exclusive abilities even if they have never practiced Nen. These people usually call their awakened abilities supernatural powers. On the bench outside the cafe, Nian's hand, under the control of a strange-looking creature, began to write on the paper spread on the bench. After half a minute, Nian lost his ability and read out the record on the white paper. A warrior from another world. Get the desired fruit at the time of the harvest. Climb the 200th floor in battle. The assassination from the killer family, the pursuit of underground creatures, the key to breaking the game actually lies in a stranger. This is Nian's prediction for Li Mu for the next month. A warrior from another world? Are you from a secret realm? Nian couldn't help but guess. No, I do come from another world. Li Mu secretly said in his heart, but on the surface he replied, yes. Harvesting the fruit I want should mean that I killed the gravity devil fruit in seconds after killing the top 10. Climbing to the 200th floor during the battle should refer to my performance in the Sky Arena. The assassination of the killer family, the pursuit of underground creatures, this should be the danger I will encounter later. There are many killer families, I hope not to mention the Zaldik family. These prophecies, Li Mu has already guessed 7 or 8. Thank you for divination for me. Li Mu said to Nian after crumpling the note into a ball and throwing it into the trash can next to it. You don't need to thank me, I'm just bored and the reason for your handsome looks to help you divination. Nian waved his hand. She is by the way, and of course it needs to be pleasing to the eye by the divination people, and Li Mu's appearance is still very handsome and pleasing to the eye in her opinion. Chapter 68. After Nian and Li Mu parted, they returned to the family accompanied by bodyguards. Nian, come here quickly, a big man just came to the house and asked you to divination for him. Right, Nisra said to her daughter Nian. Wait a minute, I'm too tired to wear high heels, I'll change my shoes, I'll be right there. Nian went back to his room and changed out of the high heels and a pair of slippers. Nian, the object of your divination is Carrie Eden, one of the 10 leaders, how can you wear slippers? Wright reprimanded when he saw his daughter walking out of the room wearing slippers. He originally thought that his daughter would come out in a pair of flat shoes. But do I feel so comfortable? Nian was reprimanded and said with a little grievance in his eyes. Okay, it's my dad who's wrong. Dad shouldn't say anything bad about you, but today it's Carrie Eden, the 10-headed man who asked you to fortune-telling. We can't afford it yet, so we can't ignore it. Wright touched her daughter Nian's head and said apologetically. Well, I can understand Dad's difficulties, I'll change my shoes now. Nian returned to the room, took off his slippers, changed into a pair of flat boots, and came to the hall. One of the 10 leaders, Carrie Eden, stared at Nian, and then said meaningfully to Wright, Wright, you really gave birth to a good daughter. This is indeed the case. The reason why Wright can get his current status in the Mafia is only with the help of his daughter Nian's divination ability. Thank you for the compliment. Please write your name, date of birth, and blood type on this piece of paper. Nian took out a blank piece of paper and handed it to Carrie Eden, one of the 10 leaders. In general, divination does not need to write down the 8 characters of the birth date, and even a picture of the other party can be used for divination, but writing this down makes the divination more accurate. Carrie Eden took the blank paper and a more quill pen and wrote the birthday characters as required and handed it to Nian. Angel's automatic notes. Nian activates her unique ability. A chubby and ugly-looking piglet Xiao Tian grabbed Nian's hand with his little hand and started writing. The head of the dark world. A dragon slayer will make a high-profile appearance. Cut off the dragon's head. The note stopped abruptly here, perhaps because of the death of the divination subject. What bullshit prophecy, how could I be beheaded recently, I don't believe it. Carrie Eden looked at the divination sentence, and his anger suddenly came up. Master, don't get angry, maybe the little girl's divination is inaccurate, and after the divination, you have foreseen the danger in advance, and it is not necessarily that you can avoid this crisis by making arrangements in advance. Wright saw that Carrie Eden was angry, and hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. My prophecy is usually given a warning when the divination is unknown. As long as you follow the warning, you can avoid it, but the old man has no other hints, so. Nian did not go on, but her words were clear. For some reason, there are always some problems with her divination today, as did the divination she gave to that handsome boy before. Humph, are you saying that I must die? Carrie Eden's face suddenly darkened. Master, don't be angry. After predicting the future, as long as you respond, you can usually change the future. Wright hurriedly explained that he didn't want his cash cow daughter to be affected. After more than 10 minutes of appeasement, Carrie Eden left Wright's house dissatisfied under the protection of his subordinates. When Carrie Eden returned to the villa, he immediately began arranging a response. Hey, Maurice, I'm Carrie. I've been in a bit of trouble recently, and my life is in danger. Can you temporarily transfer the porcupine under your command to protect me? Carrie Eden first called Morris, who was close to his own interests and one of the 10 leaders, for help. I'm in trouble? No problem, I'm letting the porcupine go to Yukiksen. Morris directly agreed. He and Carrie Eden are making a mutually beneficial deal and don't want Carrie Eden to die now. Porcupine plus sick dog should be enough. Carrie Eden thought. Mainly because he felt that even if he asked the other old guys to borrow yen beasts, those old guys who wanted him to die would not lend them to him, so he simply wouldn't lend them. Next, Carrie Eden mobilized a large number of mafia personnel to protect him. In the end, he arranged the funeral. If he was really killed in the end, his son Holly Yinden would take over. All of his rights and properties are on the top of the top 10. Asterisk. Chapter 69. 3 days later. Li Mu led the Dalmatian dog to the bench outside the auction. The auction will not be held today, but Carrie Eden will come to the auction to send a priceless auction item. Li Mu sat on the bench drinking coffee and waited, but after waiting for 3 hours, Carrie Eden still did not come. According to the information provided on the channel, Carrie Eden should have come a long time ago, why hasn't he come yet? Li Mu couldn't help frowning. Did he get the wrong message? Or did Carrie Eden temporarily change his plans and stop coming? Li Mu asked the Dalmatian happy to guard here, let him bark twice to notify him if there is any situation, and then went to a public internet cafe not far away, using the convenience of Hunter's license to contact intelligence Hunter through relevant channels. Let him check it out for help. 10 minutes later, the intelligence hunter Wenkai replied to Li Mu's message. I found that his call records have been a little frequent these days, and the location of his mobile phone shows that he has been hiding on the edge of a Yukiksan. I will send you the location. After you are sure that the message is correct, please make a payment of 5 million yuan. NI to my bank card. My bank card account number is. Intelligence hunter Wenkai sent the found location to Li Mu. Don't worry, if your information is correct, I will transfer it to you tomorrow, and pay you a deposit of 1 million yuan first. Li Mu transferred 1 million yuan to Wenkai's bank card account through online transfer, and the rest of the money will be transferred to Wenkai after he kills Carrie Eden. Now that he got the specific coordinates of Carrie Eden, Li Mu directly stopped a taxi to go to the target location. As for Habib, he was left in place by Li Mu and continued to squat. Villa. Carrie Eden lifted the quilt and glanced at the blonde beauty in the quilt. He sat on the bedside smoking a cigarette after the incident. In the sage mode, his heart became extremely peaceful. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, so scared that Carrie Eden's cigarette fell directly on his thigh. Hi, it hurts, escort, come and escort the FK. Carrie Eden saw a young man walking in the courtyard of the villa. Every time he took a step forward, several ice thorns appeared, piercing his mafia subordinates, and his subordinates were shot out by pistols. The bullet actually passed through the boy's body without causing any harm to the boy. Porcupine, sick dog, go and kill this boy. Carrie Eden ordered. It's just that when he gave the order, his voice was a little flustered. He was afraid that he would be killed if he really did what the divination said. Follow me and escape from the secret passage. Carrie Eden said to several bodyguards around him. Carrie Eden came to the bookcase, turned a vase next to the bookcase, and the bookcase moved away automatically, revealing the secret passage inside. This secret passage leads to a sewer 1 kilometer away from the villa, and above the sewer is a sewer. He had already arranged to sit in a van for several people. You took a picture of this man and passed it to my son. Carrie Eden said to a bodyguard beside him as he left the passage. If he does not die this time, he will use all his underworld power to kill the person who dared to assassinate him. If he dies, his son will avenge him. Inside the villa compound, the yin beasts Porcupine and Sick Dog walked towards Li Mu with their hands in their trouser pockets. Boy, are you brave? Don't you know that the heads of the 10 men are protected by our yin beasts? The Sick Dog stretched out his tongue and licked his upper lip arrogantly. I know. Li Mu narrowed his eyes. Now that you know, you still dare to kill our employer. Don't you know how to write dead words? There was a hint of haze in the porcupine's eyes. I'm here to teach you how to write dead characters. While Li Mu was talking, his index finger pointed at the porcupine, and a psychic bullet was shot from his index finger, towards the porcupine. However, when the psychic bullet was about to hit the porcupine's forehead, the thick hair on the porcupine's forehead suddenly became longer and blocked it. Li Mu's psychic bullet. It's useless, Minun can manipulate the body hair at will. It can easily harden or soften a certain part of the hair. The hardened hair is like a needle. Just as strong, even bullets can't hit the body. Your psychic bullets are ineffective against me. Asterisk. Chapter 70. The yin beast porcupine rushed towards Li Mu actively, and then wrapped Li Mu's body with the long hair that emerged from his body instantly. You're caught in Minun's hair, and no matter how hard you struggle, you can't break free. It's up to you to perform the Sick Dog. After the yin beast porcupine wrapped Li Mu with its body hair, he said to his companion Sick Dog. Cut, it's really boring. I thought this kid was a bit high level, but I didn't expect you to take it down so easily. The yin beast Sick Dog's eyes flashed without a trace. As long as he rushed to bite the boy's neck with his teeth strengthened by his thoughts, everything would be over. Carrie Eden, one of the 10 leaders, has successfully passed the secret passage to the van 1,000 meters away. I heard that Zaldix Silva and Zeno seem to have just come to Yukiksan. You go and contact these 2 guys, Ba Ujuni, and ask them to kill someone. Carrie Eden said to a confidant bodyguard next to him. Okay, I'll get in touch. The bodyguard in a trench coat took out his computer and found the contact number of Silva of the Zaldik family on the dark web, and then called. 1 billion ringtones. Silva Zaldik on the other end of the phone couldn't refuse. 10 Carrie, he needs 1 billion ringtones to make a move. The confidant bodyguard said to Carrie Yindeng. Carrie Yindeng grabbed the phone. 1 billion is 1 billion, when can you take action? At any time, as long as 1 billion ringni is received, we will leave immediately. Zeno Zaldik also grabbed his son's phone and said. Sign up for an account, and I'll transfer it to you immediately. Carrie Yinden didn't hesitate in the slightest. In order to break the doom of divination, a mere billion yuan is worth it to him. Account you transfer money to this account, and then tell me the location and the person and so on. Zeno Zaldik says. After 1 minute, the transfer was successful. The money has been transferred, the location has been sent to you through the location of the mobile phone, and the photo of the person has been sent to you. I only have one request, kill this person as soon as possible, and then send a photo of his severed head to me, put me at ease. A look of solemnity flashed in Carrie Yinden's eyes. Only by killing this kid can he survive the calamity shown by divination. Okay, let's rush over here. Zeno Zaldik hung up the phone, then threw the chicken thigh bone in his hand into the trash. Silva, the mission has been taken over, let's go kill the kid in the photo. As Zeno Zaldik spoke, he handed the location and photo to his son Silva Zaldik to watch. This time the object turned out to be a kid. Silva was taken aback when she saw the photo sent on her phone. Yeah, a kid can make one of the top 10 leaders of the mafia, Carrie Yindeng, to hire us for $1 billion. It shouldn't be easy to come to this kid. Let's act, so as not to be late. This little devil has escaped. If he escapes, we have to spend our energy to find it. Zeno Zaldik said with his hands behind his back. After Carrie Yinden hired 2 top killers, Zeno and Silva, he ordered the van to drive the car to the auction, which also has a powerful force and can be used as a second hiding place. Villa Compound. The Yin Beast sick dog bit off Li Mu's head and neck in one bite. Cut, vulnerable. The sick dog picked up the phone and was about to inform 10 guys Carrie Yinden that the matter here had been resolved, but just as he took out the phone, he found that the head that he had bitten and fell to the ground had turned into a broken brick. How so? The sick dog looked at the headless corpse that was entangled by a porcupine in the distance, and the headless corpse had also turned into a water brick. I'm behind you. From behind the sick dog, Li Mu threw a punch, which directly opened a big hole in the sick dog's chest. Sick dog. Yin Beast Porcupine's pupils shrank after seeing his companion killed. How did he do it? How did he replace it when he was restrained by me, and he didn't start none when he was restrained by me? This sick dog is dead, it's up to you next. Li Mu's right hand was pulled out of the sick dog's body, and he shook his arm in disgust. After throwing away part of the blood, he looked at the porcupine with cold eyes and said, "Kill me? You can't kill me. My psychic-infused hair is my natural shield. It's impossible for you to kill me with brute force." At the same time as the Yin Beast Porcupine was talking, he activated Nen to push all the hairs on his body to the extreme. In less than a few seconds, the porcupine was like a hedgehog, covered with thorn-like hairs. With the blessing of mind power, it is many times harder than steel bars. Meet Needle Chariot. The Yin Beast Porcupine slammed into Li Mu's face like a ball of iron needles. If he hit, he could directly smash Li Mu's head into a hornet's nest. Chapter 71. Ice Wall. A half-meter-thick ice wall rose directly from the ground after Li Mu activated his frozen fruit ability. It's useless. The porcupine hits the ice wall directly. Boom. With a loud bang, the ice wall was smashed by a porcupine and opened a hole. I can break through even a concrete wall, not to mention your ice wall? 35. Porcupine's eyes flashed with pride. He didn't know how many powerful Nen he killed with this trick. You blocked my first attack with a wall of ice, but you can't stop the second. This time I'm going to stab my hair into your chest. Like a ball, the porcupine bounced towards Li Mu again. Facing the attacking porcupine, Li Mu snapped his fingers and activated the combined field of psychic power and frozen fruit. Frozen field. Li Mu watched the porcupine rush into his 3-meter area, and directly shook his hands. 2 huge ice hands 3 meters long appeared in the field and held the porcupine like a hedgehog firmly in his hands. In the field, I invincible. The Yin Beast Porcupine was a little worried that he would be flattened when he was being held. It seems that his worries were unnecessary. This huge ice hand still lacks the hard hair of his psychic blessing, that's it? Even if you hold it. What if you live with me? Can you hurt me? Please use your skills to kill me. A look of contempt flashed in the porcupine's eyes. Since you are begging me to kill you, then I will satisfy you. -273 degrees Celsius, molecular freezes. In theory, in terms of physics, -100 degrees Celsius can make the molecules that make up living things move slowly, while -273 degrees Celsius even the molecules in the body will be frozen and will not move. This is also some terminal illness. The rich try to store themselves in liquid nitrogen at -273 degrees Celsius and wait for the development of medical technology in later generations to save them or even freeze them to the point where technology that can make them live forever. Click. After the porcupine's body and even its hair were frozen, it was crushed by the giant hand of ice. -273 degrees Celsius is the limit of my current field. When my frozen fruit is further developed, the frozen online should be improved again. Li Mu thought to himself after killing the porcupine. His previous frozen fruit ability had not reached -273 degrees Celsius, and now it has reached -273 degrees Celsius because after the frozen fruit ability and his Nen formed a frozen field a few days ago, the fruit ability awakened by 5%, and the formation of frozen the field after the field increased by 10%. After killing the porcupine, Li Mu walked towards the villa and searched the villa for a while, but could not find Carrie Yindeng. Where did this guy go? Li Mu couldn't help frowning. When he was in the courtyard of the villa before, he saw Carrie Yindeng standing at the window looking at him. Well, there's a handprint on this dusty vase, isn't it? Li Mu reached out and held it, then turned the vase. Creak. The huge bookcase on the side creaked and moved away to the right. It seems that the old guy Carrie Yindeng should have escaped from this passage. Li Mu thought to himself. Just as he was about to pursue it through the secret passage, a cannonball shot into the room and exploded. Boom. The room was bombed and shattered instantly. People should be dead. A bald head wearing sunglasses whispered. The bald head is Carrie Yindeng's second confidant, and Carrie Yindeng asked him to stay to deal with Li Mu. I saw Li Mu kill 2 yin beasts outside, so I felt a little uneasy. Died. Am I so easily killed by you? Li Mu stood at the top of a big tree in the courtyard of the villa, looking down at the outside of the villa. 3 tanks, a platoon of heavy machine guns, and 5 rocket launchers. Did you expect me to come to kill Carrie? Li Mu asked in a deep voice. If you didn't expect it, how could you gather tanks and heavy machine guns in an ambush so quickly outside the villa? However, Li Mu's question was not answered by the bald head wearing sunglasses, only the bald head picked up the walkie-talkie. The sniper is in place, start sniping. 35. Boom. In an instant, 10 bullets shot from all directions to Li Mu's eyebrows. Li Mu's eyebrows were also shot through smoothly. These should be dead. The bald man with sunglasses let out a rough breath. He didn't believe that someone could survive being shot through the between the eyebrows. Nope. Sorry, I'm physically immune. While Li Mu was speaking, the hole between his eyebrows was filled with ice cubes, and then returned to its original state. Coming and not being indecent. I also give you some great gifts. 99. While Li Mu was talking, he jumped from the top of the tree to the ground, and then put his hands on the ground. Plural Iceland Dragonthorn Coniferous Forest. As Li Mu fully activated his freezing ability, countless thick and long earth dragon thorns rose from the ground and pierced everything outside the villa. Tanks, people, cars. Everything was held up high by the ice dragon thorns and pierced into the air. Monster. The snipers on the tall buildings looked at the ice thorns so high that they were flush with them, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. What kind of monster did their dragon head offend? Escape. The few snipers on the rooftop had only this thought after seeing the countless companions hanging on top of the ice thorns. A monster with such destructive power was simply not something that ordinary people like them could deal with. Hey, are you guys running away? Li Mu manifested from the tip of the huge ice dragon thorn and looked at the 4 rooftops not far away, where 8 snipers were packing their sniper rifles and preparing to escape. You were the ones who shot me between the eyebrows with sniper rifles and wanted to kill me. Do you think I will let you run away? Li Mu stretched out his arms and pointed his palms at the 2 people who wanted to escape. Ice Blaster. 35. I saw 2 white vortices appear in the center of Li Mu's palm, and ice balls shot out from Li Mu's palm. After hitting the target, the ice balls exploded suddenly. Boom. The sniper's body was blown into a hornet's nest by the blasted ice ball. After eliminating all the mafia near the villa, Li Mu returned to the villa again, found the entrance of the passage from the ruins of the bombed room, and followed the passage from the sewer mouth 1,000 meters away to return to the ground. Still let him run away. But why did he know in advance that I was going to kill him? Did the intelligence hunter Wenkai leak it to him, or did he also find Nian for divination? Li Mu couldn't help but suspect that the 2 got up. How could I leak the news to Kylie, the head of the 10 guys? If I leaked, promised, do you think I'll tell you my phone number, the exclusive number on Hunter's license before? Wen Qi said angrily while holding the phone. Their intelligence hunter also has principles. Does Li Mu say she has no principles? Also, if you leak the news, you won't give me your hunter license number, because I might find you by the number. Li Mu nodded, denying the conjecture. Since it's not Wen Qi, it should be the result of a divination given by someone like Nian. But what if I predict that I'm going to kill you? No matter how much you resist, I'll behead your Xiang Shang in the end. It's just a matter of spending more time, energy, and money. 3 kilometers away from the Battle of Li Mu, Silva stood on top of the golden dragon that his father Xenozaldik had enhanced with Nin's dragon head shell and looked down at the front. I see that kid, he looks as big as Killua. Assassination from a core member of the Zaldik family is about to begin. Chapter 72. In the sky, the giant dragon formed by mind power hovers and swoops down. Dragon stars. The golden dragon split into countless dragon-headed meteors and smashed towards the ice-thorn coniferous forest below. Boom. Countless ice dragon thorns began to shatter and collapse under the bombardment of the group of dragon stars. Xenozaldik. Li Mu looked up at the old man standing on a dragon-head star with his hands on his back in the sky and frowned slightly. Did Carrie Inden hired you to kill me? Li Mu asked Xenozaldik, who was slightly calm in the sky. I came here after I received the money from others. Xeno said, you created this huge ice thorn forest? It seems that your kid is not weak. Tell your son not to hide behind the slightly larger dragon head star in front of you to your right, I know he's hiding there. 35. Li Mu said softly. You see it? Originally, I wanted to use my old man to distract you, and then let my useless son assassinate you. Although Zeno said this, he was still very calm. How did you find me? My breath has been completely hidden with hidden. Silva gently pulled with one hand and jumped from the back on the top of the dragon head star to ask 987 questions. You used the advanced application technique hidden of Nian, so I couldn't feel your presence, but before that, when you stood on the faucet, I could see you from afar. 39. Li Mu said. To be precise, he had already discovered these two before they had discovered him. There's no way, in order to get here as soon as possible before you escape, the only option is to let the old man make Nian Long to bring us here quickly. Silva Zaldik spread his hands and continued, what if you find out, it's just that assassination is on the table. Super Psychic Bomb. Silva stretched his right hand to the sky, and a 2-meter diameter psychic bomb formed in Silva's palm. Go! Psychic bomb was dropped by Silva Li Mu. Boom! A huge pothole was smashed into the ground. The movements are quite flexible. You can dodge one, but what about countless? Silva bent his legs, bounced up, and kicked the dragon head stars one by one to Li Mu on the ground. Boom! 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 There was a burst of explosions on the ground. Cut! Silva thought that Li Mu had some ability, but he was still bombed several times with the dragon head star, CGFF. Silva, go and check to see if this kid has been killed. After Zeno and Silva landed on the ground, Zeno said to Silva. Thank you for your concern, old man, I'm not dead yet. Li Mu came out of the flying dust, wearing a suit of ice armor similar to the Armor Warrior series. Frost Star. Li Mu touched the ground with one hand and activated the freezing ability. In an instant, the area for several miles turned into a frozen country, and the frozen area was his home ground. Your ability is not Nen. It's not Nen, but you can have such great power, I have to say that you are very strong. Zeno looked at Li Mu in the ice armor and said. You are also very strong. When I cast Frost Star, I directly wrapped my body with thought energy to resist the power of freezing. Li Mu stared at Zeno and said. Yo, my poor old man was praised by a little brat. 35. Zeno Zaldik laughed loudly, and at the same time, his hands became dragon claws, and a dragon head made of thought was taking shape in Zeno's hands. I attack from a distance, you fight close to one another, and try to kill them as quickly as possible. Zeno whispered to his son Silva. Dragon head bite kill. Zeno controlled the mind faucet and bit it towards Li Mu. And Silva used the assassination technique to disappear from the spot, quickly came to Li Mu's side, stabbed Li Mu's heart with his right hand with 5 fingers together, and tried to dig out Li Mu's heart with sharp nails. The realm of ice. K. An ice shield that was several times stronger than the ice wall appeared out of thin air, blocking Silva's protruding right hand. Ice Dragon. An ice dragon wrapped around Li Mu's body, the ice dragon's head bit towards Silva's head, and the other created ice dragon met Zeno's psychic dragon enhanced with Nin's dragon head play painting. Assassination technique Lim Song. Silva avoided the bite of the ice dragon and directly used the assassination technique to move around Li Mu, leaving several after images around Li Mu. I've seen this trick of yours, it's useless. Li Mu condensed a huge ice sword in his hand and swept across it directly. Whether it is the afterimage or the real body, it will be chopped into 2 pieces under the sweep of his huge ice sword. Assassination technique Snake Live. Silva twisted his hands at high speed like a snake, and even cut the incoming ice blade into several pieces. Ice Prison. When Li Mu took Silva to break his ice sword, he created a huge spherical ice prison to instantly wrap Silva inside. Zeno, your son was caught by me. If you don't want your son to die, just grab it. Li Mu patted the ice cell with his hand, looked at Zeno who was controlling the psychic faucet in the distance and said. Easy to capture? You have to know that we are killers. In order to complete the task, we can do anything we can, even the closest people can give up when the time is right. As Zeno spoke, there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He is the head of my Zaldik killer family, how could you be imprisoned by a puck? Sure enough, after Zeno finished speaking, cracks began to appear in the spherical ice cell, and then 2 hands stretched out first, and when they pulled hard, the ice cell was directly broken into 2 halves. Boy, your fighting talent is very strong, and your strength is also very strong. I was prepared to deal with you a few times before. I admit that I underestimated you. Next, I will try my best to hunt you down. As Silva Zaldik spoke, his expression became abstract and distorted, and his white hair was straightened up by the murderous aura of the sky. My son is serious, it seems that he is angry because he was accidentally locked in the ice hockey by you. While Zeno was talking, he also released his murderous aura, and he was ready to use his ultimate move. At this moment, however, Silva Zaldik's cell phone rang. Hey, Wuyotong, what are you calling at this time? Silva stopped the murderous release and answered the phone. Wuyotong is the housekeeper of their Zaldik family and also the servant of the Zaldik family. This time they came to Yukixin with Wu Tong. Carrie Inden is dead. 39. He was swallowed by a dog and died. Butler Wu Tong replied. They came to Yukixin this time because they were going to the auction to get some collectibles back, so after the two masters set off to hunt, he went to the auction according to the two masters' request. But who knew that Wu Tong had just arrived at the door of the auction, and saw Carrie Yinden get out of the van and ran towards the auction in a panic, but at this moment a Dalmatian suddenly jumped right in front of Carrie Yinden, it just blocked Carrie Yinden's way. Carrie Yinden was already flustered, and when he saw the puppy blocking the way, he kicked it directly. He thought that the puppy would be kicked away, but who knew that the Dalmatians actually bit Carrie Yinden's leg and kicked K. Li Yinden swallowed the whole thing in his mouth, then jumped into the sewer on the side and ran away. Chapter 73. Employers are dead. It also means that the transaction has ended here. Boy, I have to say you're lucky, the person who hired you to kill you is dead. While speaking, Silva dissipated his murderous aura and walked to his father Zeno's side to whisper a few words, then turned and left together. The employer was dead, and there was no point in continuing to fight. Died. Doesn't that mean that I lost the chance of this $1 spike? Li Mu was stunned. No. 35. The system task wasn't cancelled correctly, so Carrie Inden should not be dead, maybe Zeno and Silva got the wrong message. A smile appeared on Li Mu's mouth. The hunting target is not dead, which means that he still has the opportunity to kill the hunting target with his own hands, and obtain the chance of 1 Yuan second kill. The battle here is over, and there is no need for Li Mu to stay in this place. Another city. A tear flashed in Belok Yinden's eyes after hearing the news of his father's death. Find that dog for me in a day and chop it off. The kid who was going to kill my father also found out his information for me, and then published it on the Underground World Network, offering a reward of 800 million Genie. Belok said to the little boss on the other end of the phone. After speaking, it seemed that it was not enough, so he personally dialed the phone number of a Class A bounty prisoner Roas. Help me kill someone, after killing this person, I will give you 900 million ringni. Okay, but you have to pay me half the deposit first. A-level wanted criminal Roas said. Roas once killed the royal family of a certain country, so he became a wanted criminal on the run. He owns the manipulator Nan and the beast Purple Chariot. The Purple Chariot is a type of mind beast similar to Transformers, and its single-body destructive power is extremely strong. Money is not a problem, I'll transfer it to you and send the bank card account number. There was a gloomy look in Belok's eyes. Account, after paying the money, remember to send me the information of that kid. 5. After Roas finished speaking, he hung up the phone and sat on the sofa waiting for the transfer. The apartment next to the auction. Li Mu looked at the Dalmatian harpy who was wagging his tail, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. You just swallowed that Carrie Inden like this. Mass, if he hadn't kicked me, I wouldn't have swallowed him, just thinking about it makes me angry. Hubby originally just wanted to urinate and leave a mark, then run away, and wait for Li Mu to come back and deal with it personally, who knew that this Carrie Yindeng would dare to kick him. Good job. Li Mu squatted down and touched hubby's head, spit it out. 5 million Jenny pocket money. Bone not every day. Want dog food 3 bags. Hubby bargained. Make a deal. It is not a loss at all to exchange this price for the opportunity to kill the gravity fruit in seconds. After hubby heard Li Mu's words, the excited dog barked twice, then opened his mouth, released Nan, and spit out Carrie Yindeng. Den is not dead. How did you know I was going to kill you? Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Carrie Yindeng who was spit out, Li Mu asked. If you want to kill, what nonsense. But if you let me go, I can give it to you. Carrie Yinden stared at Li Mu with hatred in his eyes and said. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Li Mu activated his freezing ability and turned it into a skating blade, directly decapitating Carrie Yinden's head. He didn't want to listen to Carrie's survival conditions, and he was bound to get the Gravity Devil Fruit. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting the opportunity to kill the Gravity Devil Fruit in 1 Yuan. 9. The sound of the system resounded in Li Mu's mind. Second kill. Without hesitation, Li Mu went to the 1 Jenny that had been prepared in his pocket and started to kill in seconds. Second kill is successful. A gravitational devil fruit covered in patterns appeared in front of Li Mu. Before taking the Gravity Devil Fruit, the host needs to spend 100 million ringnas to purchase the Devil Fruit side effect eliminator in the system wall 5. In theory, only 1 Devil Fruit can be taken, and taking 2 will cause conflict, so a side effect remover is needed to eliminate it. By 100 million Juni allows him to eliminate the side effects of eating too much devil fruit and fearing the sea stone factor, which is quite cost-effective. After Li Mu bought the devil fruit side effect remover, he drank it directly, and after waiting for 5 minutes, he began to enjoy the gravity devil fruit. It's still just as bad. Li Mu complained after swallowing a mouthful of gravity fruit pulp. Hi, I finally got the ability of the gravity devil fruit, try it out. 35. Li Mu reached out and pointed at Harpy, then activated the gravity devil fruit ability. Ow! 55. Dalmatian hubby felt that his body was being weighed down, and he screamed and fell to the ground. Li Mu, what have you done to me? Let me go. I just captured an important person like Kylie for you. How could you treat me like this? Do you still have a conscience? 4 flowers. Dalmatian hubby struggled but couldn't get up, complaining. Sorry, there is no one else here, so I just asked you to test the ability of the gravity fruit. While Li Mu was talking, he lost his gravity. Li Mu, can you please not take me as a test? I am also a dog with only face. You hurt my face so much that I will not be able to hold my head up in the dog world in the future. Hubby stood up from his prone position and said. Okay, I won't use you for the test next time. Li Mu patted hubby's head and continued, I'll take you to eat steak. After eating the steak, we will leave here and go to the Sky Arena to meet Gon and Gon. Killua Confluence. I want to eat 10 pounds. When hubby heard that he was going to eat steak, he immediately forgot about Li Mu's experiments. 0. Don't say 10 pounds, even 100 pounds is fine. Li Mu chuckled. Okay, then I'll eat 100 pounds. I can store it in my body if I can't finish it anyway. Hubby swallowed and said excitedly. Li Mu, 66, 39. He just said it casually, 100 pounds is 100 pounds, anyway, he is not short of money now. After eating the steak, Li Mu went to the airport to buy a ticket to the city where the Sky Arena is located, and boarded the hot air balloon. It's just that after Li Mu boarded the hot air balloon, several punk-looking men also bought tickets and boarded the hot air balloon. These punk men have been eyeing Li Mu for a long time. After boarding the spaceship, they opened the Underground World website again and compared the information, confirmed, it is indeed the boy who offered a reward of 800 million barahuni. Wait until the middle of the night when the kid is asleep, we'll start. The boss of these punk men said. 800 million GNI. As long as they get 800 million GNI, they will not worry about eating and drinking in this life. VIP box. Li Mu is sitting cross-legged on the bed, trying to make gravity and then merge into the field of gravity. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours later. Li Mu finally made a preliminary fusion of the gravity fruit. It's a pity hubby won't let me do experiments with him. Li Mu glanced at hubby who was already asleep, and secretly said a pity. However, at this moment, the door of Li Mu's VIP box was kicked open, and several men dressed as punks broke in with submachine guns. Okay, I'll give you my place. The middle-aged man took 10,000 juni from Li Mu's hand, then came out of the line, turned around and left. He was not going to line up anymore. 10,000 juni was enough for him to eat a luxurious meal. After the middle-aged man left, Li Mu was about to stand in the middle-aged man's place to line up, but before he got into the line, he was stopped by the fat man behind him. Want to cut in? No way. I'm not jumping in line, I'm taking the place of the middle-aged man, not jumping in front or behind him. 99. Li Mu explained. Don't talk to me about these things, you can jump in the queue if you want, give me 100,000 rennies, and I'll let you jump in the queue. The fat man said arrogantly with his hands on his chest. Go away. Li Mu's expression turned cold after hearing that the fat man wanted to blackmail money. Would you like me to kill this fat pig for you? Killua asked Li Mu's ear with her head close. I'll do it myself. 9. After Li Mu finished speaking to Killua, he looked at the fat man. I'll give you one last chance to make room for me. You brat, you dare to threaten me? Do you know that I am the champion of sumo wrestling in Audemars Piguet, and I can slap you to death with a single slap? After hearing Li Mu's words, the fat man shook the fat on his body without cutting it. Since you're disobedient, then. Li Mu stretched out his right fist and punched the fat man's stomach. Boom. One sound. The fat man was beaten and flew out to sit in the shriveled trash can. Stinky brat, I'm going to kill you. Where has the fat man ever suffered such humiliation? He got up from the ground directly, and then put his legs on the ground, posing as a sumo wrestler, great sumo. Before he could finish his sentence, Killua walked directly to the fat man's side and lowered the fat man's throat with a dagger. Listen, from now on, if you dare to blink, I will kill you without my permission. If you dare to say a word, I will kill you. Gum. The fat man took a sip. He could feel that the kid in front of him might really kill him. Now, get down on your knees. The dagger in Killua's hand threatened to cut a trace of blood on the fat man's neck. The fat man glanced at Killua, then with fear in his eyes, he slowly squatted down to his knees. Killua, forget it, I also punched him just now, which can be considered to be out of anger in my heart. 99. Li Mu stepped forward to stop it. He was really afraid that Killua would slaughter this fat pig under everyone's attention. I'm just bored to play with him. Who would have known that he couldn't help playing so much that his legs were soft? Killua watched as the fat man retracted the dagger. Fat pig, remember it for me, these 3 little devils are under the cover of Uncle Ben, if you touch them, you will not give Uncle Ben face. 95. Harpy came over from not far away arrogantly, then raised his hind legs and urinated on the fat man to mark it and said. Kr. The fat man was so angry and aggrieved that even a dog came to urinate on him to mock him. but why would a dog speak human words? Happy, who made me pee? Didn't I tell you to go to the bathroom in the future, so I don't have to clean it? Li Mu stared at Harpy with a stern gaze. Ahaha, habit, after all, am I a dog? 99. Hubby hurriedly ducked behind Gon's legs to explain. Don't defecate anywhere next time, unless there are special circumstances. Li Mu cautioned. Well, not next time. 2.2. After hearing Li Mu's words, Hubby nodded hurriedly. Li Mu, hurry up and line up, the registration is about to reach the position you just let the middle-aged man out. 99. Hubby reminded. After all, after spending 10,000 yuan, Li Mu returned to the position of replacing the middle-aged man and began to wait for registration. After a heated meeting, Belok Inden took over from his father, Carrie Inden, and became one of the 10 leaders. Hey, Roas! I received a message that the kid went to the Sky Arena, you go directly to the Sky Arena to kill him. Belok said to Royas, a Class A wanted criminal. Okay. I'll buy a spaceship ticket to the Sky Arena now. Royas responded to Belok after he killed Inden who was trying to arrest him with the thought beast Purple Chariot. Chapter 75. After the registration was over, Li Mu was taken to the first floor by Gon and Killua. Li Mu, you'd better play some level on the first floor, because the first floor game is for testing your strength, and the referee will decide which level you are assigned to based on your displayed strength. The number of layers in the row is also higher, and the highest strength can be directly promoted to the 99th layer from the first layer. 35. Gon explained to Li Mu. This really saves a lot of trouble, it would be too time-consuming to play up layer by layer. Li Mu nodded, since the first floor is the place to judge strength, then he showed some strength, and then went up several floors. Contestants number 2943 and number 2995, please gather in the F arena. The loudspeakers on the playing field shouted loudly. It's time for me to play, you guys go to the auditorium and wait for me. After Li Mu finished speaking, he went directly to the ring on the right. No way, it turned out to be a little brat. The opponent is a gladiator, this little brat should not be able to last around and be beaten down by 26. Little brat, you better go home and breastfeed, this kind of competition between real men is not something you can come to as an unweaned brat. I bet one quit, this little brat was killed by one punch. In the auditorium, many spectators made a mockery after seeing that there was a brat playing with a gladiator in the F arena. After all, this was the fun for them to watch the game. On the ring, the referee in the red uniform was explaining the rules to Li Mu and another contestant. During the competition on the first floor, the level of the contestants will be judged according to the course of the competition. Please use your strength to knock down your opponents within the 3-minute limit. 5. The game starts now. Little devil, you should roll off the ring automatically, and buy a bottle of canned drink with more than 100 jenny. 39. The gladiator man said to Li Mu with contempt. In the first tier of the game, you can get 152 rennies regardless of whether you win or lose. A flick of a finger. I'll kick you off the field with a flick of my finger. Li Mu pretended slightly. After all, the first level has to judge the strength, so he pretended to force it so that the referee could look at him and send him directly to the higher level, so that he could play a lot less games. Little devil, don't be ashamed of your face, you dare to look down on Lao Tzu, and see that Lao Tzu doesn't put you down. After the gladiator man heard Li Mu's words, he felt that Li Mu was looking down on him and insulted his strength, so he rushed directly to Li Mu to give Li Mu a hug. Facing the attacking gladiator man, Li Mu stretched out his right arm and prepared to snap his right middle finger. Go. 35. Li Mu used 60% of his strength to flick his middle finger to the gladiator man's abdomen. Boom. The gladiator man flew upside down and hit the wall on the edge of the stand. Pfft. 99. Not only did the gladiator spit blood out of his mouth, but a blood hole also appeared in his abdomen. Sorry, the force was a little too much. Li Mu scratched his head honestly. Under the transformation of the super genetic medicine, his strength is amazing, even if it is several tons of things, he can easily lift it. No way, a powerful gladiator can be ejected from the arena with a flick of a finger. This kid is too powerful. Just like a monster. Are all the kids who come to the competition now so fierce? In the audience, many audience members were very shocked by Li Mu's performance. Player number 2943, you can go directly to the 99th floor to compete, you can throw the gladiator out of the field with just one finger, I have to say that you are very strong and qualified to go to the 99th floor. The referee played a promotion card with the machine in his hand and handed it to Li Mu. I knew Li Mu, after you were judged on the first floor, you would go straight to the 90th floor. Gon said to Li Mu who was walking towards the stands. Li Mu, you should be able to push open the main door on the 5th floor of my house with your strength conservatively. 35. Killua smiled. The door of Killua's house is very heavy, the first floor door weighs several tons, and Leorio and Kurapika struggled to push it open. Gon added on the sidelines. Perhaps, after all, Pushing the door is much easier than lifting heavy objects, maybe I can push them all open, not necessarily. 35 Li Mu looked at Killua after finishing speaking and said, I met your father and grandfather before. 99. You met my father and grandpa? Killua looked at Li Mu strangely. Li Mu, did you say hello to Killua's father and grandpa? Gon asked. Shut up with each other, don't you say hello? Li Mu joked. You fought with my father and grandpa? Are you their assassination target? Killua's calm expression suddenly became less calm. Impossible, if you were the assassination target of my father and grandpa, you should be a dead person by now. Killua shook his head. He felt that Li Mu should have met his father and grandfather on the street by chance. As for fighting each other, Li Mu should have lied. Killua, will you be sad if I kill your grandfather and father one day? Will you avenge me for them? Li Mu asked. Li Mu, don't say such embarrassing words. Gon said to Li Mu with a stern face. I just said it casually, do you know that I sometimes say hi? Li Mu patted Gon's forehead perfunctorily. If there is such a day, maybe I will kill you. Killua looked at Li Mu and said. Although he did not like the killer family he belonged to, he also had to admit that the blood of the Zaldik family was in his veins. Killua, you are not allowed to say such things, the three of us will always be good friends. Gon held Li Mu and Killua's hands respectively and said very seriously. Li Mu, aren't you going to sign up on the 99th floor and then participate in the competition? Let's go to the 99th floor. When you reach the 100th floor, your treatment will change, and you will have your own property in the high-rise building of the Sky Arena. Your own private room. Gon said detours from the topic just now. Well, I didn't rent a house when I first came here, so I'll go to the 100th floor and get an exclusive room. Under the leadership of Gon, Li Mu came to the 99th floor to apply for registration. Sir, wait in the lounge first, and we will match you with the corresponding opponent. A female staff member at the service window spoke to Li Mu. Well, arrange it for me as soon as possible, it doesn't matter even the strongest player on this floor, I just came to this city and haven't settled down yet, so I'm going to the 200th floor. After Li Mu finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the waiting room not far away. Gigi, little devil, why don't I come and fight you? A somewhat bewitching man with a bronze mask also put an application form on the counter and applied to the staff for the competition. Chapter 76. You are playing against me, should you want to kill me? Li Mu said, looking at the man with the bronze mask. He just felt the fleeting killing intent from this bronze-masked man. You have seen it out, since you have seen it out, then I will no longer hide it, I really want to kill you, after all, the bounty of 800 million Genie. The bronze-masked man responded. The Underworld Network offers a bounty of 800 million ringworms, which is a great temptation for many criminals to reward Hunter and the like. And because of the bounty in the underground world. Li Mu frowned slightly, this bounty did cause him some trouble. After he hits the 100th floor, he will go and solve this hidden danger. If you can give me 800 million yuan, I can consider letting you die. The man with the bronze mask chuckled. See you in the ring. Li Mu came to the counter and said to the staff, arrange a fight with him. If we both agree, we should be able to arrange it immediately. Wait a minute, I'll arrange it for you. The staff nodded. Below the 100th floor, when both of them agree to a duel, the arrangement is much simpler. 10 minutes later. The bronze-masked man and Li Mu stood on the ring. The Sky Arena is a good place, not only will killing people not be punished, but they will also get a lot of money for winning. While speaking, the bronze-masked man took off his mask. It's Abe Gustav, the strong man who once climbed the 200th floor. He had a winning streak without a single defeat back then. He rose directly to the 200th floor, and disappeared after losing to Huashi Dulang in the first game on the 200th floor. I didn't expect him to come back. He's been on the 200th floor, and it stands to reason that he doesn't need to start all over again. Why did he show up in the ring on the 99th floor? Who is that kid who is playing against him? He can actually reach the 99th floor. I'm afraid this kid is going to be planted this time, and he actually met a person who once climbed the 200th floor. In the auditorium, many audience members began to discuss. Have you ever climbed the 200th floor? Li Mu asked after hearing someone in the audience talking. Yeah, I've climbed the 200th floor, but that was a year ago. I didn't expect so many people in the audience to know me. Little devil, are you afraid? If you take out 800 million yuan, I can spare your life and not kill you. Abe Gustav opened his arms, enjoying the praise from the audience. Maybe I'll kill you. Li Mu's mouth turned up. Game start. After the referee explained the rules according to the steps, he directly announced the start of the game. Mind and visual deprivation. Abe Gustav materialized a horn-shaped object, then blew the horn, and a circle of ripples emanated from the horn, covering Li Mu's body. Okay. Hidden. Li Mu found that Abe Gustav in front of him disappeared from his eyes after blowing the horn. Appeared, Abe Gustav's signature stunt, visual deprivation, anyone who is attacked by his horn sound waves will be hypnotized. This kind of hypnosis is actually like a magician saying to an ordinary person, if you can't see me, this ordinary person can't really see the magician because he is hypnotized. I heard experts call this phenomenon psychological stealth. 39. Several spectators who admired Abe Gustave stood up from their seats excitedly. The reason why they worship Abe Gustave is because of this ability. If he has this ability, even if he goes into the women's bathhouse, those beautiful women will turn a blind eye to him. Yes, I'm invisible. You are already panicking because you can't see me. 99. But it's useless to be afraid, you are now a pig that I can slaughter and slaughter. When Abe Gustave heard Li Mu say that he was invisible, there was a smile in his eyes. I'll cut off your ears next. Abe Gustave took out a dagger from his waist to cut off Li Mu's right ear. But as soon as he took a step, he felt a force of gravity falling on him, making it difficult for him to move. I found you. After seeing a sunken footprint on the ring not far away, Li Mu aimed his right hand at that position and activated lateral gravity. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. Abe Gustave slammed into the wall below the stands, embedded in the wall. Shinra Tianzheng is Pain's heavenly way ability in Hokage, but Li Mu can also do this after developing the gravity fruit ability. 321. Critical heat down. Opponent is incapacitated, number 2943. Li Mu gets 3 points. 35. The referee pronounced a verdict. Critical hit and down are the professional terms for the referee's judgment in Sky Arena. Critical hit means that a very good attack can be scored 2 points, and down means that the opponent does not stand up within the referee's countdown. The next blow, I will take your life. Li Mu looked at Abe Gustave who was back in the ring and said. Because Abe Gustave was knocked into the wall by Li Mu just now, then an attack caused by the horn was lifted, so Li Mu saw Abe Gustave again. Dark step, sprint. Li Mu used his assassination technique to quietly come to Abe Gustave, and used his right fist to hammer out a blood hole in Abe Gustave's chest. Because Li Mu wrapped his fist with thought force in advance, there was no blood on the fist. Dark step. Killua's eyes flashed a little after seeing Li Mu's dark step to remove his breath. Victor. Li Mu. After checking the situation of Abe Gustave who fell to the ground, the referee declared Li Mu the winner. Winning this time, Li Mu successfully advanced to the 100th floor. Sky Arena is generally one level every 10 floors, and one victory is promoted to one level, because the contestants from the 99th floor to the 100th floor are a watershed, so this, good King Zhao, victory Li Mu can only be promoted to one level building. Li Mu, did you use a dark step just now? Killua asked when Li Mu came under the stand. Yes, it's just that I added some of my own understanding on the basis of dark steps. Li Mu nodded. With Li Mu's physical quality beyond ordinary people, it is not difficult to learn this basic assassination technique. After Li Mu learned skills such as dark steps and limb bends, he couldn't help but understand Luffy and Pirate. After Luffy opened the second block, I glanced at the scene where Shaved also learned immediately. Li Mu, let's go to the 200th floor. When you get there, you can apply for your own private room. Gon said aside. Well, after I have completed the relevant matters on the 200th floor and obtained the room, I will be away for a few days. Li Mu said to Gon and Killua. The bounty on the Underground World website made Li Mu a hunting target, which made Li Mu very unhappy, and Li Mu wanted to solve this unpleasant thing from the root. Chapter 77. On the 100th floor of the Sky Arena, after Li Mu filled out the relevant forms, he obtained a key and an exclusive private room, room 402. Under the leadership of the staff, a group of people came to room 402. This is your room. Please stay above the 100th floor. If you lose the game and fall to the 100th floor, this room will also be taken back. 35. The staff explained to Li Mu. Don't worry, I won't drop 100 floors, I will even hit 200 floors, and then challenge the landlords above 200 floors one by one. 99. Li Mu confidently said to the staff. Since he came to the Sky Arena, he must conquer this place and reach the top. Okay, sir. Good luck. When the staff heard Li Mu's rhetoric, they only responded politely and did not take Li Mu's words seriously at all. Every floor above the 200th floor has a first floor landlord, and every landlord is terrifyingly strong. How can a little kid be able to challenge and overcome? And she thinks whether this little kid can reach the 200th floor is still a problem. After some luggage was settled in the room, Li Mu said to Gon and Killua, I have to leave for a day or two in a hurry, and I will come back as soon as I am done. You just came here and you're leaving within a day? Are you in such a hurry? Gon asked reluctantly. It's not that 367 is in a hurry, but I'm always a little uncomfortable if I don't solve this matter. If he doesn't solve the problem of the bounty in the online battle of the underground world, there will always be some unsightly people who come to him to trouble him in the future. Well, then you go and solve the things that make you uncomfortable. Gon nodded. He could understand Li Mu's behavior. After Li Mu spent 5 million yuan from the intelligence hunter Wenkai to get the relevant information about the person who offered him a reward below Kyundan, he took the airship to the city where Belok Yundan is located, Van Rit City. After arriving in Van Riot, Li Mu took a taxi to the place where Imbarak Yundan was. Wenkai, can you help me get the contact information of Belok Yundan? Li Mu called the intelligence hunter Wen Qi again and asked. Okay, the price is 500,000 rennies. Intelligence hunter Wenkai quoted. Well, tell me, and I'll transfer money to you. 35. Li Mu's mobile phone switched to the screen and started transferring money. His mobile number is Wen Qi spent about 2 minutes on the computer and found the exclusive contact information of Belok Yundan. After Li Mu got Belok's number, he dialed directly. Belok Yundan was giving a succession speech because he succeeded his father as the top 10. His cell phone rang just after the speech. Hey, who are you? Belok Yundan asked because he didn't have a note on his mobile phone for this number. Didn't you want me on the underworld website? Li Mu yawned and said lightly. It's you. How dare you call? You killed my father, and I won't let you go. You must die. Belok Yundan's words became intense. Shouldn't you be happy that I killed your father and let you take his place? Would you be able to sit on the top 10 without my help? So you should thank me. 99. Li Mu said lightly. Thank you? I can't wait to tear you to pieces. Belok Yundan gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll give you this opportunity. I'm about to arrive at the venue where you're giving a speech. Remember to gather all the gangsters in your hands to kill me. Li Mu responded. It is reasonable for Belok to kill Li Mu. After all, Li Mu killed Belok's father, but there is no problem for Li Mu to kill Belok. Whether it is because Belok offered a reward to buy his head on the underground world network, or simply killed a harm the mafia leader in the society eliminates harm for the people, and this reason is also very reasonable. After Li Mu hung up the phone, Belok began to mobilize power and began to arrange force in the speech venue. Master Belok, why don't you find a place to hide first? The housekeeper, CGCC, said to Belok. Okay, I'm going to hide in the building opposite. It's up to you. You must kill the murderer of my father. Belok didn't plan to stay here, but he didn't plan to go far. If he could see with his own eyes that the man who killed his father was killed, he would feel a lot more at ease. In a taxi. The driver was turning his head to Li Mu in the back seat and begging, please, just get off here, I'm scared. Afraid of being treated as my accomplice. That's right, you're just an ordinary person, I can understand what you're doing. 35. Li Mu got out of the taxi. It was not far away anyway. He could walk to the venue of the speech in about 10 minutes. Hey, I'll be there in 10 minutes, are you ready to meet me? Li Mu called Belok Yundan again. Come on if you have the guts, I'll be waiting for you at the speech venue, and I'll kill you with my own hands. Belok said to Li Mu from the glass window of a presidential suite on the 30th floor of the building opposite the speech venue. Well, wait for me. Coming soon. 99. After Li Mu finished speaking, he hung up the phone again. 10 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Li Mu came to the outside of the speech venue held by Belok on time, but Li Mu did not go in directly, but activated his gravity fruit ability and used anti-gravity to float right above the speech venue. He's above the venue, shoot up. In the presidential suite on the 30th floor of the building, Belok hurriedly informed him after seeing Li Mu floating above the speech venue. With Belok's walkie-talkie reminder, the mafia in the open-air speech venue picked up their guns and aimed at Li Mu in the sky. It's useless, I'm physically immune. Li Mu said with an elemental body to avoid the bullets fired from below. Have you heard of Super Shinra Tianzhang? Li Mu asked. Shinra Tianzhang is the ability of Pen Tiandao in Hokage that he likes very much, and Super Shinra Tianzhang can destroy the existence of the entire Konoha village. Li Mu's Super Shinra Tianzhang cast this time is not very demanding, just put this the venue can be destroyed. What nonsense is Super Shen Luo Tianzhang, you have the FGA ability to come down, don't hide in the air. A well-developed mafia leader nicknamed Big Stupid Bear scolded Li Mu. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard it, I'll let you feel the pain in the world. Super Shinra Tianzhang. Li Mu aimed his hands at the magma venue below, activating the Gravity Devil Fruit ability. Boom! The venue sank directly after Li Mu activated his ability, forming a 50-meter deep pit, and the mafia who had just shot and shouted at him directly merged with the earth. Chapter 78. In the presidential suite. Belok slumped to the ground, with panic and helplessness in his eyes, unexpectedly, with one move, what kind of existence did I provoke? Because of the loud noise, many people in the building saw through the window that the place opposite the meeting place had turned into a deep pit, and the young man above the pit. It was this boy who destroyed the venue. How does this boy float in the air? Is he the one I saw on the internet, Thanon? It's over, this boy is looking at our building, he won't destroy our building too. The crowd in the building became flustered because of Li Mu's gaze. However, it wasn't them that Li Mu watched. Belok, you forgot to close the curtains. You lied to me that you were waiting for me at the venue below, but you were hiding in the building opposite, how cunning you are. 39. After seeing Belok sitting on the ground through the glass, Li Mu directly exerted his gravity fruit ability and brought himself to the glass window of the room where Belok was. No. Don't kill me. 35. I can give you money and be a dog, as long as you don't kill me, everything I have is yours. Belloc prayed. Originally I didn't want to kill you, but you put my personal information on the Underground World website and then offered me a high price, which made me very upset. But I can understand you, after all, your father was killed by me killed. 99. Understanding is understanding, should you kill or kill? Li Mu's index finger pointed at Belloc Yundan, and then shot a psychic bullet that penetrated between Belloc's eyebrows. After killing Belloc, Li Mu floated down a small alley in the distance, and then took a taxi on the nearby highway to the hot air balloon base. After buying a ticket to board the spaceship, Li Mu ordered a cup of coffee in the public hall, then took out his phone and called Gon. Gon, I'm done, I'll be back soon. 35. Li Mu said to Gon on the other end of the phone. Well, come back soon, we met a teacher Jung who taught us mind power. After you come back, the three of us will practice Nen together. Gon glanced at the cloud valley not far away and said. Well, Mr. Netero also mentioned Jung to me and asked me to follow him to learn the follow-up Nen. Li Mu nodded. Hang up first, teacher Jung is explaining Nen, I'm going to the lecture. After Gon finished speaking, he hung up the phone voluntarily. After Gon hung up, Li Mu called Mr. Netero again. Teacher, I miss you, when will you come back to teach me Nen? Li Mu asked after Netero got on the phone. The meeting has just started, and the kings of many countries are old scumbags, and a confederate country law has to be debated for a long time. Aren't you going to the Sky Arena? Let Jung teach you. Netero rubbed his nose. Well, I'm on my way to the Sky Arena. Teacher, have you ever played in the Sky Arena? 5. Li Mu asked. Of course I've been there. Back then, I passed all the way and became the owner of the 250th floor. Later, because of the Hunter Association, I gave up my status as the owner. Netero responded. The landlords above the 200th floor are very strong, right? Li Mu asked. Of course, being the landlord of floors above 200 floors is one of the strongest. Netero nodded and continued, why are you asking these? Do you also want to challenge those landlords? Well, I want to go to the top. 35. Li Mu nodded. Your idea is very good, but you are still not strong enough. I think your current strength is at most the landlord of the 200th floor. As for reaching the top. Although Netero did not go on, he had already said enough. Teacher, during the time you went to attend the meeting, my strength has improved a lot, but I'm just the landlord of the 200th floor? I have to say, teacher, you underestimate me. 99. Li Mu responded. Okay, then try your best to fight up and show me your true strength. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Netero's eyes. He has high expectations for Li Mu, and even thinks that Li Mu can be an existence comparable to him. Well, I'll prove it to you. After Li Mu said this, he chatted with Mr. Netero for a while before hanging up the phone and went back to the box to start practicing. Li Mu, who is still practicing, doesn't know that he has almost killed the Yindeng family's mafia, which has already caused an uproar on the Underground World website. The behind-the-scenes boss of the Underground World website withdrew Li Mu's reward, and publicly issued a letter of apology to Li Mu. Even the Yindeng family, one of the 10 brothers, was wiped out. How dare you continue to offend Li Mu? Seeking flowers. In Van Rit City, the Yindeng family, who was originally one of the 10 men killed by Li Mu, would cause an uproar in the society, but with the intervention of the Hunter Association, Li Mu became an anonymous hero. The spacecraft finally landed at a base near the Sky Arena after several hours of flight. Sky Arena, I'm back. Li Mu looked at the Sky Arena that towered into the clouds not far away, and whispered in high spirits. You're finally back, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. A-level wanted criminal Royas walked out of the safe passage and said to Li Mu. What are you waiting for me here? I don't seem to know you. Li Mu frowned, he had logged into the underworld network on the spaceship and knew that his bounty had been revoked, so what did this person do? I'm here to take your head. At the same time as Roas spoke, he released his exclusive mind beast Purple Chariot. Kill me. Don't you know that the reward for me on the underworld website has been withdrawn? If you have the ability to kill me, you will not get the reward. Li Mu suspected that this guy didn't see the news on the underworld website. I know your bounty has been revoked, and even I know Belloc is dead, but I'm still going to kill you. For some reason, Royas did not give up the idea of killing Li Mu. You want to kill me, but have you ever considered that you might not be my opponent? Li Mu continued. I thought about it, but I don't think I will lose to you. In order to increase the power of my thoughts, I set constraints and vows on myself, and the constraints I set are keeping promises. Royas spread his hands. In order not to suffer the backlash from the oath and restriction, he had to keep his promise with Belloc and kill Li Mu. You actually made such a restraint oath for yourself. Li Mu looked at Royas strangely. Generally, the harder it is to stick to the promise under the oath restriction, the stronger the ability brought by the oath restriction will be. Could it be that this Royas used to be a person who often did not take promises seriously? Knife. Chapter 79. I'm curious what the enhanced Nen you get after you made your vows and constraints look like. Li Mu actually considered making a vow and restriction for himself, but he had no idea what kind of vow and restriction he would make. You'll see right away. At the same time as Roas spoke, he gave an attack order to the mind beast Purple Chariot. After receiving the order, the Purple Chariot immediately raised a huge baby sword and performed a stunt to attack Li Mu. Thunder Full Moon Slash. This attack skill is a unique stunt of the Purple Chariot shaped somewhat like the Autobots in Transformers. Ice Wall. Facing the slash of the Purple Chariot, Li Mu directly activated the freezing ability to create an ice wall, trying to use the ice wall to block the slashing of the Purple Chariot. It's useless, the Thunder Full Moon Slash cast by my Purple Chariot can easily slash even a car in half. Roas is very self-conscious about his Purple Chariot. Most of the skills of other people's mind beasts are functional, such as changing positions with the master, or can devour Nen, but his mind beast skills are purely offensive. Boom! The ice wall was cut in half and collapsed. After the ice wall collapsed, Li Mu, who was split in half behind, was revealed, but soon Li Mu's body returned to its original shape. You were cut in half and you didn't die. Roas frowned, what kind of ability is this? Is it a recovery type Nen? But enhancer Nen are not so perverted. They are cut in half and still not dead. Enhancers Nen people generally have strong recovery ability, and some enhancer ability people pay attention to the strengthening of the body's rapid repair, but the body can be recovered after being split in half. This is the first time Roas has seen it. If I hadn't been elementalized in advance, I might have died. I have to say that the destructive power of your Purple Chariot's mind beast is very strong. As soon as you come up, release your nirvana on me, you really want to kill me. Li Mu said with a trace of frozen white mist from his mouth. What is elementalization Nen? 99. This is just one of my nirvanas, and then I'll let you see the Nen under my oath and constraints. While Roas spoke, he stretched out his palm and activated Nen, colorful bubbles. As Nen was activated, bubbles formed by Nen floated out of Roas' palm. Are you blowing bubbles to me? This is your Nen? Li Mu felt a little funny watching more and more bubbles around. A strong Nen turned out to be a bubble. Are you making fun of me? Everyone who laughed at me was killed by my bubbles. Roas snapped his fingers, and a bubble that had just floated beside Li Mu's ear immediately exploded violently. Boom! Li Mu's head was directly blown off. So close. Fortunately, after you activated the bubble-making Nen, I became elementalized directly, otherwise I would have been caught off guard by you, and I would have been killed by you. 99. Li Mu patted his chest after his head returned to its original state. It seems that any Nen can't be underestimated, after all, some Nen's mind power is too weird. As long as I stay away from your bubbles and conduct long-range attacks, this ability of yours should be useless. Li Mu analyzed. He already knew that the weakness of this ability was weak mobility. Away from me? I have filled the entire safety passage with bubbles, and there is my mind beast guarding the rear, how can you stay away? 35. My bubble explosion can be divided into active and passive. Active is that I can detonate it with my mind, passive, you will soon see it. Roas is still frantically creating bubbles. Passive is that the bubble will automatically detonate when it touches a living object, but he will not say it before Li Mu is aware of it. Actually, there is no need to stay away from you, because I have the ability to restrain you. Have you ever met someone who can use gravity? Li Mu's right hand is straight, palm facing forward. Shen Luo Tian Zheng. In an instant, those bubbles were pushed away by Li Mu. Bubble is generally easy to burst, but your bubble will not burst even if it hits a wall, it will only burst when actively released and passively released. You enhance the toughness of the bubble. Li Mu continued to analyze. Your analysis is good. Roas flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, and continued, you even have gravity, Nen, you have a lot of trump cards. 39. My cards are more than what you see, but what about you? Your explosion bubble made by Nen was dissolved by me, what other moves do you have? Li Mu asked. If the man who was going to kill him had no new tricks, he was going to kill him. Since you want to see other moves, then I'll let you see it. Roas took back the Purple Chariot, which was blocking the escape route behind Li Mu, and released it again. Start ammo refilling. Roas gave the order to his own mind beast again. After receiving the order, the psychic beast Purple Chariot in the form of the Autobot opened the forearm of the mechanical arm, and two launchers in the form of rocket launchers stretched out from the forearm. You want to put bubbles into the bazooka on your beast's arm and launch it? Li Mu guessed after watching Roas's operation. Are you an analytics expert? It's annoying. After Roas was guessed by Li Mu, a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. Unlimited bubble burst bullets. Roas grasped the loading point of the rocket launcher with both hands, and used the palms of his hands as magazines to quickly create air bubbles for loading, and then launch. As long as his mind power is not exhausted, he can always create colorful bubble burst bombs, and the enhancement he obtained from his vow restriction is 30 times of continuous power of mind energy. Once the mind energy is used up, it will immediately return to full state. Boom! After countless bubble burst bombs hit Li Mu's location, a violent explosion occurred. The safe passage was directly bombed and buried. Fortunately, Li Mu was the last one to get off the spacecraft, and the others had already left through the safe passage, so even if the safe passage was bombed and collapsed, no one else was injured or killed. However, because the safe passage was blown up, the armed guards of the spaceship base were alerted, and several armed personnel with hot weapons were coming here. On the ruins of the blasted passageway, Royas looked at Li Mu, who had reconsolidated his body, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Impossible, you are still alive for 2.2, I just carried out such an intensive bombing. 99. Sorry, elementalization is immune to physical attacks. While Li Mu was talking, his eyes became serious. I should also send you to Huangquan. Frozen Realm unleashed. Gravity field unleashed. 2 fields with a diameter of 10 meters and a radius of 5 meters instantly wrapped Li Mu and Roas. I am invincible within the realm. 35. 50 times the force of gravity. 35. Boom. Under the pressure of gravity, Roas's feet fell into the ruins of the passage. Bite of the ice dragon. A dragon took shape in an instant, and the huge dragon head bit the head of Roas, who was suppressed by gravity and could not even lift his feet. Boom. Even though Roas's head was protected by psychic power, it was bitten by the open mouth of the ice dragon like a watermelon. Li Mu asked. There are 38 people in front of you, and we will arrange their games first, so there will be no games for you in an hour. 35. The staff checked the computer and said to Li Mu. Then I'll come back in an hour. Li Mu continued after hearing the staff's answer, Gone, I'll buy a ticket to watch your game first. 99. There are 2 kinds of profit in Sky Arena, one is the profit brought by selling tickets to the audience, and the other is the profit brought by the audience betting during the game. Well, remember to cheer me on in the audience. Gon said to Li Mu with a smile. 160th floor. Gon's match has begun. His opponent is a big fat man like a meatball. This fat man is also a sumo wrestler. Little devil, your body is not as heavy as one of my thighs, what are you using to beat me? I can kick you out with a kick. It's too late for you to surrender now, or I'll beat you to death if you don't. 35. A gulai touched the bun on his head with a sense of superiority and chattered. Yeah, I think this kid should just surrender directly, if he is slapped to death by a slap, his parents won't feel bad. I know this guy, his name is Gon, he has been winning streak to the 160th floor, I am optimistic about him, I think he can maintain an unbeaten record and beat the opposite sumo wrestler. I think that the player named Agulai Hungang has a better chance of winning. After all, this kid's body is not as thick as Agulai's thigh, and there is a difference in size. What can this kid win? In the viewing area, many audience members were discussing. Game start. After the referee explained the rules and other related matters as usual, he directly announced the start of the game. Little devil, since you don't surrender, don't blame my men for being merciless. The great sumo pusher. Agulai Yakuka runs towards Gon, then prepares to defeat Gon with a professional sumo move. Gon faced the attacking Agulai with his right hand outstretched, imagining the scene when the smallest door weighing several tons was pushed open in the Killua family before. All the power is concentrated in the wrist, push. Boom. Gon's small hand met Agulai's big palm, and at the moment of contact, Agulai flew out and fell on the field outside the ring. How is it possible? This kid looks very thin, why can the burst of strength push a fat man of several hundred kilograms into the air? Damn, this kid actually won, but I made a big bet to buy Agulai to win. This kid is a dark horse. Maybe he can create miracles. Next time I will buy him to win. The audience in the auditorium showed different emotions because Gon won. Chapter 81. After the Gon game, Li Mu returned to the 100th floor. After waiting on the 100th floor for more than half an hour, his game was about to start. On the ring, Li Mu slashed at the back of the opponent's neck with a knife, knocking him unconscious. Critical heat down, Li Mu accumulated 3 points. The opponent is in a coma and cannot continue the fight, Li Mu wins. After the referee determined that the opponent was in a coma, he directly ruled that Li Mu won. This young man named Li Mu knocked out his opponent with a knife and ended the game? This is too fast. 99. I remember there was a white-haired guy named Killua who also liked to kowtow his opponent with a knife. Next time if you meet this game called Li Mu, remember to remind me to watch it, so I can bet on the spot and buy him to win. The audience in the auditorium began to leave the stadium after the game. This game of KO for a few seconds was really a big loss for some people who bought single game tickets. After Li Mu won the victory, he went to the 110th floor with Gon and Killua who were waiting at the passage to complete the relevant procedures. Below 200 floors, one victory can be upgraded to 1 level, and every 10 floors is 1 level. When Li Mu entered information on the 110th floor, the conversation of 2 passers-by next to him caught his attention. I heard that someone will challenge the landlord tomorrow morning? Let's go buy a ticket. How did you know that? I bought the admission ticket the day before yesterday, 200,000 ringtones. 35. 200,000 ring nuns are so expensive? The games starting on the 200th floor are all tickets for 100,000 monks, and this time is a rare challenge from the host, so the tickets are of course very high. Two passers-by are discussing the price of tickets. Challenge the landlord? After hearing the conversation between the two passers-by, Li Mu became interested in him. He also wanted to see how strong the landlord-level powerhouse was. Beautiful sister, tomorrow's landlord challenge competition, what time does it start in the morning? 35. Li Mu asked the staff inside the workbench. At 10:30 in the morning, if you want to know other details, you can read this leaflet. The uniformed female staff handed a leaflet to Li Mu and said, Madam, the 12 Earthly Branch Shen Xiu of the Hunter Association accepts the challenge of the freelance martial artist Webster Alex, the duel of the peak powerhouses, who will die? 35. Li Mu took over the flyer, and the first thing he saw was the slogan of hype. The 12 Earthly Branches are 12 super strong hunters recognized by President Netero, and these 12 hunters have certain achievements in their respective fields. Gon Killua, let's go see the master class game tomorrow. Li Mu said to Gon and Killua. Okay, the landlord level battle must be exciting. Gon nodded, expectantly. Let's go. Let's go buy tickets now. Many people should want to watch the host level competition, hoping to buy tickets. 5. Li Mu went to the ticketing location to buy tickets according to the location given on the flyer, but the tickets were sold out last night. Hey, do you want to buy tickets for tomorrow's master class game? I happen to have 3 here. A slightly miniature middle-aged man waved to the 3 of Li Mu thiefly. Ticket dealer. When Li Mu saw this middle-aged man, this title popped up in his heart. The ticket office is sold out, and I only have the last 3 tickets here. Hurry up if you want to buy them. The middle-aged man deliberately revealed from his words that the votes were very popular. How much are 3 tickets? Li Mu asked. 80,000 ringtones. The middle-aged man stretched out 8 fingers and said. Say your bank card account number, and I'll transfer money to you. Li Mu said. You can also transfer money, my account number is. After reporting the account number to the bank card, the middle-aged man took the 3 tickets out of his purse. Shield has been transferred to you. 35. Li Mu reminded the middle-aged man after transferring the money. Well, I have already received it. Years. The ticket has been given to you, you can get it, don't be robbed, after all, it is very expensive for a few 100,000 yuan. After seeing the arrival information on the mobile phone, the middle-aged man handed the ticket to Li Mu, and then quickly slipped away from the side lane. Take it, 1 for each. Li Mu handed the remaining 2 tickets to Gon and Killua. Goo. 35. After Gon took the ticket, his stomach growled in disappointment. Gon, is there anything you want to eat? Li Mu asked understandingly. I want to eat grilled fish. Gon mentioned grilled fish and swallowed unconsciously. How about you, Killua? What do you want to eat? Li Mu asked Killua again. I do not mind. Killua said lightly with her hands on the back of her head. In that case, let's eat grilled fish, Killua treat. Li Mu said jokingly. Killua, 66.99. I'm here for a treat, I made a lot of money in the Sky Arena, and now I'm rich. Gon took out a large amount of ringni and said with a smile. When Gon took out a large amount of pennies, in a corner on the right rear, the eyes of the 3 gangsters shone brightly. It seems that we encountered 3 big fish today, and we can snatch them away for a while. While going to a shop in a small alley famous for grilled fish, 3 thugs stopped Li Mu, Gon, and Killua from retreating. Have you seen the knife in my hand? I can cut your throats with 1 slash, and you will die. Hand over all the money on your body and those 3 tickets, and I can spare you. The boss of the 3 gangsters said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was knocked down by Li Mu. Robber us? You are afraid that you are looking for the wrong object. 35. Brother. The other 2 gangsters saw that their eldest brother was attacked, and they raised their knives and stabbed Li Mu. I'll kill you 1 step further. Killua dodged behind a gangster wearing sunglasses and pointed at the gangster's throat with sharp and slender nails. Bang. Gon picked up a trash can next to him and slapped it directly on the head of the last gangster. The 3 bastards were subdued like this. You like robbery, don't you? Today I'll let you feel what it's like to be robbed. Take off all your clothes, get out naked, and we'll spare your life. Li Mu said this to the 3 bastards. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. The 3 of us are also worthy people on this road. We. Then kill it. Li Mu just picked up the dagger that had fallen on the ground and stabbed the gangster between the brows. Do not. Don't kill me, I'll take off now. The boss of the gangster thought that the boy did not dare to kill them, so he would say something that could be humiliated by a scholar, but when he found out that the boy really dared to kill them, he immediately persuaded him. Hurry up and take off the 2 of you. 35. Li Mu threatened the other 2 subdued gangsters. Chapter 82. Evening. Gon brought Li Mu to Yung's residence. Are you Li Mu? So handsome. 5. I heard President Netero mention you. 55. Yung looked at Li Mu who was in front of him and said. Mr. Netero asked me to follow you to learn Nen next. I will trouble teacher Yung during this time. Li Mu said very politely. Well, I will teach you attentively, but before teaching you, let me see how far your mind has reached, and then follow your progress to continue teaching 5. Yung sat on the chair behind him and motioned to Li Mu to show Nen's progress. It is good. Li Mu nodded, and then released his thoughts to wrap his body. The amount of energy you have to recite is already comparable to a Nen who has been practicing for more than a year. If it's really as the president said, it's a little monster. Yungu used condensation to gather his thoughts in his eyes, and when he saw the thoughts bursting out of Li Mu, his eyes revealed surprise. After releasing his thoughts, Li Mu walked to the vase placed in the corner, picked a petal from the flower arrangement on the vase, and then used the advanced application technique of reading, Zhou, to wrap the thoughts around the leaves, and then he was softened. The natural petals instantly became straight and hard. Zhou. You have already learned the advanced application skills of reading. Yung's pupils shrank, he remembered that President Netero had told him the specific time for Li Mu to practice reciting. In such a short period of time, Li Mu learned the advanced skills of using 367 recitations, which is too perverted. In dozens of seconds, Li Mu roughly showed what he had learned. You are really excellent. Yung took a deep breath and praised, I can continue to teach you the advanced skills of reading, or teach you to create a beast, which one do you want to learn first? In fact, Yung himself did not create the beast, his own body is the best weapon, or the enhancer Nen has no habit of creating the beast, because if he allocates a part of the power to the beast, it will weaken his own advantages, although he does not have the habit of creating the beast. Read the beast, but it does not prevent him from teaching as a teacher. He is a professional on paper. Teacher Yung, I want to learn to create my own mind beast first, can you teach me? Li Mu asked. Okay, but you'll have to wait a while, I'm going to teach Gon and Killua and the basics of Zoisai, the 4 great elements. 39. Yung agreed. In his opinion, Li Mu's Nen mastery is already qualified to learn to create a beast. What is a beast? Gon asked curiously. Using mindfulness to create individuals that can act independently are collectively referred to as mind beasts. Yung explained, you should learn the 4 basics of mindfulness, CGCC, first, and then don't be too ambitious. 5. After Yungu spent an hour teaching Gon, Killua, and Zoisai, he brought Li Mu to the bedroom. What system do you have in mind? Yung asked. Characteristics. Li Mu replied. Huh? You turned out to be a rare trait type. Yungu was surprised again. The thoughts of those who are capable of traits are very special, and everyone who is Nen is a natural leader, so Yung suspects that President Netero may have the idea of letting Li Mu take his place. I'm about the trait department Nen, didn't Mr. Netero tell you? Li Mu asked Yungu when he saw that he was surprised. He just asked me to teach you to learn Nen, without going into details. Can you take the liberty to ask what your Nen is? Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't say it, after all, most people don't take the initiative to reveal their Nen. Yungu asked curiously, although he knew that asking other people's mind power was a bit offensive. It's the realm. While talking, Li Mu released the frozen field, and the bedroom instantly turned into a frozen world. Mr. Yung, what is your Nen? Li Mu asked after showing his characteristic Nen, and he was also a little curious. Enhancer, I'm majoring in enhancer. As Yung spoke, he released his Nen with all his strength. In a few seconds, Yung changed from a weak-looking programmer to a muscular man with knots. FK. This is too. Li Mu couldn't help but complain. The enhanced Yung and the pre-enhanced Yung are simply 2 different appearances. Cough, calm down. I am only at this level, if you see my master use Nen, you will be even more surprised. Yungu coughed to ease the embarrassment. His master, Bishka Kruger, usually uses a magic beautician to disguise himself as a girl, but once he restores his original appearance with Nen, he will instantly turn into a King Kong Barbie. You master and apprentice are half a catty. 99. Li Mu couldn't help but complain. He still has a fresh memory of Siji's transformation into King Kong Barbie from the anime he watched in his previous life. Jingle bell. There was a ringing request for a video call from Yung's computer that was on. I just mentioned Master Bisji, but I didn't expect her to make a video call. Yung stepped forward to connect the video call. Master, long time no see. Yungu touched the back of his head and said with a smile. Why are your clothes torn? Who is the boy next to you? He is somewhat similar to you, but more handsome than you. Could it be your son? Bisji deliberately joked after seeing a person standing beside Yungu. Hey, old witch, whose son are you talking about? Li Mu originally wanted to go up to say hello, but Bai Siji directly said that he was Yungu's son, and he couldn't bear his violent temper, so he went back directly. Little devil, how dare you call me an old witch? You're impatient, aren't you? You should follow Yung in the sky arena now, wait, I'll clean up you in a few days. Bisji was snorting, and she was extremely angry. She cared about people saying her age the most, and called her an old witch. Master, are you coming to the Sky Arena? Yung asked happily after hearing Bisky Kruger's words. I didn't plan to come, but this little devil calls me an old witch, I have to teach him a lesson. Before I come, watch over this little devil, and don't let this little devil slip away. Bishka Kruger gritted his teeth. Mr. Bisky, his name is Li Mu, he is President Netaro's apprentice. Yung said this to make teacher Bisky not have the same knowledge as Li Mu in the face of President Netaro. What happened to President Netaro's apprentice? I must teach him a lesson for the bare child who dares to scold my old witch. Bisky is also a temperamental person, and if she dares to call her an old witch, she will be punished by her. It's you who took me as the object of ridicule first, and I said you old witch, since you want to come to the Sky Arena, then come, I also want to see how strong you are, we will play in the Sky Arena bar. Li Mu responded. Okay, little devil, you are very stubborn. When I come to the Sky Arena, I will see if you are still stubborn. In addition to Bisky's anger, there was actually a hint of appreciation in her eyes. If Li Mu is a softie, he doesn't deserve to be President Netaro's apprentice. Chapter 83. After the video call was hung up, Yuan sighed and said, Li Mu, you apologized to my teacher just now, take it easy, maybe my teacher won't bother with you. It's a foregone conclusion, don't mention it again. You'd better teach me how to create a beast first. Li Mu said to Yuan. Okay, I won't mention it. I'll explain to you about creating the beast. The creation of the mind beast also depends on the power of your own mind, and the formation of the mind beast is also related to the attributes of your mind. Yuan explained to Li Mu. That is to say, the Nin can create the shape of the mind beast, but the specific ability of the mind beast is determined by the attributes of the mind of the Nin, right? 35. Li Mu asked. Well, you're right, the shape of the beast can be created actively, but generally the Nin will create the beast according to his Nin characteristics. For example, if a Nin's Nin is corrosion, he may create a breath. A slime type of Nian beast. If the Nin nature of the beast is too different from the Nin nature of the Nin, the gain will outweigh the loss, which is why the enhancer Nin person rarely creates the beast. 39. Yung explained. Mr. Yung, I thought about the concept of a beast, and wrote it down on paper, you see, it won't work. Li Mu took out the manuscript of the Susanoo that he designed. There is nothing wrong with the humanoid form of the beast, but what are the additional skills you give to the beast? Yung asked. Space skills, I haven't decided yet. After all, when I tested the Nin system, the water in the water cup was spatially layered, so it shouldn't be difficult for me to add space skills. 99. Li Mu said. The water layer when testing the mental attribute does indicate that you have a talent in space. And your domain Nin also proves that your talent in space is very strong. Your humanoid mind beast can indeed develop in this direction, such as space replacement, replacement of position with your body, or offensive ability such as space cutting. Yung said in combination with his own knowledge reserves. I'm just giving you a reference, the specific ability to create a beast still depends on your own cultivation. 95. Yung continued. The creation of Nin beasts is a major event for Nin, and he who has never created Nin beasts can only give some opinions. Well, I'm thinking about the ability of the beasts in the past few days. Li Mu nodded. In the past few days, you can first create a model form of the beast. The only thing I can teach you is creating models and instilling ideas. You cross your knees and enter a state of meditation, imagine the shape of the mind beast you want to create in your mind, and then control the mind flow on your body to your hands, and materialize the mind energy as a material for making wax figures. 39. Yung teaching road. Okay, first meditate on the shape of the beast, and then control. Li Mu did as Yung said. 10 minutes later, Li Mu opened his eyes and looked at the model of a jelly bean man created by his hands. You are already awesome. Take all the power of thought back into your body and start again. 35. Yung said. Some Nin people couldn't even get the Nin beast into shape when they first created it, so Li Mu got the Nin beast in shape the first time, which is great. Okay, I'll start over. Li Mu continued to follow the steps to start creating. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. Li Mu has finally created Susanoo just like the manuscript he drew. Li Mu, you are really amazing. Yuan was released from the state of meditation, and when he saw that Li Mu had been created successfully, he exclaimed in admiration. Li Mu is the most talented person he has ever seen. The creation of the beast has been successful. Next, you need to instill your own ideas into the body of the beast, so that the beast can be spirited and have the ability to act autonomously. This is hundreds of times more difficult than creating the form of the beast. Times more than. Yung continued to explain to Li Mu. Time flies by very fast during cultivation, and in the blink of an eye it was already the next morning. Li Mu, have you succeeded in empowering? Yung asked subconsciously when he brought breakfast to Li Mu. No. It is too difficult to instill the mind into the mind of the beast. Li Mu shook his head and said. Well, it is very difficult to instill a spirit. With your enchanting talent, it may be completed in 3 months. Yung handed Li Mu a slice of bread to comfort him. Gon and Killua are waiting for you outside, are you going to watch the competition to challenge the landlord? Yun-gu took a sip of milk and continued, when you go to the game, you can pay more attention to the Shen of the 12 earthly branches. Sayu, he's got the beast. 4 flowers. Yung pushed his glasses and said. He had seen Shin Sayu beat a challenger with a monkey nymph in the sky arena a year ago. 10:10 in the morning. Li Mu, Gon, and Killua arrived at the competition venue on the 200th floor ahead of schedule. Even if the 3 of them arrived 20 minutes earlier, they were still late because the spectator seats were almost full. It seems that everyone is looking forward to this landlord challenge. Li Mu thought to himself. Hua Shi Doru. After Li Mu found his place to buy the ticket, he saw Hua Shi Dulang sitting on the seat to his right. You know me? Hua Shi Doru looked at Li Mu and asked. You are very famous on the 200th floor, you are like a star, everyone knows you. Li Mu said perfunctorily. Then do you want my autograph? Hua Shi Doru asked. I'm not your fan. Li Mu waved his hand, he didn't expect Hua Shi Dulang to be so narcissistic. Actually, I said this on purpose, your name is Li Mu, right? I saw you on the TV replay of the game in the public hall of the Sky Arena. Your strength is good, you should be able to hit the 200th floor and become my competitor. Hua Shi Dulang chuckled lightly. Will we have a fight after I hit the 200th floor? Li Mu asked. Since Hua Shi Dulang picked up the word, Li Mu also stood up directly. Anyway, he had to win 10 times on the 200th floor to challenge the landlord. Hua Shi Dulang was a stepping stone for his 200th floor competition. You go to the 200th floor first, if you go to the 200th floor, I will fight you. After Hua Shi Dulang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the ring, because the owner Shin Sayu was already standing on the ring. Next let's welcome challenger Webster Alex, 35. Above the 200th floor, there are not only referees, but also professional commentators. Webster Alexis is a freelance martial artist, trained under the tutelage of Ming Tai Quan, in Hansernan. The commentator took out the script and introduced the Deo Deo. Chapter 84. Game start. As the referee announced the start of the game, Webster Alex shattered his shirt directly, and then wrapped his thoughts around his fists. Nether body shaking tiger fist. Webster Alex jumped up, swooped over Shin Sayu, and threw a punch. Appeared. Webster's famous stunt Nether body fist, with its enhancernan, the power of this punch can actually kill the Demon King Tiger with one punch. In the commentary, a beautiful woman was giving a passionate speech, trying to arouse the audience's emotions. Boom! A 2-meter deep pit was smashed into the ground, and Webster Alex stood in the pit. As the landlord, will you only dodge in the face of my challenger's attack? Have the ability to confront me head-on, and have a contest between physical arts. In the pit, Webster Alex looked at Shin Sayu of the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association who escaped his attack and taunted. 367. Enhancers are all muscular idiots who only use their bodies to hit hard. Shin Sayu put his hand in his ear and took out his Wii stick. I have a weapon, why would I have to fight with you a whole? 35. Weapons can be used in battles above level 200 in the Sky Arena. Sayu, your mouth is so poisonous, you don't have the demeanor of a strong man at all. Webster Alex jumped out of the pothole and said. The 2 contestants made verbal attacks, and who was the better in terms of their mouths? 35. The female commentator took the microphone and explained. God is so rude, this female commentator is not very good, change the commentary. Shut up the commentator. You are a new affiliate, so the explanation is not professional at all. Some dissatisfied voices of the female commentators came from the audience. These voices also made the female commentator put down the microphone aggrieved. Who stipulated that the strong can't swear and swear? That's how I behave. Eat Lao Tzu. Shin Sayu made the Ruyi stick as thick as a wall and pillar, and shot it from top to bottom at Webster Alex. Underworld Phoenix Rising Fist. Facing the smashed giant stick, Webster Alex didn't choose to dodge, but directly hardened the steel, using the Feng Sheng fist that pierced the air, and punched the Ruyi stick into the audience with one punch. Mind and barrier. In the spectator seat, a middle-aged man stepped forward with one hand and blocked the wish-fulfilling stick from the spectator seat with a mind-chi barrier. It's Fred. Top 200. Some spectators exclaimed when they recognized Fred, who was wearing a hat, who helped them block the attack. Apparently Fred was a star on the 200th floor arena. Nether body empty dragon fist. Webster Alex threw off the wish-fulfilling stick of Shin Sayu, followed up with the victory, came right in front of Shin Sayu in an instant, and used the high-speed rotation of his body to punch on Shin Sayu's body. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. 999 punches. I have never used the empty dragon fist before, this trick is specially prepared for you. 1000th punch. Boom. With the last punch, Webster Alex directly smashed Shin Sayu on the ring, and a huge deep pit appeared directly on the ring. Critical at 1000 down. Webster accumulated points. The referee was about to announce, but a familiar voice stopped the referee. I didn't lose, he was just fighting a neon beast that looked like me. Shin Sayu said from the top of a huge wish-fulfilling stick that was stuck on the ground not far away. Reading beast? 35. The referee stepped forward to check, and indeed saw a monkey-shaped neon beast with a hole in its chest. Invalid points. The game continues. The referee pronounced. However, after the referee pronounced the sentence, he found that Webster Alex was kneeling in the fist pit, his hands suddenly covering his eyes. My vision is deprived. Webster Alex's eyes suddenly went black, and he couldn't see anything. Visual deprivation. This reminded Li Mu of a challenger in the previous competition. The challenger who claimed to use visual deprivation that Li Mu defeated before was actually more like visual hypnosis. Li Mu could not see the challenger at that time, but he could see everything except the challenger. Alex is truly deprived of his vision, resulting in a darkness in front of his eyes and nothing to see. Enhancers really have developed chest muscles and no brains. Shin Sayu jumped off the huge wish-fulfilling stick, and then wrapped his arms around the giant wish-fulfilling stick. You who are deprived of vision, can you still escape the attack? Titan King Rona's cudgel. A huge wish-fulfilling stick fell from the sky and fell on Webster Alex. Boom. A loud bang. Webster Alex was pinned under the wish-fulfilling stick, all fours on the ground. Puff. Webster Alex spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his breath was sluggish. As expected of an enhancer Nin, he was actually beaten by Lao Tzu, and he was not photographed into meat. Shin Sayu said with a spit. Critical heat down. 39. The opponent is incapacitated, the winner, the great fighter and 200th floor owner Sayu. 0. The referee announced. After hearing that he had won, Shin Sayu withdrew the wish-fulfilling stick and the beast, and then looked at the camera lens on the other side of the auditorium. Those who want to challenge me, remember to measure whether you have the strength, because people who are not strong enough will be shot to death by me. 5. This is too arrogant. What's wrong with being arrogant? People have that kind of strength and capital. If I also have that kind of strength, I'll be arrogant too. Wonderful. The ticket price this time is very worth it. Originally I thought that the landlord Sayu was killed by the continuous 1,000 punches of the nether body Kong Long Fist, but I didn't expect it to be reversed. I remember that there were 3 neon beasts in Sayu before, but I only saw one today. In the auditorium, the audience looked unsatisfied. Hashiki Doru, are you going to challenge Hisoka next? Li Mu looked at Huashi Doru and asked. How do you know? Huashi Dulang stared at Li Mu and asked. He was defeated by Hisoka before, so after Hisoka returned to the Sky Arena, he immediately asked for the gauntlet with West 2.2. Hisoka also came to Sky Arena. Gon got up from his seat after hearing the words about Hisoka. Hisoka came yesterday, and I have challenged him. If nothing else happens, within a month, I will fight with him in this arena and defeat him with my own hands. When Huashi Doru mentioned Hisoka, there was a strong revenge anger in his eyes. When he lost to Hisoka, Doru Kaishi was very unwilling, so he practiced hard to try to challenge Hisoka again, washing away the shame of failure. Before you fight Hisoka, fight me first. Li Mu said to Huashi Doru. Because Li Mu knows that in the plot, Huashi Doru will be killed by Hisoka in the battle with Hisoka. Didn't I say, you challenge me to hit the 200th floor first? 35. I'll accept your challenge when I hit the 200th floor. Chapter 85. Sky Arena Public Area. You are Li Mu, the new apprentice of President Netero. Shin Sayu, one of the 12 earthly branches, looked at Li Mu who was in front of him. Well, I'm Li Mu. Li Mu nodded and replied softly. I heard the president mentioned you in the video call yesterday. He said that you are also in the Sky Arena. Let me take care of you a little. The president also said that you want to be the landlord of more than 200 floors, or even to the top. 35. Shin Sayu took out a banana and started peeling it. Well, this is the goal I set for myself after I came to the Sky Arena. Li Mu nodded. The ideal is not bad, but you should make 200 layers first. Don't be too ambitious. Shin Sayu handed the peeled banana to Li Mu. I'll give it to you. 35. Thanks. Li Mu reached for the banana and took a bite. Good. Shin Sayu's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing that Li Mu was so obedient, he stretched out his hand to stroke Li Mu's head, but was avoided by Li Mu. This kind of dodging method makes Shin Sayu look unhappy. As a senior, I touched your head, why do you hide? Don't you give me face, senior. Shin Sayu's face was gloomy, and he reached out to touch Li Mu's head again. This time, Li Mu slapped the palm of Shin Sayu away with his hand. You don't have to pretend to be a senior in front of me. You stroke my head with your hand, what are you trying to do to me? 35. Li Mu had sensed Shin Sayu's fleeting killing intent towards him before, so in a state of vigilance, he focused his thoughts on his eyes, and then saw the little finger on Shin Sayu's right hand. The special power of the group. What are you talking about? I don't understand. As a junior, that's how you talk to seniors? Shin Sayu scolded with a cold face. You should belong to the Sun faction of President Netero. The president's son, Bai Yang, wanted to secretly take over the Hunter Association after the president left office, but my appearance disrupted his plan. It is rumored that the president, teacher, accepted me as his disciple because he wanted me to be his heir. Li Mu analyzed and guessed. When he watched Hunter in his previous life, the deepest impression on the president's son was that he wanted to go to the Dark Continent desperately. If he could control the Hunter Association, then going to the Dark Continent would be much smoother. I'm not from Beyonce. Shin Xiu defended. I don't care if it's someone from Byangda, but you just had killing intent on me. This makes me very uncomfortable. Li Mu said coldly. What can you do if you're upset? Can you beat me? Shin Xiu said with a straight face. Gravity field. 50 times the gravity. Li Mu instantly activated the field of gravity, and after using gravity to limit Shin Xiu's movement ability, he performed a dark step and sprint to dodge to the side of Shin Xiu, and punched Shin Xiu in the chest. Boom! Shin Xiu flew upside down. If you're not happy, I'll hit you. Li Mu retracted his fist and said lightly. Brawling is prohibited in the public areas of the Sky Arena. Violators are permanently expelled from the Sky Arena. After hearing the movement, the security guards of the Sky Arena rushed towards Li Mu and Shin Xiu. They did not expect that the two would fight under their noses. After hearing the words of the security guards, Shin Xiu scolded with a strong killing intent. However, a man approached from around the corner, resisting the murderous aura emanating from Shin Xiu. Xiu, if you dare to touch President Netero's apprentice, don't blame me for being ruthless. One of the 12 earthly branches, Chen Badabai Giganti said aloud. Chen Badabai Giganti is a 3-star Sin Hunter and a loyal supporter of President Netero. Badabai Giganti, why are you here? After Shin Xiu saw Badabai Giganti not far away, there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. With Badabai Giganti present, he would have no chance to kill Li Mu, and later Badabai Giganti told President Netero what happened today. There may be a warning from the president. I'm here to catch a Class A wanted criminal hiding in the Sky Arena. Remember what I said just now, if you dare to touch President Netero's apprentice, don't blame me for hitting you. After Chen Badabai Giganti finished speaking, he looked at the information on his mobile phone, then turned to leave, and continued to chase the A-level wanted criminal. He received a message that the A-level wanted criminal found out that he had come to the Sky Arena. Has already escaped in advance. Damn Badabai Giganti. Shin Xiu looked at Badabai Giganti who had gone away and couldn't help but curse. Xiu, aren't you going to kill me? I'll give you this chance. After I hit the 200th floor, I'll challenge you. At that time, the winner will be decided, and life and death will be decided. Li Mu stared at Shin Xiu coldly and said. After hearing Li Mu's words, Shin Xiu took up Li Mu's challenge, hurry up and hit the 200th floor, so I can kill you legally, and after killing you, President Netero will blame him. You can't do anything to me, at most you can punish me with some punishment that I can bear. Sky Arena 110th floor. Li Mu applied for the competition at the special counter, and he was arranged to play in about half an hour. At the start of the match, Li Mu stepped forward and killed his opponent with one move. Critical heat down. The opponent is incapacitated, Li Mu wins. A week. Li Mu hit the 200th floor. 367. At the special counter on the 200th floor. Sorry, you can't apply to challenge the landlord Shin Xiu yet. You need 10 victories on the 200th floor to be eligible to challenge the landlord. The staff explained to Li Mu. Then arrange 10 matches for me as soon as possible. 35. Li Mu said. Sorry, the rules of the 200th floor are different from the rules below the 200th floor. This level adopts the application for battle system, and each person has a 90-day battle preparation period, and you can choose to apply for the competition on any day during this period. After the application for the competition is successful, you need to wait for another applicant to appear before the battle will be arranged. The staff explained. Sorry, I forgot. Has anyone applied for a competition recently? Li Mu asked. Wait a minute, let me check. Yes. The swordsman Chun Shiro applied for the competition from the 25th to the 30th. If you apply for an appointment in advance on the 10th today, you can compete with the swordsman Chun Shiro. The staff replied. Okay, give me the form and I'll apply. Li Mu said softly. Compared with the entire arena, the powerhouses who can reach the 200th floor are still too few, and each one has a preparation period of 90 days, so if you want to have a battle on the 200th floor, it is best to make an appointment in advance, or register in advance. Chapter 86. Walking in the corridor, Li Mu remembered the conversation he had with Kaishi Doru when he was watching the match of Shin Xiu. Since the match with the swordsman Chun Shiro is going to take about half a month, then I will go to Kaishi first. Fighter. In the luxurious room of Huashi Doru. You've already reached the 200th floor. After hearing Li Mu's invitation to fight, Huashi Dulang turned the thermos cup and said in surprise. Yes. I've hit 200 layers. Li Mu nodded. Since you have reached the 200th floor, you have the right and qualification to be my opponent, but I am leaving the Sky Arena this afternoon to go to other places. If you are willing to wait, we will have a battle in half a month. 95. Huashi Dulang put down the thermos cup and said. Are you also about half a month? Okay, I'll wait for you, but I have one condition, I'm going to fight you in front of Hisoka. Li Mu demanded. If Hashido Doru was killed by Hisoka, he would be no match. You have no right to ask me. But it's nice to warm up with you before fighting Hisoka. Okay, I will promise you to fight with you first. Huashi Doru stood up from his chair, looked at Li Mu and said. After the battle with Huashi Dulang, Li Mu was about to return to the luxurious room he was assigned after reaching the 200th floor, but he was stopped by 3 strangely dressed people when he just walked to the door of the room. Say Dasso? Gido? Real Valt? Are you 3 here trying to play me? Li Mu looked at the 3 people in front of him and lightly patted his forehead a few times, he even forgot about them. The strength of these 3 people is average in the 200th floor, and they rely on hunting newcomers to maintain their records, and Li Mu, a newcomer who has just reached the 200th floor, is their hunting target. You know us? After being called by Li Mu's name, Seidasso said after being stunned for a second or two. Of course I know, the 3 of you are known as rookie killers, and you are still notorious on the 200th floor. Tell me, what time do we play? It would be best if we can play today. Li Mu asked in anticipation. A strong person who has reached the 200th floor must have a match within 90 days to maintain his level, but he can also have multiple matches within 90 days, so even if Li Mu fights these 3 people 3 times today, there is no problem. When it comes to the game, why is this kid more excited than us? After seeing Li Mu's excited expression, Gido suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. Today is also good, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Newcomer Li Mu, you go to the special counter with us to fill in the application form, and the 3 of us will compete with you this afternoon. 99. With a smile on the corner of Real Velt's mouth, the newcomer took the bait without much trouble, saving them a lot of effort. Li Mu followed the 3 of Real Velt to the special counter. It's these 3 people again, and the 3 of them actually hunted down a new 200th floor. A few days ago that Gido hunted a rookie called Gon, and he won easily, the rookie was too easy to bully. I'm afraid this newcomer will be out of luck. A few passers-by in the corridor not far away whispered. Gido, I will challenge you first. I remember that you seemed to seriously hurt Gon the other day. I'm Gon's good friend. Li Mu pointed at Gido as he filled out the form. You mean you want to avenge your friend who I defeated? There was a hint of playfulness in Gido's eyes. Not to mention revenge, Gon said that after he has been practicing for a while, he will defeat you with his own hands. Li Mu said to Gido after handing the completed form to the staff. Defeat me with my own hands after a while? I really can't ask for it. Gido's GGG smiled. It's not enough to give a head once, and he has to give him 2 heads in a row. My form has been filled out, the order I challenge you to is Gido Real Velt Seidasso, please fill out the form in this order. Li Mu said to the Gido trio. After the Gido trio also filled out the form, Li Mu looked at the trio and continued, how can you never get wet shoes while standing by the river? Newcomers are not all soft persimmons, and today I will give you a lifetime unforgettable memories, let you know that the newcomer has a presence that you cannot provoke. Cut. What are you wearing? Wait for the afternoon, and I'll teach you how to be a man. Real Velt doesn't care. He, Seidasso and Gido have checked Li Mu's information before this, and have seen some Li Mu matches below the 200th floor. They admit that Li Mu has some strength, but Li Mu showed below the 200th floor. The strength that comes out is still not qualified to compete with them. Sorry, I don't have feet so I won't get my shoes wet. Gido said coldly. Real Velt. Seidasso. Li Mu, v***. 66 You're such a talent, you even joke about the disability of your legs. Li Mu didn't hold back, and burst out laughing. When Gido heard Li Mu's mockery, his face darkened. In the afternoon, you will pay for your mockery. 35. Sorry, I can't help it. But I can understand you. Sometimes, when people's head twitches, they say something interesting without going through the brain. Li Mu explained after restraining his smile. Little devil, you will be playing tricks, and when you stand in the ring in the afternoon, you will pay for what you say now. Hey, let's go. Gido turned around angrily and left first. Little devil, see you in the afternoon, thank you for the victory you gave me. 35. Real Velt turned his wheelchair and waved with his back to Li Mu. Li Mu, don't worry, I'll let them start as lightly as possible, after all, you're going to have a 3rd match with me. See you in the afternoon, I hope you have a good morning. 35. Good King Zhao, Seidasso said this strangely. Li Mu didn't care about the harsh words of the Gido trio, because he knew that with his own strength, the match in the afternoon would be overwhelming. After leaving the special counter where he applied for the match, Li Mu came to Gon's room and told Gon and Killua that he was going to play against the Gido trio in the afternoon. Are you going to hit 3 of them in a row? I really want to watch it, but Teacher Jung said that until I recover from my injury, I am not allowed to practice Nian, and I am not allowed to watch any games during this period. Gon was looking forward to it, but when he thought of teacher Jung's instructions, he suppressed his excitement. It's okay, you can watch the video when you are healed. Li Mu comforted. He didn't persuade Gon to watch his games secretly or watch live TV secretly, because he knew Gon's character, and he didn't want Gon to do anything against his promise. Chapter 87. Afternoon. On the 200th floor arena. Li Mu and Guido stand opposite each other. Game start. After the referee explained the rules as usual, he directly announced the start of the game. The moment the game starts, Guido directly placed the crutches in front of his chest, and then used his mind power to rotate the top he took out on the crutches. The move, Guido player's unique stunt fighting top, uses the top in his hand to attack the opponent in front of him at will. 5. Faced with such a strong opponent, what moves does Li Mu, a rookie who has won from 1 level to 200 levels, use to resolve it? 35. Let's look forward to it. Low. On the commentary seat, a beautiful woman was explaining passionately. Look at the trick, Battle Waltz. Guido scattered the high-speed spinning tops on Li Mu's crutches around Li Mu, and sneered in his mouth. After the tops wrapped with his mind power would collide randomly, with the help of the collision force between the tops and the tops, they bounced off each other. To attack the target. Boom. The two gyroscopes collided with each other, and one of them lashed towards Li Mu's face. Enjoy the pain I have caused you. When Guido saw that the spinning top was about to focus on Li Mu's face, he said with a gloomy smile. 367 bring me pain. Just these spinning tops? Li Mu stretched out his mind-wrapped hand to block the spinning top that was about to hit his face, and held it firmly in his hand. If you only want this level, then I can only say sorry to you. Li Mu used dark step quick to come to Guido's side, punching Guido's chest, knocking Guido out. Clean hit. Excellent attack. Li Mu gets 1 point. The referee pronounced. What's the situation? Guido, a veteran of the 200th floor, was knocked down first by a rookie who had just reached the 200th floor, and got a point. Could player Li Mu be the next rookie dark horse? If you haven't made a bet, you can place a bet quickly, because after 1 minute, the betting channel will be closed. Choose your favorite player to bet. In the commentary seat on the side, the female commentator continued to explain. I want to raise, this rookie who has just reached the 200th floor is too fierce, I think he can win. If you can win it, Guido just got a chance to be taken advantage of by this newcomer just because of his carelessness. Guido still has a unique stunt that he has yet to use, and this unique stunt is Guido's strongest manifestation of strength. I also think Guido can win with that unique stunt, after all, that unique stunt is offensive and defensive. In the auditorium, many audience members began to discuss in a low voice after Guido was first knocked down by Li Mu. Little devil, don't think you're complacent when you get 1 point just now, I won't let you get another point. Guido stood up from the ground and returned to the ring. After speaking, he unleashed his own unique fighting skill, the tornado top. I saw that Guido used himself as a carrier and began to spin at a high speed like a top. My attack and defense are integrated, let's see how you break it. Death to me. Guido charged towards Li Mu under the state of high speed option. Li Mu faced Guido who was rushing towards him, 2 arms covered with psychic power stretched out and then met suddenly, forcibly using both hands to stop Guido's rotation. How is this possible? Guido's tornado top was cracked in this way. Is the power of this newcomer who has just reached the 200th floor so terrifying? The female commentator said hoarsely. You have the ability to open me up. After Guido was unable to rotate due to Li Mu's hands on his shoulders, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. In the face of absolute power, all your struggles are useless. Li Mu pulled Guido up like a radish with both hands, then put Guido's head down and poured it down. Boom. A loud bang. Guido's body wrapped with mind power was smashed into the ring floor by Li Mu. Critical heat down. Li Mu gets 2 points. Total points 3 points. The first to score 10 points in the game will win the game. CGCC, player Guido falls unconscious, Li Mu wins. Because Guido was knocked unconscious and lost his ability to fight again, Li Mu won the game. Call. In the pothole in the center of the ring, Guido was relieved to hear the referee's verdict. He was pretending to be in a coma. After all his tricks were used up, he still couldn't beat the kid Li Mu. If he didn't pretend to be in a coma, he would definitely be beaten by Li Mu again. Beating and losing the game, Guido never thought about voluntarily admitting defeat, because it would be very embarrassing. The strong people above the 200th floor can only be beaten down, and admitting defeat will make the audience watching the game despised. Referee, he's not in a coma. Li Mu said to the referee. Not in a coma? The referee was stunned when he heard Li Mu's words, and then stopped calling the rescue team, ready to check again. If you don't believe me, look. Li Mu stepped forward and kicked Guido in the face. If you continue to play dead, I will smash your head. Li Mu raised his feet again, and his body deliberately exuded a murderous intent. After the referee heard Li Mu's words, he was about to scold, but he saw that Guido actually got up from the ground and quickly backed away. Cheat to death? Oh. No, it's cheating unconscious, this Guido is too hateful. It's not shameful to fight, but it's shameful to pretend to be unconscious to avoid the game. This Giddo is really a sinister villain, and shame on the strong on the 200th floor. Please block Giddo. Silly asterisk Giddo. I bet so much money and you win, you darn BD. The spectators in the auditorium were furious when they found out that Giddo pretended to be in a coma to escape the game, and they even thought it was worse than surrender. Giddo wakes up and the game continues. The referee thought for a moment and announced. When the referee announced that the game was going to continue, Li Mu stepped forward and hit Giddo with his mind-focused fists. Bridge bean sack. I admit. Giddo looked at the ferocious fist, and hurriedly wanted to admit defeat, but before he could admit defeat, Li Mu punched down, directly hammering his teeth, and then a series of combined punches. A bit. Twice. 50 under. 100 times. Boom. Sound. Li Mu knocked Giddo off for the 100th time and mounted it on the wall below the stand. I said in the morning that I will give you an unforgettable memory for a lifetime. You should never forget this game. Li Mu said, looking at Giddo, who was dying with blood on his head and his breath was weak. Critical heat down. The player loses the ability to fight again. Li Mu wins. This time, the referee carefully checked Giddo's situation twice before making a verdict. Appeared, another new dark horse on the 200th floor. Let's give applause to the new dark horse, Li Mu. After the applause, please rest for a while. Spectators who didn't buy consecutive tickets go to make up a ticket, because the next game is still very exciting, and the new dark horse Li Mu will still play against two other veterans on the 200th floor. 39. Chapter 88. The second match, by Li Mu against Realvelt, starts now. The referee announced. Last time I beat Giddo half to death, aren't you afraid? 35. Li Mu walked slowly towards Realvelt with his hands in his trouser pockets asked. I'm different from him, mine is a complete ranged attack, and I won't let you touch my body. After Realvelt took out two whips from the back of the special wheelchair, he began to dance the whips frantically, allowing the whips to form a spherical field in front of him. Appeared, Realvelt's signature stunt double-headed snake, Devil Duet. Wish the whip with amazing hand speed, not only can you prevent the opponent's attack, but also wait for the opportunity to attack and slap the opponent, a very powerful stunt. How should Li Mu, a newcomer dark horse, make a move to resolve this move? The female commentator explained. Like swinging a whip? 10 times the gravity. Li Mu spread out the field to exert gravity on the whip as well as Realvelt's body. What happened to Realvelt? Why did the newcomer Li Mu suddenly slow down after pointing his finger at him, and the trajectory of the whip he was waving also clearly slowed down? 39. The female commentator also did not understand what power Li Mu used. 5 times the gravity punch. Li Mu rode on Realvelt before he could adjust to the gravity, so he dodged directly to its side and punched Realvelt on the head. Boom. Realvelt's head exploded. 1. The winner Li Mu. The referee stammered. It was also the first time he had encountered such a bloody scene that a contestant's head was blown off, and he was at a loss for a while. KO. 1 punch KO. This dark horse is too fierce. The first time I saw someone's head was hammered, I can't do it. I can't accept this scene. I'm going to vomit, vomit. Many spectators in the auditorium were in a state of shock. The second match between Li Mu and Realvelt was still won by crushing, but this time Realvelt was killed. Half an hour later. The third match started, but only Li Mu was standing in the ring. Say Dasso player is out of time, winner Li Mu. The referee announced. What the hell is Say Dasso doing? It's boring. The ticket was bought in vain. This Say Dasso should have been frightened by Li Mu's direct killing of Realvelt in the second match, so he didn't dare to participate in the match. This Say Dasso is a coward. The audience complained because of Say Dasso running away from the game. After winning 3 games in a row, Li Mu left the arena and went to look for Yuan. He encountered some problems in creating the beast, and he needed Yuan to help him. However, after going to Yuan's house, he met Yuan and Bishji Kruger on the phone again. Li Mu, sit next to you and wait for a while, I'm entertaining you after chatting with the teacher. 95. Yuan said to Li Mu who was standing beside him. Li Mu glanced at Bishji who was on the video call, and found that when Bishji saw him, she didn't even mention the matter of coming to the Sky Arena to beat him, but her expression was still very solemn. Teacher, have the Dark Continent creatures invaded again? Aren't they blocked from that door? Cloud Valley asked Bishka Kruger, his teacher. There will always be 1 or 2 fish that slip through the net through other places or special methods. This time, the ones who sneaked into Bardana are the giants who can cause sea-level disasters. Bishka replied. Giants? Giants are so big, how did they smuggle in from the Dark Continent without being discovered? 35. Yun Gu frowned, pushed his glasses and asked. These giants are not the giants seen in ordinary movies. They are generally the same as ordinary people. Only when they transform, will they become giants with a height of tens of meters. The most troublesome thing is that these giants are there is no shortage of existences in the clan who can use mind power. Bishji said with a solemn expression. After Bisji finished speaking, a voice sounded in Li Mu's mind. Mission, clean up the giant clan smuggled from the Dark Continent. Task reward, 1 Yuan instant kill dragon fruit, ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex fruit. T-Rex fruit. Li Mu couldn't help but think of the Kaido pirates and the pirates who had the ability to breed ancient dinosaur fruits after hearing this instant kill item, and Tyrannosaurus rex was an absolute overlord among dinosaurs. If I can get the Tyrannosaurus rex devil fruit, my physical quality should increase a lot. Li Mu secretly guessed in his heart. Giants who can use Nen? Can we humans stop it? Young freshman said worriedly. Don't worry, the giants learning Nen's talent is much worse than our normal human beings, the world is fair, and they have given them a huge body that can transform into a huge body, but there are many flaws in their talent. 39. Ask for her flowers. Although Bisji said this, she was not so relieved, because she heard that the king among the giants who smuggled in this time seems to be able to use Nen's advanced skills. Teacher, who are you going to exterminate the giant clan this time? Young asked. In addition to me, Satos, Menchi, Boera, Bakuro, Hanzo were also recruited. 39. Satos and Menchi are veteran hunters, while Baku and Hanzo are rookie hunters. Don't recruit me? I want to clean up these giants too. Li Mu asked aside. If I recruit you, do you dare to come? Biska stared at Li Mu and asked. Li Mu, don't be ridiculous, the creatures of the Dark Continent, even those that can cause sea-level disasters, are extremely powerful, you may die there. Young said to Li Mu slightly seriously. I'm not fooling around, I have my own reasons for going, but I can't explain the reasons clearly, just think I want to make some contributions to mankind. Facing Young's block, Li Mu still did not change his mind. I think you'd better call and ask President Netero, after all, President Netero is your teacher. Young suggested again. Okay, then I'll go talk to Mr. Netero. Li Mu directly picked up the phone and dialed Netero's number. Teacher, I want to participate in the task of cleaning up the Dark Continent giants. 39. Li Mu got straight to the point after the call was connected. Have you heard about the giant clan? Netero asked on the other end of the phone. Well, I know they are from the Dark Continent, and they are occupying the country of Bardana. Li Mu nodded and replied. If you went on this mission, did you ever think you might die there? President Netero asked. Teacher, I have a reason to go. Li Mu said firmly. Well, since you are so persistent, then you can go, I have no reason to stop your persistence, and your strength is also very strong, you can be on your own. Netero agreed. These days, Li Mu has reported to Netero on the progress of his practice, so Netero is more confident about Li Mu's strength. Chapter 89. On the Hunter Guild exclusive ship. Bishki and Li Mu and Menchi gathered in the conference room. This time we are dealing with creatures from the Dark Continent. I hope you are all prepared to be killed. Dark Lu, even the giant creatures that can cause sea-level disasters to humans are extremely powerful. Now I will explain to you the unique characteristics of these giants. They have obvious bulges on their foreheads, and their facial features are even more ugly than humans. They can shrink their bodies to the size of a human body and disguise themselves as humans. They also have another bad behavior, they like to eat people. Bisji stood in front of the projector and said to the crowd. Aren't these giants also human, why is he hunting us humans? 99. Bakugo asked. He is a 3, 6 or 7 Demons hunter, and he is more interested in some novel things, so he will sign up after seeing this hunter recruitment order by accident. The giants can be regarded as a brand new race. Bishka replied. I want to confirm whether killing a giant can get a reward of 100 million yuan. Hanzo placed his hands on his chest and asked. 100 million, but this time they smuggled over one of the kings of a small tribe. If you kill this one, you can get a bounty of 1.3 billion ren. Bishka replied. 1.3 billion rennies. I made 350 million rennies when I reached the 200th floor in the Sky Arena. I have to say that the king of this small tribe of giants is quite valuable. Li Mu said with emotion. No wonder professional hunter is a sweet pastry, it is too easy to make money. Our spaceship will arrive at the town of Agamand in an hour, where we disembark the spaceship, and then sneak into the southern area occupied by giants in a van. Let's take action and kill these giants. Bishka continued. Inside the country of Bardana. The night in the town of Agamand is shrouded in a bright moonlight. The townspeople are gathering at one mustard ranch for their annual bonfire festival. Dad, I mustered up the courage to confess to Willie, and she promised to be my girlfriend. A handsome 17 or 18-year-old man, Rusk York, said to his father. I'm right, as long as you confess, she will agree, you are too timid. Rusk York's father said with a smile on the corner of his son's mouth. He used to be as timid as his son and never dared to confess to the girl he had a crush on. In the end, the girl married a noble in the city and was tortured to death by the noble. This was a pain in his heart forever, and he did not want the tragedy to happen. On the sun. Dad, I made an appointment with Willie to watch the sunrise, so maybe I won't be home tonight? A trace of happiness flashed in Rusk York's eyes. Watching the sunrise. Go. I understand, I'll tell your mother that you won't be home at night if you have something to do. Ruskyurk's father nodded. Today's young people are very open-minded, and he knows that what his son said about watching the sunrise is just an excuse. Hey, Willie is still waiting for me, I'll go first. 35. Ruskyurk scratched the back of his head, then left the bonfire and hurried towards the appointed place. The town of Agamand enters the center. 3 middle-aged men with bulging foreheads and a slightly ugly appearance paused on the street. What about the people in this town? Why aren't there any in the house? Hey, I wanted to eat here, what kind of person? Where did you go? Years. A man with a bulging forehead with a torn corner of his mouth complained dissatisfiedly. Hey, look, there is a little girl in front of me. I saw it first. Her head belongs to me. I like eating human brains the most. That stuff is tender, smooth and sweet. Thighs and arms are mine, the fat here is the least, and it's more refreshing. You have all chosen the good things, what am I to eat? A man with a smaller stature and a bulging forehead beside him said displeasedly. The rest is yours. But before we eat, let's ask this girl, where are all the people in town? The man standing in the center with a slightly torn corner of his mouth said. Beauty, why is there no one in your town? We passed by and wanted to eat and stay, but we couldn't find a shop. The man with the corners of his mouth torn apart asked. Seeing the appearance of the 3 people, Willie was a little scared at first, but when the 3 wanted to ask her questions, she still replied politely, in Mustard Ranch, people in our town hold bonfires there. Party. May I ask how to get to Mustard Ranch? 35. Go straight ahead for about a kilometer and you can see the pasture. Willie replied. Thank you, kind and beautiful girl, in order to repay you for guiding us, I decided to do a prayer for you. The man with the slightly torn corner of his mouth gave out a cold smile after getting the answer he wanted, and then his figure suddenly began to grow huge, and he held the girl in front of him in his palm. You are giants, giants. Aren't you in the southern region, why are you here? Willie was held in his hand by the giant with a tear at the corner of his lower mouth, his pupils shrank, his face pale, and his teeth chattered. Is there a difference between the south and the west? It seems to us that both are places where we feed our captive blood. Okay, I have finished praying for you silently. You can start eating. The giant with a tear at the corner of his lower mouth pinched Willie's head with the thumb and index finger of his right hand and gently poked, and Willie's poignant beauty head was pulled out and fed into his mouth. Dulles, you have eaten the head of this human woman, and the rest is up to us. 39. After the transformation, Austin said 2.2 words to the giant Dulles whose lower mouth was slightly torn compared to the 2 giants around him who were still a little short. What's the hurry of the monkey, are you afraid I won't give it to you? The giant Dulles handed the human headless corpse to Austin with some dissatisfaction. Not far away, Ruskyurk, who was hiding in the corner, saw Willie, who had just become his girlfriend, being eaten by the giants. He covered his mouth with his hands, preventing himself from speaking, and tears of hatred flowed from the corners of his eyes. He really wanted to kill these 3 giants, but he knew that he would die if he went out. He was not the combined enemy of these giants. Not only was he not, but even the whole town was not necessarily the opponent of these 3 giants. The town is about to have a massacre, and he has to hurry to inform the people in the town and tell them to leave. Ruskyurk had just planned to inform his father to inform the residents of the town, but before he could sneak away, he was discovered by the giant Dulles. There is a human here, and this time I discovered it first, his head belongs to me. Chapter 90. 5 kilometers above the small town of Agamand, the hot air balloon spacecraft was rapidly descending. Damn, how can there be giants raging here? Go and inform the pilot of the spaceship to make an emergency landing sooner, if it's too late, more people will die in this town. Satos looked at the giants in the town below who were frantically catching humans and feeding them, with intense anger flashing in his eyes. Eat on humans. I'm going to kill these beasts. Menchi tightly held the famous gourmet knife in her hand, and as soon as the spaceship landed, she would be the first to rush up and hack these 3 giants to death. 5 minutes, and 5 more minutes for the spacecraft to make an emergency landing on the ground. Bisji came out of the spaceship cockpit and said to the crowd. 5 minutes. For so long, I don't know how many people will die down here. Satos clenched his fists. He has always been a person who treats everything calmly, but today, in the face of giants who hunt and kill humans and eat, he can't calm his heart. 5 minutes is indeed a long time. Li Mu also agrees with Satos. Well, I'll jump off first. After Li Mu finished speaking, he smashed the glass window of the spaceship with one punch, ready to jump from the window. Li Mu, are you crazy? You will die if you jump from the altitude of several thousand meters. 55. Satos also did not expect Li Mu to be so impulsive after seeing the human beings below being hunted down by giants, and even wanted to jump out of a broken window from a height of several thousand meters. Li Mu, as a squad leader, I ordered you to stay on the spaceship and wait for the spaceship to land and start operations. Not far away, Bisji snarled sharply after seeing Li Mu going to do such a crazy move. Jumping from such a high altitude, even she can't bear the diving force caused by such gravitational acceleration, let alone Li Mu. Don't worry, this height won't kill me. Li Mu smiled at everyone, then jumped down from the window. Damn brat! Bisji did not expect that Li Mu would not obey his orders at all, and knew that she would not let this idiot join her hunting team. Captain Bisquick, I got these parachutes from the flight attendant in the emergency escape pod. Hanzo came out of an emergency cabin next to him with some green backpacks and said. All members put on parachutes and get off the spacecraft immediately. Bisji went up and grabbed the parachute and distributed it to everyone. Damn brat, if you die here, President Netero will be complaining about me again. After Bisji put on the parachute, she also jumped down from the window. There is still 1,000 meters in the air. Li Mu concentrated his thoughts in his throat and shouted loudly, listen to the three giant beasts below, you have been surrounded by Lao Tzu, let Lao Tzu die in place if you are wise. The three giants below who were hunting and killing humans in the small town raised their heads to look at the sky after hearing the loud shouts. A little brat dares to shout, when you fall to the ground, I will eat you as soon as possible. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it. From such a high altitude, you will definitely be smashed into meat when you fall. Then collect the meat puree and make soup. The three giants were also annoyed by Li Mu's arrogant clamor in the sky. 900 meters. 800 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Enough distance. Li Mu pointed his right hand to the ground. True, Tathagata palm. Under the action of Li Mu's full force of urging the fruit of gravity, an extremely strong gravity was shot by Li Mu with the palm of his hand. Gravity crush. Boom. With a loud noise, a huge five-fingered pit appeared on the ground below, and a pool of flat meat mud appeared in the pit. It's a pity that the awakening of the gravity fruit is not enough. You can only issue such a powerful attack once within 5 minutes. Li Mu sighed inwardly, if his gravity fruit ability awakened to 100%, he would shoot 3 palms in a row at the expense of all his current stamina. The two giants below saw that Dulles was slapped to death by a strange palm that fell from the sky, and there was a deep sense of fear in their grief. Since the kid above can slap Dulles to death, he can also slap them to death. Escape. Go and inform King that there is a powerful human character here. One of the remaining 2 giants shouted in panic. This Li Mu's strength is too terrifying. Bakuer, who was under the parachute in the air, took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intense shock. This kid is so powerful. After Li Mu slapped a giant into a scum, Bisji was a little unbelievable, no wonder this kid dared to talk back to me before, it turns out that he has such a trump card as his backing instead of relying on his teacher Netero. Prestige. Elementalized. When Li Mu was about to dive into the ground, he directly elementalized, avoiding his body hitting the ground. What is his ability? Turn your body into a mass of ice to avoid damage from impact. The pupils of Bisji, who was riding a parachute in the sky, shrank again, and the strength displayed by Li Mu made her a little dizzy. On the ground, Li Mu, who recondensed his body, pressed the ground with one hand, frozen time capsule. The air conditioning rushed towards one of the fleeing giants along Li Mu's hand, and all the plants and trees where the air conditioning passed were frozen. Help me! After the giant Austin was the first to freeze his legs by the cold air, he terrified a friend not far away and called for help, but the friend turned his head and glanced at Austin, who had frozen over his body, and the speed of escape was a little faster. In less than half a minute, Austin was frozen by the cold air released by 367 Li Mu from a long distance. The last one. Li Mu looked at the last giant fleeing in the distance, and let out a breath of cold air, ready to complete the final lore. Li Mu, don't rush to kill the last one, we can get information from his mouth. Bisji, who slowly landed to the ground with a parachute in the air, said to Li Mu. Okay. The last one is up to you. Li Mu nodded lightly after hearing Bisji's words, he also knew that a living giant is more valuable than a dead giant. Well, I'll deal with the last one. 39. After Bisji finished speaking, she cast Nin from a princess-like lowly to a tall and sturdy King Kong Barbie, and then chased the last giant at a speed that surpassed the car. In a minute, Bisky is back carrying the giant whose hands and feet were cut off by her. Won't this giant shrink to a normal human size? Why don't you make him a normal human size, so you don't have to work hard? Li Mu said to Bisji. Can this giant really become a normal size? Don't worry, it will make him smaller, and I will make him shrink when I take out my phone and take a shrunk image of him. Bakuer took out his phone and said. This giant is also a cherished species, which is also one of the trophies of his group hunting, which must be recorded. Chapter 91. The town of Agamand, slaughtered by giants, is particularly desolate and lonely. Everyone gathered for an emergency meeting. After getting some useful information from the giant's mouth, Bisji said to the team members. After the team members gathered, Bisji continued, these 3 people are just the most common giants of the giant race, they don't know how to use psychic power, and they don't know how to do martial arts. Compared with normal humans, their bodies are a few times larger than normal humans. 10 times, the strength is dozens of times stronger, and the skin is harder than normal people. Ordinary giants can cause so much harm to a town, if the elites of the giant clan. Explosive Cure said with some fear. The elite of the giants can bring the city down. 35. Satos added in a low voice. I learned from the last giant captured just now that their king is the enhancer Nin. Bisji's complexion was heavy. The giant was originally huge and could be a good living target, but the enhancer's psychic power was able to defend the body to a level comparable to that of steel. In addition to their king, their 4 guards are also Nin. The key to whether we can annihilate these giants this time lies in these 5 people. If those giants gather together, I will deal with the king of the giants, Satos, Menchi, Boera, Li Mu, 4 of you against these 4 guards. Hanzo, you deal with the remaining dozen or so giants. Bisji made a reasonable allocation. And me? Bakugo asked. Except for him, everyone present was assigned tasks. Bakuer, you don't have the strength to face the giants, so you support us as an archer. Bisji thought for a while and continued, remember to apply a strong anesthetic that even whales can numb your arrows. Or poison. The same poison that numbs and kills whales also numbs and kills giants. Looks like I'm the most important part. Bakucha murmured softly. Bishka glanced at the narcissistic Bakuer, then continued, do you have any objection to my proposal? What is the Nin of those 4 guards? Menchi asked. Knowing the other party's Nin, she can make plans in advance. The captured giant couldn't bear the torture and bit his tongue and committed suicide, so I didn't know the Nin of the 4 guards from the giant's mouth. Actually, you don't need to care too much about the Nin of these 4 people. These giants are not as talented as us humans in learning Nin. Didn't I say before that only their king has some advanced skills of using Nin, so this is a guard should only the most basic 4 elements is even possible, and they haven't even fully learned the 4 elements that they recite. Bisji glanced at the last giant she had killed and said. Do you have any other proposals? Bishka continued to ask. Can you let me kill the king of the giant clan? I want that 1.3 billion bounty. Li Mu looked at Bisji and said. The head of a giant king can be worth the head bounty of 13 ordinary giants, and it is more than Li Mu's bonus for hitting the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Li Mu is a little jealous. You kill the giant guard assigned to you first. If you kill the giant guard and I haven't won the king of the giant tribe, you can come and help, and the bounty will be 37%. Bisky thought for a moment and said. 5 to 5. Li Mu bargained. 5 to 5, he can also get 650 million ordained nuns, which is a worthwhile trip. 4 or 6. Bisji shook her head, then extended her 4 fingers. The 2 of you are too confident. You haven't even seen the king of the giant tribe, and you have begun to distribute the bounty after killing him. Menchi was taken aback by the duo's actions. Didn't you say that the giants are a sea-level disaster? Why didn't I feel the slightest fear in the eyes of Bisji and Li Mu? Bakugo said with some doubts. The giants are a sea-level disaster, but it's just a small tribe who smuggled in. Bisji paused and continued, I remember when I followed that group of people to the Dark Continent and saw a giant leader of a large tribe. Fighting with Beeman, the leader of the giant clan is a manifestation of mind power. 35. What kind of phantom beast is Beeman? Bakugo asked. A very terrifying monster, dozens of meters high, like a gorilla, but with sharp claws and sharp teeth. The battle between the leader of the giant clan and Beeman caused huge casualties to the people who went to the Dark Continent. In order to prevent the team from continuing casualties, they used the Poverty's Rose. It's getting late, everyone rested for a night on the landing spacecraft to refresh their spirits. Tomorrow, we will sneak into the southern area in a van from here, find out the deployment of these giants, and be caught off guard by hitting these giants. Bishka yawned. Day 2. Bisji drove a van with Li Mu and Menchi to the southern area. A bunch of beasts. After entering the southern area, Satos saw the mutilated human corpses on the road, and his anger flooded his heart again. This group of giants is so brutally murdered, it really deserves to die. Menchi resented. Look to the right, there seems to be a girl squatting there. After seeing a girl squatting with her back to them, Bakuer said to the crowd through the window of the van. Hey, her parents are dead, and she has been standing by their dead bodies. This girl is so pitiful. Menchi pushed open the door of the van and continued, contact the logistics force on the rear spaceship and ask them to come and pick you up. Bar. This place should have been slaughtered by giants not long ago. Why are all the people here dead and only this little girl is alive? Don't you feel strange? Good King Zhao, Bai Siji got off the driver's seat and said to the crowd. After Bisji's reminder, everyone suddenly had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Could it be that this girl with her back turned to us is a giant of the giant clan? Menchi clenched his fists at this. This possibility cannot be ruled out. When everyone passes by, prepare for battle. 35. Bishka nodded. Let me go ahead, I can elementalize my body and put myself into a state of blindness. And I also think this girl is very likely to be a giantess. Li Mu took the lead and spoke at the front. Li Mu, your behavior makes me a little moved. Bakuer looked at Li Mu, who had walked towards the girl with his back to them, and said, Li Mu. If he told him that he was walking in the front to kill this girl who might be a giantess to monopolize the bounty, would Bakuer? Chapter 92. I'll take a look first quietly, you stand here and wait. Li Mu stopped everyone from following and walked alone towards the little girl who was 100 meters away with his back to him. Dark step, fast. Li Mu came to the front of the little girl in a flash. When he saw that the little girl was biting at the heart, his eyes became cold. What? Didn't I kill everyone here? How could there be a fish that slipped through the net? The little girl swallowed her heart and looked at Li Mu suspiciously. You look like a little girl as an ordinary human, so you are also underage among the giants, right? Li Mu asked. Is a little girl giant so cruel? How do you know that I'm from the giant clan? I'm only 30 years old, and the giant clan is indeed underage, and our giant clan's life is much longer than your human. While talking, the little girl turned into a giant 20 meters tall. You giants have bulging bulges on their foreheads, which are very easy to identify. While Li Mu was speaking, he squatted down and touched the ground with his right hand. That's true, but it doesn't matter if you find out that I am a giant, because you will soon die. 367, I am different from other people, I like eating human hearts the most. The little girl transformed into a giant stretched out her right hand to crush Li Mu's head. Eat the heart? Then I'll break your heart. Ice Dragon Thorn. A huge ice thorn rose from the ground, directly piercing the heart of the giant that the little girl turned into. You weak human being, actually. Before the little girl turned into a giant could finish speaking, a few ice thorns appeared on the ground again, killing her completely. After killing the giant, Li Mu joined the group of Bishji who hurried over. Li Mu, have you spoken to her just now and asked her about the position of their king and the 4 guards? Bishka asked. No, I saw her eating people's hearts, and I couldn't hold back the anger in my heart, so I killed her. Li Mu shook his head and said. Next time, if you encounter an ordinary giant, wait until we ask relevant questions before killing it. Bishji said with a headache. She shouldn't have let Li Mu investigate the situation first. Well, definitely next time. Li Mu nodded, CGCC, and continued, didn't you get the positions of these giants yesterday? 5. People don't necessarily stay in one place all the time, so the location information obtained yesterday may not be so accurate today. But even if these giants move, they shouldn't run too far, and we should be able to enter the core occupation of these giants in an hour. After Bishji finished speaking, they returned to the van with everyone. After everyone got into the car, they walked for about 50 minutes and approached the core area occupied by the giants, and then gave up the van, because the van was also a little conspicuous, and it was likely to be noticed by the giants, and what Bishji had to do was to lurk in the past, explore the specific situation inside, and then formulate a more detailed combat plan. The core area occupied by giants. There are 2 strangely dressed people walking down an empty city street. The 2 men are Finks of Phantom Troop in clothes similar to Egyptian pharaohs and Phaeton of Phantom Troop in costumes marked with masked skulls. Phaeton, how long do you think we will have to find the king of the giant clan? Finks talked to Phaeton a little bored. Don't worry, look for it, there is a 2.3 billion bounty. Phaeton reassured. There is a human body collector on the dark net that he wants to buy the head of the king of the giants who invaded Bardana for 230,000 reni, so Finks and Phaeton will come to hunt and kill the leaders of the giants to sell money. It's great that there are 2 slippery fish here, I finally found 2 snacks. After seeing Phaeton and Finks, a tens of meters tall giant flashed a satisfied smile in his eyes. The only thing that made him dissatisfied was that the 2 men were wrapped in too many clothes. He didn't like to swallow the clothes together. Kind of eating. Phaeton, he seems to have taken us as prey. Finks also had a smile on his mouth and continued, I'm afraid he doesn't know that he is also our prey. Indeed so. Phaeton nodded. Would you like to guess, who will kill him? 39. Finks asked Phaeton. Boring. 35. Phaeton glanced at Finks said. You 2 weak humans don't run away after seeing me? 35. But it's better if you don't escape, it will save me the effort. While the giant Maggie Jerry was talking, she stretched out her hands, trying to hold both of them at the same time, but Finks and Phaeton jumped up on the back of the giant Maggie Jerry's hand to avoid the giant Maggie Jerry. Jerry's attack. I'm going to start with my fingers and slowly peel off his nails. Phaeton bent down and used both hands to peel off the thumbnails of the giant Maggie Jerry. If you want his nails, I want his heart. Finks jumped up from the back of the giant Maggie Jerry's hand, put his fingers together and stretched into the giant Maggie Jerry's chest to draw a circle, and then tore it with force. Whoa! The giant Maggie Jerry's heart fell from his chest, and his blood spurted out of his chest. Phaeton, cut off this giant's head. Although it is not as valuable as their king, it is also worth 90 million ni. Finks said to Phaeton. 90 million yuan is the price that the human body collector offered for the heads of ordinary giants. Are you teaching me what to do? Phaeton looked at Finks not far away and said. After Finks heard Phaeton's words, he couldn't help but stroke his forehead. If he hadn't understood Phaeton's character, he really suspected Phaeton was deliberately provoking things. I'll cut off the head, you can call Shizuka to collect the head. Finks came to the head of the giant Maggie Jerry, who was lying in a pool of blood, and cut off the head of the giant Maggie Jerry with an air knife, and Phaeton also called Shizuku. Shizuku, come here, we have a giant dead head waiting for you here. I'll send the location to your phone. After a brief call, Phaeton said to Finks, Shizuka will come in 3 minutes, controlled by Shulnark. The human puppet has found the position of the king of the giant clan, and after Shizuka arrives, we will gather there. Have you finally found the king of the giant clan? It's really great. Finks said happily. These giants generally use ordinary human bodies to move, and only become giants when they hunt. If not, they don't need to search hard, after all, giants are so conspicuous. Chapter 93. In a grey-white room, Hanzo took off his shoes and lay on the sofa, talking to everyone. When I read my clone to investigate the situation in this city occupied by giants, you must take good care of my body. Before I read the clone voluntarily and come back. You must do 2 things. 1. Don't touch my flesh. 2. Don't talk to me, it's best not to make a sound. Because the above 2 points will make my mind clone invalid, and let my consciousness return to the original body instantly. After everyone nodded in agreement, Hanzo used the clone technique to condense a mind clone, and then stripped the consciousness from the main body and merged it into the mind clone. The Hanzo in the state of mind clone can directly pass through the wall, or even escape into the ground, which is very suitable for spying. Half an hour later. Hanzo suddenly opened his eyes, and a dignified expression flashed in his eyes. How come Phantom Troop is in this city? They are fighting these giants of the giant clan. Giants? A Phantom Brigade group composed of A-level wanted criminals? Are you sure? Bizji asked with a solemn expression. I saw one of them with a spider pattern on the back. So they should be Phantom Troop. Hanzo affirmed. After he saw the spider pattern on the back named Uvijin, he was also discovered by the people of Phantom Troop. The people of Phantom Troop attacked his mind clone, and his consciousness was forced to return to the original body. Why are the spider brigades here? Why do they fight giants? Bakuer has heard some bad deeds of Phantom Troop, and is a little afraid of Phantom Troop instinct. I saw them cut off the head of an ordinary giant, as if to say the head could be sold for money. Hanzo replied. They killed the giant, so how do we get the bounty? After hearing Hanzo's words, Li Mu couldn't help frowning. After all, they can get a 100 million bonus for killing an ordinary giant. Don't worry, after they kill the giants, as long as they don't take away the whole body of the giants, the people who come to clean up the battlefield at the end will count these giants in the kills of our team. At that time, I will divide this part equally among everyone. Bizji glanced at Li Mu and said. Doesn't that mean that we can take advantage of the fishermen? Bakugo said happily. If the giants and the Phantom Troop fight to the death, we can also take out these guys from the Phantom Troop. 35. Menchi added. It depends on the situation, our goal this time is to eliminate these giants, as long as this goal is achieved. Bisky shook his head. She's a hunter, but not a criminal hunter, and doesn't need to hunt down and kill wanted criminals. Captain Biscuit is right, if it's not necessary, we still don't provoke the Phantom Troop. Satos agrees. He is a relic hunter, and this time he was recruited by the president to take part in the task of cleaning up the giants, and there is no need to fight Phantom Troop. Let's sneak over first. If Phantom Troop is not a giant's opponent, if necessary, we will join forces with Phantom Troop to eradicate the giant. Biscuit gave the order. Everything she does is based on completing tasks. City Center. Some members of the Phantom Troop are fighting giants. Super Destruction Fist. Uvijin, member of Phantom Troop number 11, smashed an ordinary giant in front of him with one punch. Uvijin, when you kill these giants, leave the heads of these giants, their heads are very valuable. Shulnark said to Uvijin. It doesn't matter if you make less money, just let me kill it. 35. At the same time as Uvijin spoke, he raised his fists again and bombarded the attacking giant. Uvijin's super destruction punch is to inject psychic power into the fist, so that the swung fist exerts the power of a missile. A circle. 2 laps. 30 laps. 100 laps. 35. Finks spin into your right arm, charging like clockwork. 500 laps. After the charging was completed, Finks came to Shizuka who was fighting with the giant guards. Never move, back to heaven. Boom. Louis Baron, one of the 4 giant guards, had a big hole in his stomach. I am protecting my body with my mind, why did you punch through my belly? The giant guard Louis Baron was a little terrified. Why was there such a powerful existence among human beings? After saying this, he fell to the ground, dying, and was about to die. Dozens of meters away. The battle between Amelia Kim, the king of the small giant clan, and Phaeton is also in full swing. Under my enhancer Nen, my body is stronger than steel, your attacks are ineffective against me, and if I hit you once, I can maim or even kill you. Ask for her flowers. Amelia Kim, the king of the small giant clan, looked down at Phaeton, his eyes full of impunity. First, at my extreme speed, you can't hit me. Second, my attack is not ineffective because I haven't scaled it up yet. 55. After Phaeton said these two sentences, he fully urged Nin's innocent sinner to embody a set of combat costumes that surrounds his body. This costume has a high defense power and can resist his ultimate move. The scorching heat brought by the rising sun. Are you a circus clown? You are still learning to dress up. Not long ago I ate a circus juggling clown, and it tasted delicious. Amelia Kim, the king of the small tribal giant clan, raised her right fist wrapped in psychic power and bombarded Phaeton. Facing the bombardment of the fist, Phaeton launched the big move Rising Sun to create a small sun with high heat energy. Be scorched by the scorching sun. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The small sun exploded, and the arm of Amelia Kim, the king of the giant clan, also exploded, and Amelia Kim's body was also full of burning marks. Ahem. 39. Phaeton was half kneeling on the ground, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The protective coat of the innocent sinner made by him thinking of you is also like a red-hot iron. The greater the power of the blazing sun, the greater the damage he himself suffers. Damn you! You pigs are going to die. Amelia Kim, the king of the small giant tribe, looked at his right arm that disappeared, his eyes were full of anger, and he prepared to use his left fist to end the life of Phaeton who had lost his strength to fight again. Hey, king, look this way. Finks rotated his arm again and continued, 4,358 circles. Nirvana back to heaven. Finks jumped up like clockwork like fists and slammed into the chest of the small giant tribe king Amelia Kim. A hole the size of a grinding disc blasted out of Nin's advanced use of the hard to strengthen the shield's chest. Boom! Amelia Kim, the king of the small giant tribe, clutched her empty chest with her left hand, and knelt on the ground with a knife. Chapter 94. With the death of King Amelia Kim by Finks, the remaining dozen or so fearless giants were also cut off by Phantom Troop's men. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of cleaning up the giants smuggled from the Dark Continent, and getting the opportunity to kill the ancient species of dragon and dragon fruit with one Yuan, Tyrannosaurus Rex. The system's voice sounded in Li Mu's mind as the last giant was obliterated. Although most of the giants were obliterated by Phantom Troop this time, there is no conflict with Li Mu's system mission. As long as the giants of the invading Dark Continent are known with his participation, he will complete the mission. Second kill. Li Mu, who was hiding behind the bus, did not hesitate to spend one ring to kill him. Congratulations on the success of the spike. A devil fruit in the shape of a green ball with patterns appeared in Li Mu's hand. Do I still need to buy the side effect 380 remover this time? Li Mu asked the system just to be on the safe side. That side effect remover has completely eliminated the side effects of the multi-fruit fusion brought by the devil fruit and the fear of the sea stone factor for the host, and there is no need to take it twice. The system replied. After hearing the system's answer, Li Mu took a deep breath, resisted the unpleasant taste, and ate the Tyrannosaurus Rex devil fruit. As the Tyrannosaurus Rex devil fruit was eaten, Li Mu could clearly feel that his physical fitness had improved again. Name, Li Mu. Constitution, 40. Spirit, 38. Strength, 35. Agility, 33. Devil fruit ability, Frozen fruit, awakening level 41%. Gravity fruit, awakening level 26%. Dragon fruit T-Rex, 15%. Ninjutsu, transformation, substitute. After eating the Tyrannosaurus Rex devil fruit, Li Mu's physique, spirit, strength, and agility have all increased by at least 5 points. This is still the state that he has not transformed into Tyrannosaurus Rex. If he transformed into Tyrannosaurus Rex, or orc form, his physical fitness will be further strengthened. Come out, you hiding in the dark. I was busy dealing with the giant just now so as not to call you out to cause us trouble, but now the giant has been dealt with, so we have freed up our hands. After Shulnark threw the last giant head in front of Shizuka's bulge-eyed fish, he looked at the rooftop of a tall building on the left and a convenience store on the right. Has it been found? Bishki and Hanzo and Satos stand up from the rooftop of the building. As expected of the Phantom Troop, I've used hidden and I was discovered by you. Menchi comes out of the convenience store with Bakura and Boera. The one hiding in the back of the bus, do you think you haven't been found? Shulnark looked at the bus not far away and said. How did you find us? Li Mu came out from the back of the bus and asked Shulnark. Look up at the tall building behind you to your right. Shulnark pointed to a window on the 5th floor of the tall building. I see. Li Mu knew in his heart when he saw a reading needle antenna on his forehead on the window of a high-rise building. He knew that Shulnark was an emitternan who could use a puppet phone to manipulate and spy on others. Actually, we have no conflict of interest with you, Phantom Troop. We are professional hunters, and we received a mission to clear these giants. Since the giants have been cleared, our mission is completed. After Bishka came downstairs, she said to Shulnark. Apparently Bishki was trying to avoid an unnecessary fight with Phantom Troop. Cut, what if there is no conflict of interest? I don't need a reason to kill Yuvijan. 55. Yuvajin raised his fists covered in thought and rushed towards Bisky. Boom! Yuvajin's fist collided with the fist of Bisky, who had transformed into King Kong Barbie, creating a shock of air. Your strength is not good enough to kill me. 35. Bisky stretched out her left fist and slammed it into Yuvajin's face. Yuvajin. Finks saw Yuvajin being suppressed and wanted to go to support, but was blocked by Li Mu. Your opponent is me. 35. Tyrannosaurus Rex Claw. Boom. Sound. Finks was caught off guard by Li Mu, who turned into a dragon and flew out. Li Mu, I didn't expect us to meet soon, but we are opposites. Shizuku dragged her bullet and charged towards Li Mu. Tail strike of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Li Mu waved the dragon's tail behind him and flew out Shizuku, the Phantom Troop's support staff, who raised the bulge-eyed fish. Phaeton was injured, Yuvajin was suppressed by Bishka, Li Mu could deal with Finks and Shizuku 1-on-2, the remaining Shellnark could be handed over to Satos and Menchi, and Phantom Troop was at an absolute disadvantage against Bishka. Captain Biscuit, or let's take this opportunity to kill these guys from Phantom Troop. Menchi took out 2 famous gourmet knives in his hands and suggested. Bisky was also a little moved when she heard Menchi's proposal. After all, they had already clashed with the Phantom Troop, and they were still in a state of suppressing the Phantom Troop. People killed. Since we have no conflict of interest before, there is really no need to fight. Shellnark took 2 steps forward and looked at Bisky and said, if you continue to fight, you may not win. Bisky glanced at Phaeton, who had swallowed a pill and stood up again, her expression was a little hesitant. There were 2 people she was more afraid of. In addition to the Finks who could rotate their arms in many circles, there were also people who could create blazing sun. Phaeton. Having said that, can you restrain him? Bishka asked Shellnark, pointing to Yuvajin who was fighting Satos. Yuvajin, stop. Shellnark stopped at Yuvajin. I'm going to kill these bastards. Yuvajin didn't listen to Shellnark and stopped fighting. Dark step, fast. 50 times the gravity punch. Seeing that Yuvajin still didn't stop attacking, Li Mu directly bullied him forward, bombarded Yuvajin's abdomen with a fist with 30 times the gravity, and smashed 2.2 Yuvajin out. Puff. Yuvajin, who flew upside down, spat out a mouthful of blood, and a huge depression appeared on his steel-like abdomen. Damn! You dare to attack this uncle? Yuvajin clutched his abdomen and snarled with a sullen breath. Yuvajin, do you want us all to die here? 99. Shellnark looked at Yuvajin and his voice amplified a bit. They had just fought against those giants, and their energy had been consumed by most of them, so it was no longer suitable for them to continue fighting. Of course I don't want you to die, but I also want to fight them. Yuvajin resisted the pain in his abdomen and stood up and continued, damn little brat, next time I wait for my injury to heal, I will go to you, and then use my fist to return today's shame to you. Withdraw. After Shellnark heard the second half of Yuvajin's words, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then gave the order to retreat. Chapter 95. After the Phantom Troop members retreated, Bisky gave President Netero a call. Lord President, all the giants that invaded from the Dark Continent have been eliminated. Bishka said to President Netero on the other end of the phone. Just clear it. Then I can explain to V5. Netero rubbed his brows and said tiredly. After the phone call with Netero, Bakuer asked curiously, what kind of organization is V5? V5 is an organization composed of the strongest 5 countries, and it has the role of leading the world. Our Hunter Association was founded with the support of V5, and this giant removal order was also issued to the Hunter Association by V5. Bishka explained. In other words, our Hunter Association is considered a thug organization in V5 countries. Li Mu couldn't help frowning, he originally thought that the Hunter Association was a transcendent force above the country. You might as well think so. Our Hunter Association's career hunter rides on public facilities, browses paid websites, these are free or enjoy preferential policies, all because of the privileges given by the United Allied Nations Organization V5. Bishka nodded. 26. Can you tell me more about the V5 organization? 99. Li Mu asked in a slightly low voice. He thought that the Hunter Association was a free organization, but he did not expect it to be controlled by others. You can log on to some search sites with your Hunter license to find information about the 5 strongest countries. If you want to know some secrets, you can also log on to our Hunter Association's exclusive intelligence site. 35. Bishka glanced at Li Mu and said. Some search websites have brief introductions to the 5 countries, and only a few intelligence websites are useful. The detailed introductions of these 5 countries are, for example, 200 years ago, 5 countries concluded an agreement to block the Dark Continent. All information and interests of the Dark Continent are shared exclusively by member states within the organization. Part of the meeting of the United Allied Powers that President Netero went to this time was related to the Dark Continent Pact. I don't have a good opinion of V5. After I unearthed an ancient ruin last time, a member of the royal family who came from V5 directly took many treasures as his own. 5. Satos complained after hearing Bisky and Li Mu talking about their V5. He is a relic hunter, dedicated to excavating, protecting, and restoring relics and cultural relics, so he is very dissatisfied with the plundering behavior of the V5 royal family, but he is helpless. Let's start the aftermath work. After completing the aftermath work, everyone can leave. After a week, I will give you the reward from the task. Bisky didn't want to continue the topic of V5, so she issued a final aftermath order. After the aftermath was completed, Li Mu returned to the Sky Arena in a hot air balloon. Where's my master? Didn't she come to the Sky Arena with you? In the square downstairs of the Sky Arena, Yung asked Li Mu. She went to make the final handover. Li Mu replied. After Yung heard Li Mu's answer, he was slightly disappointed. He hadn't seen his teacher for a long time. Li Mu, I challenged Guido on the 200th floor, and I managed to beat him up. Gon said to Li Mu. Nice job. I hate Guido too, if I hadn't left him to you, I'd have done him. Li Mu patted Gon's shoulder and praised. Li Mu, you have been away for 9 days, and my dog food money has not been paid for 9 days. Dalmatian hubby raised his dog's head to demand Li Mu. Didn't I leave you with Gon? The food I asked Gon to give you was dog food money? Li Mu glared at hubby and said. Speaking of eating, I'm hungry too, let's go to the restaurant next to us to eat hairy crabs, I'll treat you. Yun Gu pushed his metal-framed glasses and said. Teacher Yung, you are finally being generous again. Hubby rubbed Yung's trouser legs with the dog's head to show intimacy. Ahem, I've always been generous. Yun Gu coughed. Wait a minute. Hubby, did you just call him Teacher Yung? Li Mu said in surprise. Happy's talent is good, so I'll take him as a disciple. Yun Gu pushed his glasses again to hide the embarrassment in his eyes. He was still a little embarrassed to accept a dog-type monster as his apprentice, but hubby's cultivation talent was indeed excellent. Actually, I have more than just Happy as a disciple of monsters. I actually taught the fox son of the ferocious fox pilot you met under the cedar in the hunter trial before, but it's a pity that he has some talent for learning Nin. Difference. Yung continued. Teacher Yung, you don't have to ask me to explain, I understand. I just wasn't mentally prepared, so I was a little surprised. Li Mu nodded. It is only good for Li Mu that Harpy can learn recitation with Yung. After all, Harpy is Li Mu's contracted creature. After having dinner in Yung, Li Mu, Gon, and Killua roamed the street for a while, then returned to their rooms, ready to wash their hands and sleep in vain. After taking a bath and sitting on the bed, Li Mu used his hunter license to log into the Professional Hunters exclusive intelligence website again, and then began to search for information about V5. The Kajin Empire wants to apply to join the V5 organization and become a V6. Li Mu's eyes stayed on this information, and then began to search for relevant information about the Kakan Empire. King of the Kajin Empire, Nasbi Ashkuomuk. The Grand Prince, Benjamin Ashkuomit. 380 The egg in the pot ceremony is really a powerful ceremony. Li Mu couldn't help sighing after reading the slightly detailed introduction to the egg in a pot ceremony. Even if the kings and princes of the Kajin Empire did not practice Nin before, they could obtain powerful Nin and guardian spirit Nin beast through the ceremony of egg in a pot. The Kajin Empire is also trying to develop into the Dark Continent, and then I can explore the Dark Continent with this group of people. Li Mu thought to himself. At present, the Dark Continent is blocked by V5, and Mr. Netero also opposes and prohibits his son from exploring the Dark Continent, so Li Mu wants to explore the Dark Continent in the future. He can take the route of the Kajin Empire. After browsing the reforms, governance, riots of the Kakan Empire, etc., it was already midnight, so Li Mu turned off the computer and turned off the lights, lying on the bed and taking a nap. The next day, Li Mu woke up and went to the 200th floor to check if there was anyone who had registered for the match but had not yet found an opponent. A minute later, the staff said to Li Mu, the application of the boxing master Shanzi Dazua shows that the competition can be held tomorrow afternoon. Well, then I'll apply to play with him tomorrow, you can arrange it. Li Mu nodded. This match can be regarded as a warm-up match before the battle with Kaishi Turo and Kenhao Chunshiro. Chapter 96. On the way to lunch. You're in my way. Li Mu frowned and looked at the man in front of him and said. He could see that the man with the red hood was deliberately blocking his way. My name is Mr. Shanzi. The man with the red turban looked down at Li Mu and continued, I heard that you applied to compete with me, so I came to see you and see if you are qualified to be my opponent. Then you have read it now, do you think I am qualified to be your opponent? Li Mu asked along with the words of Chief Shanzi. When I first saw you, I didn't think you were qualified. 35. But when I stood in your way just now, with the aura you exuded, I think you are qualified to be my defeat. Chief Shanzi said softly. I originally thought I was a little crazy, but I didn't expect you to be more reckless than me. Li Mu stretched out his right hand and wanted to press it on the shoulder of Chief Shanzi, and wanted to let Chief Shanzi feel his strength, but just as he stretched out his hand, Chief Yamazaki instantly stepped back a few steps to avoid it. Don't worry, I didn't come here to fight with you, the arena in the afternoon is my home court. Chief Shanzi stretched out his index finger and shook it a few times at Li Mu. I have to say, you are very arrogant. Li Mu looked at the boxing master Grand Master Shanzi and said. Before he even started fighting, he showed off his might in front of him. It's not arrogant, but I like to show others my superiority before the battle. Only in this way will my heart be satisfied. There was a trace of reason in Shanzi's eyes. So, you belittled me just to satisfy your own sense of superiority. But superiority is based on the fact that you can beat me. Have you ever considered that you can't beat me at all? 55. Li Mu was speechless. Now show him your presence, and how will you feel when you are beaten up by him in the afternoon? Do you think my dignified boxing skills will be defeated by a little brat? There was a trace of unsharpness in the eyes of Chief Shanzi. Okay, it's time for me to go to lunch. After I've had enough, I'll clean up you in the afternoon. After Chief Shanzi finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. It's just that as soon as he turned around, he almost ran into a familiar and terrifying person head-on. West. Hisoka, why are you here? There was a trace of cold sweat on the forehead of Chief Shanzi, and his words were trembling. He had fought Hisoka once a few months ago, and that time, he was almost killed by Hisoka, and it was the time that made him fear Hisoka. Hisoka ignored Chief Shanzi and continued to move forward, and came to Li Mu. I have watched the video of your game on the 200th floor, your strength has improved a lot. Hisoka, you told me this, do you want to have a fight with me? Li Mu asked. By winning Hisoka, he will be one step closer to 10 victories and challenging the landlord. I can do it anytime you want. There was a strange excitement in Hisoka's eyes. I'm going to play with the guy behind you this afternoon. After the game, I'll go back to my hometown to see my relatives, and I'll play with you when I get back. Li Mu thought for a moment and said. In the morning, Aunt Mito called and said, I miss Gon and him, so he promised to go back with Gon for a day or two after the game today. I will leave the Sky Arena at the end of August. After Hisoka put those words down, he walked towards the fork on the right. September 1st is when Ukexen will hold the auction, and it is also the day when Phantom Troop prepares to rob the auction. After Hisoka left, the boxer Yamashita slumped against the wall. The last death threat had cast a lingering shadow on Hisoka. You dare to challenge Hisoka as a young boy? You are not afraid of death. I advise you to do it yourself. After the boxer Yamazaki said these words in a deep voice, he left quickly. If he knew that he would meet Hisoka here, he would not show his superiority. Afternoon. Li Mu and Master Shanzi, a boxer, stood on the ring as promised. A rookie dark horse with a winning streak from the bottom to the 200th floor, and 3 consecutive victories on the 200th floor. One is a 200-story boxing master who has been famous for many years. This afternoon, the 2 top powerhouses in the Sky Arena will have a peak duel here. Let's wait and see whether the young and promising dark horse Li Mu will win, or whether the Grand Master of the boxing master Shanzi can win the competition, and give the contestants the warmest welcome. On the commentary seat, the female commentator with a special microphone for commentary is mobilizing the atmosphere with passion. Master Shanzi will win. 35. Master Shanzi will win. In the auditorium, many fans and disciples of the boxing master Shanzi were cheering for Shanzi. Do you hear me? Most of the audience's cheers are cheering for me, but your cheers are very few. The boxer Yamazaki opened his arms and enjoyed the cheers from the audience. Now these audiences cheering you warmly, when I knock you down, they will also demean you and curse you. Li Mu said calmly. The cheers of the audience did not affect his mood. Game start. The referee looked at the time and declared the game officially started. At the moment when the referee called out the start of the match, boxer Yamazaki rushed to Li Mu with his legs bent, and then used his famous stunt, lightning speed punch. Once this punch is released, it can cause countless boxing shadows, and the speed is so fast that the opponent is unable to guard against it, and it is impossible to avoid it at all. Okay. Stand still when you saw me attacking. 35. He probably didn't respond. Chief Shanzi thought to himself that at the same time his fist was about to hit Li Mu's chest. Just when Chief Shanzi's fist was about to land on Li Mu's chest, Li Mu launched a new move he developed and created not long ago. Gravity Field 50 times Gravity Fixed Point Crush. In front of Li Mu, an invisible cylindrical gravitational force fell from the sky, directly pressing the unprepared boxing master Shanzi to the ground, and pressed a circular depression on the ground. What the hell happened? What ability did Li Mu use to knock the boxing master Shanzi to the ground out of thin air? Good money. In this peak battle, it seems that the dark horse Li Mu is better. In the commentary seat, the beautiful commentator was a little surprised. This is the first time she has seen such a peculiar ability, and this dark horse is too fierce. You seemed to be pulling me at noon, are you still pulling up now? Li Mu asked with his feet on the back of the boxer master Shanzi. Shanzi, who was about to stand up with all his strength, was stepped on by Li Mu's right foot with gravity, and fell even deeper. I originally applied for the competition, I just wanted to win one game with you, so I can get 10 games to challenge the landlord quickly, but what you said at noon made me a little angry, so I decided to abuse you. While talking, Li Mu squatted down and punched Chief Shanzi on the right cheek. Critical hit. Li Mu has 2 points. The referee announced after looking at Yamazaki, who was lying in the pit and was punched. Chapter 97. This Chief Shanzi is being coaxed by the propaganda of the Sky Arena. I didn't expect that it was this bear-like, one-shot defeat, which caused Laozi to lose so much money in his bet. Indeed, if he can hold on for a few rounds, I don't think it's anything, it's too embarrassing to lose with one move. If you want me to say, it's not that Yamazaki is too weak, but that dark horse Li Mu is too strong. In the auditorium, a group of people watching the fun couldn't help sighing when Chief Shanzi was beaten by Li Mu. On the ring, Li Mu put one hand on the neck of Chief Shanzi and said, "Do you still have a sense of superiority now? It should be gone." 35. At this time, Chief Shanzi had been severely injured and had no ability to resist. He continued the game and beat him unilaterally. Critical hit. Li Mu has 2 points and a total of 10 points, Li Mu wins. The referee announced on the side. "Boring, you're too weak. Can't even make me warm up." 35. After the referee announced that Li Mu had won, Li Mu grabbed the neck of Chief Shanzi and threw him aside. "It's just a show of superiority, and he will too. Competition is over." Colonel Shanzi was carried by the medical aid team for emergency treatment. "You are so young, why did you shoot so 380 poison? You actually beat me with such a heavy hand." A white-haired old woman in her 60s and 70s said resentfully to Li Mu. "Vicious? In the ring match on the 200th floor, even if you kill your son, there will be no problem. You should thank me for not killing your son." Li Mu looked at the white-haired old woman coldly and said, "You still want to kill my son? My son has no enmity with you, how can you be so cruel?" 35. A tear flashed in the white-haired old woman's eyes and continued to hate Li Mu. She has grown up to have a son, and it is not easy to have a son. I didn't expect this young and gentle kid in front of her to be so fierce, and even had the idea of killing his son. Go. 55. Li Mu didn't bother to explain, and a murderous aura from his body went straight at the old woman. Some old people like to rely on the old to sell the old. The white-haired old woman was covered with Li Mu's murderous aura, her legs went limp, and she slumped on the ground. There was a strong fear in her eyes, and she didn't dare to speak. She felt that as long as she said a few words of resentment, the young man in front of her it would really kill her, and she knew that some people in this world were allowed to kill. Unfortunate. 35. Seeing the old man lying on the ground in front of him, Li Mu was shocked, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, disgusting this kind of bully and fear of hardship. After the episode ended, Li Mu came to Jung's room as agreed with Jung in the morning. "Li Mu, congratulations on another win." Jung pushed down his glasses and said to Li Mu. "What about Gon and Killua?" Li Mu asked. "They go to finish the last quiz I give them, and when they finish, they'll come out of me." Jung replied. "Well, then I'll wait here for them to come back." 35. Li Mu nodded and said. He also wanted to ask Jung about the creation of Neon Beast, and he could just take advantage of this time to ask. "Teacher Jung, my mind beast has been created, but it doesn't seem to be normal." Li Mu said to Jung. "What's wrong?" Jung asked after hearing Li Mu's words. "It's sulking at me because I haven't created something for him to succeed." While Li Mu was speaking, he materialized the mind beast Susanoo that he had created not long ago. After Susanoo was embodied, he subconsciously looked down, and after seeing that there was no such thing, he suddenly ducked to the corner and squatted there to draw circles. Ahem, Neon Beast is formed by accepting your thoughts, and his performance is actually a part of your reality. Yoon-gu coughed awkwardly. "I don't know if you know Kate, his mind beast Crazy Clown has also had a similar situation, but that Crazy Clown is an arrogant type, and yours is an inferiority type." Jung comforted. "Kate, CGCC. Actually, I like Kate quite a bit, and I also like his Crazy Clown ability. I think his Crazy Clown ability is very cool." Li Mu liked Kate very much in his previous life, but unfortunately, after Kate was killed by Catwoman, he became a little girl because of Hernan's absolute death resistance, which made him a little unacceptable. "You know Kate, his Crazy Clown is a really fun beast." 35. Yoon-gu said with a chuckle. "Susanoo, how can you not be mad at me?" Li Mu asked Susanoo, who was squatting in the corner and drawing circles. "Give me back what belongs to me, and I won't be mad at you." Susanoo said resentfully. "Once the mind beast takes shape, it is very difficult to change it." Yoon-gu explained on the side. "Should I be a eunuch?" Susanoo complained. "What is the eunuch?" Jung heard this word for the first time. "Ahem, a eunuch is a man with no chickens." 99. Li Mu explained embarrassingly. Susanoo inherited his mind memory, so he would say the word eunuch. "Oh. It's a strange word." Yoon-gu was taken aback. "Forget it, that's it. Although he has low self-esteem, he will still fight when I issue a combat order to him. This is enough." Li Mu sighed lightly and took the beast back. Li Mu, do you know that the hunter trial is just the beginning of becoming a hunter, and only after learning then can you count as the last qualified hunter? 35. You passed the assessment here with me, congratulations on becoming a real hunter. There are many types of hunter. Generally, after becoming an official hunter, you will choose the type you like and declare it as an exclusive hunter on the hunter's exclusive website. Now I have opened the permission for you, and you can declare. 99. Yuan took the computer, opened hunter's exclusive declaration website, placed the computer in front of Li Mu, and continued to speak to Li Mu. Mr. Netero said to let me come to you to walk through the scene. Since I passed the assessment, I will choose Bounty Hunter, Food Hunter and Demon Hunter. This is what I thought about it before. Li Mu got on the computer, logged in his Hunter ID number, and filled out the declaration. Bounty Hunter, as long as there is a bounty quest, you can accept it. Food Hunter, is to find food or ingredients all over the world. Hunter is a special magic world that you can go to or find. These magic worlds are a small world, and there are many interesting things in the small world, such as a special magic world discovered some time ago. It's an interesting weapon, but unfortunately this magic realm is too restrictive, it's hard to get in, and it's hard to take out the things inside. You actually want to report 3 at a time? 99. Yungu frowned and asked. Although such declarations are allowed, human energy is limited, and most hunters are exclusive hunters who specialize in one item. Chapter 98. Mr. Yung, it seems that someone sent a message to me through the Hunter website for help. After Li Mu completed the declaration of Hunter, he saw a private message for help and said to Yung. Private message content. My name is Roger Burton. I was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious force in room 506 of the Canant Hotel, and I came to a special space to escape. Please come and save me. Bounty reward, 1000 contribution value. After hearing Li Mu's words, Yung stepped forward to browse the distress message and said, this is a distress message sent by a group. As long as hunters in this city will receive this distress message. 95. A reward of 1000 contribution points, it seems that this colleague is in big trouble. Yungu frowned. Contribution points can be used to sell and exchange within the Hunter Association, and can also be used to upgrade Hunter's star to become a Star Hunter. Star Hunter has high authority, so he can enter some guarded secret realms, or discounts. Buy some treasures that are not available in the market. I want this 1000 contribution value. Li Mu operated on the computer and chose to accept the task. The end time of this mission is 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the spaceship ticket for him and Gon to return to Whale Island is 6 o'clock in the afternoon, so he can take this mission while he is free now, and there is no penalty for failing the mission anyway. Let's go together, this task shouldn't be easy, I don't trust you. Yung looked at Li Mu who was eager to leave and said. Teacher Yung, thank you for your kindness, I am strong and don't need your protection. 35. Li Mu refused. Your strength is indeed not weaker than mine now, okay, pay attention to your own safety on the road, and remember to call me if you encounter problems that cannot be solved. Yungu nodded, and didn't insist on going any longer. In his opinion, even if he couldn't complete the mission with Li Mu's strength, he would still be able to retreat. This is your first mission as a bounty hunter. Yung looked at Li Mu who was leaving, and thought to himself. Li Mu took a taxi to the Canant Hotel where he was called for help, and when he arrived at the hotel, he received a call from Gon. Have you completed the trial task given by Teacher Yung? 55. Li Mu asked after getting on the phone. Well, the mission was completed, but after completing the mission, Killua and I met a fellow hunter who was invited to participate in the rescue mission of room 506 in the Canant Hotel, but when we entered room 506, I was pulled into a strange space and couldn't get out. Gon paused for a while and continued, I called you and Teacher Yung just now and couldn't get through. I didn't get through the phone just now, but after I came to the Canant building, I got through. Is it possible that the signal in your special space is weakened, and the signal can only be received at close range? 99. What are the characteristics of a special space? While questioning, Li Mu walked into the elevator and prepared to go to the 5th floor. There are so many mirrors in the space. Oh, yes, we also came to this mysterious space suddenly after seeing the mirror in the bathroom. Gon replied. It seems that your disappearance should have something to do with the mirror, are you with Killua? Li Mu asked subconsciously. No, I'm the only one in this space, but after I called Killua, I learned that he was trapped in the same mysterious space full of mirrors as me. Gon responded. Wait for me, I'll be right there, I can save you all. Li Mu walked out of the elevator and stood in the corridor on the 5th floor. Hey, you also received a distress message on the Hunter website to save people? A man in a peaked cap came out of the safe passage and asked. You too? Li Mu hung up the phone and asked back. If not. The man in the peaked cap finished speaking and walked to the door of room 506 first, then turned the door handle to open the door and walked in. The man in the peaked cap who entered the room suddenly shouted, Who is there? Li Mu also entered room 506 after hearing the shouting. I just saw the bathroom door open, and there seems to be someone inside. Let's go check the situation together, so that we can take care of each other. The man in the peaked cap pointed to the bathroom and said to Li Mu. Did you and Gon and Killua say the same thing? Li Mu stared at the man in the peaked cap coldly and asked. He was too lazy to accompany the man in the peaked cap to continue acting. What Gon Killua, I don't know what you're talking about. The man in the peaked cap looked at Li Mu suspiciously. Gon Killua is the two teenagers you locked in a special space before. Seeking flowers. Don't pretend, you showed your flaws from the very beginning. 99. The door of room 506 is tightly closed, how do you know that it is not locked, but you can turn the door handle skillfully to enter? After entering the room, you kept enticing me to go to the bathroom, but I just spoke to Gon, and it was from there that Gon was taken into a mysterious space full of mirrors. Li Mu approached the man in the peaked cap not far away and said. I didn't expect you, a little devil, to observe so carefully. Little brat, hand over your hunter license, and I can consider letting you go. After the man in the peaked cap was discovered, he simply stopped covering it up. He was so young, he should be a novice hunter, and it was easy to get rid of it. What do you want my hunter license for? Are you trying to snatch our hunter license and sell it on the black market? I remember that the mortgage of the hunter license is like 100 million ringgits. Black market sales should be more expensive. Point 0. At the same time as Li Mu was talking, he took a dark step and came behind the cap man, and pierced the man's abdomen with the ice spear condensed by the freezing ability, let Gon and Killua out, or my ice spear will hit the next time. Run through your heart. Cough cough. The man in the peaked cap spit out a mouthful of blood and continued, I was careless, I didn't dodge, I didn't expect you to move so fast. 35. You only have a minute to think about it, and in a minute, if you don't release Gon and Killua, I'll kill you. Li Mu said with a strong killing intent. If the cap man can take the initiative to release Gon and Killua, it would be the best. If the cap man doesn't let go, he can also bring Gon and Killua back from the special space, but it will take some time. You know, you didn't kill me right away, it was a wrong choice, bye. The man in the peaked cap took out a small oval mirror from his pocket and sneered. At the same time, he activated Nen, and his whole body quickly got into the mirror. Actually, I guessed that your ability is related to the mirror. If you don't kill you, it's just to leave you a flaw. Li Mu looked at the man in the peaked cap who was facing him chattering in the mirror and said, and at the same time as he spoke, his mind beast Susanoo was embodied. The moment Susanoo was embodied, he disappeared from the spot and came to the corner of the wall, squatting silently and drawing circles with his fingers in a depressed mood. Sunan, it's time to get down to business. Knife. Chapter 99. After receiving the order, Susanoo quickly walked to Li Mu's side, then squatted down and picked up the mirror to feel the power of space emanating from the mirror. Found him. While speaking, Susanoo stretched out his right hand, drew a circle in the void with his fingers, and then pulled it hard. A circular door was pulled open, and inside was a pitch-black black hole. After Susanoo finished speaking, he took the lead to get in. This door opened in midair is Susanoo's first skill, random door. After Susanoo got in, Li Mu also jumped and got into any door. After entering the world inside the door, Li Mu came to a white airtight room 30 meters square. This room was filled with erected huge mirrors that were 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. You can actually follow my realm world? The man in the peaked cap was a little surprised when he appeared in a mirror 380s in front of Li Mu. But it's not a bad thing for me to be able to enter the mirror world, it's a good thing, because in this room I constructed with Nen, I am the master. The man in the peaked cap revealed a hint of self-righteousness in his eyes. Li Mu looked at the man in the peaked cap who appeared in the mirror in front of him, and punched him directly. With a click, the mirror instantly shattered into countless tiny lenses. It's useless, I can run around in the mirror, you can't hit me at all. After Li Mu threw his fist, the cap man said with a little self-satisfaction. While speaking, the cap man stretched out his hand holding a dagger from a mirror behind Li Mu and wanted to stab Li Mu's neck. Hey, duck-tongue man, who gave you permission to backstab my master? Susanoo suddenly appeared in the mirror, grabbed the left hand of the man in the cap, and threw the man in the cap with a fighting technique, slamming the man in the cap onto the white floor. Li Mu turned his head to look at the mirror behind him, where Susanoo was beating the man in the cap. Okay, this duck-tongued man is going to vent the grievances he has accumulated before. Li Mu thought to himself. At the same time, he lost the ability of frozen fruit. In fact, he had relied on the vision sharing of the beast before, and was going to use the freezing ability to freeze the man in the cap behind him who was going to backstab into an iceman, but Susan the man fell on his back and saved the man in the peaked cap. 10 minutes later. The man in the cap with a broken leg and a bruised face was brought up by Susanoo from the mirror world. Damn, if it wasn't for your beast to beat me, how could I possibly lose? The man in the peaked cap said unwillingly. He could travel through the 3000 mirrors in the white room, and he could have been invincible. It was because of this beast that his invincible Nen lost its power. Yes. Li Mu is non-committal, even if there is no Susanoo, he has other ways to deal with this cap man. Scatter Yuan, and release all the people you locked into the middle world with Yuan. Li Mu's right hand condensed a skating blade and pointed at the eyebrow of the peaked cap. If I let them go, can you let me live? The man in the peaked cap asked with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. We already have a grudge, do you think I'll let you go? Actually, even if you don't remove Nin, I can sense those spatial coordinates through the mirror that Susanoo went to the bathroom, and then rescue them one by one, it's just a little troublesome. If you take the initiative to release Nin, I can promise you a treat. Li Mu said softly. I'm going to die horizontally and vertically, why should I lift it? The man in the peaked cap flashed a self-deprecating look in his eyes. Okay. After Li Mu got the answer from the man in the cap, he squatted down and put his hand on the man in the cap to activate the freezing ability. In an instant, the man in the cap was frozen except for his nose and eyes. This ice will not thaw for a month, and you will slowly starve or freeze to death in desperation. Li Mu finished speaking to the man in the cap, and then said to Susanoo, open an arbitrary door for him and throw him in. After receiving the order, Susanoo drew a circle in the void with his right hand again, then opened the circular door, threw the man in the cap, and closed the door. Suman, go to the bathroom and release all those who are imprisoned in the mirror. 99. Li Mu said to Susanoo when he got out of the random door that had been opened not far away. After receiving the order again, Susanoo Naoto went to the bathroom and touched the mirror hanging on the wall to feel the spaces opened up in the mirror. After 10 minutes, 5 hunters, including Gon Killua, were rescued by Susanoo. Li Mu, you are so cool. 99. Gon looked at Susanoo with little stars in his eyes and said. The thing's gone, what's the use of cool? Susanoo felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of this, and once again hid in the corner and squatted down to draw a circle. What do you mean by that thing? 99. Gon asked curiously. Cough cough. Li Mu coughed twice, took back the beast Susanoo, and then looked at the other three. Who of you is the one who sent the distress message? The 1000 contribution value should be transferred to me. Tell me your hunter license number and I'll transfer it to you. 99. One of the three men with a big belly hesitated for a moment to weigh the pros and cons, then took out his mobile phone and said to Li Mu. After hearing the man's words, Li Mu took out the hunter license from his pocket and reported the number to the pot-bellied man. Already transferred to you. After the pot-bellied man provided Li Mu with his ID photo number, he transferred 1000 contribution points to Li Mu. What about the one who locked us in the mirror space? The pot-bellied man asked after transferring the money. Killed. Li Mu turned on his mobile phone, opened the official version of the Hunter.com app that he had just downloaded to check, and responded after confirming that the contribution value had been credited to the account. Originally, I wanted you to hand that person over to me, but if you kill it, forget it. 2.2 The pot-bellied man thought for a moment and said. Just after he finished speaking, the doorbell of the room rang, and everyone's eyes turned to the door of room 506. Maybe it was the hunter who came to rescue me after receiving the distress message before. The pot-bellied man guessed. I just logged on the website and changed the distress reward message to completed. After the pot-bellied man walked to the door and looked at the people outside through the cat's eyes, he was a little shocked, but opened the door with relief. After the door was opened, a man who looked like a monkey with a golden hoop came in. A few of you were also rescued by the distress message? I took over this task, you can just watch the fun. Shinsaiu, one of the 12 earthly branches, glanced at Li Mu who was sitting on the sofa in the house, and said with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Chapter 100. Lord Saiu, I'm sorry, you are late, the mission has been completed, I was rescued. The pot-bellied man said to Shinsaiu in front of him. Solved. Who among them solved it? The expression of Shinsaiu gradually became gloomy. Just sitting on the sofa, that little brother named Li Mu. The pot-bellied man pointed at Li Mu and said to Shinsaiu. Disgusting little BD. After Shinsaiu heard that it was Li Mu who completed the mission, he felt a little unhappy in his heart. Your flat face is also annoying. I've won 4 games in a row on the 200th floor. After I win 10 games, I will crush you as you wish with a flat face. 5. Li Mu responded after hearing the words of Shinsaiu. I am waiting for you. At the same time that Shinsaiu spoke to Li Mu, he turned to leave. The mission has been completed, and he does not need to stay here any longer. After Shinsaiu left, Li Mu, Gon and Killua also left the hotel and returned to the Sky Arena. Sky 26 Arena. In Young's room. Gon, congratulations on completing your mission to become a real hunter. Killua, you are also great, you will definitely pass the hunter exam next year. Cloud Valley said to Gon and Killua. Gon, what kind of hunter do you want to be? Young picked up the computer and came to Gon's side. I didn't think about it. Gon scratched his head, thinking about which one to choose. Li Mu, what kind of hunter did you choose? Gon looked at Li Mu who was beside him and asked. Bounty, ruins, food. Li Mu replied. I remember Leorio also said he wanted to be a bounty hunter, so I'll fill in the bounty hunter and ruins hunter. 95. Gon smiled and decided. Are you going to fill in 2 categories too? 35. Yung confirmed. Gon nodded. Okay, then you can fill in the declaration. 35. Yung said after handing the computer to Gon. After Gon's declaration was over, the group and a dog began to travel to Whale Island in a spaceship. But the spaceship did not go directly to Whale Island, so it could only be sent to the seaside city of Port Dory, and then returned to Whale Island by ship. Upon reaching the city of Port Dory, Gon said to Killua, "We're here for the second hunter pre-play trial. What are your pre-entry trials?" Killua asked. One is a quick question and answer in a small town, and the other is a test for us by the Fox family under the cedar on the top of the mountain. Now that we're here, let's go and see them. Gon looked at Killua and Li Mu and said. After getting affirmative answers from Li Mu and Gon, the 3 walked to a small town at the foot of Dog Mountain, and at the entrance of the town, they saw the mother-in-law who was sitting on a stone pier. "Mother-in-law, we are admitted to Hunter," Gon said to the mother-in-law who was sitting on the stone pier. Quick question quick answer. Mother-in-law was a little surprised when she heard Gon's words. She never thought that Gon and Li Mu would pass the Hunter exam with a very low pass rate the first time. Congratulations on becoming a Hunter. Quick question quick answer. Although the mother-in-law was surprised, she was more happy. After all, Gon and Li Mu were the ones who passed the test and were recognized from her. After visiting the mother-in-law of Queta, the 3 and 1 dog headed towards the fir trees on the top of the mountain. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, a deafening tiger roar sounded. Look above, a tiger and a group of people are besieging those ferocious foxes. Hubby jumped on the huge rock next to him and said. Those people aren't really alive. It should be the psychic puppet that this tiger beast condensed with its innate abilities that it killed before. Li Mu focused his thoughts on the battle on the top of the mountain and said. When Li Mu saw the 3-meter-long tiger beast on the top of the mountain and the puppet it controlled, he couldn't help but think of the idiom for the tiger's death: the person killed by the tiger will become a ghost to help the tiger do evil and eat people. Go help, after all, the ferocious fox family was also our pilot before. Li Mu rushed towards the top of the mountain while talking. Mountain top. The ferocious fox family was about to spread their wings to escape temporarily because they couldn't defeat the Demon King Tiger, but at this moment, they saw Li Mu and Gon, a white-haired kid and a dog rushing into the battlefield. Gon, Li Mu, why are you here? This is the Demon King Tiger. Even if you add you, it is not an opponent. Come and grab my feet, and I will take you out of here. The fox family spread out their bat-like wings hidden under their arms and said eagerly to Gon and Li Mu. However, just after the ferocious fox family finished speaking, the Demon King Tiger was pierced through his skull by an ice dragon thorn that was used by Li Mu's freezing ability. After the Demon King Tiger was killed by Li Mu, the dolls controlled by the Demon King Tiger also dissipated. Li Mu, is your strength already so strong? The ferocious fox father of the ferocious fox family sighed a little. The Demon King Tiger is a B-level dangerous beast, but Li Mu killed him with such an easy move. After dealing with the Demon King Tiger, Li Mu and Gon chatted with the fox family for a while, then went down the mountain to the port of Port Dory. It's a pity that Captain Red Nose is not here. I originally planned to introduce Captain Red Nose to you. Captain Red Nose's boating skills are very high. 35. Gon said to Killua with a bit of regret. Yes. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to meet the red-nosed captain you mentioned. Killua said with a smile. 10 minutes later, there was a boat bound for Whale Island, and the 3 immediately bought tickets and boarded the boat. It's quite comfortable with the sea breeze. Li Mu put his hands on the side of the boat, feeling the breeze on his face. A few hours later, the boat arrived at Whale Island smoothly. Gon, Li Mu, you two are back, have you been admitted to Hunter? At the port, some acquaintances asked out loud after seeing Gon and Li Mu. I passed the exam, Li Mu and I are both professional hunters now. Gon responded with a smile. After returning home, Gon pulled Killua to Aunt Mito and said, Aunt Mito, this is my friend Killua, the friend I made in the hunter trial. He looks so handsome. Mito praised. Thank you Aunt Mito for the compliment. Killua scratched her head embarrassedly at the praise. Aunt Mito, we've been away for so long, we miss you. Li Mu took a bottle of iced drink from the refrigerator and took a sip. I miss you too. 35. Mito looked at Li Mu and Gon with a gentle look in their eyes. Chapter 101. Evening. Mito took out a square iron box and put it on the table and said to Gon, this is for you by Kim. Dad left it to me. Gon picked up the iron box, stared at it and muttered. After getting the iron box, Gon chatted with Aunt Mito about his father and went back to the room where Li Mu and Gon were playing games. This is what my father asked Aunt Mito to leave me after I became a hunter. Gon looked at Li Mu and Killua who had just finished a game. Didn't you keep talking about looking for your father? Maybe there are clues about what's in this iron box. Killua came to Gon's side and said. Open it and see. 35. Li Mu got up and came to Gon and said. I tried to open the iron box just now, but I couldn't open it, the box is closed. 99. Gon looked at the iron box in his hand and said helplessly. I'm stronger, I'll try. Killua took the iron box and tried to use brute force to break open the iron box, which was closed without a keyhole, but the iron box remained motionless. My strength can push open the door that weighs several tons of my house, but why is this iron box still motionless under my strength? 35. Killua weighed the iron box and said helplessly. Try to open it with reading. Li Mu focused his thoughts on his eyes, and he could clearly see the Nen wrapped on the iron box. Well, I'll try. Gon reached out and picked up the iron box and activated Nen. At the moment when Nen was activated, the iron box instantly shattered into pieces of iron bars, and a small delicate box in the iron box was revealed. A box within a box. Killua muttered softly. The rune on this iron bar is like the contract rune you were wearing on your little finger by Teacher Yung. Looks like Gon, your father is a tough hunter. Killua picked up an iron bar to observe it and continued. Gon, you should be able to open this exquisite box by inserting your hunter license into this slot. Li Mu pointed to the card slot of the box and said. After listening to Li Mu's words, Gon took out the hunter license and inserted it into the card slot. The delicate small box was opened instantly, and there were a ring, a memory card and a tape in the box. There are also runes on the inner wall of this ring. To be on the safe side, don't wear it yet. Killua looked at the ring and said. Maybe Kim wants to do something to me with the ring. Gon nodded, agreeing with Killua, and said without the ring, after looking at the other two things his father left him. This memory card is a game memory card. Killua said after checking the memory card. Killua, you know so much. Gon looked at Killua. I have a brother who has a hobby in this area, so I followed him to learn a little bit. 35. Killua explained. Listen to the tape first. Li Mu said aside. The most curious of his 3 items is also the videotape. In his previous life, he vaguely remembered that Gon hadn't finished watching the videotape, but unfortunately his memory was a little fuzzy, and he only remembered it vaguely. Okay, I also want to hear what Kim has to say to me on the tape. Let's start with the recording then. Gon looked a little excited. Maybe with the clues left in the recording, he can find Jin. Can the tapes be copied? Killua asked. Can. Killua, why are you asking this? Gon took the tape recorder out of the cabinet and put it on the ground. Just in case. Killua said with a smile after remembering the psychic rune on the iron box. Gon nodded and loaded the tape into the recorder and started playing. Hey Gon, did you really become a hunter after that? Before that, I have something to ask you. Gon, do you want to meet me? If we meet, keep listening, if you don't want to meet, press the stop button. Have you made up your mind? Hunter is actually a dangerous profession that is independent of itself. For what you want, you will not hesitate to give up everything else. If you just think it's okay to meet, I advise you to press the stop button. Give you a minute to consider. A minute later, the tape recorder continued. Do you want to see me that much? But I don't want to see you at all. To be honest, I don't have the face to see you. After all, I gave up my responsibility as a father for myself. If you want to see me, you can come to me, because I have no face to see you, so once I know you are approaching, I will definitely run away. After the recorder paused for a while, Killua was about to turn it off, but Gon stopped him. Wait, Kim isn't done talking yet. I forgot to say something about your mother. Press stop if you don't want to hear it. Gon heard this and was about to press the stop button. I've always thought of Aunt Mito as my mother, so. Listen. After all, it is the mother who gave birth to you. Li Mu stopped. He was also a little curious about who Gon's mother was. Do you know the game Greed Island? This game can introduce people to a real island, and there is a pregnancy stone on this island that can make men pregnant, so I used it. Gon, carrot. Killua W, unspecified currency. W. Haha, I lied to you, how could I do such a stupid thing? 99. Gon, do you know the Dark Continent or the New World? I met your mother while I was exploring there. The sound of the recorder suddenly started to rewind when it arrived here, and it was impossible to stop the deletion. In seconds. The previous recordings on the tape were erased, and even if Gon played it again, he would not hear the slightest sound of his father. Maybe Dad wasn't going to tell me my mother's name. But it doesn't matter, I already have Aunt Mito's mother anyway. Gon fiddled with the tape recorder to comfort his, good money, self. After half an hour, Gon and the 3 of them studied the ring and game memory card left by Jin. My brother said that this game should appear in Ukexin's underground auction. Killua said to Gon after hanging up the phone. Then we will go to Ukexin tomorrow to wait for the auction, and then auction this game, maybe through this game I can find gold 99. A light flashed in Gon's eyes. At present, the clue left to him by his father Jin points to this game, maybe through this game, he can find Jin. Ukexin's underground auction will be held on September 1st, and there are still 8 days left. Go ahead tomorrow. I'm going to the Sky Arena to complete the pre-ordered appointments with swordsman Chunshiro and Hawashi Doru. Competition, after finishing the battle with them, I will go to Ukexin to find you. 99. After Li Mu heard that Gon said that he would leave for Ukexin tomorrow, he thought for a while. Chapter 102. Port. Aunt Mito, N.A. Yuling, Xiao An. Everyone waved goodbye to Li Mu and Gon. A few hours later, the boat sailed from Whale Island to Port Dory. Let's part here first, you take hubby to Ukexin first. Li Mu said to Gon and Killua. After parting ways temporarily, Li Mu took a hot air balloon to the Sky Arena. The match between you and the swordsman Chunshiro will be held in 2 days, we need a simple publicity before your match with Chunshiro. 35. Your opponent, Doru Kaishi, was killed by Hisoka in the match a few days ago, so. Turning to the counter on the 200th floor, the staff said to Li Mu. Has Hashimoto Doru killed? It was a little surprising, but it made sense. He promised to play with me first, but it seems he still can't hold back. Li Mu sighed softly. If Doru Hashiki had played with him first and was beaten to death by him, he might be able to avoid challenging Hisoka. Li Mu remembers that Phantom Troop will go to Ukexin to rob the underground auction on September 1st, so Hisoka will leave the Sky Arena before September 1st. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Li Mu and the swordsman Chunshiro stood on the arena of the duel. The swordsman I know can slash with a sword energy, but I don't know if you can do it. Li Mu looked at the swordsman Harushiro who was standing opposite him and said. Wait a minute and you'll know if I can do it. The swordsman Chunshiro pulled out the famous sword Fukiyuki in his hand and pointed to Li Mu. While pointing at Li Mu, he displayed the advanced application skill of circle, and let his psychic energy expand 3 meters with himself as the center of the circle. As long as the enemy enters this range, he can sense it by the circle and make an accurate slash. Game start. After the referee explained the rules of the game and matters needing attention as usual, he announced the official start of the game. Half Moon Dash. At the moment when the referee announced the start of the match, Chunshiro rushed towards Li Mu and performed a half-crescent-shaped slash. Click. Li Mu was cut in half in an instant. The swordsman Harushiro looked at Li Mu who was cut in half, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he did not expect that his opponent Li Mu could not even dodge one of his moves. Just when Chunshiro was about to close his sword, Li Mu, who was cut in half by him, CGCC, suddenly healed. Gravity field 30 times gravity fixed point crushing. A cylindrical gravitational force landed on Chunshiro's body, and Chunshiro was directly pressed to the ground half-kneeling with his sword. Ice Shape, Ice Dragon Assault. One day, the Ice Dragon rushed out of Li Mu's palm and hit Chunshiro's chest. Boom. Sound. Chunshiro was hit by the Ice Dragon and flew upside down and rolled on the ground a few times. Critical hit. 2 points for Li Mu. After the referee stepped forward to confirm the situation of Chunshiro, he announced. Don't you want to see Jian House Sword Chi Slash? I'll let you see it next time. Chunshiro wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and concentrated his mind power on the blade. Before, he covered his body with mind power to block some of Li Mu's attacks, but now he is desperate, attaching most of his mind power to the blade and giving up his body. Defense on. Mind-blowing. Chunshiro wielded the famous sword Blow Snow with his right hand, and every time he swiped, there was a mind chi slashing towards Li Mu. In a second or two, Chunshiro unleashed 50 half-moon-shaped thought slashes. Appeared, the signature stunt chi slash, quickly support the protective barrier. The female commentator who had forgotten to comment while watching the battle at the commentary seat hurriedly said. The power of Nin chi slash is too great. If it reaches the audience, I am afraid that a large number of audience will be beheaded, so this time they invited a strong Nin who is a barrier to protect them. Such an intensive thought slash, don't try to escape. Chunshiro looked at Li Mu who was not far away and said. Hide, why hide? Li Mu touched the ground with one hand and activated the freezing ability. Ice-shaped tenfold ice gate. In an instant, 10 giant ice gates appeared in Li Mu's way to help him resist the chi slash. Ice-shape earth dragon thrust. A huge ice thorn appeared from behind Chunshiro and stabbed at Chunshiro's back. However, with the circle formed by his open mind, Chunshiro sensed the ice dragon thorn behind him and rolled directly to the right, dodging it. The assault of the ice dragon spike. Ice-shape iceberg. Li Mu, who was jumping in midair, activated his freezing ability to condense a small iceberg and pressed it towards Chunshiro, who had just avoided the ice dragon thorn. Boom. A loud bang. Chunshiro was crushed under the iceberg, and was directly crushed into a puddle of flesh. Li Mu wins. The referee looked at Chunshiro, who was crushed into flesh, and announced after recovering. Swordsman's defense is generally relatively low, if an enhancer Nin is pressed down by such a small iceberg made by Li Mu, it will not be squashed. Sorry, I didn't think about killing you. After seeing you use round, I subconsciously thought that you would also use advanced skills like hard or hard, but I didn't expect you to. Li Mu whispered apologetically to Chun Shiro, who was crushed under the small iceberg. This newcomer's dark horse is too fierce and cruel. Isn't it bad? I relied on him to bet and won a lot of money. In the auditorium, most of the audience were shocked by Li Mu's powerful strength. They never thought that Li Mu could crush or even kill the famous swordsman Chun Shiro. After defeating Chun Shiro, Li Mu also won 5 consecutive victories, but it is a pity that Kaishi Doru was killed by Hisoka, otherwise he would have won his 6th consecutive victories. Hey, Gon! My competition in the Sky Arena is over, and half an hour later, I will make a hot air balloon to go to Yukiksen. You can send me your housing address in Yukiksen. Li Mu called Gon after the game and asked. Well, I'll send it to you later. Karapika also arrived at Yukiksen yesterday, and he's working as a bodyguard for the daughter of a mafia boss. Gon said to Li Mu. Where's Leorio? Didn't he also say that he would come to Yukiksen? Li Mu asked again. The night before Whale Island was about to leave, they called Karapika and Leorio to confirm that Karapika and Leorio would also go to Yukiksen. Leorio should be here soon. He will contact me when he talks about Yukiksen. Gon responded. The location has been sent to you, come here quickly. Gon continued after sending the location to Li Mu. Okay, I'll go on a hot air balloon ride in a minute. Li Mu hung up the phone and took a taxi to the hot air balloon base. Chapter 103. After a 5-hour hot air balloon ride, Li Mu came to the city where a large auction is about to be held, Yukiksen. This auction will last from September 1st to September 10th, and there will be an auction every day, and the GI that Gon is looking for is the Island of Greed game console is in the auction. In the last few days conduct an auction. I didn't expect to meet someone from Phantom Troop when I first came to Yukiksen. Li Mu looked at a woman with short blonde hair and a hooked nose in a professional office worker's clothes under the street lamp and sighed with emotion. Li Mu noticed this Phantom Troop member, and this Phantom Troop member also noticed Li Mu. I see familiarity in your eyes, you know me. But I don't know you, so how did you know me? Phantom Troop number 8 member Pike Noten walked towards Li Mu, who was watching her. If this boy finds out that she is Phantom Troop, she will kill this boy. As expected of the members of the Phantom Troop in charge of questioning and investigation, the observation power is indeed excellent. Li Mu couldn't help but praise. He just looked at Pike Nyotan for a few times, and Pike Nyotan judged from his eyes that he knew Pike Nyotan and was indeed a powerful woman. You really know that I am a member of the brigade, and since that's the case, then I can't let you go easily. Pike Nyotan released her own Traitnan to wrap her body. She was going to capture the boy first, and then use its Traitnan exploration of memory to interrogate and examine the boy. After the review, kill the boy who knew her. A teenager who is a member of the Phantom Troop. Pike Nyotan rushed towards the boy at a super-fast speed, ready to reach out to grab the boy's shoulders, and then fell to the ground with a back fall, and then bound the boy's hands behind his back. However, when Pike Nyotan rushed in front of the young man disappeared from her eyes. I'm behind you. Li Mu slashed at the back of Pike Noten's neck with a hand knife, and Pike Noten instantly fell to the ground, covering the back of his neck with his hands, showing a painful expression on his face. You said that if I took you down, would I exchange for a high bounty? After all, you are Class A wanted criminals. Li Mu took 2 steps forward, came to Pike Noten, then squatted down, stretched out his right hand and raised Pike Noten's chin. You will not. I can tell from your tone that you're just joking, you're not going to trade me for a bounty. Pike Noten looked at Li Mu and said. As expected of the censorship and torture in Phantom Troop, the psychology part is excellent. 35. Li Mu did not have the idea of taking Pike Noten in exchange for a bounty, but he was not ready to let Pike Noten go. When he was talking with Karapika on Whale Island, he was touched by Karapika's hatred, so he was ready to take Pike Noten. Tan handed over to Karapika to deal with. Hello, Karapika? I am Li Mu. I accidentally caught a Phantom Troop member, would you like to come and meet this Phantom Troop member? Li Mu asked after taking out his mobile phone and dialing Karapika's mobile number. You caught a brigade member. When Karapika heard the news, her voice dropped and her eyes turned red. Well, I'll take her to where Gon and Killua live, come meet us here. 35. Li Mu nodded in response. Okay, I'll be right over here. Karapika hung up the phone, turned and pushed open the door to leave. Hey Karapika, where are you going? Miss Nyan is going to go shopping in 2 hours, we're going to follow the protection. Nyan's bodyguard team Dazan asked Karapika. Go out and be back soon. 35. After Karapika responded in a low voice, she quickly left the villa. Bustling the street. Leorio is shouting loudly, don't miss it when you pass by, you only need to spend 10,000 yuan to challenge this young man in front of you, and this young man named Gon, as long as you can win Gon, this gem is worth 300 yuan. Wanji Yuni's big diamond is yours. Because Gon was going to auction off this GI Greedy Island game, but the minimum starting price was 8.9 billion rennies, and his current money was not enough, so Leorio gave the idea to make money by arm wrestling. 10,000 times, Gon has to win 10,000 times to earn 100 million yuan, which is 2. Killua complained on the side, but couldn't hold back the enthusiasm of Gon and Leorio, so he followed. 10,000 Junie, as long as you win this kid, you can win the 3 million Junies bricks? 35. A bald head stepped out of the crowd to confirm. Yes, as long as you beat Gon with a wrench, you can get this big diamond ring of 3 million nuns. 4 flowers. Leorio was very enthusiastic, because finally a fish took the bait. Both he and Gon had received special training at Killua's house, and had pushed open the massive iron gate of Killua's house, so these people came to participate in the wrestling competition with Gon, and only gave Gon money. Here, this is 10,000 ringtones. The bald head took out 10,000 ringgits from his wallet and handed it to Leorio, then sat on the chair opposite Gon, with his right elbow on the table, ready to compete with Gon. Gon, remember what I taught you, you have to pretend to be back and forth with this bald head, or even pretend to lose, and then win with a slight advantage, so that other fish will take the bait. Before the game, Leorio leaned over to Gon's ear, covered Gon's ear with one hand, and whispered. Okay. Gon nodded softly in response. 0. Although a little embarrassed, in order to make money to auction off the GI Island of Greed game, Gon can only do so. Hey, kid, are you ready? Whisper. The bald head looked at Gon's dissatisfied Deo. Ready, let's get started. Gon stretched out his right hand and held it with the bald head. 7 or 8 seconds later, Gon pretended to use all his strength and won. I actually lost to a kid. The bald head looked at Gon, who was still a teenager, with some doubts about life. Uncle, if you're not convinced, you can still challenge, it's still 10,000 monks. Leorio looked at the bald head and said. Then I'll do it again, his grandmother's, I can't do it, my wrist strength will be weaker than a brat with no hair. The bald man once again took out 10,000 ringgits from his wallet and handed it to Leorio. 10 seconds later, Gon once again pretended to use all his strength to get a tough win. I lost again. The bald-headed man looked at his hand that was knocked down, and said with a dull expression. Uncle, you are a little short again, or are you coming again? Or maybe you really can't win. Leorio bewitched. Damn it, come as soon as you come, I don't believe it anymore, my wrist strength will not be comparable to that of a kid. The bald man was stimulated to take out 10,000 ringgits from his wallet again. While the bald man took out the 10,000 Junie, Shizuku, a member of Phantom Troop No. 8, pushed aside the crowd and stepped forward. She is going to take over the strong man and this wrench named Gon after the strong man loses, and then win the big diamond she likes. Knife. Chapter 104. After Shizuku lost the wrench of the bald man, he took out 10,000 ringtones from his pocket and put it in Leorio's hand. The first time there is a girl challenge, beautiful girl, you have to cheer up. Leorio said after taking 10,000 jennies from Shizuku. Beauty, come on, win this kid. Young man, it's a girl, remember to put some water. The audience on the side joined in the fun. Shizuku is also true, when you see something you like, you just grab it. 35. One of the members of the Phantom Troop, Phaeton, stood at the back of the crowd, muttering softly. Anyway, we are just going to survey the terrain of the underground auction venue, let her play here. Franklin, member of Phantom Troop member number 7, said. After more than 10 seconds, Gon tried his best to win Shizuku. Huh? Shizuku actually lost to this little 380 ghost? It seems that this kid has some strength. Franklin was a little surprised. Shizuku is left-handed, she should win if she uses her left hand to wrench her wrist. 99. Phaeton looked at Shizuku, who had lost the game, and said to Franklin. Shizuku regretted coming to Phaeton and Franklin, I lost, I still like that big diamond. Don't you have a strong left hand, why don't you use your left hand to wrench his wrist? Phaeton asked. Right. I watched him stretch out his right hand, and I also subconsciously stretched out my right hand to wrench his wrist. I'm going to fight him again. Shizuku was stunned, then turned to push aside the crowd, came to Leorio's side again, and handed over 10,000 rennies, I want to compare again. Okay, beauty. But you have to wait a moment. After Gon has finished with the dozen or so opponents who have already paid, I will arrange for you to play. Leorio said after taking the 10,000 ringtones. 5 or 6 minutes later, Gon beat the dozen or so opponents who were in front of Shizuku in a row. This boy looks a little thin, but I didn't expect him to be quite strong. This young man can actually win more than a dozen opponents in a row, he does have some strength. 35. This beauty is going to challenge again, it seems that she lost just now, a little unwilling. 35. The spectators who joined in the fun were discussing on the side. Beauty, it's your turn to play, I hope you can win this time. Leorio said to Shizuku from the side. After Shizuku heard Leorio's words, he walked straight forward and sat on the chair opposite Gon, then stretched out his left hand, rested his elbow on the table, and made a wrench gesture. Why are you using your left hand this time? Gon asked the pretty woman across from him with glasses and a cross on her chest. Is it not okay? After Shizuku heard Gon's words, he looked at Gon and said. Yes, of course. Gone, just use your left hand to compete with this beautiful young lady, let her. Leorio chimed in. After Gon heard Leorio's words, he was a little helpless. He just won the woman with his right hand. If he didn't use his left hand, he might lose the game, but Leorio had already said in front of so many people. Now, he had no choice but to stretch out his left hand to wrestle with the woman. Are you two ready? I'm going to start shouting. 1, 2, 3, start. As Leorio shouted, Shizuku and Gon pushed hard at the same time. Gon has a tendency to be knocked down the moment he starts to wrench his wrist. Why is this woman's left hand stronger than her right hand? 3 seconds later, Gon's arm was pushed down on the table by Shizuku's left hand. Lose. Leorio was in disbelief on the side. He and Gon both had special training at Killua's house. The front door of Killua's house, which weighed several tons, could be pushed open, but they lost. I won. Shizuku looked at the diamond in the open box in Killua's hand, and said slightly happy. Congratulations to you, 9. Leorio's eyelids twitched. He and Gon came up with this method because they wanted to make money, but they didn't expect to lose the big diamond of 3 million ringtones before they tried many games. Shizuku stood up from the chair, came to Killua, picked up the big diamond, and had a smile in his eyes. Thank you for the diamonds, I love them. After Shizuku finished speaking, he turned around and merged into the crowd watching the excitement, and then left. Hey, kid, did you deliberately lose to him because you saw that girl was beautiful? How could you do this? A man with a big back who lost the game said with some dissatisfaction. Are you trying to find fault on purpose? A big diamond of 3 million ringtones, will we deliberately lose? Leorio looked at the man with the big back and retorted. That's 3 million ringtones, and Gon would have to win at least 300 times to win it back. Yes, 3 million ringtones are not much for me, but for you brats who have no money, it is indeed a lot. How could it be possible to lose on purpose? After hearing Leorio's explanation, the big-backed man thought for a moment. Hey, Gon, Leorio, Killua, what are you doing here? Li Mu took Pike Nyotan to go to Gon and Killua's residence according to the location, but he did not expect to meet Gon, Killua and Leorio on a street in front of the residence. We originally wanted to make some money here by wrenching our wrists, but we unexpectedly lost a big diamond of 3 million ring neals. Leorio looked at Li Mu and scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and explained. Li Mu, who is this sexy and beautiful woman next to you? It can't be your new girlfriend. Leorio looked at Li Mu's side and even followed a woman, and said gossip. No. Li Mu shook his head gently. Then who is she? Leorio asked curiously. In the crowd not far away. Phaeton and Franklin and Shizuku all watched Li Mu and Pike Nyotan. Pike Nyotan's thoughts have been sealed by absolute. Franklin focused his eyes and looked at Pike Nyotan, who looked a little depressed in the distance, and said to Shizuku and Phaeton. 2.2's absolute in the 4 elements of mindfulness can not only eliminate and isolate one's own aura, but also seal other people's mind power after using profound knowledge. Pike Nyotan should have been kidnapped by this kid by her side. Franklin continued. The man who hijacked Pike Nyotan is called Li Mu, and he is very strong. He once had a conflict with us when Phaeton and I were on a task of hunting giants, and stopped me and Finks by one person. Shizuku pushed up the reflective glasses and pointed at Franklin. This kid named Li Mu is indeed a tough opponent. Phaeton said with a frown after recalling the conflict when he was hunting giants. Although this kid is very powerful, since our partner is in his hands, we must rescue our partner. If possible, I will enlarge the attack and kill him. 35. Phaeton said to Shizuku and Franklin on the side. Chapter 105. Action. Following Phaeton's words, Franklin stretched his hands straight forward, and pointed his 10 fingers, which seemed to be cut off, to the crowd in front of him, and then launched Transmutternon, a 2-handed machine gun. Countless bullets shot out of Franklin's automatically severed fingers. Bang bang bang. The people who were watching the wrestling competition before fell to the ground covered in blood under the machine gun bullet. It's a terrorist, run away. With the screams of fear from a crowd of onlookers, the scene instantly became a mess. And Franklin's indiscriminate shooting was to make the scene chaotic and give Phaeton a chance to kill Li Mu at close range. Phaeton also seized this opportunity, took advantage of the crowd to flee, mixed directly in the crowd, and then moved towards Li Mu. A sharp blade was stabbed, and the sharp blade accurately stabbed Li Mu's chest. Cut. Just when Phaeton thought the assassination was successful, Li Mu, who was stabbed by him, turned into a shirt with a bang, and Li Mu, who had used the avatar technique to escape the attack, used dark step quick to come behind Phaeton. He violently threw a 30-fold gravity punch. Dangerous. The circle formed by Phaeton's thoughts dispersing, sensed the danger behind him, and immediately wanted to roll away quickly on the right side. Boom. One sound. Li Mu's fist hit the wall in front, and the wall instantly collapsed and shattered under the action of the gravity fist. Franklin saw that Phaeton had a slight disadvantage in the case of the sneak attack, and hurriedly provided remote support. Suppression of firepower, 2-handed guns. I saw Franklin's wrist opened as if it had been cut off, and special bullets the size of the mouth of a bull shot out from Franklin's wrist. Li Mu looked at the countless huge bullets that were shot, and stretched out his right hand to fully activate the gravitational fruit ability, the horizontal gravity Xin Luo Tianzheng. In Franklin's place. Boom! A huge, dense explosion occurred where Franklin was located. Franklin. Shizuku, who was fighting Killua and Gon Leorio, was distracted for a moment when he looked at the position of Franklin, who was bombarded by the psychic bomb. There are flaws. Killua's sharp nails with 5 fingers together quickly rushed towards Shizuku, ready to take off Shizuku's head. Bang bang bang! Dozens of bullets were fired at Killua, forcing Killua to withdraw his hand to remove Shizuku's head. Shizuku, don't get distracted while fighting. Franklin knelt down on one knee, pointed the 5 fingers of one hand to Killua, then coughed 2 blood and said to Shizuku. Although Franklin escaped some of the bullets that bounced back just now, a lot of them still hit him. Even though he used his advanced skill Jian to cover his body for protection, he was still seriously injured. Clothes were blown to tatters. Franklin, are you alright? Shizuku asked eagerly after the bulge-eyed fish that materialized with the tool knocked off Gon. It's okay, I can't die, or I'll help you kill these little devils first. You go back first. Franklin resisted his injuries and stood up, then stretched out his hands again, ready to shoot Gon and Killua and Leorio with 2-handed machine guns. Don't shoot my friends. Even when Kurapika arrived at the scene, he rushed over from not far away and punched Franklin in the face. Boom! The seriously injured Franklin was smashed and flew out, lying on the ground with his tattered clothes on his back. Spider! After Kurapika saw the spider tattoo on Franklin's body, her eyes instantly turned red, and the murderous aura from her body couldn't stop exuding. The red eyes of the Kuluda clan, you are the remnant of the Kuluda clan. Franklin said in a low voice when he saw Kurapika's red eyes. Remnants of the Kuluda clan. Phaeton, who was in the heat of battle with Li Mu, glanced at Kurapika after hearing Franklin's words, and then continued to engage in the final showdown with Li Mu. Be scorched by the scorching sun. Rising sun. Phaeton, who was covered in the psychic cloak of the incorruptible man, turned into a huge miniature sun and smashed towards Li Mu. Facing Phaeton who released his ultimate move, Li Mu did not plan to use elementalization or other skills to hide, but decided to use the freezing ability to harden the steel and have a battle of ice and fire. Big Ice World, Ice Emperor. This is one of the ice-type ultimate moves created by Li Mu with reference to the ultimate move of Fire Fist Ace in the Pirate. I saw a huge hockey puck grow rapidly from the center of Li Mu, and meet Phaeton's rising sun. Boom! The loud crashing sound is deafening. The corpses shot by Franklin's 2-handed machine guns on the street were either cremated or frozen, and the corpses on the edge of the street were swept away by the air waves that collided between the ice and the fireball, like a broken kite hitting not far away. Building. So strong. Killua stood on the road thousands of meters away with her hands in front of her chest, resisting the air waves, secretly shocked in her heart. When Li Mu and Phaeton each amplified their moves, he quickly escaped with Gon and Leorio, so he was not affected by Li Mu and Phaeton's big moves. Li Mu's strength is too strong. 380. Leorio looked at the mushroom cloud sky where ice and fire blended in the distance, and couldn't help sighing deeply. The last time he felt Li Mu's strength was when Li Mu was fighting with Ilmi, but he didn't expect that this time, Li Mu's strength became even stronger. Not only Leorio and Killua were shocked. The entire Ukexan was attracted and shocked by this huge collision explosion and the mushroom cloud in the sky. Could it be that the Mafia is fighting with lethal weapons? This power shouldn't be the poor man's rose. It shouldn't be the poor man's rose, the scene of the poor man's rose when it explodes is not like this, and the power is much greater than this. People in the city of Ukexan talked about the small mushroom cloud intertwined with ice and fire in the sky. What's the matter with the mushroom cloud in the distance? Ukexan is about to hold a 10-day auction, so there can be no violent terrorist attack that affects the big people or rich people who come to the auction. Check the situation. If it is malicious terrorist attacks, you can solve them by the way. Richard Terrence, one of the 10 leaders, gave an order to his direct yin beast, Owl. Chapter 106. The roof of the square building. Phantom Troop 12th member Flake Cleaver looks down on the street below. On the street, Pikenoten was frozen, Shizuku and Killua fought again, the seriously injured Franklin was unilaterally beaten by Kurapika in a red-eyed state, and Phaeton knelt down on one knee as his unpardonable man's psychic coat is half as hot as a soldering iron and half as white as ice. His rising sun is still slightly inferior. In his opinion, maybe he has the will to die and releases the biggest rising sun and has a chance to win. It seems that I, the most beautiful fighting family in the world, need to appear. Flake Ripper, who came because of the violent explosions produced by the battle, undid the bandage on his wrist with his hand, and as the bandage wrapped around his whole body fell, the body full of finger-sized holes was exposed. These body holes are acquired the day after tomorrow. When the Kyudundu man was circumcised when he was 3 years old, he put on small needles all over his body, and gradually changed into thicker wooden sticks as he got older. Holes and wind caves formed by fixed wood and stone. During the battle dance, these wind caves of different sizes will make a special pleasing sound. After peeling off the bandage completely, he spread his arms on the roof of the building and waved his arms like a music conductor. Every time he waved, the wind from the sky rushing into the wind cave of his arm would make a different pleasing sound. Warriors always come out when it matters most. After saying this sentence, the body of the peeling and cracking man began to rotate highly, and with each rotation, the musical melody generated by the friction between the wind cave and the air became a bit bigger. Except the crush from the planet. The high-speed rotating body of Flake Ripper cooperated with his incarnation ability to form a huge circular planet, Jupiter. Jupiter hit Li Mu from the rooftop of the building to the street at the speed of sound. Gon, Leorio, get out! Killua called out to Gon and Leorio while watching the fast and trajectory-moving giant star-like orb in the sky quickly retreating. It's finally here, 35. Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief after watching the Jupiter ultimate move. This time, they went to investigate the underground auction venue, and the action of Falafel was also among them, but Feloff found a clan just now, so he went to see his own clan. Li Mu looked at the giant Jupiter crushed at the speed of sound in the sky, and subconsciously used elementalization to avoid this physical attack. With such a wide-ranging attack, he couldn't dodge with a temporary substitute technique. Boom! Jupiter smashed into the position of the elemental Li Mu, a huge impact sounded, and the ground was directly smashed into a huge semicircular crater. Peeling and splitting, if you come later, we may all be wiped out. Injured Phaeton, who jumped on top of the broken bus, complained to the spalling Ripper. Aren't you dead? The flaky cracker scattered Jupiter and said as it fell toward the center of the crater. Me and Franklin are both injured, and the rest will be left to you to deal with. Phaeton said, looking at the spalling Ripper who slowly descended toward the center of the pothole with his arms outstretched. No one who was crushed by Jupiter, the flakes, could survive. Okay, let me crush these ants next. At the same time as he was talking, Falafel was about to incarnate as Jupiter again, but before he had time to spin and dance, the car on his right arm was suddenly torn off, and a large hole was also opened in his left chest near the heart. It won't be long. Space-capable mind beast. Peeling Cleaver Nianchi gathered his eyes and looked at the circular almost transparent air door on the left-hand side, as well as a handsome human-shaped Nian beast. An unexpected expression flashed in his eyes. Peeling cracks. Phaeton looked at the torn arm with a hole in the chest, the humanoid mind beast, and Li Mu who walked out of the air door, and the originally stable mood fluctuated again. Cough, I was careless, I didn't have time to flash, it seems that I underestimated this kid. In order to prevent us from being wiped out, Phaeton, you and Shizuku and Franklin evacuate with the frozen Picanoton, and I will use the last remaining time of my life to break the queen. At the same time as he spoke, Flakes wrapped his right arm, shoulders and chest to stop the bleeding, and then told the spinning body to use his psychic power to manifest Jupiter to attack Kurapika and Killua Leorio at the speed of sound. He did so. It is to create an opportunity for these companions to escape. Boom! The scrap cracker hit the spot where Kurapika was standing, knocking out a huge pothole, and Kurapika relied on the chain as a climbing rope and flew up to the damaged building next to him to avoid the attack. Although the attack failed, the Flake Cleaver did not continue to attack Kurapika, but turned around, because his purpose had been achieved, and Franklin had already forced himself to flee in the distance. 3 stinky brats, accept the crushing of Jupiter. 35. The peeling cleaver in Jupiter looked at Gon, Killua and Leorio with madness in their eyes. These 3 little devils were the weakest, and his move should be able to crush these 3 little devils into meat patties. Oops, at this speed of sound, you can't dodge. Killua looked at the Jupiter coming at the speed of sound, and her pupils shrank. Gon and Leorio also oozed some fine sweat on their foreheads because of the crushed Jupiter. I haven't enjoyed money, women, and power yet, so why should I die here so suffocated? Leorio cried out unwillingly. Just when Leorio fell into despair, a circular air door appeared in front of him, and Li Mu walked out of this air door and stood stalwartly between him, Killua and Gon. In front of. Am I going to, good money, allow you to hurt my companion? 99. While Li Mu was talking, the gravitational field spread out, and then his hands quickly aimed at Jupiter, Super Gravity Shinra Tianzhang. With the power of Gravity Devil Fruit, the crushed Jupiter was bounced back by Li Mu and hit the building next to it. Boom! Building after building collapsed under the impact of the bouncing Jupiter, and the flakes fell to the rubble of the collapsed buildings in the final blow. See you in the next life. Hopefully in the next life, we can still be members of the team. Goodbye, Captain. The flaky cracker who fell in the ruins of the building looked at Phaeton and Shizuka Franklin who were evacuating in the distance, and Picanoton who was kept in a frozen state by Franklin through the gap, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. He likes the brigade very much, but at the last moment of his life, he has to say goodbye to the brigade. Chapter 107. Kurapika stood in the room on the 15th floor of the damaged building and looked at several phantom troop members who were running away. He stretched his right hand and spread out his 5 fingers. A chain began to fall from Kurapika's middle finger under the influence of Kurapika's mind power. The chain of bondage of the middle finger. Kurapika pushed in with all his strength. The middle finger chain that he threw out was extending infinitely towards Franklin of the fleeing phantom troop, and instantly bound the seriously injured Franklin and dragged it back. Franklin. Shizuku looked at Franklin, who was dragged away by the chains, and immediately realized that the bulge fish wanted to rescue, but was pulled by Phaeton. Don't waste the escape time that the flakes have bought for us, otherwise the death of the flakes will be meaningless. When we evacuate back, discuss it with the regiment leader. The regiment leader will never sit idly by if the regiment members are captured. 5. Phaeton said to Shizuku. Shizuku looked at Phaeton, and then at Pikanoten, who fell on the ground and was frozen into a rectangular block of ice. He bit his lower lip and said, Franklin, we will definitely come back to save you. Kurapika, how can your chain stretch so long? Leorio 380 came to Kurapika, who jumped on the side of the road, and said, This is mine. Kurapika replied in a low voice, still in a state of anger. Kurapika, what are you going to do with this phantom troop man? Limu threw the deceased flakes to Kurapika's side and asked. Interrogate him first, and interrogate some information about phantom troop from his mouth. 35. While speaking, Kurapika stabbed the plundering chain of her index finger into Franklin's body, extracted Franklin's nin, and forced Franklin to enter a state similar to absolute, unable to play nin. Then, the chain of discipline in the form of the little finger's chi also pierced into Franklin's body, wrapping Franklin's heart. Precept 1, don't lie to me. Precept 2, do not pass messages to phantom troop by any means. Precept 3, if I ask a question, you must answer it within a minute. 99. Kurapika made these two vows. As long as Franklin violated these two vows, he would be pierced by the chain formed by the thoughts wrapped around his heart and died. You should be able to feel the chain of my thoughts floating in your heart. As long as you violate the two precepts and vows I just made for you, the chain will strangle your heart. Now I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you must answer me honestly. The first question, what is the ability of your head's mind? Kurapika's eyes were full of red bloodshots while he was questioning. The remnant of the Kuroda clan, do you think I'll tell you? Franklin stared into Kurapika's eyes and continued with a hint of playfulness, no matter what you ask, I won't say anything, I won't betray my group. Long and companions, 9. Boom. The chain of oath directly smashed Franklin's heart after Franklin did not answer truthfully to break the commandment oath made. Franklin's burst heart directly exploded a hole in his chest, and blood splattered on Kurapika's clothes and face. I would rather die than betray my comrades, this phantom troop is truly united. Leorio whispered aside. Just as Leorio finished saying this, a shadow from the sky cast on his face. Is it the terrorist attack you made? The yin beast bat soared in the air looking down at Leorio and Limu and said. These people don't look very powerful, can they really create such a powerful mushroom cloud? 35. Yin beast honeypot stood on the ruins of the building not far away and looked at Limu, and several people said. Don't you know that during the auction period, this city is temporarily guarded by our yin beasts? Yin beast, Owl slowly walked towards Limu and Kurapika with a CGCC, convenient wrap in his right hand. Yin beast. Are you really the strongest yin beast under the direct command of the top leaders of the mafia organizations scattered all over the world? Shi Laotu. Brother yin beast, don't get me wrong, we are professional hunters, and we have just eliminated a few Class A wanted criminals for mankind. The two people who have died here are the wanted criminals of the world's notorious Phantom Troop 5. Leorio took 2 steps back as he looked at the strangely shaped yin beast surrounding him, and hurriedly explained. Are you professional hunters? Then take out your hunter license. The yin beast owl pushed his dark sunscreen sunglasses with his left index finger and said. Can we still lie to you? Look, this is my hunter license. Leorio took out the hunter's license from his wallet, and continued to explain by pointing the front of the hunter's license to the members of these yin beasts. I didn't expect you guys who look weak are really professional hunters. Has the Hunter Association fallen to this point now that such a weak person can become a professional hunter? That white-haired weak kid, you're staring at me. Look what? Are you courting death? The yin beast bat sneered after seeing Leorio's hunter license. Your words make me a little unhappy. Killua asked with the 5 fingers of his right hand together in the shape of a hand knife. He was very aggrieved when he fought that girl just now, but now he was mocked by these yin beasts in the sewers, and his anger suddenly let go. Little devil, what happened to you weak chicken? Don't think that you are professional hunters, we will be afraid to kill you, I can only say that you think too much. The yin beast bat soared low above Killua and continued to taunt. Click. As soon as the yin beast bat finished speaking, one of his wings was cut off by Killua's sharp right fingernail, which jumped up suddenly. Che, I thought you were amazing, but I didn't expect you to be just a big talker. Killua threw the bat wings on the ground without cutting it. You broke my wings, I want you to die. The yin beast bat fell to the ground and said with a stern expression. At the same time as he finished saying this, the yin beast bat opened his mouth, ready to use a sonic attack to kill the kid who broke his wings. Go to hell, kid. The yin beast bat sneered in his heart. His sonic attack can penetrate even a tank. If this kid is hit in the head, it will definitely explode. Sonic laser. Just as the yin beast bat was about to release the sonic laser, his head was directly stomped on by Li Mu, who instantly came with dark step, swift. If you annoying yin beasts want to make trouble, I don't mind killing a few more. Chapter 108. If you talk to us like this, I can think that you are declaring war on our yin beasts. Declaring war on us, are you ready to die? While speaking, the yin beast scythe weasel moved his 10 fingers. His fingernails were as slender as the claws of the weasel. Itake, whirlwind. The yin beast scythe Itake waved his right hand, and slashed towards Li Mu with a 5-clawed sharp blade. Declaration of war. Li Mu looked at the Nian Qi Zhan that came over, directly cast the Tyrannosaurus Rex devil fruit, transformed into the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the overlord of the dinosaurs, stretched out his sharp claws and slapped the Nian Qi Zhan, and then quickly rushed towards the yin beast with claws. It penetrated the chest of the yin beast Kazuma Itake. Can't even catch one of my moves, are you qualified to declare war with me? Li Mu waved his claws and threw the body of Kama Itake on the ground, and said softly. Some of the people at Phantom Troop can get through a few tricks with him, but these yin beasts are a one-shot defeat. Li Mu twisted the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex to look at the yin beast owl and the other remaining yin beasts after killing the yin beast scythe weasel. Come on together. That way I can save a lot of time. While Li Mu was talking, he rushed to the nearest yin beast honey pot, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex claw smashed the head of the yin beast honey pot. At the same time that Li Mu slapped the head of the yin beast honey pot, the yin beast owl charged at Li Mu with a grey-black cloth. After getting close to Li Mu, the yin beast owl will directly cast Nin, the magical furoshiki, and cover the suddenly enlarged grey-black towards Li Mu. After he covers Li Mu with the furoshiki, he will activate Nin again. Make the furoshiki wrapping Li Mu smaller into a convenient large package, so that the Li Mu in the furoshiki will also shrink accordingly. However, the yin beast owl had a good idea, but the moment he approached Li Mu, his body was pierced through his chest by an Iceland dragon thorn that suddenly protruded from the ground. In less than 2 minutes, all the yin beasts present were eliminated by Li Mu. Li Mu, you can turn into a dinosaur, it's too fierce. Lioreo looked at Li Mu who had dealt with the yin beast, and said in awe. Leave here first, there is a war here, and it should soon attract other gangster forces and police officers guarding the city. Karapika forced himself to calm down and said. Then let's get out of here. After Lioreo heard Karapika's words, he was the first to raise his hands in approval. Inside a dilapidated building marked with a demolition sign on the edge of Yukiksen. Phantom Troops No. 3 Maggie is healing Phaeton's wounds. Captain, please give an order to save Franklin to avenge the flakes. Yuvajin stood up from the stone pier and pleaded with the brigade leader Krolo Lucilfer. I think that the one named Li Mu killed the flakes, and we should invite him to take the place of Flakes Brigade. 35. Hisoka twitched the poker card held in his left hand with his right hand, doing nothing and being indifferent to himself. After all, Phantom Troops' conditions for joining the group are, if you want to join the brigade, you can first kill a member of the brigade, and then you can replace this person as a new group member, and Hisoka is also because of killing the original number 4 member. Join Phantom Troop. That kid didn't want to join our Phantom Troop to challenge to kill the flakes. Hisoka, it's not true that you want this kid to join the brigade. Maggie said while healing Phaeton. Hisoka, if you're saying something like that, believe it or not I'll hack you to death. 35. Nobunaga held the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt of the sword hanging from his waist in his right hand, and said angrily to Hisoka. If you have the ability to kill me, go ahead, I'm more than happy. While speaking, Hisoka ejected the cards in his hand one by one into the air with his thumb, and looked at Nobunaga slightly provocatively. You really think I dare not? 35. After Nobunaga heard Hisoka's words, he rushed towards Hisoka directly. He was about to draw a knife on Hisoka as he approached Hisoka, but just after he approached Hisoka, his body was suddenly moved away. Members must trust each other and prohibit infighting. Phantom Troop leader Krolo Lucilfer stood up, then turned to look at Nobunaga and said. Captain, I know that the brigade should trust each other, but he actually said such irritating words. When Nobunaga heard the words of Captain Krolo, he let go of his hand on the hilt of the sword and complained. What we need to do now is to rescue Franklin before the auction starts, not the infighting between you. Krolo Lucilfer looked at Nobunaga and continued, I announce that before September 1st, all members will be dispatched to rescue Franklin and kill drop the chain hand named Li Mu and the one who took Franklin, and if the other 3 little devils meet, they will also be dealt with. Ask for her flowers. Received. 55. After Yuvajin heard Krolo's words, the suppressed emotions finally became a little higher. At 9 o'clock in the evening on August 30th, no matter whether the rescue of Franklin is successful or not, you must come here to gather and make final preparations for the robbery of the underground auction on September 1st. Krolo Lucilfer continued to order the assembly. Since that kid named Li Mu and the Chain Hand are powerful, let's act together. Crollo Lucifer continued. Captain, are you not going? Finks asked. I have more important things to do. Crollo Lucifer said, looking at the direction of the underground auction. It doesn't matter whether the regiment leader goes or not, we are enough to kill that Chain Hand and that kid named Li Mu. Yuvijin said very confidently. Okay, let's get started. The longer you drag on, the more dangerous Franklin will be. Crollo looked at the members and said. In the end, the brigade members were divided into 3 teams. Finks, Yuvijin, Nobunaga, Maggie, Cuba, Shulnark, Hisoka form a rescue team. Shizuka stayed here to take care of Phaeton and the newly thawed Pike Norton, and became the left-behind team. The head of the group, Crollo Lucifer, became a team by himself and went to the underground auction venue to continue the reconnaissance operation. A splendid meeting room. The 10 old men all sat on the chairs at the round table in the conference room. Just received the news that the most powerful person in the mafia under our direct command, the Yin Beast, has been killed. One of the old men with a hat said. Our highest force is not the opponent of the enemy hiding in the dark. I propose to hire killers to ensure the smooth progress of the underground auction. John Tobias, one of the 10 old men who just replaced him, suggested after thinking for a while. It's really a good idea to have a super killer to make sure the auction goes smoothly. We can hire members of the world's #1 killer family, the Zaldik family, and other famous killers. Dalton Gavin, one of the 10 old men, agreed with Deo Deo. Chapter 109. Inside a newly rented hotel apartment. Gon explained to Li Mu the reason for the previous wrist wrestling competition. So you guys are wrestling just to scrape together to buy that greedy island game? Li Mu said to Gon and Killua. Actually, there is no need to buy the Greed Island game. I remember that a rich man would spend a lot of money to buy all the Greed Island games at the auction, and then select and hire powerful people to enter the Greed Island game. Li Mu continued. The memory of his previous life remembered that a rich man bought these Greed Island games, but he had forgotten the name of the rich man. The minimum starting price of a game on Greed Island is 8.9 billion yuan. Will anyone really pay for the full set of the game 397 on the Island of Greed to be auctioned at the auction? 35. Leorio said in disbelief. I'm sure, but I can't remember the name of the rich man. If you don't believe me, you can surf the internet and check it out. There should be news about it. 35. Li Mu turned on the closed laptop on the table while talking. After the computer was turned on, Li Mu opened the browser and entered a phrase related to the Island of Greed to start a query. This rich man is called Butra. Li Mu was browsing to an article. The top rich man is willing to spend hundreds of billions of dollars to save his girlfriend to buy the game console of Greed Island in the upcoming underground auction, hoping to find a cure for his girlfriend in the game of Greed Island. Relevant methods. It really is. Leorio was also quite surprised to see the news. Li Mu, do you mean that after this rich man named Bharat auctions off the Greed Island game, we will apply to be an employee of the Greed Island? Killua looked at Li Mu and asked. This method should be much more cost-effective than spending tens of millions to buy the Greed Island game. After all, Gon wants to enter the game to find news about his father, not really want to play this game. Li Mu responded. Anyway, we can't auction a Greed Island game with our current money, so we might as well just follow what Li Mu said and wait for the rich man named Bharat to auction off those Greed Island games before going to apply for a job. Personnel. 35. Leorio, after a little thought, agreed with this approach. But after the auction, I have to go back to school to continue my studies, so I can't accompany you to apply for jobs. Leorio continued. The 4 of us will just go when it's okay, your studies are important. Gon patted Leorio on the shoulder comfortingly. I should be escorting my employer out of the city, so I can't sign up with you to enter the game. Kurapika came out of the bathroom with a wet face and said. The cold water in the bathroom had calmed Kurapika from her anger. Then I'll go in with Killua and Li Mu. Gon said slightly regretfully. But he can understand Kurapika's decision. After all, Kurapika has a formal job and can't be risking with the 3 of them. I'm going back, and in another 30 minutes, I'm going to take over the shift and take over the class protection lady of the other members. Kurapika took out her phone and looked at the time on her phone and said to the 4 of Li Mu. In the conference room on the top floor of the auction, there were 4 people who didn't look simple. On the table in the conference room were scattered pictures of Li Mu and Gon. A vicious killer in the conference room sat on the sofa and said to a bald-headed mafia boss in a black suit and a tie, Are these little brats our target this time? You mafia can't even deal with a few brats. The 3 killers were originally in this city, so when the mafia offered a reward for hiring killers, these 3 killers arrived first, and the specially hired members of the Zaldik family were on their way. Don't underestimate these little devils are very powerful. Even our most proud unit, the 10 Yin Beasts, is not their opponent. The southern mafia boss Jianji under the 10 old man frowned and said. Although he was a little displeased with the contemptuous words of the 3 killers, he did not attack them. After all, they still had to rely on these 3 killers to deal with the little devils who killed the Yin Beast. Don't compare our killers to your beasts of the dark. 39. The killer with a long scar on his cheek on the sofa said in a calm voice. They are killers rather than thugs, and even if they are stronger than them, they can rely on the killing skills of sneak attacks to kill them. Then please hurry up and kill these brats. The mafia boss Juji said with a cold snort. The professionalism of these killers made him very dissatisfied. The monitoring room of the Urban Traffic Supervision Bureau. Shulnark and Maggie 7 of Phantom Troops Rescue Squad are reviewing surveillance footage from the previous battle. Franklin is dead too, killed by the chain hand. Shulnark said in a low voice after seeing the video footage of Franklin being killed by the chain hand. Now that Franklin is dead, they have nothing to rescue. Damn, I must kill this chainman. Yuvajin watched Flake and Franklin, who fell to the ground in the video, and the anger in his heart could not be restrained. Yuvajin's right, the kiddies who killed Franklin and Flakes must die. Nobunaga agrees. First go through the monitoring route and see where these 2.2 little ghosts have gone. Shulnark skillfully manipulated the computer and called up the surveillance video of the relevant road section. After half an hour, he finally found the whereabouts of Li Mu and Gon. They stayed at this jet hotel. After finding the whereabouts of Li Mu and Gon through the video, Shulnark rubbed his temples slightly tired and said. After hearing the name of the hotel, Maggie took out her mobile phone, opened the map and entered the jet hotel to start the navigation, and then said to Nobunaga and Yuvajin, we can leave here, since we have found the residence of these little devils, then we will go kill these little devils. As Maggie spoke, the group quickly left the monitoring room and headed towards the jet hotel where the map was being navigated. Chapter 110. The blue sky, a hot air balloon spacecraft is passing through the clouds. By the window of the hot air balloon cabin, Netero was chatting with Li Mu on the phone. Li Mu, you are in the city of Yukixen. I happened to pass through this city when I returned to the headquarters of the Hunter Association, probably the night after tomorrow. It is on the night of August 31st that I can take the spaceship to the sky over this city, and then I will let the spaceship pilot stay here for a while, and take this opportunity to meet you. 39. Mr. Netero, is the Union Congress you participated in already over? Li Mu asked. He guessed it was over, otherwise his teacher Netero wouldn't have returned to Hunter Guild headquarters during the meeting. The meeting ended early, but the time I was away from Hunter Guild headquarters resulted in a pile of to-do items at the headquarters waiting for me to deal with. Netero looked in the direction of the Hunter Association headquarters through the window of the hot air balloon ship, and said with a headache. How far has Yuan practiced recently? Netero asked Li Mu. He hasn't communicated with Li Mu's cell phone for a while, so he doesn't know what level Li Mu's Nin practice has reached. I have mastered some of Nin's advanced application skills, and I have already learned some of the remaining ones. Li Mu responded. That's right, it's a lot faster than I expected to cultivate. Netero nodded in relief. According to Li Mu's cultivation speed, he should be able to take his class soon. When Li Mu takes over his class, he will be able to explore the Dark Continent again without any worries. On the road opposite the Jet Hotel, the 7 members of the Phantom Troop are walking towards the Jet Hotel. After arriving at the front desk of the Jet Hotel, Shulnark asked the waitress at the front desk, are there a few young boys who just came in here? One of these teenagers is named Gon, you can help me check his room number. Shulnark continued to address the front desk waitress. Sorry sir, we can't disclose information about staying members. The front desk waitress shook her head and said apologetically to Shulnark. This is their basic professional ethics. However, when the front desk waitress said this, Yuvajin stretched out his right hand and grabbed the waitress' throat with the palm of his right hand. Tell me the room number called Gon, or I will kill you. When Yuvajin was speaking, his right hand intensified, and the pinching waitress protruded her eyes and was a little breathless. Yuvajin, let go, if you don't let go, the waitress will break her neck. Shulnark said a little helplessly on the side. Enhancers and practitioners are so violent and simple-minded. After Yuvajin heard Shulnark's words, his right hand loosened, and the waitress fell directly to the ground. If you want to survive, just do as we say, check it on the computer, and tell me the house number of the room called Gon. Shulnark said to the front desk waitress. In fact, with his hacking methods, he can check it himself, but it will take a lot of time, so it is better to let the waitress check it quickly. After the waitress heard Shulnark's words, there was a trace of panic in her eyes. In order to survive, she hurriedly got up from the ground, came to the special computer, and began to check the check-in information. A few of them are in room 305. After 2 minutes of inquiries, the front desk waitress said a little flustered to the people in Shulnark. Thank you, beautiful lady. Shulnark had a smile on his face when he heard the waitress answer. After the waitress heard Shulnark's words, her nervousness relaxed a lot, thinking she was saved, but at this moment, a psychic needle shot out of Shulnark's hand, and shot in the side with a tricky technique. The back of the waitress's neck, the waitress was controlled and fixed her body under the terrified and unbelievable expression. After the waitress was immobilized, Shulnark took out the puppet phone formed by Nan and manipulated the phone to make the waitress his temporary puppet. You show us the way ahead. Shulnark used the puppet phone to issue the order. However, just as the waitress led the way to the corridor in front, Her head was suddenly taken off by a black shadow. Those little ghosts are our target of hunting. If you know each other, get out of here, or we will kill you first. A killer hired by the mafia with a bounty came out of the dark corner and said contemptuously. The other two killers were hiding in the dark, and as long as these people didn't listen to their advice, the two killers would raid and kill these people. Cut, it's just you crap. When Yuvajin was speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground, and instantly went to the front of the mafia. Before the killer could react, he punched and directly opened a big hole in the killer's chest. Vulnerable trash. While taunting, Yuvajin threw the body of the killer he killed on the ground. Just as Yuvajin was about to step over the corpse and move on, the corpse suddenly stood up slowly from the ground. Huh? Not dead. Yuvajin looked at the dead corpse that stood up and said in surprise. Mine to die. Shulnark used his mind power to gather his eyes and frowned deeply after seeing the thoughts emanating from the corpse after the resurrection. What is the idea of death? 397. Nobunaga asked his turn after Shulnark said such a funny thing. Mind-death covenant is a kind of nin that is activated after a person dies. This kind of mind-death covenant is very difficult to cultivate. Among them, those with the characteristics of nin are relatively easier to cultivate than others. Shulnark responded. The reason why he knew about the death covenant was through the advanced information purchased on Hunter's exclusive website. Just after Shulnark finished speaking, the circle formed by the thought of the dead killer enveloped all of Shulnark's people, and activated the post-death nin space-time rupture. 0. With the activation of the ability of time and space rupture, the time within the scope of the dead killer's circle package began to rapidly rewind to the past time point, and the killer who was smashed by a punch in the chest also returned to the past time because of point, came alive intact. Time rewinds before death. The idea of death that I can only use once in my life is just wasted on these few people. The killer has a gloomy face, and these people have completely offended him. Time field. This killer activates his trait nin, time field. In the time field, he can use 5 times the time acceleration ability, and the time flow in the time field is many times faster than the outside world. Chapter 111. In the time field. The killer directly activated the 5-fold time acceleration increase, and then took out the dagger wrapped in thought and stabbed Yuvajin's chest. Bang! The dagger that stabbed in Yuvajin's chest was snapped. My body, which is entangled in mind power, even a bullet can't hurt me in the slightest. Yuvajin said a little proudly when he saw the killer who looked a little shocked. Enhancer nin are basically strengthening the body, and the body has been tempered to be several times harder than steel. Although the enhancer nin is terrifyingly strong, it's not like I haven't killed it. The killer sneered inwardly. The weaknesses of the enhancer nin are generally in the eyes, ears, or crotch. As long as he activates the ability to accelerate the increase of time and attack these parts of the enhancer nin at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, he will have the opportunity to kill the enhancer nin. Yuvajin, I'm here to help you get rid of him quickly, kill him so we can avenge Franklin and the Flakes. 39. Maggie stepped forward and looked at Yuvajin. The two killers who were pulled into the special space of the time field have been eliminated by Maggie and Nobunaga, and now there is only the killer who cast the time field. Hotel lobby. Li Mu glanced at the corridor and whispered softly, have you come out yet? 2 days ago, the death of the waitress at the front desk caused panic in the hotel because the death of the front desk waitress was not pulled into the different space-time field. Therefore, apart from Phantom Troop who was pulled into the time field and killed a few people, this hotel now has only Li Mu who has been waiting here. After whispering, Li Mu continued to call, Mr. Netero, I'm already waiting for you at the hotel door. It will be there in 3 minutes. Netero replied. In 3 minutes, his hot air balloon will reach the top of Li Mu's rented hotel, at which time he will jump from the low-flying hot air balloon to meet Li Mu. 3 minutes passed in a blink of an eye, and President Netero jumped off the hot air balloon when the hot air balloon was only about 200 meters away from the ground. Phantom Troop and the killer in the time field are about to win while Netero jumps off the balloon. 5 times the time to accelerate the increase. The killer held the broken blade and relied on the time boost to stab Yuvajin's right eye at the speed of sound, but the killer had just rushed halfway when his head was suddenly separated from his body, and an advanced technique of hidden concealed it. The thought line was exposed due to being stained with blood. These sharp, filament-like lines of thought were placed in front of Yuvajin by Maki when he was talking to Yuvajin just now. The killer was killed, and the time field whose time flow was many times the outside world collapsed. Several people from Phantom Troop also escaped from this other space energy field. When they escaped and appeared in the corridor, they saw the station Li Mu at the door. This kid is at the door, I'm going to kill him. Yuvajin rushed towards Li Mu while seeing Li Mu. Super Destruction Fist. Yuvajin directly unleashed her stunt while getting close to Li Mu, but before he could hit Li Mu, he was punched by an old man next to him. He's the Phantom Troop guy you mentioned to me on the phone earlier. Netero asked Li Mu after kicking Yuvajin. Okay. Li Mu nodded. While Li Mu nodded, Shulnark looked at Netero seriously and said to his companion, this old man is the president of the Hunter Association, Netero. He had seen this terrifyingly strong man when he got his hunter license. With the protection of President Netero, we shouldn't have a chance to kill this kid named Li Mu today. Shulnark continued. Don't you find it fun to fight against powerful people? Hisoka licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue and said slightly excited. It is now 5:30 p.m. on the 31st. It seems that we were involved in the time field by the killer before. The flow rate of the time field is many times faster than the outside world. We only stayed in the time field for more than 10 minutes. Just 2 days have passed. 7 o'clock is the meeting time agreed by the leader, so we have to go back before 7 o'clock. In half an hour, if we can't kill this kid, we will evacuate and go back before 7 o'clock. Kyubei looked at the time on his phone and said to everyone. After you know my identity, you still don't plan to retire. It seems that I am really old, and my previous prestige is useless. Netero squinted and chuckled softly. Old ghost, you all know that you are old, why should you stand up for this kid? 39. Since you want to protect this kid, we can only kill you first. 99. Yuvijin slowly approached Netero and moved his muscles slightly. Li Mu, I'll leave this person to you to deal with. When I was on the phone before, didn't you say that your physique is very strong? It just so happens that I can use him to test your physique. Netero ignored Yuvijin, but looked at Li Mu and said. Okay, since Mr. Netero, you want to see the level of my physical skills, then I'll show you. While Li Mu was talking, he cast the Tyrannosaurus Rex Devil Fruit Orc form. Tyrannosaurus Rex Claw. While Li Mu rushed towards Yuvijin, he stabbed Yuvijin's chest with his right claw. Super Destruction Fist. Facing the jab of Li Mu in dragon form, Yuvijin threw out his stunt, the Super Destruction Punch. Boom. The fists of the two slammed together, and the air made a huge vibration sound, and then the two took a few steps back. This kid actually took the Ultra Destruction Fist of Yuvijin's full blow. Nobunaga said something, Hao Niuzhao, in disbelief. Yuvijin's super destructive punch, even a tank can be blasted, but unexpectedly it was taken by a kid in the form of a counter punch. It should be the amplification after he turned into a monster. Kyubei analyzed. Let's go together and try to kill this kid within half an hour. After Yuvijin's super-destroying punches didn't get any benefit, Shulnark inserted the needle into his body, and then activated Nen to put himself into the autonomous operation mode, in which his comprehensive combat ability would be obtained in a short time. Great improvement. After Nobunaga heard Shulnark's words, he directly pulled out the famous sword from his waist and attacked Li Mu, who had transformed into a dragon man. Go to hell. Don't interfere in their battle. If you want to play, I will accompany Yuzu. While Netero was talking, he used the huge Bai Shi Guanyin with his inspiration Bai Shi Guanyin, which directly burst the hotel. Chapter 102. The golden giant palm of the 100-style Guanyin, which is pushed horizontally, slaps Nobunaga, who is blocking the front of him with a knife. So strong. A look of shock flashed in Maggie's eyes. Nobunaga's strength ranks among the top in the brigade, but such an existence was slapped by Netero's 100-style Guanyin with the palm of his hand. Let's go together. Nobunaga wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said solemnly. Following Nobunaga's command, Finks lifted the huge debris aside and threw it towards Netero's location. Netero looked at the broken wall that was thrown, and put his hands together, and then took a side shot. The wall was instantly smashed by the Baishi Guanyin who was protecting him behind him. Immediately after, Netero, who folded his hands again, performed the 9th form of the 100-style Guanyin. A huge Guanyin palm quickly fell from the sky, slapped Finks into the ground, and left a huge palm print on the ground. III/. 35. When Nobunaga took advantage of Netero to deal with Finks, he slashed at Netero with a huge mind slash. Netero looked at Niang Kaijian that was slashing rapidly, and clasped his hands together again, and then made a state of slap with both hands. He saw that the palms of the two arms of Bai Shi Guanyin behind Netero slapped Nian Kaijian. Boom! Nian Qi slashed and vanished under the co-pattern of Netero's 100-style Guanyin's outstretched palms. Hisoka, with your stretchy love, catapult me into this immortal body. After Finks came out of the slapped pothole, he kept spinning 397's right arm, energizing his right arm like a clockwork, accumulating energy and preparing to perform stunts one by one. Although I am very upset that you ordered me, I also want to see if your ultimate move can hurt President Netero. While talking, Hisoka used Nan's stretching love to create a thick elastic rope, and then tied the rope to the bow body of the slingshot with the support of 2 cylinders in the hotel that was broken. A simple slingshot. Finks saw the ejection device made by Hisoka, and used himself as a slingshot to shoot Netero. When he was about to approach Netero, he used a unique trick to spin 500 times quickly, back to the sky. 100 style of Avalokitesvara's 99th style. Faced with the attacking Finks, Netero's mouth cracked with a smile. He was too lazy to continue to fight one by one, so he launched the 99th form and let the 100 style of Avalokitesvara shoot 99 palms at once. CGCC. Center of the road. The battle between Li Mu and Yuvijin has also reached a fever pitch. T-Rex's fistbone meteor shower. Li Mu waved his claws in the form of a dragon, and slammed the hammer towards Yuvijin, punching the hammer on Yuvijin's cheek protected by the enhancer energy. I can't be passive like this, and if I continue to be passive, the protective shield formed on my head by gathering a lot of energy with my heart will be broken. 39. While Yuvijin was punching, he was thinking about how to break the game. Yuvijin, retreat. Shulnark, who was forced to exit from free control mode, supported Cuba and said to Yuvijin who was fighting Li Mu. While Shulnark was talking, Hisoka's 3 wicked playing cards shot at Li Mu, causing Li Mu to slow down his attack on Yuvijin. Yuvijin also took advantage of this moment to get away and quickly retreated. Separate and withdraw. After Shulnark saw Yuvijin escape, he continued his command. There are 2 reasons for Shulnark's command to evacuate. The first is that the time agreed with the regiment commander is approaching, and the second is that they are temporarily helpless against Netero's Bei Shiguanyan and are at a disadvantage. Chapter 103. Inside a dilapidated building to be demolished on the outskirts of Yukiksen. Phantom Troop leader Krollo waited for the return of the members with his hands crossed and his chin supported. While Krollo was waiting for the group members to return, his cell phone rang. After Krollo answered the phone, a familiar voice came from there. My dad and grandpa have been hired by the 10 old men. As long as you go to rob the underground auction, you will automatically become my dad and grandpa's. Hunt objects. The familiar voice came from Azaldique family Il fan who had met Krollo a few hours earlier. Did the 10 old men hire your father and grandpa? Your father and grandfather are indeed difficult to deal with, and if you meet them, it will indeed hinder my plan to rob the auction. Krollo frowned when he heard Ilmi's words. His previous number 8 member was assassinated by Ilmi's father Silva, so he went to Silva to fight, but he didn't kill Silva. Member number 8 was killed, and there were additional members later, so Xiao De joined as a new member. If our brigade killed your father and grandpa, what would your family what would happen? Krollo asked. Krollo not only met Ilmi a few hours ago, but also Ilmi's younger brother Kalito and Ilmi's great-grandfather Mahazaldik gave Krollo strong pressure, a kind of insurmountable pressure. In fact, it is normal for Krollo to feel this way, because Mahazaldik has killed countless strong men in his life, and the only person who has fought against Mahazaldik and is still alive is President Netero, one of the most powerful hunters in the world. Even if I don't answer this question, you should know the answer, right? Ilmi chuckled. If Phantom Troop kills his father and grandfather while robbing the underground auction, then the end of Phantom Troop will come, not to mention, he doesn't think Phantom Troop's person can be his father and grandpa's opponent. If I paid you and your great-grandfather to assassinate Old 10, would you take it? Krollo asked. The 10 old man is the employer who hired Yilmi's father and grandfather. He is not sure whether Yilmi will take up this assassination mission. After all, if he does, he may conflict with his father and grandfather. As long as your money is in place, assassinating the 10 old men will be a problem. After hearing Krollo's words, Ilmi's eyes showed a smile. When their Zaldik family took on the assassination mission, they always only recognized money and not people. How much? Krollo asked. 10 old men each have a head of 1 billion, a total of 10 billion monks. Ilmi looked at his great-grandfather Maha and his younger brother Kalito in a kimono with his hands in his trouser pockets not far away, and expressed the price in his heart. Their Zaldik family usually kills one person at a billion, and the price he gives is very reasonable. After Krollo heard Ilmi's offer, he frowned slightly. He could afford 10 billion, but it was a bit expensive. If you succeed in the robbery auction tomorrow, the auction items will be worth hundreds of billions or more, so 10 billion yuan is a drop in the bucket for your robbery auction items. Ilmi saw that Krollo did not agree, so he analyzed it. 10 heads together for 8 billion monks. Krollo was silent for a moment after hearing Ilmi's words, and then said. Chapter 104. It's still the abandoned building. Temporary settlement of Phantom Troop. A red-haired man with a clown makeup on his face emerged from the darkness. He is Hisoka, the 4th member of the brigade. Hehe, I'm back. Are you all still there? Hisoka said with a nasty smile on his face, squinting his eyes. Hey, Hisoka. What do you mean? NUBD made us wait so long. 5. Yuvijin, who had been beaten up by Netero before, had long been suffocated, and immediately yelled at him. Hehe, I'm sorry. I just have something to do, I can't help it. Hisoka spread his hands and apologized insincerely. You. Seeing Hisoka's nonchalant attitude, Yuvijin became even more angry, and immediately clenched his fists, ready to attack. Fortunately, Maggie stopped him. Okay, Yuvijin, the brigade has 397 regulations, and members of the group can't quarrel casually. Saying that, Maki glared at Hisoka again. Hisoka, please shut up too, don't make trouble. Okay, little Maki has the final say. Hisoka shrugged and found a random spot to sit down. At this time, seeing that all the members of the brigade had arrived, Krollo, who was wearing a black coat with a big back, put down the book in his hand, and said. Okay, let's get started. Captain, what are we going to grab this time? The fiery Yuvijin asked impatiently. Take all the auction items. The expressionless Krollo spoke calmly to the remaining members of the brigade. Really? Captain? This is the enemy of the underworld all over the world. Yuvijan's eyes widened, looking a little surprised. Yuvijan, are you afraid? Krollo smiled and looked at Yuvijan, who was shaking from head to toe. Is Yuvijan afraid? Afraid of the 10 old men or the power of the world's underworld? Do not. Of course not possible. He's part of the lawless phantom troop. How could he be afraid? In fact, Yuvijan was excited, rejoicing at Krollo's words. Scared? How is that possible? I'm having fun. Haha. I saw Yuvijan shouting in a very excited tone, order, Captain. I can't bear it anymore, I killed all the guys in the way. Take everything, 9. At this time, not only Yuvijan, but other members of Phantom Troop also showed cold smiles on their faces. No one raised any doubts, and everyone had a confident and fearless expression. As if to be the enemy of the underworld in the whole world, it's just a trivial matter. Then, in the name of Commander Phantom Troop, I order to start operations and kill everyone who gets in the way. Take all the treasures from the auction. Yes. 39,939. Hearing the cold words contained in Krollo's blandness, all the members replied in unison. So what's the problem? After briefly explaining the plan of action, Krollo looked around at all the members and asked. No doubt. Anyway, it's enough to kill all those who get in the way, right? Haha, Yuvijan, you don't understand anything at all. Who cares about that? Just kill it. That's right, then let's make a big fuss, whoever gets in the way will die. 66-99. While talking, the members got up one by one and walked out. Wait a minute, Hisoka. 35. Suddenly, Krollo called out the clown who was at the back. Hehe, what else is there to order? Captain. Chapter 105. On the street near the auction venue, 4 members of the Phantom Troop walked without disguise. Seeing this scene, Gon immediately loudly reminded Killua and Leorio beside him. Killua. Leorio. Come here, I see the Phantom Troop. Phantom Troop? Gon, really? Where? Hearing Gon's words, Killua hurriedly looked towards the street. And Leorio was also surprised, he picked up the binoculars and ran over quickly. Where? Where? Over there. The 4 people in that alley look exactly like what Li Mu said before. Gon said, guiding Leorio and Killua with his fingers. Is it them? Killua asked. Yeah, that's right, those 4. Gon nodded vigorously. Well, it seems to be a member of the Phantom Troop. Killua opened her cat-like eyes, and after checking it carefully, agreed with Gon. Let me see. Leorio, who only came to the window at this time, said while holding up his glasses and constantly searching the street. However, the road was crowded with people, and the 4 Phantom Troop members disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah, they mixed in with the crowd and disappeared. Gon had a regretful look on his face. What a pity. The people at Phantom Troop are all Class A bounty criminals. If I catch them, I will definitely make a lot of money. Leorio is also regretful. Haha, give it up. Leorio, you are too weak to catch them. Killua pouted and sneered. Well, it's impossible. 35. Gon agreed with Killua. Hey. You two underestimate me too. Hearing this, Leorio first glared at Killua and Gon, and then said, that's not necessarily true, and I guess the people at Phantom Troop are stepping. Then, shall we inform Li Mu? Killua spread his hands and asked. Do you want it? But the people from Phantom Troop have already left. Gon replied innocently. Just when Gon and the others were discussing whether to notify Li Mu about the presence of the Phantom Troop members, Li Mu had just walked out of the hotel door and was about to head to the auction venue. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Mission, rescue Nian Nisra and stop Captain Phantom Troop from taking his ability Angel's Autonote. Mission reward, 1 Yuan to kill the 6th type of the Navy. Navy 6. After hearing this instant kill item, Li Mu's eyes lit up. This is a powerful physical technique in the world of One Piece, if I can learn it, my strength will definitely increase a lot again. Do not miss it. So, Li Mu, who was bound to get the task reward, began to think about how to complete the task. Protect Nian Nathra? Stop Brigade Chief Krollo? Chapter 106. Time passed minute by minute, and night fell. At this time, Krollo first glanced at his watch, then stood up from his chair and said. Well, it seems to be getting late, Miss Nian, let me take you home. I don't want to go back. Because of the divination ability, Nian, as Nisra's most precious treasure, has always been limited in her freedom. Even if she goes out shopping, she will be accompanied by a lot of bodyguards. This situation naturally made Nian very dissatisfied. Finally, a few hours ago, the angry Nian took advantage of the opportunity to go to the toilet and disguised himself as a bodyguard, including Kurapika. This also gives Krollo, who has been following for a long time, a chance to take advantage. That is, stealing the chance of its Nin. Thief's desire. This is Nin from Krollo. The effect is that the nin captured by others is stored in the book, and the nin captured later cannot activate the nin. However, it is very troublesome to capture and use, and the following conditions need to be met. 1. Seeing the other party use nin with your own eyes. 2. Ask questions about each other's nin and get answers. 3. The opponent's hand is placed on the book cover. As long as the above 3 steps are completed within an hour, nin can be captured. Now, Krollo has allowed Nian to meet the first and second conditions of stealing through the deceit of rhetoric. As long as the condition of the opponent's hand is on the book cover is satisfied, Krollo's action this time is complete. So, after coming out of the restaurant, Krollo quietly walked behind Nian. He raised his hand to knock Nian unconscious and let her finish the last step. Just then, the elevator door opened not far from the two of them. It's Li Mu. In the nick of time, he finally arrived. It is very accidental, because the development at this time has long been separated from the original work. The date of the original Krollo stealing Ninsnan is September 3rd. And today is only September 1st. With the help of the Hunter Association's resources, Li Mu finally found out Nian's whereabouts. So, he immediately rushed over with the fastest speed. As soon as he got out of the elevators, Li Mu saw Krollo who was about to attack Nian. Didn't have time to think about it. Ice Shuriken! Li Mu's hand shook, and a few shots of the ice shuriken shot towards Krollo. For the sudden attack, Krollo did not dare to be careless, he quickly dodged to the side, dodging the ice shuriken. Taking this opportunity, Li Mu cast Dark Step NCI, came to Nian's side, and blocked her behind him. What? This sudden change made Nian scream. Regardless of Nian's reaction, Li Mu's attack did not stop. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Li Mu stretched out his right hand and pushed the Gravity Fruit's ability with all his strength towards Krollo's direction. Boom! With the impact of the terrifying repulsion, Krollo was slammed into the wall. Under the terrifying pressure, the entire wall cracked in an instant. Wow wow wow! With the sound of cracking, the corridor was dusty. Chapter 107. Thank you, if it wasn't for you, I would have been succeeded by that bad guy. Seeing Krollo escape, Nian also understood everything at this time, so she honestly thanked Li Mu. You're welcome, Phantom Troop is my enemy. Li Mu said lightly, also, it's my mission to stop Krollo from taking your nin. 95. Mission? Are you also a bodyguard hired by my father? Nian asked in surprise. This is not. Who gave you the task? Li Mu shook his head, not intending to explain the $1 spike to Nian. While the two of them were talking, Karapika, who had been notified by Li Mu, finally arrived with those from the Nisra family. Who's next to me? Is it the one who kidnapped Miss Nian? Humph. Whoever approaches the lady without authorization are all enemies. The bodyguard team at the front was Desiree, and behind him were Karapika, Skavara, Feiji, and Basho, and at the back were a lot of gangsters in black suits. Of course, Arissa, the 397 maid serving Nian, was also in the crowd. A large group of people surrounded Li Mu and Nian. Miss, it's great that you're fine. Come back with us, the boss is already furious. Dazzle looked at Nian who was safe and sound, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his head to look at Li Mu, with a scrutiny look, and said, this gentleman, can you leave Miss Nian's side? Don't make any misleading actions. Dazzle's words were extremely unpleasant. But before Li Mu could say anything, Nian got angry. Hey! Dazzle, you idiot! What are you doing? I'm so rude, he's my friend. Because of Li Mu's hero-saving beauty behavior, Nian has obviously regarded him as his friend. It's just that Nian's words were not accepted by Dazai. To this professional bodyguard, any stranger who approached his eldest lady without authorization is suspicious. He wouldn't say anything harsh to his master, Nian, but he wasn't so polite to Li Mu. Sir, can you come with us? About you. Daziu Oxian said that he was going to let the bodyguards take Li Mu away. At this moment, Karapika interrupted Desiree and said, okay, Captain Desiree. Li Mu is my friend, and he's here to help protect Miss Nian. Saying that, Karapika glanced at the cracked wall around, then turned to look at Li Mu. There are traces of battle, is it the head of the Phantom Troop? At this point, Karapika's eyes had already turned red. Red with anger. Yes. Knowing that the other party has a deep hatred with Phantom Troop, Li Mu ignored Karapika's tone and nodded. Where is he? Karapika's voice was hoarse and low in anger. You're late. Shaking his head, Li Mu explained, Krollo has left. Which direction? Alas. Calm down, Karapika. You can't go on like this. Sighing lightly, Li Mu advised, don't forget, you are still in charge of Nian's bodyguard task. I understand. Karapika whispered in a very reluctant tone. At the same time as he spoke, he involuntarily squeezed his fist, making the chains wrapped around his hands rattle. Karika, what are you talking about? The head of the Phantom Troop? Listening to the conversation between Li Mu and Karapika, the bodyguards of the Nisra family were all at a loss. Desiree stared at Karapika, CGCC, with a serious expression, and said solemnly, Karika, can you tell me the specific situation? Why did you find an unrelated stranger to protect the eldest lady? After Karapika's explanation and Nian's addition, everyone quickly understood the whole story. After knowing that Krollo almost succeeded, everyone couldn't help but startled, and there was a panic in their eyes. If something happens to Nian, they're all dead for the bodyguards. Fired is a trivial matter, and may even be held accountable by the Nisla family. Being hunted down by a powerful gangster family is not an easy task. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Li Mu gratefully. In fact, he not only saved Nian, but also most of the people present. Anyway, the head of the Phantom Troop has set his sights on the eldest Snan, intending to steal it. Right. Rubbing his eyebrows, Ziwixi's expression was extremely serious. Fright, worry, fear, all kinds of negative emotions appeared on his face one by one. It's the Phantom Troop. With a deep sigh, Dazzle said astringently, you must hurry up and inform the boss about this. After saying that, Dazzle looked at Nian. Meaning, it goes without saying. Okay, I know, I will obediently go back, so the head office will do. 95. Knowing that he was not self-willed, although Nian was unhappy, he finally gave in. Anyway, thank you Mr. Li Mu for your help this time. The entire Nisla family will remember your kindness. After thanking Li Mu again and again, Dazwai left with the Nothram men. As these people left, a system prompt sounded in Li Mu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of saving Nian Nisla, preventing the Phantom Troop leader from seizing his ability Angel's automatic note, and getting the opportunity to kill the Navy's 6th style in $1. It seems that Krollo has given up on the idea of capturing Nin. Hearing the system prompt complete the task, Li Mu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this mission would continue to protect Nian for a long time. Didn't expect it to be done so soon. Certainly. This task is not easy. If I find Nian, just a few minutes at night. Mission failed. A few minutes. Thinking of this, Li Mu's mood was very complicated. After sighing slightly, he turned his attention to the task reward. Second kill. Li Mu chose to spend 1 ringni for an instant kill. Congratulations on the success of the spike. With the prompt sound, in the next second, a large amount of memory was poured into Li Mu's body. Chapter 108. In an instant, Li Mu only felt his head froze. Various images of the 6 types of cultivation that could not be seen replayed in his mind. Not only that, at this moment, his body was also injected with some kind of energy that promotes strengthening. What? Li Mu felt the muscles all over his body swell, he felt pain. The head swelled, and the body seemed to be about to explode. Time passed by minute, as if the days were like years. Li Mu only felt that his eyelids were getting heavier, and the whole person seemed to be lethargic. Go away. He gritted his teeth and denied the drowsiness from his body by his will. It took 10 minutes for the strengthening to finally end. The next second, Li Mu opened his eyes, and there was a faint glow in them. He carefully felt the changes in his body little by little. Got stronger. At the same time, the acquisition of the 6th form of the Navy has improved his physical fitness by a large margin. Li Mu thought to himself. This is also of course. Originally, only a superhuman body can learn the 6th form of the Navy. In the same way, being able to cultivate into the 6th naval form naturally means that Li Mu's physique will also become stronger. He clenched his fists slightly and punched forward with a straight punch. Sa. Instantly, the airflow rolled and the air trembled. Along with Li Mu's straight punch, a terrifying air wave suddenly rose and charged forward, crushing all obstacles. Actually, to have reached this point just by the power of physical instinct? I am. Looking at his hand, Li Mu's expression changed, and he suddenly woke up to one thing. I really made a lot of money by killing the Navy 641 Yuan this time. Not only has he obtained a comprehensive set of powerful physical techniques, but he has also undergone an amazing transformation of his body. It's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The strengthening of the body, the change in strength brought to Li Mu is all round. For example, the ability to use the devil fruit requires the physical strength of the person who uses the ability. Conversely, it can be deduced that strong physical fitness can naturally exert the ability of devil fruit better. At this moment, Li Mu feels that he can now wrench the wrist with President Netero. It's not that Li Mu is inflated, but that it is. The transformation that this enhancement has brought to Li Mu is absolutely amazing. Its strengthening effect is even better than getting another natural devil fruit. Name, Li Mu. Constitution, 65. Spirit, 46. Strength 55. Agility, 53. Devil fruit abilities, Frozen fruit, awakening level 42%, Gravity fruit, awakening level 27%, Dragon fruit T-Rex, awakening level 17%. Ninjutsu, transformation, substitute. Taishu, Navy 6 forms, shaving, iron blocks, paper painting, moonwalking, languid feet, finger spears, all proficient. Note, proficient refers to the average level of CP9 official members. Looking at the large number of points on his attribute panel, his physique, strength, and agility have all risen. Li Mu's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and he said with a cold smile. If the people from the Phantom Troop dare to attack me again, even if they don't need the guild leader, I can handle it. Still in this hotel. To Li Mu's surprise, Crollo, who thought he had fled long ago, did not leave. Crollo, who failed to steal Nin's Angel's automatic notes, did not leave the hotel to meet with his members, but stayed at the hotel. Why? It turned out that when he just escaped from Li Mu and ran to another floor, he was stared at by another person. It was an chasing Crollo's bounty. He blocked Crollo. So Crollo, who was already extremely annoyed, decided to take out the man in front of him. The two fought to the death in an empty large room on the top floor of the hotel. The battle didn't last long. Finally, Crollo, the victor, walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the great room and looked out. Under the night, the brightly lit Yukixan city is so bright and charming. Ah! Beauty always fades away. Then, begin to play the music of destruction. While sighing to himself, Crollo also conveyed instructions to his members through his mobile phone. Command to start action. The other side. A park not far from the Yukixan auction venue. The members of the Phantom Troop, who were missing 2 people, stood or squatted, with different postures. Look at your phone screen. Amidst all the noise, Shulnark spoke. The head of the regiment sent an order. He said, we can act now, let's start destroying the building near the auction. Actually, we have already come to the neighborhood, it seems that everyone has the same idea. Finks said as he twisted the neck of a patrolling gangster. Hey, my hands are so itchy that I can't stand it. Yuvajin laughed wildly. After that, while sweeping away the garbage, we headed towards the auction venue, right? Yes, exactly. Let's kill. At this moment, under the command of the spider's brain, the legs begin to move. Not long after, under the gentle night, a huge spark suddenly erupted from somewhere in the street. Immediately afterwards, the second flower, the third flower, also followed. Yukixan started a riot centered on the auction venue. Watching this scene, Crollo couldn't help showing a cruel smile on his face. He turned his head to look at the unnamed Nin's remnant in the center of the room, devoured by the floating fish. Ha, aha. Hee hee, why am I still alive? Then, what are those strange fish? 5. What the hell are you doing? The man who had lost most of his body, but was still good, broke down incoherently. To Li Mu's surprise, Crollo, who thought he had fled long ago, did not leave. Crollo, who failed to steal Nin's Angel's automatic notes, did not leave the hotel to meet with his members, but stayed at the hotel. Why? Crollo's black pupils contain a cruel will. Let go. Before waiting for the man to beg for mercy, Crollo casually pressed a button on the wall. That's the switch for the floor-to-ceiling windows in this room. Boom. The floor-to-ceiling windows slowly rose, and the fresh night breeze flowed in through the gap, and at the same time took away a little bloody smell. In the next second, fish in the secret room disappeared, and the man's plea for mercy stopped abruptly. He died. With a snap, Crollo closed the thief's will. Knife. Chapter 109. Boom. 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 Yukixan's riot continues. Watch the crazy fireworks that start to spread across the city. On the rooftop of the hotel, Crollo smiled and said, Franklin, Flakes. This is the requiem for you. After speaking, Crollo waved his hands as if conducting a certain movement. At this time, the door to the rooftop was suddenly pushed open, and 2 figures came out one after the other. A tall, stern expression, with long silver hair casually scattered behind his back. The other is an old man with short stature and white beard and hair. The 4 characters' life active duty are written on the clothes on his chest. They are the father and son of the Zaldik family, Silva Zaldik and Zeno Zaldik. Zaldik's 2 powerhouses came together. The goal is exactly. Head of the Phantom Troop. 413 Crollo Lucifer. The momentum of the 2 powerhouses was astonishing, and Crollo naturally did not dare to ignore them. He couldn't help but stop his movements and looked at the 2 uninvited guests on the opposite side with a serious expression. What a rarity! Crollo said coldly, his expression extremely gloomy. Do you know us? Silva asked. Humph. Do you think I'll forget? You killed one of my companions. There was a shadow in Crollo's eyes, killing intent burst out. Well, I remember it seemed like a troublesome job too. Although Sheba said trouble, but his expression was still a look of disapproval. Take it easy. This is the style of Sheba, the current head of the Zaldik family. That really bothers you. Looking at Sheba coldly, Crollo couldn't help but sarcastically. Alas. This is also a troublesome job. Zeno, who put his hands on his back, sighed and said, this business is really not worth it. Hearing this, Crollo squinted his eyes and said tentatively, then give up like this. Work is work. Silva said lightly, he clenched his fists, and seemed to be ready to shoot. As his voice fell, a faint murderous intent gradually rose in the air, solidifying the atmosphere of the entire space. Feeling the killing intent of Silva more than 10 meters away, Krollo's nerves instantly tense. He quietly put his hand in his pocket and sent a message to a mobile number. I have met your family, your father and grandfather. How is your mission progressing? Can you get it done as soon as possible? The addressee is Ilmi Zaldik. A day ago, Krollo commissioned a job for Ilfin. Entrust the other party to assassinate 10 old men. In fact, as long as the client who entrusted Silva and Zeno, the father and son of the Zaldik killers, died, the entrustment would naturally come to an end. And Krollo doesn't have to fight the Zaldiks for life and death. However, plans are not as quick as change. Unexpectedly, before the 10 old men was successfully assassinated, Krollo had already met the uninvited guests of the Zaldik father and son. Therefore, Krollo can only urge Ilfin to complete the task as soon as possible. Seeing that the conflict between the two parties is imminent, it is about to detonate at any time. Ilmi's reply finally came. I felt the vibration from the phone in my trouser pocket. Krollo's expression changed, he looked at the Zaldiks and said, Can I look at my phone? It's your family's phone. 99. Hearing this, Zeno was thoughtful. Although Silva was still ready to go, he didn't object. The two seemed to have acquiesced. Seeing the agreement of Zaldik and his son, Krollo cautiously raised his vigilance and answered the phone. How is it, Ilmi? I just found out where the 10 old men were hiding. From the other end of the phone, Ilmi's familiar and unwavering voice. Could it be faster? Krollo frowned. Can. Simple and neat answer. Hearing this answer, Krollo's expression was happy, but Ilmi said again, but you have to pay more. 35. Hearing this, Krollo couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Krollo strongly suspects that the Zaldik family is teaming up to steal his money. However, even so, Krollo is helpless. He gritted his teeth and said, plus. Okay, one head will add 500 million ringni. Yes, but you must complete the commission as soon as possible. With that being said, there's no need for Krollo to continue haggling, he agrees. Okay. Over there seemed to be an invisible smile on Ilmi's calm face. You'll hear about the death of old 10 in no time. With the words of Ilmi, the conversation ends. Krollo looked at the Zaldiks and said, You heard the call too. Actually we don't need to conflict. 35. A mission is a mission. Before the mission is officially cancelled, you are still our target. Silva's eyes were still firm, as if he would not give up until the goal of killing Krollo. Well, your deal with Ilmi is another matter, and it's your own business. 35 Zeno explained, our Zaldik family has been passed down for so long, and we have our own rules. 99. Krollo was silent for a while, extremely annoyed. Damn Zaldik family, what a bunch of inexplicable neuroses. Obviously there is not much benefit, but he has to fight for his life. Are they so sure they can kill me? Thinking of this, Krollo said displeased, if you kill me, no one will pay for the commission fee of 15 billion ringni from the 10 old men. 99. That's also Irmai's own business, and has nothing to do with us. Zeno said lightly. I took over the entrustment myself, and we will not interfere with each other. And even if you can kill us, between you and Ilmi, what happened in the past, what will happen in the future? Of course, the premise is that you have this ability. Okay, don't talk nonsense, we're going to shoot. In an instant. The air froze, and a huge amount of thought power exploded from Zeno's body instantly. Dad, be careful. This guy steals other people's abilities. Leaving such a sentence, Silva's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Krollo. 2.2. The fist covered by the mighty mental U was already in front of Krollo's forehead. Of course, Krollo was not a mediocre person either. He quickly turned short, avoiding Silva's attack, and then returned to take out a dagger and stabbed the opponent. However, this time, Zeno also shot. Boom! The air suddenly burst, and Zeno stabbed with a knife, piercing Krollo's body. But it is phantom. After sensing Zeno's attack, Krollo quickly stopped his counter-attack against Silva and retreated to the side. All that remains in place is an after-image. Boom! 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 There was a roar on the rooftop. 2 besiege 1. The Zaldiks and Krollo were fighting on the rooftop like this. Due to the high speed, only after-images can be seen passing by, and the dull sound of the collision of flesh can be heard occasionally. Chapter 110. The moon hangs high, and the night wind neighs. The battle on the rooftop continues. In the face of two powerful masters, Krollo gradually fell behind. With just a bang, Krollo was knocked out by Silva. In the next second, his entire body was blasted into the water tower. However, under the defense of mind power, apart from the fact that his suit was broken into strips, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. He quickly jumped from the water tower. At the same time, the ultimate intention of a thief was also embodied by him and held in his hand. Since you can't fight with physical skills alone, you can only use nin. Krollo decided to change the rhythm of the fight. In this regard, Silva and Zeno did not rush forward, but quietly observed in place, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, the two sides fell into a stalemate. Da-da-da. At this moment, there were extremely faint footsteps at the entrance of the stairs. However, this could not be clearer for these three powerhouses who were on alert. 26 So, although their eyes were still fixed on each other, they secretly separated a part of their hearts to be alert. Click. The door of the rooftop was pushed open again, and it was Li Mu who walked out. Li Mu, who was about to leave, stopped after feeling the psychic fluctuations from the top floor of the hotel. Out of curiosity, he rushed over, but he didn't expect to see this scene. Zaldik father and son fight phantom troop leader. The plot that appeared in the original Hunter x Hunter, I didn't expect it to happen right in front of my eyes. Really interesting. In this regard, Li Mu's expression is very strange. He met the gazes of the three men with awe-inspiring killing intent in front of him, and walked over calmly. It turned out to be two Zaldik gentlemen, long time no see. Li Mu first greeted the Zaldik father and son unsavory. Li Mu doesn't have much affection for those who have assassinated him, even if they are Killua's relatives. It's you lucky boy. Silva glanced at Li Mu and found that it was the boy who gave up the mission because the client died not long ago, so he said lightly. Good luck. Li Mu smiled dismissively. In fact, even in the last situation, Li Mu didn't think he would be killed by the Zaldik father and son. Even if you can't win, if you want to escape, it's not easy. After confirming Li Mu's identity, Silva lost interest in him, and he said blankly, don't get in the way, get out of here. Yes, our target is only the head of the brigade. We are not interested in killing people other than the target, and we will not waste our energy. You should leave. Zeno put his hands on his back and said lightly. Getting rid of Li Mu was the consensus of Zaldik and his son. Oh. Leave, why? Hearing the words of Zaldik and his son, Li Mu couldn't help but sneer and said unhappily. Young man, don't make your own mistakes. Impulsive, regret it later. It's the old man, he is so angry, be careful to get angry. For Zeno's so-called advice, Li Mu did not intend to accommodate, and he quickly responded with sarcasm. In response, Zeno quickly swung the psychic dragon slightly and smashed the half-moon-shaped arc slash. However, because of this, Zeno's attack by manipulating the faucet had a gap. See this flaw? Li Mu immediately put his hands down, activating the ability of the gravity fruit. Super Shinra Tianzheng. Equals G, Q_%. Boom. With a loud noise, the next moment, Zeno was blasted into the ground. Chapter 111. Boom boom boom. The roar continued to sound, and the ceilings were knocked out one by one in an instant. Zeno kept falling down under the terrifying repulsion of Li Mu's gravity fruit. In the end, he fell into a restaurant on the 8th floor of the hotel, and knocked the tables, chairs, tableware, floor, into pieces in the restaurant. What? Seeing Zeno's uninvited guest, the guests who were dining in the restaurant subconsciously screamed. Guest, what's wrong with you? The waiter in the restaurant came over timidly and asked about the situation. Zeno ignored the waiter in the restaurant, and stood up straight with a carp, looking up at the hole above his head that penetrated the 10-story ceiling. What a weird kid to have this weird nun, is it gravity? Interesting. Zeno squinted and muttered to himself. Zeno, who was experienced in combat, quickly sensed the essence of Li Mu's abilities. At the same time, Li Mu on the rooftop also looked at his masterpiece. Through the large hole in the ceiling, he could feel Zeno's breath was relatively steady. Although there is consumption, it is not serious. Old guy, it's quite durable. Li Mu thought all about it. While speaking, Li Mu did not pursue the victory, but took advantage of this gap to take out his mobile phone and quickly sent a text message to Karapika. Quickly come to the hotel before, the head of the group is here. As the text message was sent, Li Mu's leisurely time was over. A huge wave of thought power erupted from below the hole. It's Zeno. With his mind wrapped around him, he jumped up from the restaurant on the 8th floor at the speed of breaking the sound barrier. At this moment, Li Mu did not show weakness and also burst out his psychic power and collided with Zeno. Crackling. The thought power with terrifying killing intent collided in the air, making a sizzling sound. The battle between Li Mu and Zeno started again under the influence of Qi. When Li Mu, Krollo and Zaldik were in a scuffle, the Yukixin auction venue on the other side was crowded with celebrities from the underground forces. Magnificent, brightly lit hall corridors. Nian's team of bodyguards was gathering, watching the rich and powerful people who were preparing to attend the auction. Of course, Karapika was also among the bodyguards at this time. It's a bit noisy outside. Did something happen? Skavara scratched his ears and said with some puzzlement. I have a bad feeling that something will happen tonight. How is that possible? Fei Ji said lightly while smearing her lipstick, the organizer of the auction is a 10-old man. Who dares to make trouble? Aren't you afraid of offending underworld organizations all over the world? Fei Ji said disdainfully. That's true. Skavara nodded and agreed with Fei Ji. But he still had some concerns after all, and said, how about I go outside to see what happened? Hearing Skavala's words, Fei Ji immediately objected. Hey, Skavara! Don't make trouble for yourself, Don't forget, we came to the auction in place of the protected Miss Nian this time. The rest has nothing to do with us. 35. We just need to take pictures of what Miss Nian is looking for. 35. But... Skavara hesitated, even Miss Nian is being targeted by Phantom Troop, we should be careful. Okay. Fei Ji pondered, she put away her lipstick and looked at Karapika who was standing silently beside her. Karika, what do you think? What do you think? You haven't spoken much since just now. Fei Ji's question was not answered by Karapika. At this point, Karapika was focusing on his phone. What appeared on the phone was a text message from Li Mu. After reading the text message, Karapika's eyes glowed red in the next second. What's wrong with you, Karapika? Did something happen? Seeing Karapika's abnormality, Fei Ji asked quickly. No, it's fine. Taking a deep breath, Karapika took away the red light from his eyes, and he calmly raised his head and said to Skavala and Fei Ji. I have something to leave for a while, and the auction will be left to the two of you. After finishing speaking, Karapika turned around and ran towards the exit of the auction hall without waiting for Skavarashi and Fei Ji to agree. Leave. The auction is about to start, how can I leave at this time? Wait for me, Karapika. By the time Skavara and Fei Ji came back to their senses and chased after them, Karapika had long since disappeared. What the hell is going on here? Not far from the exit of the auction, Skavara and Fei Ji looked at each other with inexplicable expressions. At this time, the men of Phantom Troop arrived. Phaeton and Finks, who had slaughtered all the way, came to the gate of the auction venue. 66. It's our turn to play. Phaeton sneered. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to start. The host of the auction, standing on the high platform, said loudly in a passionate tone. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the closed door of the auction venue was suddenly kicked into the air by someone with a powerful force. It was Finks who kicked the door. Behind him, followed by Phaeton. The two were tall and short, one after the other, walked in and appeared in the sight of everyone in the auction venue. Who are you? Don't you want to die? How dare you come to make trouble? Do you know whose turf is here? 66.99. A series of angry rants emerged from the mouths of the gangsters in charge of security. However, before they could react, Finks had already rushed to their side, and with every gesture, the attack wrapped in psychic power fell on them. In the next second, those security guards who were attacked by Finks were instantly blown up. Not just Finks, Phaeton also started killing. Blazing sun. The moment the sound fell, the ultra-miniature sun made of thought power fell into the crowd at the auction venue. Boom. With the spread of the high temperature, the roar of the sky sounded. The next moment, those rich and powerful people in the auction were burned to coke. For a time, the morning sounded one after another, and the whole venue was filled with a pungent bloody smell. Looking at the scene in front of him, the on-site person in charge of the auction, with bare eyes, shouted. Kill them. Kill these two bastards. Hearing this, the security guards at the auction also woke up, and they set up machine guns and fired wildly around. Da-da-da. 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 Delay. Dense bullets poured out from the muzzle of the machine gun. Running towards Phaeton and Finks. Chapter 112. At the same time, backstage at the auction venue. Also like the main venue of the auction, there was a scene of corpses everywhere. None of the staff in charge of guarding the auction items were left, and they all died. In front of the vault where the auction items are kept, Shulnark, Shizuku, Kyubei and Maki stared silently at the empty vault in front of them. What about the auction items? Shulnark frowned, puzzled. The camera shifts back to the main venue of the auction. Da-da-da. The bullet continued to roar though. However, it was of no use. Phaeton and Finks turned into after-images, shuttling in the crowd. Whenever the after-image passed by, someone would die. The killing continued. The screams and howls were endless. In less than 10 minutes, only the person in charge of the auction was still alive in the entire venue. Jingle bell. Just then, the phone on Phaeton rang. It was Shulnark's call. No nonsense, Shulnark said directly, we didn't find the auction item here, it seems that it was transferred in advance. You torture the relevant person in charge to see if you can get any useful information. No problem. Phaeton smiled cruelly and answered 413 without hesitation. After he hung up the phone, he slowly walked towards the on-site person in charge of the auction who was already slumped to the ground. It was a well-dressed middle-aged man. At this time, he was begging Finks for mercy with a terrified face. Don't kill me, please, let go. Let me go. I have money, a lot of money, all for you, all for you. Leave me alone. I don't want to die. Ah! My feet, my feet. Howling sounded. It turned out that it was Phaeton who did it. He walked over with a blank face, and broke the foot of the person in charge with one foot. Then, Phaeton asked in a plain and indifferent voice. Tell me, where are the auction items stored? Hearing Phaeton's question, the person in charge's pupils shrank instantly, his expression froze, he didn't even whimper anymore, and he couldn't say a word when he flinched. Looks like you know. At a glance. From the expression of the person in charge, Phaeton, who was good at interrogating information, quickly understood the situation. The next moment, he shouted with murderous intent, "Speak up! I don't know." The person in charge was sweating instantly and muttered shiveringly. "It is not that, CGCC, the person in charge of the auction site is not afraid of death. He was worried that after his betrayal, he would be retaliated by the 10 old men, punished more terribly than death, and even affected his family. Looks like you're trying to be tough, don't you? Haha. I like guys like you the most, let me see how long you can last." As he said that, Phaeton's evil thoughts burst out suddenly, shrouded the person in charge, and he was scared to pee. "I really, don't know. No, I don't know, let me go." At this time, the person in charge was already split in his liver and gallbladder, and he couldn't even speak clearly. "Hehe, I hope you can keep your mouth shut." Phaeton sneered, ready to torture each other. At this time, Finks, who was waiting on the side, interjected, "Okay, Phaeton, this ordinary person can't last long with your methods 5. As he spoke, he pulled the necklace around the neck of the person in charge. A small heart-shaped pendant hangs at the bottom of the necklace, and inside is a family photo of the person in charge in front of him. "It looks like a very happy family," Finks said meaningfully. Hearing Finks' words, the person in charge suddenly shrank his pupils, and an extreme panic emerged spontaneously. "One TTE. What do they want to do? Is it?" The person in charge was pale, and he couldn't help begging for mercy. "Really, I really don't know. Aren't you going to be honest? It looks like you have to invite the person in the photo." Finks threatened with a blank expression. I got it. I said. The person in charge finally compromised, and he said weakly, "The auction item is in the hands of the yin beast, and it has not been delivered yet. It is said that it will be delivered when it is safe to do so." 55. Yin beast. Phaeton narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to ask, "Can you contact them?" 39. Okay. I have that person's number in my phone, it's that Thylasin. Let me go, please. I don't want to die. Click. Before the person in charge could finish his plea for mercy, Phaeton twisted his neck and killed him. Then, he found the phone from the person in charge. Then he dialed the number in the address book marked Sack Fox. The call was quickly connected. A woman's low voice came. "How's the auction going? Did it go well?" "Everything is normal, and the auction items can be delivered." The same voice as the dead person in charge came out of Phaeton's mouth. 66.99. There was a moment of silence, and the member of the yin beast nicknamed Saki seemed to sense something. "Who are you? What the hell happened at the auction?" The woman's voice contained a huge amount of anger, and it was obvious that he had seen through Phaeton's impersonation. "Che, how did you know?" Phaeton opened the mouth very upset, and when he spoke, he changed back to his original voice. "Humph. You are dead. The 10 old men will not let you go, no matter who you are, there will never be a good end." After uttering a harsh word, the woman stopped talking nonsense, and hung up the phone with a pop. "Strange, how did she see through my disguise?" Crushing the phone casually, Phaeton muttered to himself. "Probably set the code ahead of time. You're in a hurry." Finks grumbled. "You shouldn't have killed that guy." That guy Finks was referring to was the head of the auction scene. In fact, if he had been tortured a little more in detail, he might have been able to deceive the yin beast named Sack Fox. That's what he meant. "Forget it, it's enough to know whose hands the auction items are in anyway." Phaeton pouted and said dismissively, "Just find them and grab them." 2. Finks nodded and didn't complain anymore. "Okay, the work here is over too, it's time for us to reconcile with the others. Well, let's go." As soon as the words fell, the figures of the two instantly disappeared in this blood-filled auction venue. And just when Phaeton and Finks went to find their companions to reconcile. In a hidden underground space, there are several strangely shaped monsters gathered together. And the woman who spoke to Phaeton earlier was one of them. These people are yin beasts. The strongest nin under the 10 old men. Certainly. These people are a new batch of yin beasts. After the previous yin beast was destroyed by Li Mu, they were replaced by selection. The yin beasts held a meeting around a huge table. The Thylasin first said, "There's something wrong with the auction." "Who moved the hand?" "The news has been confirmed. It's the Phantom Troop man." "Kill them. That's how we created the reputation of our new yin beast." For a time, in the underground space, murderous aura overflowed. Chapter 113. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by a loud whistle, one black car after another shuttled across the road. Countless vehicles gathered towards the auction venue. This scene also alerted Gon, Killua, and Leorio in the building opposite the auction venue. The auction seems to have really happened, and the gang members have gathered. Leorio adjusted his glasses and came over. Yes, that's right, all of them are wearing black suits with guns, they must be underworld. 95. Gon lay on the edge of the window, looked at the gathering crowd below and nodded. Ha, things seem to be interesting. Killua smiled as she watched the hot scene in front of her. Is it the Phantom Troop guy? Gon all thought dash. Yes. Leorio nodded and said, they killed everyone in the auction hall above board, and at the same time robbed the auction goods. Oh my god, this is a big game. Leorio shook his head, at this moment he sincerely admired the courage of Phantom Troop and others. These people are so arrogant. How dare you so directly challenge the underworld of the whole world? That's 10 old men. The leader of the world's gangsters. I don't know how strong the people of Phantom Troop are. Gon asked curiously. His whole person looked eager to try, as if he was imagining himself and the people of Phantom Troop fighting. It's very strong. The members of Phantom Troop are all strong. Killua warned solemnly, judging from the situation in the last fight, those people are by no means ordinary people. Gon, don't be too careless. 5. Killua, don't you want to play against them? Gon asked Killua with wide, piercing eyes. Forehead. Killua scratched her hair and nodded honestly under Gon's gaze. Okay. If there is a chance. Under Gon's infection, Killua's blood seemed to boil. At this moment, Leorio, who was listening to the radio, suddenly shouted loudly. The gang has started offering a bounty for the Phantom Troop. 2 billion ren per person. Ha! If I catch one, I'll post it for the rest of my life. As he spoke, Leorio seemed to think of something good, and his saliva dripped. Alas! Leorio is dreaming again. Gon sighed. Forget it, let him dream. Killua rolled her eyes, then looked at Gon. By the way, Gon, haven't you contacted Li Mu yet? Well, he hasn't replied to the message, he must be busy. Having said that, Gon was also a little worried about Li Mu's safety. He hesitated. Li Mu, he is not in danger, right? Probably not. Li Mu is very strong, even the people of Phantom Troop are not his opponents. What's more, he is still President Netero's apprentice, how can he encounter danger so easily? Seeing Gon's expression, Killua couldn't help comforting her. In fact, it wasn't just to comfort Gon, Killua really didn't think Li Mu would have an accident. That's when Killua and Gon fell silent. Leorio suddenly slammed down the table and said loudly, it's decided, I'm going to catch spiders. Spider. Hearing this, Gon looked blank. Leorio, why are you catching spiders all of a sudden? Do you like spiders? Gon, you idiot. Leorio meant to catch the Phantom Troop for a bounty. 35. Killua rolled her eyes, speechless. Yeah. Phantom Troop is indeed called a spider. Haha, I didn't realize it for a while. Hearing Killua's instructions, Gon patted his thigh and realized it. Then Gon looked at Leorio, and when he saw his high-spirited look, he was immediately moved. Let's go together. Indeed, it's really unreasonable to leave such a weak Leorio alone. While Killua agreed with Gon's proposal, he also hurt Leorio by the way. Hey! You little brat is too despising. Leorio glared at Killua in dissatisfaction. I'm just telling the truth. After speaking, Killua was not to be outdone and stared back. Seeing this, Gon said, all right, stop making trouble. Aren't you going to catch the Phantom Troop? 99. Seeking flowers. Yes, but you have to hurry up, if you are preempted, you will lose a lot. Leorio nodded, and he was no longer angry with Killua, and he raised his hand in high spirits. Let's go catch spiders for money. Oh. 35. At this moment, the three of them raised their hands in unison and cheered. In the pitch-black night sky, Gon, Killua, and Leorio, the three spiders who are in their hearts, are slowly moving on a hot air balloon. Does that mean there are no traitors? That's right, the 10 old men should have used the daughter of the Nisra family, Nian Nisra's divination ability, to predict our actions, so they transferred the auction items. Shulnark, who is responsible for processing and analyzing intelligence in Phantom Troop, explained lightly. The ability to predict? It's really troublesome. Nobunaga pouted and said unhappily. I remember that Maggie seems to have the ability to predict too. Yuvajin said and turned to look at Maggie. That's just a sixth sense. Before Maggie could speak, Shulnark explained it for him. Haha, okay. I made a mistake. Yuvajin scratched his hair and laughed. However, to deal with the little girl who gave us trouble? Kill her? While speaking, Finks made a neck-slashing motion. The head of the regiment will take care of it, and that's why he's acting separately from us, Shulnark replied. Captain. That's fine. Finks nodded in satisfaction. Well, it seems that the commander has encountered some trouble, but no problem, Phaeton has rushed over to assist, and now the trouble is on our side. Saying that, Shulnark looked at the cars on the ground chasing behind the balloon. They are all enemies chasing the Phantom Troop bounty. Looking at those people, Shulnark couldn't help showing a hint of coldness in his eyes, and said expressionlessly. Looks like the yin beasts are all dispatched. Then let's find a place first and destroy the strongest armed forces under the 10 old men. Of course, all the auction items must be snatched up. $35. Chapter 114. So, where exactly did the auction items be moved to? Hearing Shulnark mention the auction item, Nobunaga couldn't help asking. It should have been transferred by the Yin Beast troops under the 10 old men. This is the information Phaeton got after he pressed the on-site person in charge of that auction. Finks said, a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Hey, speaking of it, that guy is the most unfortunate person tonight. Even though he explained it honestly, he was still slaughtered by Phaeton. It doesn't matter what kind of person is, in fact, our fortune tonight is also very bad. Nobunaga pouted, with a troublesome expression. In the end, how do you grab the auction items from the 10 old men? 10 old men? Shizuku, who looked innocent, asked curiously. The one who presides over the underground auction is the great power elders who divide up 6 continents and 10 regions in the underworld world. Because there are 10 people in total, the outside world calls them 10 old men. It is said that these 413 people are only here after a period of time. They will gather in a certain place, and after consultation, they will issue various relevant instructions to their respective subordinates. And the actual action is the most proud execution part of the 10 old men's Yin Beast, which is composed of the strongest masters in the underworld organization. Shulnark explained patiently. I see. I understand. After Shizuku nodded to show his understanding, he asked again, that means we are going to grab the auction item from the Yin Beast, right? Yes, we. Then in what way does the Yin Beast move the treasure? Before Shulnark could finish speaking, Nobunaga also raised a question. Well, about this, I checked some things on the auction site's surveillance. Shulnark said calmly, actually, only one person was sent by the Yin Beast force to the auction site before tonight. A person? Yes. The 25 square meter vault was originally filled with treasures from the scheduled auction, but after someone who entered the vault empty-handed and then left empty-handed. Naturally, the vault followed suit. And empty. Shulnark explained, combined with the information from Phaeton and Finks, that woman should be a member of the Yin Beast, codenamed Suckling Fox. Hey! Could that woman be the same type of Nin as Shizuku? Yuvajin guessed. It's possible. Shulnark nodded, he had already thought of this possibility. In short, the other party should have noticed the more than 500 guests who were killed by Shizuku, so the other party should also know that their enemy is the Nin. 35. Haha, that's the way it is, if it's too weak, I won't be able to get up at all. As he spoke, Yuvajin suddenly exuded a very strong aura, apparently unable to restrain his desire to kill. Is it the Yin Beast, the strongest executive force in the underworld? Don't let me down. Well, as long as we find a place to attack the chasing soldiers below. I think that the Yin Beasts will take the initiative to appear at that time. That would be awesome. Hearing Shulnark's proposal, Yuvajin couldn't help but grin. I see. It's the Phantom Troop guys, they're sitting on a hot air balloon. Contact the 10 old men. Please ask them to bring out the beast as soon as possible. The enemy is not so easy to deal with. Notify others that they are moving in the direction of the God Desert, hurry up. 99. Haha. 2 billion bounty, here I come. 6695. Under the deliberate indulgence of Phantom Troop and others, hot air balloons are very conspicuous floating in the night sky. As a result, not only the gang members under the 10 old men, but also countless hunters who came for high bounties gathered here. For a time, the whole Ukexin became lively. The road from the city to the God Desert began to be congested. Blah blah. Countless people honked their horns frantically, urging the vehicles ahead, as if they were just a little late, and the billions of bounties would disappear. And among these people, there are Gon, Killua, and Leorio. They were sitting in Leorio's rental car, chasing hot air balloons. Ah! We have left the city. In the back seat, Gon glanced at the scenery outside the car window and said in surprise. Well, it seems to be the God Desert ahead. Hearing Gon's words, Killua said while looking at the specially bought map. Are the people from Phantom Troop trying to escape? Gon asked curiously. Who knows what those people want to do? Killua spread his hands. Well, don't care what they think, we just chase it. Leorio, who was holding the steering wheel, stared at the car of the gang in front of him without blinking. Leorio seems serious. That's a bounty of billions. Leorio glanced at the talking Gon in the rearview mirror, and said a little excitedly. Okay, we're going to speed up. After speaking, Leorio stepped on the accelerator hard, and the next second, the car started to accelerate. In fact, it's not just the Gon trio. The Nothra family is also one of the forces that hunt down these Phantom Troops. After learning that his daughter was targeted by the head of the A-level bounty criminal Phantom Troop, Right Nisla fell into a state of panic. At one time, Right Nisra was just the boss of an inconspicuous little gang in countless gang organizations, but because of Nian's divination ability, Right Nisra has risen, and he has attained a position he had never dared to imagine before. Now he is friends with many black and white bigwigs, and has gradually become a big man in the gang that makes countless people jealous. It's all because of Nian. From Nian's Angel's auto note. Therefore, Right Nisla couldn't imagine what would happen to him after losing Nian's ability. Just thinking about that result makes Right Nisla go mad. Kill, definitely kill those people at Phantom Troop. Right Nisla roared. So, on the orders of Right Nothra, Dazanin led the bodyguards into action, and they joined in the pursuit of Phantom Troop. Boss orders. We must catch the Phantom Troop gang. In a fast-moving car, Dazone shouted loudly. The people next to him are precisely because of Karapika's early departure and Skavala and Feiji, who were lucky to survive the auction. That's right, that's exactly what the boss explained. Feiji's slender fingers pressed on the bright red 2.2 lips and whispered. Love slave. This is Feiji's Nin, who can manipulate enemies by kissing. Any man who has won a 180-point love slave has no way to refuse any request made by Feiji. But at this time, Feiji had a shocked expression on her face. Extremely insecure. After feeling the great power of Phaeton and Finks outside the auction house, her confidence in her own strength has long been crushed. If it weren't for the large number of people now, she would never have followed and hunted down Phantom Troop's people. Those people are monsters. Just when Feiji sighed in her heart, she saw Skavara put down her phone and said, Got it, the people from Phantom Troop are leaving in a hot air balloon in the direction of the God Desert. 99. Hearing this, Daziuoxian nodded and said solemnly. Okay, destination, Gao Desert, go. Chapter 115. Ruined ruins, dust flying. This is the God Desert. In the Andalusite area of the Gao Desert, towering red pillar-shaped rocks can be seen everywhere. The hot air balloon that Phantom Troop and his party were riding on stopped on a rock pillar. This is a bowl-like valley with a rock wall. Except for the passage directly opposite, all three surrounding directions are surrounded by towering red rock walls. Phantom Troop and his party jumped out of the hot air balloon one by one. While moving their hands and feet, they looked indifferently at the convoy of pursuers that were gradually moving in this direction not far away. A few minutes later, a black car drove in from the only passage in the depression. Then, one by one, the underworld officers opened the car door and got out of the car. They densely gathered together and looked aggressively at the Phantom Troop group on the high rock pillar. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! One by one, the underworld personnel slammed into the sky, with obvious intimidation intentions. Come down! Hey! You bastards! 9. You can't escape, come down quickly. 99. Go to hell. Get out of here and die. 39. Who gave you the guts to dare to attack us? Do you know who we are? We are 10 old men. 26. Smashed, kneel down and surrender to me, you can't escape. In heaven and earth, no one can save you. 6699. The yelling and scolding of the gang members were endless, and the scene was very hot. Not only the underworld personnel, but as time passed, the hunters who were chasing the spider's bounty also arrived. They were hiding everywhere, ready to attack at any time. In this moment, Phantom Troop becomes the turtle in the urn. However, in the face of such a situation, the members of the brigade on the red rock pillar still looked as if nothing had happened. They sat or stood casually, not only did not feel the slightest nervousness, but began to recklessly criticize those underworld officers. Wow, the underworld people are here? They all look energetic. Shulnark crouched on the ground and glanced at the scolding gangsters and laughed. It's still the same way of threatening as AST. Nobunaga sighed. Are those people going to clean? Shizuku said as he appeared to attack with a bulge-eyed fish. But just then, Yuvajin stopped her. He strode forward and said, Let me go out, and you all don't interfere. Speaking, Yuvajin did not wait for an answer, and slid down from the rock column directly. Looking at Yuvajin's back, Shizuku stopped imitating the bulge-eyed fish and said in an indifferent tone, No need. It's just boring anyway. Not only Shizuku, but also other brigade members took Yuvajin's unauthorized actions completely seriously. After all, in their eyes, Yuvajin is a super powerful enhancer with great abilities. A group of ordinary people who can't even read and only use firearms, they don't pose any threat at all. Everyone has a relaxed expression. Shulnark even pulled out a deck of playing cards. Just let Yuvajin vent. It's okay anyway, let's play poker. Ah. You still carry this thing? Nobunaga said speechlessly. Haha, after I saw it in the base, I took it out. Shulnark shrugged and replied with a smile. Afterwards, Phantom Troop gathered around and started to play poker happily. As for Yuvajin? Leave him alone. He is the invincible Yuvajin. How could something go wrong? Phantom Troop and his party are convinced of this. The other side. Wow wow wow. Along the rock face, Yuvajin slid down. He strode towards the gathered gangsters. Facing this burly man with a fearless expression in front of him, the underworld officers present raised their weapons at the same time. Swish! The dense muzzle was pointed at Yuvajin. At this, Yuvajin grinned and was about to explode. Suddenly, among the gangster crowd, a middle-aged man who looked like a small leader came out. Wait a moment. He waved his hand and told the gang members behind him to temporarily stop attacking. Afterwards, he walked towards Yuvajin with his head held high, raised his pistol to Yuvajin's chin. Are you the ones who robbed the auction? The little leader asked coldly. Okay. Yuvajin smiled dismissively, ignoring the gun in front of his chin. He held his head high, with an arrogant expression. It's crazy to be in this situation, is there something wrong with your head? Seeing Yuvajin's contemptuous expression, the little leader couldn't help but get angry, and blue veins appeared on his forehead. You are courting death. After speaking, with a bang sound, the little leader directly pulled the trigger of the pistol. But something unexpected happened. Bullets from the pistol muzzle did not hit Yuvajin. It turned out that for a brief moment, Yuvajin's head fell back. He actually bit the bullet directly with his teeth. How can it be? Is he a monster? The little leader couldn't believe what was happening in front of him, and he took a step back in shock. Kr. Just when the little boss was about to say something, Yuvajin shot. Boom. Without giving the little leader a chance to say his last words, Yuvajin directly smashed his head with a fist. Ha ha ha. Then, Yuvajin roared and charged towards the underworld crowd. Shoot, hurry up. Let's all shoot together, shoot him and kill him. 99. Shoot. Shoot and kill that monster. 35. 413. Someone in the underworld crowd shouted. Next moment. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The gunshots kept ringing. But those bullets were of no use to Yuvajin. You don't even need to hide. Yuvajin swaggered and let the gangsters shoot him. Under the defense of Nan's advanced application skill Yuan, those bullets couldn't even penetrate Yuvajin's skin. For Yuvajin, ordinary pistols are of no use at all. Even the more powerful sniper rifle only made him numb slightly, like being bitten by a mosquito. However, Yuvajin has always been the most disliked of the kind of villain who plots in the distance. Humph. An irritating guy, actually plotting from a distance. 35. I saw Yuvajin snorted coldly, and he casually grabbed a handful of bullets that had fallen on the ground, and then threw them away in the direction of the sniper. With a swoosh, more than a dozen bullets flew through the air. Yuvajin actually delivered an impact stronger than a sniper rifle with his hands. The next second, the few bounty hunters who were hiding on a rock pillar and sniping from a distance were penetrated by the bullet that came from the sky. No bones left. Haha, all in. Seeing that some of the rubbish he had plotted against him were killed by the bullets he threw, Yuvajin clapped his hands in unbearable joy. Monster. 35. Seeing this scene, some gang members muttered to themselves in despair. Chapter 116. In the valley. The corpses were scattered all over the place, and the screams were endless. The killing continues. Yuvajin threw the corpse of an enemy to one side, and then killed the next enemy. Bang bang bang. The gunshots kept ringing. Although the gang members continued to shoot. But still no effect. Until now, no attack could leave a single scar on Yuvajin's body. Such a sight made Gon, Killua, and Leorio, who were hiding in the distance, look at each other. This man is so strong. Gon stared at Yuvajin with his big black eyes. It's the same enhancer as you, Gon. Killua nodded, and then at the top of the enhancer. I can't do it to the extent of him. Gon said slightly frustrated. After comparing himself with Yuvajin, he found himself far from a true master. Of course, how long did it take us to learn Nin? Killua rolled her eyes, speechless at Gon's whimsicalness. Are we really going to do something to someone like that? Leorio was sweating coldly on his forehead, and he whispered. Why don't we give up? This guy is a monster. 95. Looking at the extraordinary scene in front of him, Leorio couldn't help but flinch. Don't you want the bounty? Seeing Leorio flinch, Killua couldn't help laughing. You're scared. Leorio. Who is afraid? Hearing Killua's words, Leorio blushed instantly, and he defended, I'm worried about your safety. 95. Cut, you don't do this kind of thing, I'm afraid just say it. Killua gave Leorio a sideways glance and pouted. Don't talk too much. 35. With veins on his forehead, Leorio asked again, so should we give up? Wait a minute. There should be some masters. Gon protested, his curiosity not yet satisfied. Well, let's take a look. After all, they are the 10 old men who manage underworld organizations around the world, and they will definitely not have only these miscellaneous soldiers. Not only Gon, Killua also wanted to continue. When Leorio saw that his two partners did not agree to retreat, he could only compromise. He sighed, forget it, I don't care. If something happens, don't rely on me. 35. No, it won't be a problem just to watch here, Leorio, don't worry. That's right, Leorio, you're too long-winded. Stinky brat, I'm worried about you. While speaking, the three of them turned their attention to the battlefield again. Yuvajin continued to slaughter. However, the number of gangsters under the 10 old men was so large that a group of besieged people fell and immediately added another group. When the reinforcements resisted, looking at the corpses all over the ground, and Yuvajin standing in the middle of the bloody sea of corpses, his whole body was dyed red with blood, someone's expression turned cold, and he took out a few rocket launchers from the car. Ha, this is a super mortar that can destroy a tank with a single blow. Damn monster, crush me to pieces. Boom. 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 The artillery fire roared, and several rockets immediately shot towards Yuvajin. Rumbling. A terrifying explosion centered on Yuvajin. In the next second, the scorching high temperature spread to the surroundings. The smoke and dust were everywhere, and the thick black smoke blocked all sight. Did you make it? That monster should be dead. 35. Everyone stared intently at the center of the valley in front of them, where Yuvajin was located. However, when the smoke dissipated, vision returned to normal. What appeared in front of everyone was the intact Yuvajin standing on the ground. With just one right hand, Yuvajin blocked a super mortar that was said to destroy a tank with one blow. This is a veritable monster. Looking at this scene, all the gang members fell into despair once again. As expected of a mortar, it still hurts a bit. Yuvajin moved his numb right wrist slightly, he grinned and said, "None of you can escape. Strange, monster. 35. How could we possibly beat this monster? Run away. Let's run away. Yes. Find the yin beast. Only the yin beast can deal with this kind of monster." After finally understanding that the monster in front of him was an existence that he and others could not fight, the gang members all shrank their eggs one by one, and they all began to flee. However, Yuvajin had no intention of letting go of these people, and he began to chase after them with laughter, and the slaughter feast began. Gon, Killua, and Leorio are not the only ones lurking around the battlefield. The Dazonian party sent by the Nasra family also watched the battle from a distance. That's an exaggeration. That guy actually blocked the mortar with one hand. Putting down the telescope in her hand, Fei Ji couldn't help but gasped, secretly glad that she and the others did not participate. Hey, are we really going to attack him? Scavarl looked terrified. Wait a minute. 39. Desiree, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat, continued to observe Yuvajin with his telescope. The enemy is the Enhancer's Nin, and firearms are useless to the opponent at all. Such a terrible evil, even if it is so far away, it will still be affected. Phantom Troop's bounty is such a powerful guy. Dazzle muttered to himself with an unbelievable expression on his face. Just watching Yuvajin's battle from a distance, Desirayan was overwhelmed. It's not just Dazir, but the expressions on the faces of the bodyguards employed by the Nisla family are also similar. Fear. At this moment, no one has the guts to confront Yuvajin. Skavara, is it good, even pointed his finger in the direction of the valley and trembled. That monster can tear a person's body into scraps of paper at will with his bare hands? Don't count me if you want to catch him. Me too, there's no chance of winning against this monster. Fei Ji quickly echoed. Me too. Ibid. 35. Seeing that most of the bodyguards have similar meanings, as the captain, Daziu Oja couldn't help frowning. But, in order to complete the mission, we can't just retreat. I can't handle that much, I don't want to lose my life for some money anyway. During the speech, the atmosphere was very tense. 6695. Feeling the unease around her, Melody couldn't help but sighed slightly. At this time, she suddenly remembered Karapika Yan. Think of the teenager who sees the entire Phantom Troop as his enemy. I don't know where is Karapika now. Chapter 117. Where is Karapika? The answer to this question, not only Melody wants to know, but Gon as well. Gon had called Karapika many times before chasing Phantom Troop to the Gourd Desert, but every time he couldn't get through. This situation made Gon uneasy. He felt that Karapika must have encountered something difficult, otherwise he would not have missed the phone, or even Karapika may have already had an accident. Thinking of this possibility, Gon worried. But did something really happen to Karapika? Of course not. Of course, nothing happened to Karapika, who was talked about by many people. In fact, he was lurking in the dark and preparing to hunt at this time. Hunt spiders. After receiving a text message from Li Mu, Karapika rushed to the battlefield. That's the hotel where Li Mu, Krollo, and Zaldik fought each other. A brief observation of the battle situation from a distance, Karapika did not join the melee impulsive, but quietly hid in the dark, waiting to move. This was Li Mu's proposal, and he let Karapika hide in the dark to guard against members of the Phantom Troop who might come to rescue his leader. Karapika hesitated for a while and accepted it. As time passed by, Karapika couldn't hold back the fire of revenge that was about to stir in 413's heart. Damn spiders! Just when Karapika couldn't help but shoot, a fast-flying figure came into his eyes. Looking at the face of the other party, Karapika's pupils shrank suddenly, and her anger rose instantly. Phaeton. One of the Phantom Troop. The prey is hooked. Karapika said in a low voice. The hotel's underground car park. Phaeton, who came to meet his head, suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes and looked at a dark shadow with no lights about 20 meters away from him. Come out, do you still want to hide? Phaeton said coldly. The crimson pupils are like two beautiful rubies, shining in the dark. Kurapika stepped from the darkness to the light. Phantom troop. Unforgivable. I want you to pay your debts with blood. Kurapika, who was carrying the hatred of the entire Kurita tribe, was already filled with anger at this time. He stared at Phaeton with his red eyes, as if he was about to be torn to shreds in the next moment. Chain hand? Seeing Kurapika's outfit, Phaeton immediately recognized that it was the chainsman who had taken Franklin with the chains. Thinking of the dead Franklin, Phaeton took it seriously at this moment. A terrifying murderous aura was suddenly released from his short body and spread out around him. The next second, the air in the entire underground parking lot was frozen by Phaeton's murderous aura. Feeling Phaeton's murderous aura, Kurapika did not flinch, but took another step forward. The high flames of vengeance make Kurapika fearless. Wow wow wow! The chains shook as Kurapika moved. Kurapika moved forward one step at a time. Don't you scumbags ever feel remorse when they take other people's lives? 35. Kurapika asked. The voice was low, as if it came from Juyu. Regret? Hearing Kurapika's words, the corner of Phaeton's mouth covered by the mask rose slightly, as if mocking Kurapika's innocence. Joke. The weak eat the strong, kill if you want. Who would regret stepping on some ants? Phaeton dismissed it and said nonchalantly. The fists were clenched, the phalanx turned white, and the flames of anger in Kurapika burned. What do you scumbags take human life for? Kurapika questioned with anger like never before. His reddened eyes seemed to be dripping blood. It's nothing. Looking at Kurapika who was approaching step by step, and looking at the pair of crimson eyes, Phaeton suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Okay? Red eyes? Where did those eyes, CGCC, seem to have seen? Where is it? Never mind. No need to worry about it, the result is the same anyway. The doubts in his mind were only fleeting, and Phaeton returned to his indifferent expression again. For him, there is no need to explore the origin of the enemy at all. Anyone who dares to get in the way will die. After making the decision, Phaeton put his hand on the handle of the umbrella sword. Umbrella sword. This is Phaeton's exclusive weapon, in the shape of an ordinary umbrella. However, this is only the surface. In fact, there is a sharp sword hidden inside this ordinary umbrella. When fighting, Phaeton will open the umbrella to cover himself, confuse the enemy's vision, but in fact he is taking the opportunity to draw out the sword and kill the enemy when he is unprepared. Holding the umbrella sword, Phaeton's thoughts surged all over his body, ready to go. At this time, Kurapika, who was opposite him, finally understood a fact. The people of Phantom Troop are really bloodless scumbags. Kurapika didn't want to ask any more questions after seeing the hideous faces of these people. No speculation, no more than half a sentence. Since you don't take other people's lives seriously, it's okay for others to treat you in the same way. As the cold words fell, with a clatter, the chain slipped from Kurapika's fingertips, automatically without wind. It doesn't matter, if you can do it. Feeling the boiling killing intent that suddenly erupted from Kurapika, Phaeton's expression was still indifferent, and he smiled cruelly. Of course, before that, I will definitely kill you first. Use chains as weapons? It should be a control system or a manipulator. As his thoughts turned, Phaeton's sharp eyes narrowed, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, countless after-images appeared in the entire underground parking lot. Looking at the after-images of Phaeton in all directions in front of her eyes, Kurapika quickly refined her chi and concentrated it to her eyes, using condensation. Over there. With a whisper, the chains of Kurapika's fingertips circled and shot towards a Phaeton's after-image. Boom! Just when the tip of the chain was about to hit him, Phaeton calmly opened the umbrella in his hand and blocked Kurapika's attack with that characteristic sturdy umbrella. At the same time, Phaeton quietly pulled out the sharp sword hidden inside his umbrella. Whoosh! The sharp sword suddenly turned into a cold light, directly piercing Kurapika's blood-red right eye. It's really annoying, I'll break it. Phaeton said with a wicked smile. The sharp sword is coming. In the nick of time, Kurapika took a decisive step to the left, dodging the attack. Or, not completely dodged. Although Kurapika avoided the point of her eyes, she was still slashed across her cheek by the sharp sword. A few centimeters of blood were left behind. Chapter 118. Boom. The chain broke through the air, but was easily dodged by Phaeton, only piercing one wall of the underground parking lot. You seem to care about your eyes. Why? Phaeton looked at Kurapika's crimson eyes with a playful look on his face. No respond. After Kurapika wiped the blood from her cheek with the back of her hand, she gave Phaeton a cold look and continued to use the chain to attack the opponent. Your eyes are very special. Make me interested in breaking them. 35. Phaeton spoke again with interest. Of course Phaeton wasn't really interested in Kurapika's eyes, his purpose was to irritate Kurapika and make him lose his cool. Once a person loses his calm emotions in battle, it is easy to reveal flaws. This is Phaeton's experience after thousands of battles. However, Kurapika is clearly not a normal character. He instantly understood Fiden's conspiracy. For Fiden's teasing, Kurapika was indifferent, just manipulating the chains on his hands expressionlessly to attack. For Kurapika, the anger he wanted to express at Phantom Troop was poured into the chains. Therefore, responding to Fiden's words with chains was the most appropriate. Cut. Seeing that Kurapika missed the plan, Fiden slapped his mouth in disgust. Afterwards, his wrist was slightly strained, and he used a sharp sword to slash the chain around his eyes. The next second, Fiden's figure disappeared like a ghost. When he reappeared, the figure had circled behind Kurapika. The sword strikes again. The target is Kurapika's back. However, the attack did not work so easily. It was because I didn't know there was a sword in Fiden's umbrella that I was smothered. Now, since he already knew the opponent's methods, how could Kurapika be defeated so easily? I saw Kurapika's right hand shake slightly, and the chain on the fingertips shrank back like a dexterous snake. Chains wrapped around Kurapika, blocking Fiden's thrusts. Seeing that his attack was blocked by Kurapika, Fiden was not disappointed, and his figure disappeared like a ghost again. Disappear, appear, attack. Disappear, appear, attack. Disappear, appear, attack. Fiden repeated this move, attacking Kurapika like a shadow. The sharp sword in his hand was like a gangrene attached to the bone, with a little cold glow, and stabbed towards Kurapika's vital points. Just a moment. Kurapika was covered in blood. Terrible speed. My condensation is useless at all. Panting slightly, Kurapika couldn't think of a way to deal with Fiden's extreme speed. Unable to do anything, Kurapika consumed a lot of ki blessing on the chain and launched a fierce attack. Whoosh! 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 Chains pierced through the air, hissing in the underground parking lot. In the face of Kurapika's counterattack, Fiden did not dare to be careless, he used a circle cautiously to circumvent the range of the chain. At this moment, the offense and defense switch. Boom! After avoiding another attack from the chain, Fiden suddenly stopped moving. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Kurapika, and whispered, "Ah! Red eyes! I thought of." Before Fiden could finish speaking, the chains attacked again. That's right. While avoiding the chains, Fiden continued, "It's the Kuluda clan. Your eyes." Having said that, Fiden couldn't help but smile. "Hey, it seems to be known as the 7 beauties in the world. I remember that the head of the group liked it very much, that's why I specially collected it. You, this, the group, they, the dead, they, the person, the scum." When Fiden said this, at this moment, Kurapika could no longer remain calm, he gritted his teeth word by word. "It seems that you were the one who slipped through the net in that operation. Chopsticks. 35. Obviously I managed to find a life, but I came here to find death." Looking at the angry Kurapika, Fiden smiled evilly, "Give your eyes to the captain later as a gift. It's only you who will die." Kurapika stared at Fiden, her red eyes as if they were about to drip blood. Angry. He's hit. Seeing that Kurapika seemed to be about to go berserk, Fiden couldn't help but feel overjoyed. "Ask for her flowers." So he spoke more vigorously. "I remember your Kuluda people's eyes change color only when they are emotional or angry. Hehe, we spent a lot of time in order to get the best color." "Shut up." "Ah, that's really a good enjoyment. I have tried several kinds of torture methods on your clansmen that I have never tried before. I really want to come back." "Shut up." Looking at the parents whose children died in front of their eyes suddenly became beautiful. "Shut up. Besides." "Shut up, BD. I told you to shut up." With an angry roar, at this moment, Kurapika was like a wild beast. The next second, the chains in his hands began to dance wildly. Boom! 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 With a loud bang, the entire underground parking lot was pumped to pieces. Idiot! How naive! Seeing this scene, Fiden couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Got it! Thinking like this, Fiden's figure disappeared instantly, he easily circumvented the chains waving in the air, and appeared beside Kurapika. The next second, the sharp sword in his hand was like a poisonous thorn, attacking Kurapika's vital point. However, just as the sword was about to pierce Kurapika's body, Fiden's movements suddenly froze at the last centimeter. Can't move. Fiden seemed to be frozen, and remained there in a posture of drawing out his sword. Caught you. A cold voice sounded. It was Kurapika who spoke. At this moment, the furious emotion on his face had long since disappeared, as if it had never appeared. All my anger is already in chains. As if taking an oath, Kurapika said softly. At the same time, on the middle finger of Kurapika's right hand, a chain quietly appeared. This chain extends from Kurapika's middle finger, links Fiden's body, and wraps him tightly around him. This is the chain of bondage of the middle finger. Specially developed for Phantom Troopman. Knife. Chapter 119. This. What's going on here? Hidden? Forced into the hidden? A strange emotion flashed across his eyes, and Fiden, who was unable to move, quickly realized the situation he was in. So that's the case, was the previous runaway a disguise? The purpose is for this moment. Phaeton suddenly realized, and he looked up and down again at the remnant of the Kuluta clan in front of him. Especially those eyes that were as crimson red as rubies. It is indeed the 7 beauties of the world. I originally planned to dig it out and give it to the leader as a gift. It seems impossible now. While Phaeton was sighing secretly, Kurapika seemed to have noticed his malicious eyes. Goddamn BD! Think of those who died tragically, and the red eyes that were taken away. Kurapika's face darkened. What are you looking at? 413. The question full of anger passed into Phaeton's ears, making him subconsciously want to refine the chi in his body and use hard to defend himself. However, refinement of chi failed. There is no way for the chi to be released from its own aura nodes. Phaeton was startled. The next moment, the intense pain suddenly conveyed from his body to his mind. It turned out that it was Kurapika who did it. He wrapped a straight punch wrapped in psychic power and slammed it directly into Phaeton's abdomen. In an instant, Phaeton's complexion became extremely pale, and hot blood spurted out of his mouth, dyeing the mask on his face red. Wow wow wow! As the chains shook, Phaeton was pulled back by his fist, causing him to roll on the ground. Damn it! 35. The embarrassed Phaeton couldn't help but scold. He struggled to loosen the chains on his body, but after losing the bonus of his psychic power, he couldn't escape the shackles of the strong chains at all. And no matter how hard he tried to release the chi in his body, there was still no movement. His chi seems to be non-existent. All struggle is in vain. Only the sound of the chain shaking rattles. Don't waste your efforts, you will never escape. Looking down at Phaeton, Kurapika said coldly. The chain of restraint of the middle finger, this is an ability specially developed to deal with you phantom troop spiders. The chain of bondage of the middle finger. A skill that can only be used against people with phantom troop. Once used on someone other than the phantom troop, Kurapika itself will suffer severe backlash, and even death. Of course, with such a strict oath, the power of this ability is naturally evident. In fact, once caught by the chain of bondage of the middle finger, the enemy will be forced into an absolute state, unable to use Nin, and can only use the power of the body. This is an extremely bad situation for the Nin. In the original book, even Uvijin, who has the highest arm strength in Phantom Troop, is still unable to break free from the restraining chains with his body strength. Not to mention Phaeton, who ranks 5th in wrist strength. In short, Phaeton, who has been bound by the chain of bondage of the middle finger, can never escape. He has been captured. Spider number 2, hunted successfully by Kurapika. Deserted underground parking lot. Kurapika stared coldly at Phaeton, whose expression was calm, as if he had accepted the fate of failure and death. Tell me. After slaughtering the Kuluta, where did you take my people's eyes? Kurapika gritted his teeth, and asked one sentence after another. Silence. Without any reply, Phaeton's expression remained calm, without a trace of fluctuations. Speak. 35. Kurapika grabbed Phaeton's skull-shaped black cloak and picked him up, roaring. I don't have to tell you. 35. Phaeton gave Kurapika a sideways glance that was undoubtedly mocking. It seems that you still don't understand your situation, don't you? 39. A scorching, nameless fire surged into his heart instantly, and Kurapika's eyes revealed a faint madness. You are the one who doesn't understand. Who do you think we are? 39. We are the Phantom Troop? We never fear or reject anything, but don't even try to take a penny from us. This is the creed of Phantom Troop and the whole of Meteor Street. For us, death is something as ordinary as breathing. Tell me, do you have any unnecessary feelings for the air you breathe on weekdays? Ha ha ha. Phaeton sneered wildly. It seems to be laughing at all the things in the world, everything in the world. Bastards. Don't you scumbags have any compassion for human beings? 99. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Kurapika asked again. Phaeton didn't answer, but the look in his eyes said it all. It was an extremely contemptuous look. And this attitude is absolutely unforgivable for an Avenger who is on the verge of a runaway state. At this moment, Kurapika's sanity collapsed. The root in his mind that remained normal, called sanity, was completely disconnected. Go to hell. An angry roar sounded, and Kurapika became a veritable Avenger. Countless fists with surging mind power fell on Phaeton's body. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The devastation lasted for a full 3 minutes. By the end, Phaeton was completely out of shape. Teeth were smashed alive, mouth, nose, eyes, basically completely deformed. Finally, Kurapika stopped moving. After venting, he regained a sense of calm. Looking down at Phaeton curled up on the ground, Kurapika uses the chain of commandments of the little finger. 0. Precept 1, don't lie to me. Precept 2, do not pass messages to Phantom Troop's companions by any means. Precept 3, if I ask a question, you must answer it within a minute. With the completion of the precepts, the chains formed by Phaeton and Kurapika's hearts were bound together. Feeling the pulse of Phaeton's heart, Kurapika continued. You should be able to feel the change. I have set a chain of commandments in your heart. 2.2. If you violate the oath I made to you just now, then your heart will be strangled by the chains of commandments. 55. This is your last chance, as long as you explain it honestly. I'll spare your life. After a pause, Kurapika asked. The first question, where are those fiery red eyes you stole? At the same time as the voice fell, Kurapika's crimson eyes stared at Phaeton, waiting for the other party's answer. After a few soft coughs, Phaeton's swollen lips twitched as if he were laughing. I don't need to listen to you. Boom. Wrong answer. The chain of oath instantly penetrated Phaeton's heart, and hot blood suddenly exploded from his chest. Looking at Phaeton's body, Kurapika fell silent. I haven't made a sound for a long time. Chapter 120. The night was dark. After Phaeton's death, the riots caused by the Phantom Troop did not subside and continued. Presumably, more victims will appear. After simply disposing of Phaeton's body, Kurapika doesn't revel in the thrill of a successful revenge. He quickly adjusted his emotions and left the underground parking lot with steady steps. The crimson pupils, like two beautiful rubies, shone in the darkness. Kurapika took one step forward, heading towards the next battlefield. He's going to continue hunting spider brains Krololusilfur. At the same time, a huge manor on the outskirts of Yukiksen. Even at night, the vicinity of this manor is still brightly lit, just like daytime. Inside and outside the manor, layers of security are strictly guarded against. Nearly 100 security guards in black suits, armed with heavy firearms, stood firm at each checkpoint, seemingly not letting a fly pass. Wong wong wong, wong wong wong. A security guard with a searchlight and a hunting dog patrolled the woods around the manor with a serious look. Suddenly, the professionally trained hound seemed to smell an unfamiliar smell. It barked loudly while dragging the security personnel towards a certain direction. One dog, one by one, shuttled through the pitch-black forest. Finally, the hound stopped in a dark corner deep in the woods. John? What's wrong? What happened? The security guard, who was being pulled and ran, crouched down and stroked the hound's fur, trying to appease it. However, the hound named John just barked frantically towards a bush in the forest. Wong wong, wong wong, wong wong. His voice was shrill, as if he was afraid of something. The abnormal nature of the hound also awakened the security guard who was on the reins. Has a problem. The security guards were immediately alerted. 26. He quickly put down the rein in his hand, which was tied with John's collar at one end, and carefully placed one hand on the handle of the pistol at his waist, while the other hand turned on the maximum light source of the searchlight to shoot back and forth around. Under the illumination of the searchlight, the originally dark forest instantly became brighter. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind the bushes. It seemed that someone was about to come out of the bushes. Hearing this voice, John screamed even more mournfully. Wow, oh woo! Hoarse, as if on the verge of desperation. Who is there? Feeling John's unease, at this moment, the security staff couldn't help but raise their vigilance. He shouted loudly and asked. Get out of here! The security guards were not allowed to wait any longer. Not long after the security guards' voices fell, a dull voice came from the bushes. Can you actually detect us entering a state of absolute? This dog's senses are very keen. Under the light of the searchlight, a young man with unusually large eyes and long black hair came out. After he walked out of the bushes, he approached the security personnel and the hound John with a blank expression. As if aware of the malice contained in the young man, John kept hissing towards the other party. Oh, you seem to be afraid of me? Why? 35. The young man tilted his head and asked in a tone that seemed suspicious. However, there was still no change in his expression. Bang, a gunshot. At this time, the security personnel opened fire. Under the step-by-step approach of the strange young man in front of him, the security guard gritted his teeth and pulled out the pistol on his waist, and shot him decisively. The bullet hit the young man about a meter in front of him, causing him to stop. Who the hell are you? Why are you here? Please explain to me honestly. Aiming at the young man, the security guard shouted loudly. However, the young man just stared blankly at the gun in the hands of the security guard, without a trace of fear. He tilted his head and walked towards the security guard's location again. Seeing this, the security personnel's expressions changed. Stop. Don't come any closer. Boom. Gunshots sounded. Huh? Still not standing. Not even a gun can stop a young man. Boom. 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 All 6 shots in a row were avoided by the young man. Ah. Who are you? At this moment, the security guard's face turned pale, and he already understood the fact that the person in front of him was a monster that a gun could not deal with. Thinking of this, the security personnel quickly took out the walkie-talkie from his arms, and he planned to call for reinforcements. It's an enemy attack, woo woo woo. However, before the security staff could finish speaking, a spiritual nail suddenly shot out, destroying the walkie-talkie. The sound stopped abruptly. It turned out to be another nail. The stud was launched from the young man's hand and stabbed deeply into the security guard's head, ending his life. Retrieving the spiritual nail from the head of the security guard with a blank face, the young man or Ilmi Zaldik turned to look at the dark forest and said, "Great-grandfather, Kalito, you can come out. We're going to work." "Okay, brother." 9. A petite figure with a doll-like appearance in a dark purple kimono walked slowly from the darkness. Kalito Zaldik. Behind him was Maha Zaldik with his hands in the pockets of his coat. The strongest of the Zaldik family. Ilmi, Kalito, and Maha, the 3 Zaldik family killers were commissioned by Krollo to assassinate the 10 old men. And this manor was the hiding place of the 10 old men. A hidden room deep in the manor's basement. Not knowing that he had become the assassination target of the Zaldik family killer, the 10 old men were discussing around the round table at this time. The center of their discussion was the Phantom Troop. Following the Phantom Troop's attack on the underground auction house, these men, who are the decision-makers of the world's gang, were soon given details of the events. So, they gathered in this conference room to discuss the actions of the gang in the future. All kinds of orders, after their negotiation, were quickly conveyed to all the underworld organizations gathered in this city of Yukiksen. Damn Phantom Troop, dare to challenge the majesty of our 10 old. It's unforgivable. Humph. Must not let them go. These people are damned. I'm going to throw the families of these thieves into the sea to feed the fish. How can the people of Phantom Troop have family members? The intelligence did not say that these people came from Meteor Street. Tisk tisk, the people from Meteor Street. Since they're from Meteor Street, I think those thieves are all alone and have no family at all, right? 5. Meteor Street. I hate that place. Forget it, we don't need to worry about Meteor Street. Anyway, the bounty has been sent out. 2 billion for a spider. Under the heavy reward, there must be a harvest. The bounty hunter plus the yin beasts that have been dispatched. Those third-rate thieves have absolutely no way to escape. 35. Oh presumably we'll get those spider heads soon. Hopefully the city can be calmed soon. If the underground auctions are suspended, how much money will we lose? 5. Ha, old John, don't worry. The people of the Zaldik family have already made a move. I heard they've found the head of those lawless thieves. Come to think of it, there will be good news soon. 35. The killer of the Zaldik family? The asking price is so high, I hope they are really worth the price. No problem, I have hired people from this family before. Although the asking price is high, the efficiency is absolutely guaranteed. After all, it's a legendary killer family. Besides, this time we not only hired the current owner, but also the previous owner. The damn leader of the thief is sure to die. 35. Dalton, since it's a sure thing, why don't we just look at the death of those spiders? No need, don't forget Nian's divination. Isn't that divination wrong? Wrong? Maybe. But no matter what, we still have to be careful in the end. The accuracy of Nian Nisra's divination has always been terrifyingly high. Yes, I don't think we can act rashly, so let's stand by first. I agree too. Me too. 99. Okay. Our whereabouts have never been exposed. As long as we stay in this room, nothing will happen. The omen of death revealed by divination will never befall us. However, at the end of the unequivocal declaration of Nick Fogan, one of the 10 old men, the door to this hidden room suddenly opened silently. How did the door open? What happened? 10 people in the room looked at the door blankly. This door includes the entire room, but it was specially made by the 10 old men at a high price, and it can even defend against the poor man's rose. If you want to come in, you need to pass the cumbersome verification of fingerprints, iris, etc. to open the door. And apart from the 10 old men themselves, who have these permissions, there are only a few people. Why did the door suddenly open? Without these people in the room nodding, the few people dared not make their own decisions. Who is 413? Who violated the ban? What are the people outside doing? Before the 10 people in the room could figure out what was going on, the next moment, the figure of Ilmi appeared in the room. Appeared in front of the 10 old men. Who are you? How did you get in? 99. An unknown 10 old man asked angrily. What on earth are the people doing outside? How dare you let people in? Another unknown 10 old man spoke. His expression was extremely displeased. I know you, you're from the Zaldiks, I hired you. Dalton Gavin, who once hired the Zaldik family, seemed to recognize Ilmi and asked aloud. You are Ilmi Zaldik? Why are you here? You, what do you want to do? We are, but your employers. Ilmi Zaldik. Aware that Ilmi didn't seem to have bad intentions, Dalton Gavin asked with a look of horror. His words were intermittent, as if he was too scared to speak clearly. Looking at Dalton, who was frightened and angry, Ilmi shook his head and explained blankly. No, you're not my employer, you only hire my dad and grandpa, my employer is Krollo. Okay, I have to hurry up, or if Krollo dies, I won't be able to receive the final payment. Hearing Ilmi's words, the 10 old men all turned pale, they already understood one thing. Ilmi, he's here to kill himself. What a joke. I'm a 10 old man. The world's gangsters in power. How could it be so simple to die here? Come on, there are assassins. There are assassins. What about the people outside? Please spare my life, I have been friends with your Zaldik family for many years. Leave me alone, no matter who pays how much to hire you. I'll pay 10 times, no, 100 times, 5. White, 99. Some people called for help, some begged for mercy, some bought, some fled. However, it makes no sense. No miracle happened. In just a short moment, screams came one after another in the room. When the sound stops, the 10 old men who once dominated the world and ruled the underworld have been wiped out.